A surge of foreign memories flooded Lin Yongmao's mind. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Yongmao, a fourth-generation descendant of the Lin cultivation clan. At the age of 7, he awakened dual spiritual roots of wood and water, shocking the clan elders. At 8, he successfully guided qi into his body. At 16, he reached the 4th level of qi refining. He was considered talented. But talent alone could not protect him. A few days ago, his cousin deceived him into taking his place as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect. Upon arriving at the sect, Lin Yongmao was beaten half to death by inner disciples and thrown back to the Lin clan like discarded trash. And in that moment between life and death, another soul replaced him. When Lin Yongmao opened his eyes, his body was riddled with injuries. Yet in the corner of the room, a broken bronze hoe emitted a faint 9-colored glow. It had once been nothing more than a toy picked up by his father during a demon hunt. Now, after absorbing a drop of his blood, ding! A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Shenong sign-in system activated. First sign-in triggers 10,000 times critical reward. Chapter 121 Mountain and River Gathering Qi Array. 2 members of my Lin family have died, and 17 are seriously injured. Lin Yuan's face was extremely grim. The damage to the spirit fields can still be recovered, but daring to harm our Lin family members is simply unforgivable. Lin Yongmao was also very worried. The Azure Mist sect was a behemoth to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan continued, I spoke with Su Lizzie, the manager of the Lingbao Pavilion, in Xingyang City. The Lingbao Pavilion has acquired a large-scale second-tier array. Now is the time to buy it. Spreading this news, especially among the cultivation families, would surely evoke a sense of shared vulnerability. Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. He didn't need to worry about the family's trivial matters. In fact, Lin Yuan, as the clan leader, had promised Lin Yongmao a large amount of cultivation resources. Lin Yongmao and Lin Yongqian, as the 2 most talented dual spiritual root cultivators in the Lin family, would definitely receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. While this was hurtful to admit, it was the reality of the cultivation world. If he could refine a large quantity of qi condensation pills, he could rapidly enhance the strength of his family members. Lin Yongmao could currently refine qi condensation pills of decent quality, but unfortunately, the overall quality was lacking. This was, of course, due to insufficient skill. Lin Yongmao is currently unable to refine high-grade qi condensation pills, but he can guarantee a 100% success rate. System notification: First-tier alchemist proficiency reached 100%, advancing to second-tier alchemist. Advancing to second-tier alchemist, pill refining success rate plus 20%, pill quality plus 10%, pill yield plus 10%. Lin Yongmao felt a surge of knowledge and experience flooding his mind. This knowledge and experience were extremely valuable, all related to pill refining. In his subconscious, Lin Yongmao seemed to have refined countless batches of pills, and this experience had been instilled into his mind. This was his second-tier alchemist refining pills. Refining first-tier pills should be easy. Opening the furnace, refining, condensing the pills. 5 perfectly round pills flew out of the furnace, and Lin Yongmao quickly caught them in a jade bottle. This time, he had actually refined a superior-grade qi condensation pill. This superior-grade qi condensation pill was no ordinary pill. Although it was only a first-tier pill, it was the most suitable pill for late-stage qi refining cultivators to improve their cultivation. For example, if Lin Jing and Lin Yulian had a large number of superior-grade qi condensation pills, they could reach the great perfection of qi refining in a very short time, and then successfully establish their foundation by taking foundation establishment pills. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed. He planned to directly gift these high-grade qi condensation pills to Lin Yulian and Lin Jing through the item bestowal function of the family cultivation system. These 2 were currently the most promising cultivators to advance to the foundation establishment stage. As for his aunt, Han Yuxiu, he needed to observe her for a while longer. Item bestowal. This function can directly transfer any item to a family member's storage bag in the form of a blessing. Lin Yulian was cultivating in her room. In the world of cultivation, strength and realm are the only true principles. She didn't want to hide behind others if she encountered a similar situation in the future. However, recently, she clearly felt that her cultivation progress was very slow. She has developed resistance to the pills she was taking, especially qi condensation pills. Having consumed large quantities of low-grade and mid-grade qi condensation pills, she has accumulated a considerable amount of pill toxins within her body. If things continue like this, her cultivation will be difficult to improve, and it might even create hidden dangers for her future cultivation. Epsilon Satface Omicron *, Psi. Lin Yulian sighed softly, opened her storage bag and searched for a while, only to find an extra jade bottle in the center that didn't belong to her. She quickly took out the jade bottle. This is a high-grade qi condensation pill, and there are 5 of them. Lin Yulian didn't believe that good things would fall from the sky, but now this windfall had indeed landed squarely on her head. She began to ponder whether or not to consume these high-grade qi condensation pills that had fallen from the sky. Inside Lin Yulian's room, Lin Yulian toyed with the exquisite jade bottle in her hand. This shouldn't be a trap, right? If someone really wanted to harm her, there was no need for them to go through such a long and complicated process, or even deliver pills to her. So, Lin Yulian swallowed a high-grade qi condensation pill and simultaneously began circulating her first-tier cultivation technique. Half an hour later. Truly worthy of being a high-grade qi condensation pill. It actually allowed my cultivation to break through to the 10th level of the qi refining stage. She calculated in her mind that if she had an unlimited supply of high-grade qi condensation pills, she could reach the great perfection of the qi refining stage in less than half a month. Then, she could take foundation establishment pills to attempt foundation establishment. One more. The Wild Forest Wolf King also lamented, "That's right, the bloodline power of humans is indeed not as strong as ours, but they can research magical artifacts, talismans, and array formations, all of which enhance their strength. However, its hostility towards humans was the greatest. This was the disgusting aspect of human cultivators, they didn't use their strongest power directly, preferring to conceal it. They were too lazy to do something so laborious and thankless." The 2 demonic beasts easily saw through the armored Thunder Ape's thoughts. It wanted revenge for its child. Then let's do it ourselves. As for the low-level demonic beasts, so be it. If they were killed by human cultivators, they would just keep multiplying anyway. On Thousand Cliffs Cliff. System, I need to sign in, Lin Yongmao silently recited in his mind. Signing in today would grant him a 5-fold bonus, making this a crucial moment for him. Every 100 days of sign-in would grant a 5-fold bonus sign-in reward. Now, with another 5x bonus, he was filled with anticipation. Lin Yongmao revealed a joyful expression. This was practically a dream come true. He desperately needed a cultivation technique for the foundation establishment stage, and this 5x bonus had provided it. A 5x bonus, yet only a second-tier cultivation technique. It didn't seem particularly worthwhile. 2 bottles of Millennium Spirit Plant Cultivation Agent were equivalent to 2 third-tier resources. Lin Yongmao materialized the cultivation technique, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, and instantly, the technique's description appeared in his mind. The Withering and Flourishing Technique. Rank, second-tier cultivation technique. After reading the description of this technique, Lin Yongmao realized this was definitely worthwhile. Especially the withering and flourishing aspects, representing the control over life energy. Lin Yongmao memorized all the content of the technique, and the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate according to the routes recorded in the technique. This technique also records 2 secret techniques, Life Devouring and Life Blessing, representing withering and flourishing. Unlike conventional wood attribute techniques, this technique actually allows for shortcuts, enabling rapid advancement in cultivation. Absorbing life energy can be converted into a cultivator's spiritual power, thus rapidly increasing their cultivation level. Lin Yongmao began to master this technique and started cultivating. His foundation establishment stage cultivation had officially begun. This was highly unusual. Would the Lin family cultivators attack their Qinglan sect disciples? In his memory, the Lin family had always been subservient to the Qinglan sect, never daring to show the slightest disrespect. But recently, the Lin family had become increasingly out of his control. Worried about the Lin family, came a hoarse male voice. Yuan Wan slowly nodded. The hoarse voice continued, "Does the Lin family truly possess a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant?" Yuan Wang replied, "According to my good-for-nothing disciple, it should be true. However, the Lin family likely has a strong foundation, we cannot act rashly. If I can help the sect master break through to the Golden Core realm, would the sect master grant me the 1,000-year-old spiritual plant?" The black-robed man's hoarse voice was full of allure. Yuan Wang's face lit up with hope. Of course. Good. Yuan Wang was unaware of the black-robed man's true identity. He had brought the man from outside to the Qinglan sect, and the man's cultivation was unfathomable, even to Yuan Wang himself. However, when Yuan Wang first encountered the black-robed man, he was already severely injured and promised Yuan Wang some treasures, which is why Yuan Wang brought him to the Qinglan sect. The black-robed man handed Yuan Wang a storage bag, saying, "The resources in this storage bag can help the sect master break through to the Golden Core stage in a short time. However, I hope that after the sect master's breakthrough, you will first destroy the Lin family." Yuan Wang promised that if he successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm, he would lead the entire sect to attack the Lin family. Only after receiving this promise did the black-robed man show a satisfied expression. Yuan Wang was still pondering the black-robed man's identity. The location where he was injured was very close to the Dark Abyss. Could he be a demon from the Dark Abyss? Yet he acted no differently from an ordinary cultivator. However, none of this mattered. If he could successfully form his Golden Core, the black-robed man's identity wouldn't be so important. The black-robed man thought to himself, "The luck beast is hidden in the Lin family. After the Lin family falls, this luck beast will be mine." The black-robed man's target wasn't the 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Although it was precious, it wasn't really anything to him. What was truly precious was the luck beast hidden in the Lin family. Therefore, he dared not easily enter the Lin family, fearing he had entered a den of wolves. That's why he made this deal with Yuan Wang, the sect master of the Azure Mist sect. After setting up the formation, Lin Yuma felt much more at ease. Even if the Lin family faced another crisis like a beast tide attack or an attack from the Qinglan sect cultivators, it would be easy to resolve. Could it be that another beast tide has appeared? Lin Yuma looked closely and, sure enough, countless demonic beasts appeared in the distance. A beast tide is coming. Lin Yuma circulated his spiritual power and shouted loudly. The Lin family members began to spread the news. Looking at the thousands of demonic beasts before them, they all looked full of fighting spirit. At the center of the beast tide stood a third-tier demonic beast. This third-tier beast was exceptionally powerful, its enormous ape roar pierced through metal and shattered stone, and it could command all other beasts. Its entire body was covered in iron armor and scales, and lightning crackled around it. Lin Yongmao quickly recognized this demonic beast. It was an ironclad thunder ape. The armored thunder ape possessed a powerful lightning bloodline, making it a formidable force even among third-tier demonic beasts. Lin Yongmao pondered. Could it be that this adult third-tier armored thunder ape already knew he had killed 3 juveniles? If they could persuade the beast tide to retreat, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Lin Yuan channeled his spiritual power into his voice and began negotiating with the armored thunder ape outside the formation. "Senior, our Lin family has not offended you. We hope you can lead your men away." "Your children?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. "We haven't seen your children. You must have come to the wrong place." This stemmed from the World Tree's innate attribute, spatial barrier, which could isolate all sensing and deduction of auras. "I don't believe you unless you open the formation and let me search thoroughly." "But how could that be possible?" The armored thunder ape's eyes were red. "So what? Hand over my 3 children, and your Lin family won't have any peace." This was a beast tide personally led by a third-tier demonic beast, far more powerful than the last one. Lin Yuan could even see the second-tier late-stage demonic beast he'd seen in Qingyang City, the Raging Thunder Lion. With his abilities, even dealing with the Raging Thunder Lion was difficult, let alone the third-tier early-stage demonic beast, the armored thunder ape. The armored thunder ape seemed simple-minded, but in reality, it didn't dare to take risks. It hadn't personally attacked yet, instead commanding the raging thunder lion as the vanguard. The armored thunder ape was confident it could conquer a family without even a single golden core cultivator. Prepare for battle. At Lin Yuan's command, the Lin family members prepared themselves, their hands forming hand seals, ready to unleash spells at any moment, their magical artifacts gleaming with spiritual energy. Lin Yuan didn't personally intervene, he needed to oversee the formation's operation, especially manipulating the array plates for defense. The other cultivators, however, began to act, each unleashing a deadly attack. Lin Yongmao was also among the crowd, having brought out a flying sword made of sword-slaying leaves from the sword soul grass. Sword shadow splitting technique. The leaf-shaped flying swords multiplied into 8, piercing into the beast horde. Beasts were continuously beheaded, or had their skulls and hearts pierced. Well done, Yongmao. Seeing Lin Yongmao display such power, the Lin family cultivators' morale soared. Various spells penetrated the energy shield of the formation, attacking the raging beast tied outside. In truth, most of the beasts were first-tier monsters. Although numerous, these first-tier monsters posed a very limited threat to the formation. Faced with the magical attacks, large numbers of first-tier monsters fell. Various types of Tier 1 demonic beasts possess their own innate abilities, and their consumption capacity is extremely high. For example, the earth rats, skilled at burrowing, will use their innate ability to burrow underground and dig a tunnel if they see that the outer energy shield of the formation cannot be breached. The swift eagles, flying in the sky, search for weak points in the formation. Then there are the bloodthirsty wolves, the most terrifying of all. Many demonic beasts are killed by spells, and the bloodthirsty wolves devour their flesh and blood, becoming even stronger and constantly using their bodies to attack the light barrier formed by the formation. Lin Yuma continuously provides the formation with spirit stones, various low-grade and even mid-grade spirit stones providing a constant source of energy. Without these spirit stones, the formation would be easily broken. At the forefront of the beast tide, the raging thunder lion reappeared, its fierce roar causing the surrounding low-level demonic beasts to make way for it. The offensive power of lightning was simply too strong. 8 leaf-shaped flying swords attacked the Berserker Thunder Lion's weak points from 8 tricky angles. The Berserker Thunder Lion sensed the danger and activated a powerful energy shield to protect itself. Berserk Technique. The Berserker Thunder Lion unleashed another innate ability. It had a strong premonition that this attack would be anything but simple. The sword soul grass possesses the characteristic of sharpness. Don't underestimate its grassy leaves, they are extremely damaging, even before the sword soul grass has fully matured. The leaf-shaped flying swords attacked the Berserker Thunder Lion from 8 directions. Most of the attacks were blocked by the lightning shield, but there were still weak points. Roar. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yongmao's lips. The Berserk Thunder Lion's Berserk technique effect slowly faded, its entire body shrouded in a layer of dark, poisonous mist. That's right, Lin Yongmao poisoned it. The moment Lin Yongmao retracted his flying sword, he had applied the venom of the Ink Caprinas to it. Even if the Berserk Thunder Lion was only a late-stage second-tier demonic beast, once the Ink Caprinas' toxin entered its body, even a third-tier demonic beast would be poisoned and fall to the ground. Moreover, the poison takes effect in an instant. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the Berserk Thunder Lion collapsed, its spiritual luster almost completely corroded away. The Berserk Thunder Lion is dead. Seeing this, the Lin family members' morale soared, and they couldn't help but cheer. The ironclad Thunder Ape, however, was not so happy. It hesitated whether to retreat. If it itself was contaminated by the Ink Caprinas' poison, it wouldn't be able to cure itself. However, the armored Thunder Ape held back. Its armor was indestructible, the human cultivators before it couldn't possibly break through its defenses. It still needed to avenge its cubs, so how could it leave so easily? With the Berserker Thunder Lion dead, the attack formation's power weakened considerably, giving the Lin family cultivators more time to breathe. But seeing the armored Thunder Ape staring intently at them still left them with a nagging feeling. This was a third-tier demonic beast. Currently, the only thing the Lin family could use to threaten a third-tier demonic beast was the Azure Origin Sword Talisman treasure. Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing nodded simultaneously. If the two talisman treasures were used together, they might be able to threaten a third-tier demonic beast. Lin Yongmao also began using the attribute panel to observe the armored Thunder Ape's information, trying to find its weaknesses. Ironclad Thunder Ape. Rank, Tier 3. Talent abilities, Lightning Control, Ironclad Protection. Description: possesses a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Zhu Yan, possessing not only extremely strong defensive capabilities but also the ability to manipulate terrifying lightning power. Note: vulnerable to powerful magical attacks and mental attacks. Lin Yongmao's spiritual strength is only at the late foundation establishment stage, clearly insufficient to launch mental attacks. As for powerful magical attacks, he doesn't believe his learned Tier 2 spells can harm the ironclad Thunder Ape in the slightest. Even using the talismanic treasure Qing Yuan sword, Lin Yongmao feels he might not be able to kill the ironclad Thunder Ape before him. Lin Yongmao begins to consider his current trump cards, deciding which one can effectively kill the ironclad Thunder Ape. As for using the ink-infused ghost coil fungus's toxin, he estimates the ironclad Thunder Ape will be on guard, making it difficult for his attacks to penetrate its defenses, and the toxin will also have little effect. Lin Yongmao began to consider a plan. Perhaps luring it to Thousand Cliffs and using the all plants are soldiers formation, along with the assistance of other spiritual plants, could kill it. However, the risk was too great. His uncle would definitely not allow the armored Thunder Ape to enter. Moreover, luring the armored Thunder Ape to Thousand Cliffs wouldn't be easy. Seeing that the Berserker Thunder Lion was dead, the armored Thunder Ape was somewhat moved. It repeated, "As long as you hand over my 3 children, I will immediately order the demon beasts to retreat." The armored Thunder Ape appeared simple-minded and dull, but it wasn't stupid. The small Lin family shouldn't possess anything to shield their aura. To do so, at least an ancient treasure would be needed. Given the Lin family's resources, they wouldn't possess an ancient treasure. In that case, the possibility of the Lin family hiding its 3 children was slim. However, as a third-tier demon beast, it wasn't willing to compromise. These humans before it were at most mid-foundation establishment stage cultivators, yet they dared to defy it. Lin Yuan continued, "Presumably, Senior has heard the saying, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. I truly dare not let Senior enter the formation." Lin Yuan didn't want his Lin family members to be in danger. This defensive situation was much safer. The armored Thunder Ape was now in a dilemma. Attacking was not an option, nor was retreating. This was a group of human cultivators, numbering in the hundreds, all dressed in identical uniforms. Lin Yuan and the others paled. These were cultivators from the Azure Mist sect. The armored Thunder Ape began to regret its actions. Why hadn't it retreated sooner? Now it was trapped in a pincer movement. If a golden core cultivator appeared now, its escape would be impossible. Among these hundreds of human cultivators, the leader was a middle-aged man. The armored Thunder Ape sensed that this man was actually a golden core cultivator. It's over. Although this golden core cultivator's aura was unstable, suggesting he had only recently broken through to the golden core stage, he was still a genuine golden core true person. The armored Thunder Ape was pondering a way to escape. Even if all the low-level demonic beasts it led were wiped out, it didn't matter, as long as it escaped. Low-level demonic beast forces are easy to cultivate, but they only have one life. "Halt," Yuan Wang growled. "How about we join forces and breach the Lin family's protective formation? However, our Qinglan sect will take 80% of the Lin family's resources, and these Lin family cultivators can become your rations." The ironclad Thunder Ape couldn't believe these words came from a human cultivator. Lin Yuan coldly watched the scene. He had already taken out the mirror crystal and recorded it. Seeing the Qinglan sect cultivators arrive, he knew things were going badly. Sure enough, the Qinglan sect master, Yuan Wang, was so insidious, directly joining forces with the beast horde to attack the Lin family. If either side attacked the Lin family's protective formation, these two formations should be able to protect the Lin family and prevent them from being easily breached. But if the two sides joined forces, The Qinglan sect cultivators formed the layered mist formation. This was a joint attack tactic employed by the Qinglan sect, channeling most of the team's energy into one of their leader cultivators. Yuan Wang, situated at the core of the formation, was naturally the recipient of this energy. A surge of spiritual power flowed into him, and coupled with his newly formed golden core, he felt an unprecedented surge of power. Golden Battle Halberd. A golden halberd, about 3 zhang long, gradually materialized. This wasn't a magic weapon, but rather a metal attribute secret technique he had cultivated. It was a third-tier metal attribute secret technique. Normally, he could only unleash a portion of its power, but now, due to his advancement to the golden core stage and the energy infused into him by the layered mist array, this third-tier secret technique was unleashing its full power. The ironclad Thunder Ape also immediately took action, intending to join forces with the group of human cultivators. Control of lightning. The Lin clan members all wore solemn expressions, deeply worried that the formation would be breached. Without the protection of the formation, they would be instantly overwhelmed by the tide of demonic beasts and Qinglan sect cultivators. Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing joined forces, simultaneously activating the Azure Origin Sword Talisman. At this moment, they no longer cared about the limited number of uses of the talisman. Resolving the current crisis was paramount. 2 Azure Origin swords, gleaming with azure light, burst through the energy shield and collided with the golden battle halberd. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. The two simultaneously unleashed the secret technique. That's right, Lin Yuqing had also learned the secret technique, Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Now, using it simultaneously with his son, their power was evenly matched. 16 Azure Origin swords materialized, their azure sword light filling the sky and dispelling the darkness caused by the thunderclouds. The Lin family members and hundreds of cultivators from the Azure Mist sect were all utterly shocked by this sight. Such a high-level form of combat was rare. The Azure Origin sword's sword light sliced away countless bolts of lightning, simultaneously shattering the energy form, Golden Battle Halberd. Go! The two controlled the Azure Origin swords, attempting to kill Yuan Wang, the sect leader of the Azure Mist sect. Compared to demonic beasts, this human cultivator posed a greater threat to the Lin family. Just then, the talisman Lin Yuqing had used turned to ashes, along with the Azure Origin sword, completely vanishing. Lin Yuqing was filled with disappointment, not even launching a final attack on Yuan Wang. The life-or-death struggle had turned into a war of attrition. If Yuan Wang's energy shield shattered first, Lin Yongmao would kill him. The brilliance of the Azure Origin sword vanished within half a minute. The talisman paper that once held the sword was reduced to ashes by a gust of wind. Although large beads of sweat dripped to the ground from Yuan Wang's brow, and he looked extremely disheveled, he had averted this deadly danger. This was the difference in cultivation level. If he hadn't broken through to the golden core stage, he might have perished here today. Lin family, you're finished. Seeing the ferocious expression on Qinglan sect master Yuan Wang's face, the Lin family members' hearts sank. Lin Yongmao's mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. He also intended to evacuate. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. He truly didn't need to take this risk. The ironclad Thunder Ape didn't give the Lin family members time to discuss, it continued to control the thunderclouds. Controlling lightning. Yuan Wang also began to form hand seals. At this critical moment, a gentle yet powerful voice stunned everyone. Does the Lin family really think we have no one left? Lin Yongmao's face lit up with joy. He knew that voice all too well, it was his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo. Lin Xuanbo had broken through. The Lin family had produced a golden core cultivator. Although he hadn't fully consolidated his current level, sensing the crisis facing the Lin family, he immediately emerged from seclusion. Lin Xuanbo's entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. This was the result of his breakthrough to a higher realm. A breakthrough to a higher realm changes one's lifespan. The Qi refining stage is no different from that of mortals. The foundation establishment stage has a lifespan of 200 years, twice that of mortals. The golden core stage has a lifespan of 500 years. Currently, Lin Xuanbo already had a lifespan of 500 years, no longer troubled by the limitation of lifespan. Holding the formation plate, Lin Xuanbo's surging spiritual power stabilized the energy shields of the two formations. His gaze fixed on Yuan Wang, and he slowly spoke, "Sect Master Yuan, what is the meaning of this?" Yuan Wang, seeing Lin Xuanbo's sudden appearance, also showed disbelief. Wasn't this old man supposed to have passed away? Why was he here, and with the same cultivation level as him, having also broken through to the golden core stage? Lin Xuanbo wasn't going to tolerate Yuan Wang's behavior, saying, "If Sect Master Yuan thinks my Lin family doesn't have any golden core cultivators, then I'm sorry, we can have a proper contest." Seeing Yuan Wang and Lin Xuanbo chatting so enthusiastically, the armored Thunder Ape became angry. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you going to fight or not?" Yuan Wang was considering whether to retreat when the ironclad Thunder Ape's roar startled him, throwing him into disarray. The Lin family was no longer someone the Qinglan sect could bully at will. The ironclad Thunder Ape didn't care about anything else. Lightning bolts continued to strike the array's energy shield, making the atmosphere tense once more. Lin Xuanbo poured a large amount of spiritual power into the array plate. Instantly, the array plate of the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array erupted with a dazzling light. Boundless clouds and mist continuously formed. Clouds and mist overlap. Switching from defense to offense, Lin Xuanbo made his move, and the boundless clouds and mist surrounded the demonic beast horde and the Qinglan sect disciples. These clouds of mist weren't without real harm. Droplets of water condensed on them, making even their movements much heavier. It was essentially a crowd control skill. While not a hard crowd control, it was extremely effective. It was like a non-swimmer suddenly drowning. "Yu Cheng, Yu Mo, Yang Mao, go all out. Kill as many as you can." With Lin Xuanbo's words, the three felt emboldened and immediately unleashed their most powerful spells. Lin Yongmao continuously used a combination of flying leaf swords and sword shadow splitting techniques. Wherever the leaves touched, a fine head rolled off, whether it was a chi refining stage cultivator or a foundation establishment stage cultivator, whether it was a first tier or second tier demon beast. He also used a distraction technique to control the southern bright fire, the supreme young flames transforming into the form of the divine beast vermilion bird, igniting the bodies of cultivators and demon beasts. Lin Yongmao's attack methods were extremely domineering, making him the one who killed the most enemies. Demonic beasts and Qinglan sect cultivators continued to perish, mostly at the hands of Lin Yongmao. As the two leaders, Ironclad Thunder Ape and Yuan Wang, had begun to consider retreating. Their losses were simply too great. First-tier and second-tier demonic beasts, as well as Qinglan sect disciples, were all dying under Lin Yongmao's attacks. Now they had no choice but to retreat. If they couldn't break the formation quickly, both their forces would be completely devoured by the attacks within. Retreat! Both the Qinglan sect and the Beast Tide retreated in disgrace. Some of the Lin family members who hadn't yet managed to retreat erupted in joyful applause. Lin Xuanbo waved his hand, "Everyone, go out. Whoever gets the spoils outside keeps them." As for pursuing the two teams, Lin Xuanbo had no intention of doing so. The Lin family's resources were still too weak. Some of the Lin family members who hadn't had time to evacuate were overjoyed, not expecting such a benefit. The fallen Qinglan sect cultivators all had storage bags on their bodies, and the demonic beasts were treasures from head to toe. Lin Yongmao naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and was the first to charge out of the formation. His target was the corpse of the Berserker Thunder Lion, a beast he had personally killed, so this spoils naturally belonged to him. Lin Yongmao approached the Berserker Thunder Lion's corpse and stored it entirely into his storage bag. As for the bodies of the other low-level demonic beasts and the storage bags of the Qinglan sect disciples, he'd leave those to the other family members. Although Lin Yongmao had contributed the most, he understood the principle of sharing the spoils. He'd eat the meat, and others could have a sip of the soup. Lin Xuanbo's successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage brought radiance to the entire Lin family. Even Lin Yongmao was no exception. With their Golden Core ancestor present, the family's safety was assured. After collecting the body of the Raging Thunder Lion, Lin Yongmao returned to the formation. Another Lin family member cremated the useless corpses. Seeing that Lin Yongmao had already displayed the strength of the early foundation establishment stage, Lin Xuanbo was very pleased. If anyone in the family had a chance to form a golden core, then Lin Yongmao, with both wood and earth spirit roots, had the best chance. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yongmao even saw that his grandfather Lin Xuanbo's affinity with him in the family cultivation function had increased by 3 points. An increase in intimacy level indicates greater trust. These statistics never lie. Grandpa, I do have a request. Yongmao, just say it. Lin Xuanbo's voice was very gentle. The body refining technique I cultivate is called the mysterious spirit body forging technique. I've already reached the 3rd level, but the later stages are incomplete. I don't know. Lin Xuanbo frankly stated, this mysterious spirit body forging technique is a rare body refining technique in the scripture pavilion, but it's incomplete. Your second uncle copied it, but I know the location of that ancient cultivator's tomb. I'll personally investigate when I have time. The Lin family's crisis was completely resolved, and Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. Qinglan Sect, Council Hall. Qinglan Sect Master Yuan Wang's face was ashen. He was currently holding back a great deal of anger. Anyone in this situation would feel the same way. The Lin family, who were originally easy to control, were now riding roughshod over him. Yuan Wang's joy at breaking through to the golden core stage was greatly diminished. From the shadows, a man in black robes slowly emerged. Sect Master Yuan, it seems things haven't gone smoothly, the man in black robes questioned rudely. So, the Lin family only has one golden core cultivator? That's right, but they have a protective formation. Breaking through from the outside is still quite difficult. The man in black robes was deep in thought. He had been worried that the Lin family might be hiding something, which was why he hadn't personally dealt with them. But if there was only one golden core cultivator, that wouldn't be appropriate. He couldn't act directly. He could use the Qinglan sect to test the waters. He sensed Yuan Wang's emotions. Yuan Wang already considered the Lin family a thorn in his side. Yuan Wang was somewhat confused. Why was this mysterious man so concerned about the Lin family, and so determined to destroy them? But he dared not say it directly. If he angered this terrifying being, he would find himself in a difficult situation. After all, even with Yuan Wang's current early-stage golden core cultivation, he couldn't see through the black-robed man's cultivation level. The black-robed man nodded, saying nothing more. He just hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected trouble. Thousand Cliffs. This raging thunder lion was a late-stage second-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in humans. Demonic beasts are different from human cultivators, especially those with powerful bloodlines. Their entire bodies are treasures. Blood, hide, bones, meridians, teeth, claws, meat. Complete berserk thunder lion hide. Thousands of pounds of berserk thunder lion flesh and blood. Lin Yongmao didn't intend to eat this directly, but it would be highly nutritious for his gold-eating beasts and moon-toad rabbits. Who says rabbits don't eat meat? Lin Yongmao's black slave moon-toad rabbits eat demon beast meat faster than anyone else. As for other parts such as teeth, claws, and bones, Lin Yongmao didn't care much for them and planned to have his father, Lin Yuqing, sell them for him. After dealing with the raging thunder lion's body, Lin Yongmao resumed refining pills. Having reached the second-tier alchemist level, his success rate and pill-forming rate steadily increased, giving him even more enthusiasm for alchemy. If things continue like this, not only will all the qi refining cultivators in the family be able to consume the qi condensation pills refined by Lin Yongmao, but the rest can be sold for even more spirit stones. Lin Yongmao directly used the item bestowal function, this time gifting Lin Jing over a dozen high-grade qi condensation pills. Now, besides refining qi condensation pills, Lin Yongmao began to consider refining second-tier pills. His current cultivation level is at the early foundation establishment stage, and he no longer has parasitic seeds to absorb the source power of others for him, so he can only rely on arduous cultivation and consuming pills. Of course, using the life-devouring secret technique from the withering and flourishing technique is also a method of cultivation. For second-tier pills, he could try refining foundation establishment pills first. Lin Yongmao patted his storage bag, and a small jade slip appeared in his hand. This was the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe. Foundation Establishment pills are actually quite strategically important. Most cultivators need to take 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment pills to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Almost no one is exempt. In Xinjiang, all Foundation Establishment pills are controlled by the Qinglan sect. This means that Foundation Establishment pills are almost never circulated, making it extremely difficult for independent cultivators and family members to achieve Foundation Establishment. Even the Lingbao Pavilion branch in Xinjiang City doesn't sell Foundation Establishment pills, not because they lack supply, but because they don't want to offend the local power, the Qinglan sect. But now that the Lin family and the Qinglan sect have completely broken ties, it wouldn't matter if the Lin family sold Foundation Establishment pills. Lin Yongmao pondered that if the Lin family sold Foundation Establishment pills, it would inevitably break the Qinglan sect's monopoly on this type of pill. Other cultivation families and independent cultivators would also purchase large quantities of Foundation Establishment pills, significantly improving the strength of Xinjiang's cultivators. Without hesitation, Lin Yongmao carefully reviewed the contents of the pill formula. There were over 30 kinds of medicinal herbs needed to refine second-tier pills. Most of these herbs could be bought at herbal medicine shops and weren't particularly rare. However, 3 spiritual herbs were exceptional. Looking at the materials he already had, Lin Yongmao realized he had successfully cultivated both the purple jade fruit and white flower grass in large quantities, but he lacked the leaf shell mushroom. Lin Yongmao currently possessed a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, which seemed a bit wasteful for refining Foundation Establishment pills, but he believed that refining it with a 1,000-year-old herb would undoubtedly result in a higher quality pill. He also had white flower grass, a congratulatory gift from the banquet, which he had cultivated in some areas. Moreover, influenced by the world tree's spiritual plants talent, it had undergone a beneficial mutation. The white flower grass evolved into white flower vine. The white flower vine had superior medicinal properties and yield. Without the leaf shell mushroom, refining Foundation Establishment pills was just empty talk. Lin Yongmao informed his mother, Han Yueying, of this, hoping she would keep an eye out for the leaf shell mushroom. After refining several more batches of qi condensation pills, Lin Yongmao began his cultivation. Furthermore, the cultivated spiritual energy is more condensed, laying a solid foundation for forming the golden core. Life devouring. A stream of pure energy was extracted from the star-pattern rice, which Lin Yongmao then completely absorbed and refined. Lin Yongmao felt a slight increase in his cultivation level. The effect was quite good. However, upon seeing the star-patterned rice plant, Lin Yongmao was dumbfounded. The once thriving star-patterned rice plant was now completely withered, turning to ash with a light touch. This life-devouring, secret technique was too terrifying, almost resembling a technique used by evil cultivators. It ruthlessly extracted and deprived other living beings of their life energy. If Lin Yongmao continued to use this secret technique to improve his cultivation at the Foundation Establishment stage would become extremely easy. Unfortunately, his spiritual plant couldn't withstand such destructive behavior. Let's try another secret technique. Life blessing. Here, he used another star-patterned rice plant as his experimental subject. After forming a hand seal, Lin Yongmao channeled a stream of his spiritual power into the star-patterned rice plant. It consumed about 10% of his spiritual power. The spiritual power transformed into life energy, flowing into the star-patterned rice plant, which then began to grow wildly. In just a few breaths, the star-patterned rice had matured completely. Lin Yongmao swallowed hard. This blessing of life was too powerful. Moreover, blessing of life could be used repeatedly on the same plant. In other words, Lin Yongmao could easily accelerate the ripening of a spiritual herb in a short time. The only cost was a slight depletion of his own spiritual power, which could be recovered through cultivation. This was practically a bug. Even 3rd or 4th tier spiritual plant masters couldn't achieve this, let alone 2nd tier ones. Behind the Lin family ancestral hall, there was a hidden cave dwelling here, and this cave dwelling was Lin Xuanhua's cultivation place. He spent some time consolidating his cultivation, and now he could be considered a true golden core cultivator. Because he had spent a long time at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation surged upon breaking through to the golden core stage, and he might even reach the mid-golden core stage within a few years. He held in his hand the pit of 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit and a leaf of 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea that had lost its spiritual essence. Lin Xuanbo pondered why Lin Yongmao could produce these 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Without the help of these 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he might not have been able to successfully form his golden core. However, he didn't intend to press Lin Yongmao for answers, simply attributing it all to Lin Yongmao's good fortune. Since it was a descendant's good fortune, he had no reason to steal it. Moreover, his grandson had considered him, offering these 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to help him break through to a new realm. I'm still missing 1 or 2 materials to refine my natal magic weapon. Once I have it, my combat power will rise to another level. Golden core cultivators can refine natal magic weapons and nurture them within their dantian. Unlike magic tools and spiritual artifacts, natal magic weapons can improve as the cultivator's cultivation level increases. In short, a natal magic weapon is something that accompanies a cultivator throughout their entire life. Only cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan would consider refining their natal magic treasure into a talismanic treasure. Generally, golden core cultivators who intend to continue cultivating would absolutely refuse to refine talismanic treasures. Refining natal magic treasures isn't the most important thing right now. My grandson needs the complete version of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, so I can go find it for him first. Lin Xuanbo remembered Lin Yongmao mentioning the mysterious spirit body forging technique, and he planned to go there personally. The complete version of the mysterious spirit body forging technique was in an ancient cultivator's tomb, but he didn't know if it was still there. The Lin family scripture pavilion. He saw that the person who had arrived was his eldest brother. "Elder brother, you've come." Lin Xuanzhong nodded slightly. Compared to Lin Xuanbo, Lin Xuanzhong looked more like an old man, as if one foot was already in a coffin. An aura of decline enveloped him, a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. In contrast, Lin Xuanbo resembled a vigorous middle-aged man. "Congratulations on breaking through to the golden core stage, elder brother. Our Lin family will no longer be bullied by other forces." Lin Xuanzhong's wrinkled face was beaming with a smile. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, but he was mostly overjoyed. "We brothers don't need to be so polite. We've come to trouble you with something." Lin Xuanbo's voice was always so gentle, both towards his juniors and his younger brother. Seeing his younger brother in this state, Lin Xuanbo was heartbroken. He comforted him, "Second brother, the cultivation world is full of longevity-enhancing elixirs. I'll definitely find them for you." Lin Xuanbo hesitated, then changed the subject. "It's like this, I came here for Yongmao. Yongmao cultivates a body refining technique called the mysterious spirit body forging technique, but unfortunately, it's not the complete version." Lin Xuanzhong recalled, "I remember this technique. A disciple of the Qinglan sect accidentally entered an ancient cultivator's tomb and found it on a coffin lid. Actually, the complete technique exists in that tomb, but there's a powerful, flying zombie inside. With my cultivation level at the time, I was no match for it, so I retreated early. This flying zombie should be a third-tier zombie, with cultivation equivalent to a golden core cultivator, perhaps even stronger than a golden core true person. If we're just copying the cultivation technique and don't kill it, there shouldn't be too much of a problem." Alright. This scene was naturally witnessed by Lin Yongmao. Through the family cultivation, functions, shared vision feature, he witnessed his grandfather and second uncle's conversation. Both his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo, and his second uncle, Lin Xuanzhong, had a closeness level of 75 or higher with him, allowing Lin Yongmao to share the vision of either of them. Lin Yongmao learned that his second uncle's lifespan was limited, so he considered spiritual plants and herbs for prolonging life. However, Lin Yongmao felt there would always be a chance. Another source of joy was that his grandfather planned to go out and find a complete version of the mysterious spirit body forging technique for him. Lin Yongmao's gaze followed that of Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanzhong had stumbled upon this ancient cultivator's tomb in his youth, but unfortunately, limited by his cultivation level, he hadn't been able to fully explore it. However, all he could see were trees, nothing else. Cultivators possess astonishing memories. Once their cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can generally remember everything they see. The ancient cultivator's cave dwelling had endured countless years, becoming his tomb. However, even after the passage of time, it still possessed extraordinary power, such as the protective array guarding the tomb. Trying to break it by brute force would likely result in unimaginable danger. Someone's coming, Lin Xuanbo sensed keenly and quickly grabbed Lin Xuanzhong to hide. Lin Xuanbo himself was already at the early golden core stage, and having used the 1,000-year cloud mist tea, his spiritual sense was even stronger than that of a typical mid-golden core cultivator. Lin Yongmao followed Lin Xuanbo's gaze and saw 3 people entering the area. All 3 were late foundation establishment stage cultivators. From their attire, it was clear that all 3 were inner disciples of the Qinglan sect. "Senior brother Pei, are you really here?" "But I haven't found anything." "That's right, it's right here. We discovered an ancient cultivator's cave here back then, there's no mistake. After so many years, he returned here out of desperation. As he grew older, he knew that if he continued on his current path, he would never be able to break through to the golden core stage. Therefore, he brought his 2 junior brothers here to try their luck. But, by sheer coincidence, they bumped into Lin Xuanzhong. It was truly a case of fate. This senior brother Pei had also heard that sect master Yuan Wang had successfully formed his core, which intensified his desire to seek opportunities. Originally, he and Yuan Wang were both at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, but Yuan Wang, being the sect master of the Qinglan sect, had the resources of the entire sect supporting him, while he wasn't so fortunate. That's why he came here, hoping that perhaps there was an opportunity here to help him break through to the golden core stage. Lin Xuanzhong looked at Pei Dong. He remembered this former junior brother. Lin Xuanzhong and Lin Xuanbo exchanged glances and unanimously decided to let the 3 scout ahead first, while they would follow behind. Besides the flying zombies, who knew what other dangers lurked in this ancient cultivator's cave? Now, these 3 Qinglan sect cultivators had arrived at just the right time. They were practically the perfect cannon fodder combination. Lin Yongmao watched this scene with a smile. He would have done the same. Ancient cultivators' caves, what dangerous places. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong, hiding behind the trees, panicked. This would expose their location. Lin Xuanbo quickly handed Lin Xuanzhong a talisman, implying that he should tear it up. The 2 tore the talisman apart simultaneously, and their figures vanished completely, leaving no trace. Invisibility talisman. A high-grade second-tier talisman, capable of instant invisibility. However, if scanned with divine sense, their hiding place can still be detected. In fact, the invisibility talisman works by distorting vision. Divine sense can still detect it. If any of the 3 Qinglan sect cultivators were a golden core cultivator, they would be able to see through the 2's concealment even without divine sense. Pei Dong cleared his space with his high-grade flying sword, but the entrance to the cave still hadn't appeared. "Senior brother Pei, what should we do now?" the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows asked. It's truly baffling how this trio gathered together. Pei Dong still remembered the image of that menacing flying zombie. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows immediately cupped his hands in a respectful bow, saying, "Thanks to senior brother Qian, otherwise we would have made a wasted trip." Pei Dong asked, "Junior brother Qian, do you have any way to break the formation?" Qian Sanchi took out several low-grade fire attribute spirit stones and placed them in suitable positions. One mid-grade fire attribute spirit stone was placed at the very core, the formation's eye. Break! Qian Sanchi made a hand seal, and the fire attribute energy within the low-grade spirit stones erupted and converged. The original tree stumps shifted and combined, creating a tree hollow large enough for 2 people to pass through simultaneously. The tree hollow was deep and dark, its destination unknown. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong exchanged glances. Thank goodness these 3 had arrived, otherwise, how could they have broken the formation and discovered the cave entrance? This formation master is truly formidable. Indeed, specialization is key. Breaking formations really requires a formation master. Formation mastery is considered the most difficult profession to learn among all the arts of cultivation. Not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also demands that one be a weapon refiner. Having the background of a weapon refiner is essential to becoming a formation master. This is easy to understand. If you can't refine formation plates and flags, what kind of formation master are you? The two slapped another invisibility talisman onto themselves before following the three at a distance into the withered tree hollow. Lin Yongmao's vision was shared with Lin Xuanhua's, so the area was extremely dark, and he couldn't see anything at all. Divine sense detection. Lin Xuanhua couldn't possibly enter the cave in this state, it would be extremely dangerous. Humans are born with a fear of the unknown. Divine sense can clearly detect the surroundings. Lin Yongmao was surprised, he hadn't expected that shared vision could also share the effects of divine sense detection. The environment he was seeing was clearly not what he saw with his naked eye, but rather the result of divine sense detection. In the pitch-black cave, there were vast expanses of circular fields. Spiritual fields. As the view widened, it became clear that neatly cultivated spiritual fields had been established, covering an area of over 5 acres. However, due to environmental changes and the passage of time, most of the spiritual plants in the fields had died, not a single patch of green could be seen. This was perfectly normal. How could any spiritual plant possibly survive in such an environment? If any spiritual plants did survive, they would have lived for at least 1,000 years, if not 10,000. Pei Dong, Xian Sanqi, and the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows entered this area first and also saw these spiritual fields. He tossed the moonstone forward, revealing a large patch of mushrooms resembling seashells. The mushrooms grew in abundance, an astonishing number. Lin Xuanhua's divine sense also detected the mushrooms in this area and shared it with Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao's eyes widened suddenly. He recognized these mushrooms. They were the leaf shell mushrooms he desperately needed. Leaf shell mushrooms had demanding growth conditions, but they could be cultivated in a short time, requiring a specific environment. These leaf shell mushrooms were growing on a piece of decaying wood, a piece of wood that was at least 1,000 years old. Leaf shell mushrooms only grow on dead, 1,000-year-old dead wood. It was precisely by relying on the nutrients of the 1,000-year-old deadwood that the leaf shell mushrooms were able to grow. This is why the Lin family didn't cultivate leaf shell mushrooms. They didn't possess a single piece of such a 1,000-year-old dead tree. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows beamed with delight upon seeing the 1,000-year-old dead tree, about 20 meters long, covered in densely packed leaf shell mushrooms. We're rich. We're rich. Putting everything else aside, just this piece of 1,000-year-old dead tree, plus these leaf shell mushrooms, makes this trip worthwhile. Although Pei Dong was also interested in the leaf shell mushrooms, they weren't of much use to him. At most, he could exchange them for some spirit stones. What he needed now was the resources to break through to the golden core realm, and these leaf shell mushrooms weren't useful for that. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and Xian Sanqi had no choice but to give up and follow Pei Dong into the cave. The cave's entrance was a stone gate about 3 zhang high, bearing the mottled marks of time, showing its age. Let's go in. The stone door had no restrictions, it was just an ordinary stone door. Pushing open the door, the scene and furnishings inside were breathtaking. The most striking thing inside the cave was 3 coffins, forming an equilateral triangle. The mysterious spirit body forging technique must have been recorded on this coffin. Besides the 3 coffins, the only other thing in this secret chamber seemed to be a mysterious array altar. A long-distance teleportation array. As an array master, he naturally recognized this kind of array. A long-distance teleportation array was at least a 4th-order array. Xian Sanqi was a 2nd-tier array master, capable of setting up 2nd-tier arrays at most. However, this didn't prevent him from recognizing it as a long-distance teleportation array. Primordial void stones can effectively counteract spatial storms. Xian Sanqi's words were overheard by the brothers Lin Xuanhua and Lin Xuanzhong outside the cave, and Lin Yongmao also knew about this situation. The middle-aged cultivator tried to break free, but the claws were like iron clamps, he could barely move an inch. All of this happened in an instant, and Xian Sanqi and Pei Dong had no intention of rescuing him. Xian Sanqi retreated quickly, while Pei Dong, with great courage, rushed to the open coffin, intending to cut off the source of the problem. Flying zombie. Rank, mid-tier 3. Talent abilities, flight, bloodlust, corpse fire. Description: the resentment of the dying can transform them into zombies. Burial in special locations may also give birth to zombies. Once a flying zombie becomes one, it possesses at least Tier 3 strength. Weakness: zombies are extremely mean beings, fearing lightning and extreme neon flames. Lin Yongmao followed Lin Xuanbuo's gaze and saw the flying zombie's information on the attribute panel. He calmly considered that his grandfather and second uncle were definitely no match for this zombie. If he used Southern Bright Fire to deal with this flying zombie, it shouldn't be a problem. But were there other dangers lurking in this cave? He dared not teleport there rashly. The flying zombie wiped the blood from its mouth with its green fur, then turned its attention to Pei Dong, who was eyeing its coffin. Pei Dong, normally a cautious person, became careless here. He was simply too eager to break through to the golden core stage. Missing this opportunity might mean he would be forever stuck at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. These were of no use to him. He turned his gaze to the other two coffins and directly pried open their lids. Roar! The flying zombie roared, its emotions and energy erupting. Its bony wings slightly unfurled, and it charged towards Pei Dong with increased speed. Chen Sanchi wasn't idle either. He had already begun setting up an array around the cave. He was confident that as long as he set up his arrays well, even a third-tier flying zombie could put up a fight. If you were to ask which profession had the best chance of defeating an enemy across a major realm, it wouldn't be a sword cultivator nor a body cultivator, but an array master. Either the array must be set up in advance, otherwise, cultivators generally wouldn't allow array masters to concentrate on setting up arrays during battle. But the flying zombie's mind was controlled by rage. Its target was singular, Pei Dong, who had lifted the coffin lid. The two other flying zombies he had imagined didn't appear. Instead, two corpses lay quietly, both reduced to skeletons. Judging from the size of the skeleton, it should be a young child and a woman. No wonder this flying zombie went berserk. It turns out his wife and daughter lay in the other two coffins. Qian Sanchi shouted, "Senior brother Pei, hold on a little longer. Once my formation is complete, this zombie won't escape our grasp." Before Pei Dong could examine the treasures in the other two coffins, or even check if there were any spiritual items that could help him break through to the golden core stage, the flying zombie attacked him. Unlike the zombies in movies, the flying zombie wasn't extremely slow. Because of its bony wings, it was incredibly fast. In just 2 breaths, it was already beside Pei Dong. Corpse fire. The flying zombie spewed out grayish-white flames, causing the temperature inside the cave to drop several degrees, and even frost to condense on the cave walls. However, a high-grade defensive magic artifact shield was directly corroded by the corpse fire, leaving a pit. The corpse poison seeped into Pei Dong's hands along the shield. Without time to regret it, Pei Dong threw the shield away. Pei Dong's cultivation was at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, but the flying zombie was at the middle grade of the 3rd rank, stronger than Pei Dong in every aspect. Last time, Pei Dong, Lin Xuanzhong, and the others were able to escape because there were others to take their place, but now they were facing a middle grade 3rd rank flying zombie. Pei Dong retreated rapidly, no longer caring what treasures were inside the coffin. However, the speed of the flying zombie was far beyond what Pei Dong, at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, could match. With a gentle flap of its bony wings, it transformed into a gust of wind and caught up with Pei Dong. Its sharp claws pierced Pei Dong's back, the corpse poison slowly seeping in along them. Lin Xuanbuo knew Pei Dong was finished. Even if he escaped, there would be no way to cure the corpse poison, and besides, he now had no chance of escape. Lin Xuanzhong looked at Lin Xuanbuo, asking if they should intervene now. Naturally, it was for Qian Sanchi, who was making a final, desperate attempt. As a formation master, Qian Sanchi had already set up his most skilled formations around the cave. Pei's death had been valuable, buying him enough time. Earth Fire Array. Rank, mid-grade 2nd tier. Description: a composite array of earth and fire attributes, an offensive array that can summon earth spikes and flames to attack enemies. This is the information Lin Yongmao gleaned from the attribute panel. Although it's only a mid-grade 2nd tier array, it can still harm 3rd tier demonic beasts or golden core cultivators. Moreover, this array possesses the characteristics of fire, making it the nemesis of these zombies. Ha ha ha, the array is set up. No matter what kind of zombie you are, you'll die inside my array. Qian Sanqi laughed triumphantly, waving the array flag in his hand, constantly generating flames, while earth spikes suddenly appeared from the ground, possessing extremely strong penetrating power. The flying zombie was trapped inside the earth fire array. The ground spikes did almost no damage to him. His body was as strong as steel, naturally adept at defense. Although the spikes had strong penetrating power, they couldn't break through the flying zombie's defenses. Could Qian Sanqi really succeed? With his foundation establishment stage cultivation at the peak and his abilities as a second-tier array master, successfully killing a mid-stage third-tier flying zombie would indeed be a remarkable achievement. The power of the flames generated by the earth fire array was ultimately limited. While they could burn the green fur on the zombie's body, they couldn't harm its internal organs. The flying zombie struggled within the earth fire array for only a moment before its green fur was completely burned away, revealing its true form. It was a burly man about 2 meters tall, distinguished from humans only by its claws and fangs, and its blood-red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. This. Qian Sanqi panicked. He had initially thought the earth fire array would kill him, but the situation had reversed so quickly, catching him completely off guard. The flying zombie charged forward, easily shattering the earth fire array's protective barrier, its target being Qian Sanqi, who was still waving the array flag. The array plate in Qian Sanqi's hand cracked, signifying the complete breakdown of his array. The zombie's claws tore him into several pieces, the stench of blood filling the entire cave. As an array master, Qian Sanqi was relatively weak, unlike a body-refining cultivator with a powerful physique, and was easily killed by the flying zombie at close range. Thus, all 3 cultivators of the Qinglan sect had perished at the hands of the flying zombie. The flying zombie coldly glanced at the hiding place of Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong, and spoke. Have you seen enough? Through Lin Xuanbo's vision, Lin Yongmao heard the flying zombie speak human language, having developed sentience, equivalent to being reborn. However, this rebirth comes at a price. Experiencing any heavenly tribulation will be several times more difficult than for an ordinary person. Most zombies didn't die in battle, but from the heavenly tribulation. We've disturbed your cultivation, fellow Taoist. We brothers are not with these 3. Lin Xuanzhong scratched his head awkwardly, not denying it. The flying zombie continued, I've eaten enough blood. You should leave. Don't push your luck. Lin Yongmao confirmed that there were no other zombies in the cave, so he clicked the portable teleportation button. After a spatial fluctuation, Lin Yongmao appeared beside Lin Xuanzhong. Yongmao, how did you get here? Lin Xuanzhong asked in confusion. With Lin Xuanbo's early-stage golden core cultivation, holding off the flying zombie for a short time shouldn't be difficult. The southern bright fire gradually formed in front of Lin Yongmao, and it showed a tendency to intensify. Fire control technique. The southern bright fire transformed into the form of the divine beast vermilion bird, rushing towards the corpse fire. The corpse fire, being countered by the supreme yang flame, was instantly devoured. The temperature in the cave gradually rose, especially affecting the flying zombie directly. I promise you, I'll give you the complete mysterious spirit body forging technique. It's the body refining technique I learned back then, so it's useless to me now. Lin Yongmao formed hand seals, and flames in the form of a vermilion bird surged towards the flying zombie's true form. But with Lin Xuanbo's assistance, things were different. The southern bright flame began to scorch the flying zombie's body. Trapped within the intense yang flames, the flying zombie resisted with all its might, even spitting out its own corpse core. A third-tier zombie will develop a corpse core within its body. This corpse core will be the source of its power. However, the corpse core only temporarily slowed the burning flames. Its chilling aura restored a sliver of consciousness to the flying zombie. I once had a happy family of 3, but alas, I fought to the death with my enemies, and in the end, I could only die here. Please, please don't. You can kill me, but please don't harm the bodies of my wife and children. They were innocent. The flying zombie poured out his heart before his death, the burning of the southern bright fire making his mind increasingly blurred. Ultimate yang overcomes yin, this is an unchanging truth. However, the flying zombie's words did not soften Lin Yongmao's heart. No matter your 1,000 excuses, the world of cultivation is cruel. As long as these corpses are valuable to Lin Yongmao, he will take them. What do you care about your predicament? If Lin Yongmao were the weaker party, he and his companions might not even be able to preserve their corpses. Lin Yongmao scratched his head awkwardly, utterly overwhelmed with excitement and fearing the flying zombie might launch a final, desperate attack. Yongmao, how did you suddenly appear here? Lin Xuanbo asked, puzzled. Lin Xuanzhong added, never mind that, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Yongmao, take whatever you want. Lin Yongmao looked at the furnishings in the cave. The ordinary gold and silver jewels were naturally beneath his notice. He looked towards the coffin lid, which he needed most. Sure enough, the 3 coffin lids, when combined, formed the complete mysterious spirit body forging technique. The complete mysterious spirit body forging technique isn't limited to absorbing energy from spiritual plants, it can absorb all substances with spiritual energy, transforming them into mysterious spirit chi. Lin Yongmao quickly took out a blank jade slip and began to copy its contents. Lin Yongmao thought this made sense. He was planning to cultivate leaf shell mushrooms in large quantities, and these 1,000-year-old golden Nanmu coffin boards would be perfect for this purpose. He then embarked on the path of cultivation, otherwise, ordinary cultivators wouldn't have bothered with such worldly gold and silver treasures. Beneath this corpse lie 3 jade slips and a dagger. Blood escape technique. Concentrating spirit pill recipe. Mid-grade spiritual weapon, cold light dagger. Aside from the mysterious spirit body forging technique, this was the most valuable item in the cave. Most of the things protecting the cave had been lost to the endless ages. Lin Xuanbo checked the storage bags of the 3 Qinglan sect cultivators and found a jade slip in Chen Sanchi's bag as well. Second order array master inheritance. The Lin family, as a family of cultivators, had been lacking in such inheritances, and this found the perfect opportunity to fill that gap. Lin Yongmao didn't stand on ceremony and made copies of them all. There's still a damaged, ultra-long-distance teleportation array here, but unfortunately, it's completely useless now, Lin Xuanzhong sighed. He then left the cave and collected all the 1,000-year-old withered wood along with a large quantity of leaf shell mushrooms. Lin Yongmao took some and put it in a jade box, stuffing the rest into his storage bag. Most of the leaf shell mushrooms could be used directly, but a small amount needed to be reserved for propagation. As for the cultivation conditions, Lin Yongmao could continue to utilize the value of the 1,000-year-old withered wood. Furthermore, the 3,000-year-old golden Nanmu coffin boards could also be used as a cultivation site for the leaf shell mushrooms. Now, the task of finding the leaf shell mushrooms was completed, and all the materials for the foundation establishment pill were gathered. This was Lin Yongmao's first outing, and the harvest was extremely rich. First, there's the complete version of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, which he desperately needs, a total of 10 levels. Lin Yongmao can teleport to Lin Xuanbo's side, so naturally he has a way to teleport back. After a subtle spatial fluctuation, Lin Yongmao disappeared, leaving Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong standing there, bewildered. This child. They had lived for nearly 200 years, weathering countless storms, and had become indifferent to many things. Knowing that Lin Yongmao still cared deeply for the Lin family was enough for the 2 elders. As for his methods and opportunities, they wouldn't pry. Lin Yongmao first teleported home, exchanged pleasantries with his mother Han Yueying for a while, and then returned to Thousand Cliffs. This trip, though risky, yielded tremendous rewards. It truly proved the saying, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. After arranging the 1,000-year-old withered wood in 3 coffin boards, Lin Yongmao first copied the complete mysterious spirit body forging technique, his most pressing need. These materials then became the cultivation ground for the leaf shell mushrooms. Mature leaf shell mushrooms were harvested by Lin Yongmao, and new ones began to grow. The leaf shell mushrooms were incredibly cute, resembling bright white seashells shimmering with a subtle blue light. Now, Lin Yongmao had learned the blessing of life secret technique from the withering and flourishing technique. Cultivating the leaf shell mushrooms had become remarkably simple. Their growth cycle was extremely short, allowing for a harvest every few months. purple jade fruit, white flower vine, leaf shell mushrooms. The materials for refining the foundation building pill were all prepared. Lin Yangmao's preparations were complete. After breathing deeply to calm his mind, Lin Yangmao began refining the pill. Currently, Lin Yangmao was already a second-tier alchemist, and refining the second-tier foundation building pill was no problem at all. The 11th batch. The smile on Lin Yangmao's lips was harder to suppress than an AK's. The aroma told him the quality of this batch of pills was quite good. However, his joy turned to sorrow. The energy inside the furnace became extremely unstable. Rumble. Something seemed to be brewing inside the furnace, emitting a muffled thunderous sound. Lin Yangmao was experienced. This was clearly a sign of an impending explosion. Lin Yangmao's breathing became rapid, and his jaw muscles clenched. He knew things were dire. He quickly used his spiritual power to envelop the entire alchemy furnace, and simultaneously ran towards the edge of Thousand Cliffs, throwing the nearly exploding furnace off the cliff. Boom! A few seconds later, a deafening sound reverberated over a great distance. Lin Xuanbo nodded, saying, "Judging from the force, it's at least a third-tier demonic beast or a golden core cultivator. It's even more powerful than when I underwent my golden core tribulation." The two pondered whether this was the Qinglan sect's doing or another beast horde led by a third-tier demonic beast. So, alchemy was indeed a very dangerous thing. After calming himself down, Lin Yangmao resumed alchemy. He refused to believe it would end badly. New medicinal herbs were added to the furnace. With more experience, Lin Yangmao realized the problem. Of course, he didn't risk adjusting his approach in that direction and continued refining pills normally. Finally, the final moment of pill condensation arrived. Ding! Finally, it was a success. Moreover, he refined 8 low-grade foundation establishment pills in one go. Although they are only low-grade foundation establishment pills, each one is worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the price sold at the Lingbao Pavilion's Yangcheng branch. If sold in Qingyang, the price would be at least 50% higher. Lin Yangmao now possesses the ability to refine foundation establishment pills, and his success rate will only increase in the future. At that time, with more foundation establishment cultivators, the Qinglan sect would no longer be the sole dominant force. Moreover, Lin Yangmao could take this opportunity to amass a fortune in spirit stones. Refining one batch of foundation establishment pills takes approximately 3 hours, and Lin Yangmao can refine a maximum of 3 batches per day. He also needs to find time for cultivation, and pill refining is extremely taxing on his spiritual sense. Although he can recover from the damage through Millennium Cloud Mist Tea, there's no need to grind so much. The road to immortality is long, there's no need to live a miserable life every day. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong were surrounded by a group of Qinglan sect cultivators, including 24 foundation establishment cultivators. The 24 foundation establishment cultivators formed the layered mist formation, trapping the two within its confines. Yuan Wang and Luo Wei emerged. Luo Wei interrupted Lin Xuanbo, saying, "No need to say more. The cultivation world has always been a dog-eat-dog world. Your Lin family has a golden core stage expert like you, but if you perish here, you'll have no future." Luo Wei coughed, "You can only blame yourselves for being too weak." Luo Wei had already made his move. The jade ruler flew out from his dantian, growing larger and larger, shimmering with dazzling light. All eyes were now focused on this jade ruler. However, for Lin Xuanzhong and Lin Xuanbo, it felt like an unbearable pressure. This pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. Especially Lin Xuanbo, whose mouth was now bleeding. Although his cultivation had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, he was still a whole realm below the golden core stage. Furthermore, his lifespan was nearing its end, and his vital energy was insufficient, meaning he could no longer unleash the full power of a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Xuanbo quickly erected an energy shield, allowing Lin Xuanzhong to recover. Looking at the approaching natal magic weapon, the jade ruler, and the layered mist formation, formed by the foundation establishment cultivators of the Qinglan sect, Lin Xuanzhong frowned deeply. They were in danger this time. This Luo Wei truly lived up to his reputation as a veteran golden core stage expert. He had already forged his own natal magic weapon. Every cultivator, once they reached the golden core stage, could forge their own natal magic weapon. A natal magic weapon differed from magic tools, spiritual artifacts, and ancient treasures. It would continuously improve as its master's cultivation increased, constantly nurturing and growing within the master's dantian. At a higher cultivation level, even a natal magic weapon can surpass an ancient treasure. However, crafting a natal magic weapon is extremely demanding. Therefore, golden core cultivators will not easily craft a natal magic weapon without finding satisfactory materials. As the supreme elder of the Qinglan sect, Luo Wei had all the sect's best resources concentrated in his possession, which allowed him to craft a natal magic weapon that satisfied him. His jade ruler is named the Warm Jade Ruler. It possesses both auxiliary and offensive characteristics. The natal magic weapon, Warm Jade Ruler, has just unleashed its power. The Qinglan sect cultivators' combat power was amplified by the Warm Jade Ruler, greatly increasing their fighting spirit. Lin Xuanhua and Lin Xuanzhong, however, faced the oppressive power of the Warm Jade Ruler, which somewhat hampered their combat strength. Lin Xuanhua, having just entered the Golden Core realm, was not only weaker than Luo Wei in terms of secret techniques and spells, but his lack of a natal magic weapon alone made him no match for Luo Wei. Furthermore, Yuan Wang and 24 Foundation Establishment cultivators were there to support him. Lin Xuanhua unleashed several spells in succession, but still couldn't break through the layered mist formation. The layered mist formation connected several cultivators into a single entity, achieving a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Moreover, it could temporarily transfer spiritual energy to one of them, making it virtually without weaknesses. Even with Lin Xuanhua's cultivation at the Golden Core stage, he couldn't break through the combined layered mist formation of 24 Foundation Establishment cultivators in a short time. If they went out, it wouldn't be helping, it would be adding to the trouble for Lin Xuanhua and Lin Xuanzhong. He was extremely worried about his grandfather and second uncle, as they had gone out for his sake. Lin Yuqing and the others were also very worried, but they were helpless. The two elders were still some distance from the formation, and the Qinglan sect cultivators wouldn't easily let them retreat into it. Luo Wei, seeing the two gradually exhausting themselves, felt the time was ripe. Lin Xuanhua, Lin Xuanzhong, you two should try my Warm Jade Ruler. Luo Wei channeled his true essence into his natal magic weapon, and the Warm Jade Ruler's warm luster turned crimson red as it slammed towards the two. The layered mist formation briefly dissipated, and the Qinglan sect cultivators immediately retreated to the side. In desperation, Lin Yongma shouted, "Grandpa, look at your storage bag." Lin Xuanhua immediately understood. Without any doubt, he scanned the storage bag with his divine sense and found a talisman treasure. Lin Xuanhua immediately channeled his true essence into the talisman. With his golden core cultivation, activating the talisman's power was instantaneous. A cyan longsword flew out, the talisman treasure, Azure Origin Sword. This was the last talisman Lin Yongmao possessed. He had just used the item granting function to transfer it to Lin Xuanhua. Otherwise, he dared not even imagine the outcome of Lin Xuanhua and Lin Xuanzhong fighting their natal magic weapons with their bare bodies. The Azure Origin Sword and the Warm Jade Ruler clashed fiercely. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Lin Xuanhua had used this sword technique, and Lin Yongmao had naturally submitted a copy to the family as well. Now, Lin Xuanhua had also used it. It turned out the Azure Origin Sword was no match for the Warm Jade Ruler. This was easily understood. The Azure Origin Sword was, after all, a talisman, possessing only a portion of the power of a natal magic weapon. However, a talisman is, after all, just a talisman. Its energy was constantly being depleted. Lin Xuanhua had used almost all three of his chances at once. The talisman paper originally bearing the Azure Origin Sword's design began to dim and lose its luster. Go! Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xuanhua fully unleashed the last of the Azure Origin Sword's talisman's energy. The talisman paper turned to ashes, and the Azure Origin Sword exerted its final, residual heat. Lin Xuanhua couldn't care less about anything else. If he could successfully enter the formation, a few injuries wouldn't be a big deal. Seeing this, Lin Xuanzhong quickly turned aside, shielding Lin Xuanhua from the flying sword. Large spurts of blood gushed out. Second uncle. Second grand uncle. The Lin family members within the formation cried out, many women even shedding tears. This elder who had watched them grow up was now fatally wounded. A high-grade magic weapon wasn't so scary, but this was wielded by a golden core cultivator. I'm already an old man, my lifespan is already short. But you're different, you are the backbone of the Lin family. With you, the Lin family survives. Don't say any more, second brother, you should rest for a while. I'll take you back to the family first. Lin Xuanbo's voice softened, and he looked at Lin Xuanzhong with pity. But his speed didn't slow down at all. If he had blocked the flying sword attack, he wouldn't have died, but in this situation, Lin Xuanzhong's actions were also for the sake of his family. His lifespan was already limited. If Lin Xuanbo were seriously injured, it would inevitably have severe consequences, putting the Lin family at a disadvantage in the upcoming defensive battle. But now, it was he who was critically injured and on the verge of death, so the problem was less serious, at least it wouldn't affect the overall situation. This was his final consideration, to contribute his last strength for the family. Lin family members immediately gathered around to care for the critically injured Lin Xuanzhong. Ignoring the depletion of his own true essence, Lin Xuanbo began to personally control the operation of the two arrays, fearing that the Qinglan sect cultivators would break through them. Second great uncle. Lin Yongmao looked at the aged body and softly called out. Mysterious Yin True Water. This mysterious Yin True Water possessed extremely strong healing abilities. Lin Yongmao had not learned to refine any pills to restore injuries, so he could only place his hopes on this mysterious Yin True Water. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lin Xuanzhong's wounds gradually healed. It worked! The clansmen were overjoyed, marveling at the water's miraculous power. However, Lin Xuanzhong still showed no signs of waking up. Lin Yongmao sighed softly, saying, I only treated second uncle's external injuries, but his Dao foundation is already damaged, and his lifespan is his fatal flaw. If they don't find a longevity-enhancing spiritual plant or elixir, second uncle probably won't live much longer. The Qinglan sect cultivators, led by Yuan Wang and Luo Wei, did not leave easily. The core strength of the Qinglan sect had come here, 24 foundation establishment cultivators and 2 golden core cultivators. This kind of lineup would be invincible anywhere in Xinjiang, striking fear into the hearts of any power. The major cultivation families in Xinjiang City would quickly crumble under this attack. 26 cultivators from the Azure Mist sect stood side by side before the Lin family's protective formation, arranged in a long, serpentine line. Everyone, concentrate all your strength on one point and break the formation. Then let's see what the Lin family has to offer in return, Luo Wei commanded. Sect Master Yuan Wang of the Qinglan sect began to gather his strength, unleashing the secret technique, Golden Halberd, generating an extremely imposing golden weapon. Lin Xuanbo recklessly poured his true essence into the array plate, fully activating the power of both arrays. Lin Xuanbo, with his golden core cultivation, fully activated the array's power, temporarily granting it the protective capabilities of a third-tier array. Seeing that things weren't going well, Lin Yongmao quickly entrusted Lin Xuanzhong to his aunt, Lin Yulian's, care. He then began refining pills. The Lin family members witnessed a very abrupt scene. While everyone was on high alert, ready for battle, Lin Yongmao leisurely began preparing to refine pills. Lin Yongmao didn't answer Lin Yulian, nor did he pay attention to the questioning gazes of the other family members. Well, the most important thing in pill refining is to have a calm and peaceful mind. Han Yuxiu rolled her eyes at Lin Yongmao. She was also in the group and couldn't help but think to herself, what is this show-off doing, displaying his pill refining skills at a time like this? Does he think this will attract the attention of the Qinglan sect, so even if the formation is broken, they won't kill him? Elder Luo Wei, witnessing Lin Yongmao's actions, was immediately impressed. This young man wasn't refining ordinary pills, he was producing a second-tier foundation establishment pill. The Lin family actually had a second-tier alchemist. Second-tier alchemists held extremely high status in Xinjiang. The entire Qingyang sect only had one second-tier alchemist. Yet this seemingly unknown young man appeared to be a second-tier alchemist, and now he was refining a foundation establishment pill. Luo Wei was already thinking that after conquering the Lin family, this young man absolutely couldn't be killed. Instead, he should be kept under control so he could continuously refine pills. Natal magic treasure, warm jade ruler. Secret technique, golden. Battle halberd. Layered mist formation. The three attacks combined into a single force, striking a point within the formation. The energy shield began to fluctuate violently. Elder Luo Wei commanded, "Everyone, take a break. One more attack like that, and the Lin family's protective array will be broken." The eyes of the Qinglan sect cultivators burned with fervor. With tangible incentives, they became even more proactive. The Qinglan sect cultivators began taking turns meditating to recover their spiritual energy. The recent attack had taken a heavy toll on them. This included the leaders, Yuan Wang and Luo Wei. Luo Wei watched the figure still diligently refining pills, a sudden unease stirring within him. He couldn't quite understand what this young man was doing. Half an hour later. The numerous cultivators of the Qinglan sect had recovered their spiritual energy. Ignoring the consumption of pills and spirit stones, their recovery was remarkably rapid. Now, Lin Yongmao opened his eyes. He felt the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy within the alchemy furnace before him, a feeling that even he found terrifying. Lin Yongmao threw the alchemy furnace towards the Qinglan sect cultivators. The alchemy furnace landed in the center of the Qinglan sect cultivators. This left the Qinglan sect cultivators somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with this young cultivator from the Lin family? Was he going to refine a batch of pills for them? Until they heard the rumbling sounds from within the alchemy furnace. "Oh no, the furnace exploded," one of the Qinglan sect cultivators shouted. Besides, even if the furnace exploded, how powerful could it be? Bang! The alchemy furnace exploded, the enormous sound causing the consciousness of all the cultivators present, including Yuan Wang and Luo Wei, to freeze. That's right, all of them perished. The 24 cultivators, forming a layered chi array, were a unified defensive unit. Even if a golden core cultivator attacked them, they could withstand it for a short time. But the explosion was far more powerful than a casual strike from a golden core cultivator. The slap in the face came too quickly. They had initially thought they could easily handle the explosion, but this carelessness led to their deaths. Even Yuan Wang and Luo Wei, who were on the verge of the explosion, were affected. Yuan Wang was scorched by the blast wave and thrown more than 10 meters away. Luo Wei held his natal magic weapon, the warm jade ruler, in front of him, blocking most of the explosive energy, but he was still coughing up blood. However, this time, the Lin family had the upper hand. The Qinglan sect suffered heavy losses. All 24 of their most elite foundation establishment cultivators were wiped out. Sect Master Yuan Wang was severely injured. Elder Luo Wei was also slightly injured. Retreat! Luo Wei grabbed the badly injured Yuan Wang and flew away. Lin Xuanbo wanted to give chase, but his own true essence was severely depleted, so he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Clap! 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 Don't overthink it, it's the sound of applause. The Lin family members applauded, and the focus of the crowd shifted to Lin Yongmao. "Yongmao, you're amazing. So this is how you do alchemy. Yongmao, you're a second-tier alchemist. You kept it a secret from us for so long." Now it was Lin Yongmao's turn to feel embarrassed. He scratched his head and replied, "Yongmao, do you know how to refine foundation establishment pills?" Lin Yongmao answered, "A little bit, but the success rate isn't high. Just now, the furnace exploded while I was refining it." After saying this, Lin Yongmao chuckled. He never boasted, which made the clansman realize the preciousness of foundation establishment pills. Lin Xuanbo stepped forward, saying with great satisfaction, "Yongmao, you've given us so many surprises." Lin Yongmao kept deflecting, saying that he was just lucky, and that it was all thanks to the family's nurturing of him. He changed the subject, looking at Lin Xuanzhong with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. Lin Xuanbo sighed deeply. Your second uncle's lifespan was already limited. Even without this ordeal, he probably wouldn't have lived much longer. Lin Xuanbo slowly scanned Lin Xuanzhong's body with his divine sense, thinking with some surprise, he thought it was a fatal wound, but unexpectedly, all the external injuries had been healed. This must be another of Yang Mao's miraculous abilities. 6 months should be enough time for him to sign in and cultivate the spiritual plant that increases lifespan. Looking at Lin Yongmao's confident eyes, Lin Xuanbo was moved. Perhaps Yongmao really could save Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuma, and Lin Yuqing approached, Lin Yuan especially appearing somewhat agitated. Father, both of the family's formations are currently in a state of collapse. If we experience another attack like this, our Lin family cannot withstand it. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures must be taken. Lin Xuanbo continued, now that your second uncle is seriously injured, the scripture pavilion needs someone to guard it. Who should be given this task? Lin Xuanbo looked at Lin Yuan, wanting to hear the patriarch's opinion. The position of scripture pavilion guard is equivalent to an elder in the family, and it's a relatively leisurely one. If Yongmao is willing, he would be more suitable for this position. However, I'm considering that Yongmao is a dual spiritual root cultivator with immense growth potential. Taking on any family position would actually hinder his cultivation. While this position is important, it's not indispensable. Furthermore, for Lin Yuma, becoming the manager of the family's scripture pavilion would significantly enhance his position within the family. He didn't want to compete with his second uncle. Then let Yumo have it. Lin Yuhuan announced with a wave of his hand. This, all right. Lin Yongma took out 10 low-grade foundation establishment pills and handed them directly to Lin Yuhuan, saying, Uncle, as long as the Lin family members need foundation establishment pills, there will be plenty. The Lin family members present all showed longing. In fact, quite a few of them were already at the bottleneck of the great perfection of qi refining. The Lin family had suffered several invasions from external enemies, instilling in them a strong sense of crisis. If they didn't improve their own strength, they would eventually perish in one of these crises. Now, with a second-tier alchemist in the Lin family, they had enough pills for cultivation. Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Peaks Cliff. He had refined several batches of foundation establishment pills that day, and his spiritual energy was completely depleted. He was mentally exhausted. Upon returning to Thousand Peaks Cliff, he lay down on the grass of spirit-nourishing grass. He chewed a piece of thousand-year cloud mist tea, which cleared his mind somewhat. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yongmao finally woke up. Even though cultivators could use meditation instead of sleep, he still preferred to recuperate through sleep. System, I need to sign in. Feeling the gentle morning light, Lin Yongmao silently recited. Ding! This sign-in reward was doubled, making it much better than usual, another spiritual plant. Lin Yongmao materialized the reward, a section of bamboo whip resembling jade, with fine roots growing on it. Azure Bamboo Root System. Rank, High Grade Tier 3. Description, a wood attribute spiritual bamboo that releases a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy during its growth. Azure bamboo is also an important material for crafting magical artifacts, possessing an extremely hard texture. So, azure bamboo is one of the materials for crafting natal magical artifacts, making it a highly valuable functional spiritual plant. The ancestors' natal magical artifact, the Azure Origin Sword, should primarily be made of azure bamboo. If the azure bamboo in Lin Yongmao's possession grows to over 1,000 years old, the Azure Origin Sword crafted from it will undoubtedly be even more powerful. Lin Yongmao remembered that his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo, also possessed a wood attribute spiritual root and primarily cultivated wood attribute techniques during his golden core stage. Lin Yongmao buried the roots of the green spirit bamboos in a place abundant with spiritual energy, and also planted living soil nearby. Netherworld Bamboo Root System. Grade, High Grade 3rd Rank. Description, dark attribute spiritual bamboo that releases a small amount of demonic energy during its growth. Netherworld bamboo is also an important material for refining magic weapons, possessing an extremely hard texture. Lin Yongmao had already planted the Netherworld bamboo root system, which had already sprouted 3 or 4 Netherworld bamboo shoots and 6 tall Netherworld bamboo stalks. Under Lin Yongmao's meticulous cultivation, the Netherworld bamboo grew extremely fast. 2 of the bamboo stalks were already over 100 years old, suitable even for crafting ordinary natal magic weapons. As for the bamboo shoots, they were actually edible. The gold-eating beast, Xiaosong, once dug one up and secretly ate it, but was reported by the moon-toed rabbit black slave, and Lin Yongmao gave Xiaosong a good scolding. The black slave chuckled secretly in the corner. Usually, Xiaosong kept it in check, and now it had finally seized its chance. Currently, the netherworld bamboo hadn't spread widely, so Lin Yongmao wouldn't allow the spirit beasts to wreak havoc. Actually, he was also eager to taste what the netherworld bamboo shoots were like. Netherworld bamboo and azure bamboo are the same type of spirit plant, just with different attributes. When they're old enough, they can be harvested and refined into natal magic weapons. Lin Yongmao refined another batch of foundation establishment pills, this time with a good yield and high-quality pills. A total of 3 low-grade foundation establishment pills and 5 mid-grade foundation establishment pills were produced. Lin Yongmao suddenly remembered that today was supposed to be the day his father, Lin Yuqing, went to Qingyang City to sell the foundation establishment pills. He hadn't experienced Qingyang City's splendor since his soul transmigrated. Shared vision. Lin Yongmao shared Lin Yuqing's vision. The scene before him was inside the Lingbao Pavilion. Lingbao Pavilion, Qingyang City branch. Lin Yuqing was currently chatting idly with the manager, Su Lizzie. Lin Yuqing downed his tea in one gulp, remarking that it was indeed lacking in flavor. Compared to the 1000-year cloud mist tea, this tea was far inferior. Manager Su, business has been good lately. Being busy is good, that means spirit stones for Manager Su. Lin Yuqing didn't say anything more either, simply refilling his teacup. The organizer of this auction is the City Lord's Mansion, and they will definitely invite your Lin family to participate. The City Lord's Mansion? That's right. Qingyang City Lord Chen He has returned and successfully formed his golden core. Lin Yuqing was trying to process this news. He hadn't expected that Chen He, like his father Lin Xuanbua, had also successfully advanced to the early stage of the golden core realm. Although advancing to the golden core realm requires undergoing a heavenly tribulation, the celestial phenomena produced by the heavenly tribulation are extremely limited. Therefore, unless one is paying special attention to someone, it is difficult to detect such activity. Now, Qingyang has 4 golden core cultivators. It's no longer just the Qinglan sect that dominates. Su Lizzie continued, this auction isn't just for rogue cultivators from Qingyang City, all the major cultivation families will send their cultivators. It's arguably the grandest auction in over a decade. Lin Yuqing inquired, besides the various demonic beast materials, are there any other special items up for auction this time? This was what Lin Yuqing was most interested in, and also what Lin Yongmao was most interested in. Lin Yuqing was somewhat alarmed, he absolutely had to attend this auction. The Lin family was entering a period of rapid development and urgently needed various inheritances. The more inheritances they had, the smoother the family's development would be. Regarding the materials for refining a natal magic weapon, Lin Yuqing was somewhat puzzled, so he asked, the city lord of Qingyang City is also a newly advanced golden core true person, so why would he auction off materials for refining a natal magic weapon at the auction? The city lord of Qingyang City has traveled far and wide, and I don't know what special method he used, but he has already gathered all the materials for refining his own natal magic weapon. These are probably redundant. Lin Yuqing seemed thoughtful. It seemed these materials were prepared for the 2 newly advanced golden core true persons from the Lin family and the Qinglan sect. With representatives from the major cultivation families attending this time, the Qinglan sect would definitely send someone as well. Su Lizzie was the manager of the Qingyang City branch of Lingbao Pavilion, while Li Qionyang was the manager of the Yang City branch. Due to geographical distance, the two were separated, and the gap between them was widening. Li Qionyang was already a foundation establishment cultivator, enjoying immense prestige and with enormous potential for future development. Lin Yuqing replied, Li Qionyang is doing quite well. It's all thanks to Brother Su's connections that I was able to purchase the resources our Lin family needed in Yang City. Su Lizzie waved his hand, no longer interested in continuing the conversation with Lin Yuqing. He was content just to know that Qionyang was doing well. Lin Yongmao's perspective was constantly shifting, taking in the bustling prosperity of Qingyang City. It encompassed both wondrous items from the cultivation world and the vibrant atmosphere of everyday life. Lin Yongmao could also intimately perceive the cries of street vendors through Lin Yuqing's senses. Lin Yongmao pondered that once his cultivation reached the golden core stage, he too would stroll through the streets of Qingyang City. The city lord's mansion was located in the heart of Qingyang City. Here, the sounds of the bustling activity had gradually faded, creating a tranquil oasis amidst the chaos. Lin Yuqing only saw an old man sweeping the street. Upon seeing Lin Yuqing, the old man's gaze immediately met his. However, the old man's demeanor was vastly different now. His face was radiant. The city lord's mansion gates had opened, the city lord had returned and successfully formed his golden core, and this old servant had also benefited from the occasion. "Immortal master, have you come to visit the city lord?" The old man bowed respectfully, showing no arrogance despite his age. Mortals are extremely humble before cultivators. The old man first went to announce his arrival, and after receiving a positive response, led Lin Yuqing into the city lord's mansion. The city lord's reception hall. Only 3 people were seated in the hall. City Lord Chen He, young City Lord Chen Sikhen, and someone Lin Yongmao recognized, Chao Yuxing, the current head of the Chao family. Lin Yongmao had seen Chao Yuxing at the Lin family banquet last time. Because the Chao family was declining, they wanted to befriend the Lin family, even gifting them a valuable, centennial red jade ginseng. But why was he here now? Chao Yuxing was handsome and tall, around 30 years old, and his cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. In a small place like Qingyang City, this was considered quite impressive, making him the object of many female cultivators' admiration and affections. Lin Yuqing entered, and both Chao Yuxing and Chen Sikhen stood up, respectfully clasping their hands in greeting. In the cultivation world, hierarchy is strict. Generally, cultivation level is more important than seniority. "Oh, by the way, Brother Lin, you've come at the perfect time. I was just about to send someone to invite the Lin family to participate in this auction. I've long heard that the city lord enjoys traveling around, so I'm sure the items at the auction won't disappoint anyone." Lin Yuqing continued, "Then I'll also add a little weight to this auction." Chen Sikhen, somewhat excited, couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Lin, what is it? 10 foundation establishment pills?" The reason he had consigned a low-grade spiritual vein from the Chao family for auction was because the Chao family might not have a foundation establishment cultivator to protect them in the future, forcing them to shrink their territory. Then, the Chao family might have a new foundation establishment cultivator. Chao Yuxing's mind raced. He still had to sell this low-grade spiritual vein. Chen Sikhen was also greatly shaken, as he had reached the crucial stage of foundation establishment. Although his father, Chen He, had brought him a foundation establishment pill, one pill didn't guarantee success. Chen He laughed, "Why wouldn't I dare? I also want to secure a future for rogue cultivators. It's not only sect cultivators and family members who can achieve foundation establishment, rogue cultivators can too, as long as they have foundation establishment pills. Truly worthy of being the city lord of Qingyang City, what a spirit!" Chen He was inherently a person of great chivalry, otherwise, he wouldn't have established this paradise for rogue cultivators. Qingyang City would no longer tolerate the Qinglan sect from now on. This action also stirred up the resentment of the others towards the Qinglan sect. From the current perspective, they were the ones who should be on the same side. However, this also serves as a reminder that the Qinglan sect is no pushover. If our Qingyang City were in the same situation as the Lin family, we would be in the same predicament. "Father, you broke through to the golden core stage. It's fortunate that the Lin family's patriarch was there first, otherwise, we would have become a thorn in the side of the Qinglan sect." Chen He also responded, "The Lin family has produced several foundation establishment cultivators in recent years, and even added a golden core expert. With this golden core expert in charge, the Lin family can develop smoothly for 300 years. Furthermore, the Lin family has also produced a second-tier alchemist. This second-tier alchemist can refine foundation establishment pills, which means he can create countless foundation establishment cultivators." "Thank you, Father. After the auction, I'll prepare to go into seclusion to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage." The news that 10 Foundation establishment pills would appear at the Qingyang City auction spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the various forces. Especially for cultivators stuck at the great perfection of the qi refining stage, whether they were family members or independent cultivators, this was seen as a chance to defy fate. Trading became even more frequent, especially in Qingyang City. The Lin Family Council Hall. Many members of the Lin family were gathered here, with Lin Yuan still at the head of the meeting. Lin Yuan, despite his meticulous planning, had overlooked this opportunity. It was indeed a good one, but he hadn't realized it. No problem. Send a few reliable clansmen to collect various rare materials, including spirit plants, spirit plant seeds, materials from demonic beasts, ores, and so on. The Lin family also sprang into action, but instead of collecting spirit stones, they lavishly spent them. 1,000 cliffs. Lin Yongmao had just finished cultivating. This withering and flourishing technique was truly excellent. It wasn't particularly difficult to cultivate and perfectly suited his wood attribute spiritual root. At this cultivation speed, without consuming any pills to increase cultivation or devouring life energy, he could break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage within a year. This cultivation speed was considered extremely fast. Those spirit plants that could be cultivated in large quantities and rapidly could all become nutrients for Lin Yongmao's cultivation. Devour life. A stream of pure life energy flowed into Lin Yongmao's body. Lin Yongmao let out a comfortable sigh. This was much better than simply cultivating. Hearing that he could eat 1,000-year purple jade fruit, the moon-toad rabbit worked even harder. The moon-toad rabbit's busy figure flashed across the spirit field. Phew! This rabbit is exhausted. Where's the 1,000-year purple jade fruit? The moon-toad rabbit stretched out one of its 3 legs, asking Lin Yongmao for it. Lin Yongmao was in a good mood. Absorbing the life energy from this pile of weeds would be enough to compensate for 10 to 15 days of arduous cultivation. Not bad. The moon-toad rabbit, black slave, happily hugged the fruit and ran off somewhere. Lin Yongmao began continuously using his secret techniques to absorb the rich life energy within the weeds. A crisp system notification sounded in Lin Yongmao's ears. Ding! System notification, your spirit pet, Moon-Toad Rabbit, has been upgraded to Late Stage Tier 1. Moon-Toad Rabbit. Tier, Late Stage Tier 1. Attributes, none. Talent, Aura of Luck. Description, a rare species of heaven and earth, a primordial spirit beast that combines the essence of the moon and the bloodline of an ancient immortal toad. During lunar eclipses, this beast inhales and exhales chaotic purple energy, its breathing trajectory subtly mirroring the celestial orbits, making it considered a manifestation of luck. The coverage area of the Aura of Luck has also increased to a diameter of 5 meters, and the current increase in luck value has increased to 50 points. Originally, the Aura of Luck increased luck value by 20 points, now it has directly increased to 50 points. This is significantly higher than Lin Yongmao's own luck value. After washing up, Lin Yongmao began checking in with peak energy and focus. Ding! Back then, when he first completed 100 days of check-ins, even with a 5x multiplier effect, he only received 2 bottles of 1,000-year spirit plant cultivation agent. Now, just 2 normal check-ins were equivalent to 1 bottle of 1,000-year spirit plant cultivation agent, essentially granting him a 1,000-year spirit plant directly. How could Lin Yongmao not be excited? Lin Yongmao materialized the bottle of 500-year spirit plant cultivation agent, and after some thought, poured it onto the Twin Ice Soul Snow Lotus. This snow lotus was brought back by Lin Yucheng. It was only a little over 300 years old at the time, but after Lin Yongmao planted it for a period of time, it had grown to over 500 years old. Once the snow lotus successfully absorbed all the nutrients in the culture medium, it had advanced to a 1,000-year age. A strange snow lotus quietly bloomed. Its roots were deeply embedded in the soil of life, yet it branched out 2 crystal-clear, jade-like stems, like intertwined threads of fate. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus swayed in the breeze, releasing a unique fragrance that refreshed the soul, its aroma growing stronger with each passing moment. Millennial Twin Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Lin Yongmao witnessed the birth of another 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. By now, he already possessed 3,000-year-old spiritual plants, the 1,000-year-old twin ice soul snow lotus before him, the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree, and the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree. Due to the world tree's innate ability, plants have spirits. Spiritual plants inevitably develop sentience after 1,000 years of growth. Eat. Lin Yongmao heard a melodious female voice emanating from the snow lotus on the branch, a sweet, childlike voice. Calling the twin ice soul snow lotus Shoshua shouldn't be a problem. But who knew, the twin ice soul snow lotus then emitted a new voice, its timbre completely different, creating a striking contrast. And what about me? Sister? Shoshua called out enthusiastically, but the mature female voice didn't seem to respond. Xiaobing didn't object, and Shoshua cheered enthusiastically, "My name is Shoshua, and sister's name is Xiaobing, we both have names now." The figure peeking and running over was none other than Lin Yongmiao, the little girl Lin Yongmao had taken in. Lin Yongmiao had been diligently cultivating recently, and in just over half a month, she had already reached the third level of the qi refining stage. Lin Yongmiao's face was rosy, and her eyes were bright and sparkling. In those bright eyes, one could even see the pale blue, millennial twin ice soul snow lotus. Brother, this must be delicious. Lin Yongmiao was a foodie, and not just when it came to candied hawthorns. Shoshua was extremely aggrieved, her voice trembling with tears. "Sister, we're going to be eaten. We heard that human cultivators like to eat 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. We finally reached the 1,000-year level, are we going to be eaten now?" Lin Yongmao was amused by this scene. For Lin Yongmiao's current cultivation level, eating a 1,000-year-old twin-stemmed ice soul snow lotus seemed a bit wasteful. "Yongmiao, this isn't tasty. Brother will give you candied hawthorn later." Seeing the little girl's resigned expression, Xiaoshuet and Xiaobing breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl's actions had been truly frightening. Lin Yongmao, seeing Xiaoshuet and Xiaobing's expressions, couldn't help but smile. He asked, "Xiaoshuet, Xiaobing, what abilities do you have?" The 1,000-year cloud mist tea can grow tea leaves that enhance spiritual power and continuously releases mist. Under the control of the all plants are soldiers formation. The 1,000-year purple jade fruit tree can bear fruit, and the energy shield it generates is indestructible. Under the control of the all plants are soldiers formation. The 1,000-year twin ice soul snow lotus should also possess unique abilities. The seemingly delicate twin snow lotus possesses considerable combat abilities. Actually, Xiao Shui was hiding something. They are not without resources, their bodies can be used as medicine, making them very suitable for cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques or ice attribute demonic beasts. Xiaobing, with a touch of aloofness, displayed its abilities, saying, "My sister and I can jointly cast Extreme Cold Cage to trap enemies within an ice crystal cage. Ice pillars will pierce the ground to form the cage, and the chill within will corrode their bodies." Xiaobing and Xiao Shui's delicate petals swayed slightly, scattering pale blue light, and one could see ice pillars and cones constantly rising from the ground, forming an indestructible cage. Even without being inside the cage, Lin Yongmao could feel the chill creeping into his body. Lin Yongmao estimated that with the abilities of the 1,000-year-old spiritual plants, coupled with the plant and tree soldier formation, stimulating their energy, even a golden core cultivator trapped inside would find it difficult to escape easily. This was one of Lin Yongmao's trump cards. Not bad. Lin Yongmao clapped his hands, reassuring Xiaobing and Xiao Shui, "Just focus on growing, don't worry about anything else. Nobody here wants to eat you." 10 days later. Qingyang City was bustling with activity, filled with cultivators entering shops and browsing stalls. Lin Yuqing and Lin Xuanbo represented the Lin family at the Qingyang City auction. Lin Xuanbo hadn't wanted to come, but he had no choice. If Lin Yuqing encountered the two golden core elders from the Qinglan sect outside, he might not return. His presence was essential for this auction. These past few days, Lin Xuanbo had been staying at an inn in Qingyang City, while Lin Yuqing had been purchasing a large amount of cultivation resources, especially materials from demonic beasts. Qingyang had recently experienced a beast tide, so rare demonic beast materials were plentiful. Although the Lin family currently lacks skilled weapon refiners and talisman makers, these materials can be stored for a long time, making it very cost-effective to buy them at low prices now. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion is also reaping huge profits. Su Lizzie, with his keen business acumen, is buying up large quantities of demon beast materials, just like Lin Yucheng. For several days in a row, Lin Yucheng's storage bags were filled to the brim. He didn't carry them with him but handed them to his father, Lin Xuanhua. A large restaurant in Xinjiang City had been temporarily converted into the auction venue. Chen He successfully achieved core formation, but no celebratory banquet was held. The astute cultivators keenly sensed that a major shift in the power structure of Xinjiang was imminent. For ordinary rogue cultivators, Chen He's breakthrough was a great boon, as he stood on their side. They had often been bullied by cultivators from powerful families and sects, now they would have much more confidence. Lin Xuanhua and Lin Yucheng entered the largest restaurant in Xinjiang City, and Lin Yongmao, timing it perfectly, shifted his gaze to Lin Yucheng. This auction was expected to be very exciting, and he didn't want to miss it. The auction was to be hosted by Chen Sikhen. Chen Sikhen was tall, handsome, and highly renowned in Xinjiang City. The cultivators present were immediately shocked. The fact that the young city lord was presiding over this auction indicated its exceptionally high status. Gentlemen, Xinjiang has just weathered the crisis of the beast tide, which has taught us the importance of improving our strength. This auction was born out of this need, and I hope everyone can find suitable items. Chen Sikhen didn't elaborate further, but concisely and directly began the auction. Even though the Lin family held a high position in Xinjiang, they were only seated in the front row. Through Lin Yucheng's perspective, Lin Yongmao could see many familiar faces. For example, his maternal grandfather Hanmi, Chao Yusheng, the head of the Chao family. Even Yuan Wang, the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, was there. Many cultivators tried to ingratiate themselves with him, but Yuan Wang ignored them all. Yuan Wang's injuries hadn't fully healed, but he had no choice, as the head of a sect, he had to come. There were things he needed at the auction. As the sect master, he couldn't be like the supreme elder Luowei, who could simply hide behind the scenes and have all the resources. He didn't want to talk much, fearing that speaking too much would reveal his serious injuries. Those seated in the front row were mostly heads or representatives of various cultivation families, as well as Qinglan sect master Yuan Wang and Xinjiang City Lord Chen He. For these prominent cultivators, this was not only an auction but also a highly meaningful social event. The auction officially begins. Chen Sikhen announced solemnly. The first item up for auction is the most anticipated, Foundation Establishment Pill, 1 low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, and each bid must increase by at least 100 low-grade Spirit Stones. The first item was a bombshell, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a rarity in Xinjiang. One Foundation Establishment Pill is roughly equivalent to a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. And the status of a Foundation Establishment Cultivator in Xinjiang is self-evident. 4. Cultivators with 3 spiritual roots, the probability of successfully establishing their foundation by consuming a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill is only 20%, but there's always the possibility that the cultivator might have other methods to increase that probability. Lin Yongmao couldn't help but think to himself, the city lord's mansion really knows how to market itself. This small Foundation Establishment Pill is packaged so exquisitely, it looks very high-class. The ordinary cultivator's eyes burned with desire. This was the cultivation resource they had always dreamed of, their chance to defy fate. Yuan Wang, looking at the Foundation Establishment Pill so close at hand, his expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Lin family to actually produce a second-tier alchemist, and one who could even refine Foundation Establishment Pills. The image of Lin Yongmao flashed through Yuan Wang's mind, the young man who had mastered the technique of exploding the furnace. 2,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. 2,100 low-grade Spirit Stones. 2,500 low-grade Spirit Stones. Bidding continued, mostly from the independent cultivators. The patriarchs of the major cultivation families didn't readily place their bids. They already knew the inside information, there was more than one Foundation Establishment Pill. In less than half a minute, the price of a single low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill had risen to 4,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, more than doubling. Seeing Yuan Wang's complex expression, Chen He couldn't help but say, Sect Master Yuan, these Foundation Establishment Pills are truly valuable. If the Qinglan sect had been willing to sell foundation establishment pills earlier, what a fortune that would have been. Oh, Chen He replied with a half-smile. The Lin family has now produced a second-tier alchemist, and they're even willing to sell foundation establishment pills. This is a boon for rogue cultivators. Even though foundation establishment pills are extremely expensive, they at least offer them a sliver of hope for reaching the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, most rogue cultivators in Xinjiang would waste their entire lives at the qi refining stage. 5,300 low-grade spirit stones, once. 5,300 low-grade spirit stones, twice. 5,300 low-grade spirit stones, 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell, and the first foundation establishment pill was bought by a rogue cultivator over 50 years old. His face was filled with joy, yet he also glanced around warily. 5,300 low-grade spirit stones was practically half a lifetime savings, but exchanging half a lifetime savings for a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage felt absolutely worthwhile. Basically, everyone got what they needed, and there were no unsold items. The patriarchs of the major families in Yuan Wang, the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, all seemed uninterested, not even lifting their eyelids. Only Lin Yuqing made numerous bids, but he was very rational, buying any suitable demonic beast material he could find. After the beast tide, Xinjiang had an abundance of demonic beast materials, and now they were all circulating in the market. Lin Yuqing was especially keen on buying demonic beast pelts. The Lin family patriarch left behind a third-tier talisman maker inheritance, and they would strongly support any descendant of the family who could grow into a talisman maker. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuqing's intention, Xia Yuxing tentatively asked, "Senior Lin, buying so many demon beast materials?" He didn't forget to give Yuan Wang a cold look after speaking. "These materials look good, and they can be preserved for a long time. I'm just buying them now," Lin Yuqing replied. He naturally wouldn't reveal that his family possessed a third-tier talisman maker inheritance. On the display stand, a talisman brush with an ink jade-colored handle and a deep black tip was presented to the crowd. Although it looked simple and unadorned, it attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. Lin Yuqing made several bids, not giving up even as the price kept rising. "This talisman brush is quite good. If any talisman maker emerges in the family, this brush can be awarded to them." Seeing Lin Yuqing's eagerness for the brush, Yuan Wang also spoke up, "I'll offer 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." He didn't really need it, as long as he could make things difficult for the Lin family, he felt his bid was worthwhile. Behind him was Lin Xuanbo, a golden core cultivator, and the entire Lin family. "Sect Master Yuan, if you don't need it, perhaps you shouldn't bid so easily. It might cause trouble later." Yuan Wang smiled and closed his eyes, saying nothing more. Lin Yuqing snorted coldly, "I bid 3,500 low-grade spirit stones." The cultivators present all sensed a conspiracy. The conflict between the Lin family and the Qinglan sect was now out in the open. The 19th item, a low-grade foundation establishment pill, starts at the same price as before, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The competition for the second foundation establishment pill was even fiercer, especially since no cultivation families were bidding. Yuan Wan thought to himself, that young alchemist from the Lin family is truly terrifyingly talented. The Lin family is only willing to offer 2 foundation establishment pills because they already have enough internally. Hanmi had already received inside information. Lin Yuqing had told his father-in-law that there were 10 foundation establishment pills in this auction and that he shouldn't rush to bid. The Han and Lin families were the closest. Both of Han's daughters married into the Lin family, and each married one of the Lin family's most prominent members. The second foundation establishment pill fetched 6,000 low-grade spirit stones at auction. And this was only a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Su Lizzie, the manager of Lingbao Pavilion, was secretly shocked. The market for foundation establishment pills in Xinjiang City was enormous. So many qi refining stage cultivators at the Great Perfection stage needed one. Now that the Lin family and the city lord's mansion had begun publicly auctioning foundation establishment pills, Lingbao Pavilion should be able to sell them without offending the Qinglan sect. He had already planned that as soon as the auction ended, he would send someone to other branches of Lingbao Pavilion to purchase a batch of foundation establishment pills. Even if he couldn't sell them for that price, it would still be enough for him to make a fortune. The 28th item, a piece of Tier 3 material, meteorite iron. Yuan Wang and Lin Xuanbo carefully examined the fist-sized piece of ore on the auction stage, lost in thought. This piece of meteorite iron was one of the materials used to refine a natal magic weapon. This fist-sized piece of meteorite iron, with the addition of some auxiliary materials, should be enough to forge a natal magic weapon without much difficulty. Third-tier meteorite iron, starting bid 7,500 low-grade spirit stones, minimum increment 200 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Chen Sikan finished speaking, no one placed a bid. Third-tier materials are indeed very precious, but most of the cultivators present lacked the confidence to bid, and holding this third tier ore was essentially useless. This was a material needed by golden core cultivators to forge natal magic weapons. It was utterly useless to them. Forget about future use, they hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet. After a long silence, Yuan Wang slowly spoke, 7,500 low-grade spirit stones. I hope everyone can give our sect some face. Lin Xuanbo, a smile spreading across his face, quoted, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Materials for refining a natal magic weapon, truly excellent stuff. Yuan Wang gritted his teeth and continued, 8,200 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, as the sect master of the Qinglan sect, no cultivator dared to disobey him. Everyone treated him with utmost respect, and any resources he desired were readily offered. Today, however, Lin Xuanbo's repeated price increases had ruined everything. Lin Xuanbo's action was a form of revenge for what he had just experienced. The Lin family had always been suppressed by the Qinglan sect, but now that they had finally turned the tables, they naturally wouldn't tolerate them anymore. He primarily cultivated wood attribute techniques, requiring wood attribute ores or spirit wood as materials for crafting magic weapons, while meteorite iron belonged to the metal attribute. Adding a small amount to his natal magic weapon was fine, but using it as the primary material was unnecessary. This was no small sum for him. The 29th item, one foundation establishment pill. As Chen Sikan began introducing yet another foundation establishment pill, murmurs rippled through the hall. How come there are still foundation establishment pills? Is heaven really trying to make me squander all my wealth for this sliver of hope for foundation establishment? I think that's unlikely. Then it means that Xingyang has produced another second-tier alchemist capable of refining foundation establishment pills. I think that's probably it. Could these foundation establishment pills be from the Qinglan sect? I see sect master Yuan is here too. Young city lord, may I ask where these foundation establishment pills come from? Finally, a rogue cultivator mustered the courage to ask. Chen Sikan replied, these were refined by a second-tier alchemist from the Lin family. Their origin is absolutely authentic, you can buy with confidence. Chen Sikan didn't mention Lin Yangmao's name. However, Lin Yangmao's name was completely unknown to the rogue cultivators present. He wanted to announce on the spot that this second-tier alchemist was his son, Lin Yangmao. The auction continued, and all the items were snapped up by the cultivators, not a single item went unsold. The city lord's mansion made a fortune. Of course, the Lin family also made a fortune. Not to mention anything else, the spirit stones from the foundation establishment pill alone were equivalent to decades of income for the Lin family. This was the absolute status of an alchemist. If a first-tier alchemist couldn't reach this level, a second-tier alchemist was enough to propel a family forward significantly. The 42nd item is a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant, the 1,000-year golden thread grass. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yongmao saw this 1,000-year-old spiritual plant through Lin Yuqing's perspective. This was a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant on the verge of death. Lin Yongmao estimated that it wouldn't have ended up in the market if it hadn't been dying. Golden thread grass is a special spiritual plant, named for the golden threads resembling the veins on its leaves. It belongs to the metal element and can significantly increase the cultivation level of cultivators practicing metal element techniques. However, this particular golden thread grass was now withered, even its roots were turning black. Although it still had a sliver of life, it probably wouldn't last much longer. However, this golden thread grass was, after all, 1,000 years old, so selling it for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was perfectly reasonable. If he directly consumed this 1,000-year-old golden thread grass, he believed his cultivation level could advance even further. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yuan Wang quoted directly. Lin Yuqing, not to be outdone, also offered a price, 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chao Yuxing bid, 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yuan Wang trembled with anger, standing up abruptly, his killing intent already subtly revealed. If he weren't still recovering from his injuries, he would have attacked immediately, killing as many as he could. Chen He coughed, reminding him, "Sect leader Yuan, please have some self-respect. This is Qingyang City, not your Qinglan sect." Humph. 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. When Lin Yuqing quoted 18,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yuan Wan's face turned extremely embarrassed. He counted the spirit stones with his divine sense and realized he didn't have that many. Seeing Yuan Wan's predicament, Lin Yuqing directly mocked, "What's wrong? Sect leader Yuan, are you short of spirit stones?" Yuan Wan's face turned green with anger. This small cultivation family dared to treat him like this. But now, he was powerless to deal with his opponent. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should have wiped out the Lin family before they rose to power. He purchased a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant, the golden thread grass, for 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. In Xingyang, Yuan Wang wasn't the only one cultivating metal attribute techniques. Lin Yuqing also cultivated metal attribute techniques, and his son and daughter-in-law were both second-tier spiritual plant masters. Perhaps they could revive the golden thread grass and allow it to continue growing. Lin Yuqing bought a lot, having plenty of spirit stones allowed him to be so extravagant. Foundation establishment pills were auctioned off one after another, with the later ones priced lower. Those independent cultivators who truly needed and could afford them had already exhausted their resources. Finally, it was the turn of the cultivators from the major families to make their moves. Hanmi bought one, and Chao Yuxing bought two. The Shu family patriarch also bought a foundation establishment pill. He was one of the most low-key among them. The Shu family was renowned for its alchemy, but the second-tier alchemists didn't come from their family. That title belonged to the Lin family. As soon as Qin Sikan finished speaking, the noise in the room vanished instantly. It was completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Third tier, inheritance. Yuan Wang couldn't help but murmur softly, his voice trembling slightly. This auction truly exceeded his expectations. He was already surprised to find materials for crafting his natal magic weapon, but he hadn't anticipated the appearance of a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. The 1,000-year-old spiritual plant was one thing, but now a third-tier inheritance had also appeared at this auction. If he had known this would happen, he should have prepared his spirit stones more carefully. Even using some of the Qinglan sect's reserves would have been worthwhile. The Qinglan sect didn't possess a third-tier array master inheritance. If they could cultivate a third-tier array master using this inheritance, then the Qinglan sect's position would be unshakable by any other power. However, the price of 40,000 low-grade spirit stones made him hesitate. Lin Yuqing was slightly stunned. He wasn't thinking about the rarity of the third-tier inheritance, but rather a sense of déjà vu. He clearly remembered that a third-tier array master inheritance had also appeared at the Yangchun Long family auction. Lin Yuqing stared blankly at the third-tier array master inheritance. He clearly remembered that the final auction price for this inheritance was 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Back then, he didn't have that many spirit stones, so he didn't bid. Now, he was here. Could it be? Could it be that the mysterious person in box number 1 was Chen He, the city lord of Qingyang City? This Chen He is truly a shrewd man. He bought this inheritance and is now auctioning it off at the same price. During this time, he at least made a copy, making a huge profit. However, the price is a bit too high. It's unlikely that any family or independent cultivator would be willing to spend 40,000 low-grade spirit stones for this third-tier inheritance. Selling this inheritance would guarantee a huge profit for their city lord's mansion. No cultivators had bid for a long time, not because they were unwilling, but because they lacked the confidence. Lin Xuanbo coughed lightly, intending to remind Chen Sichen. Very well, 40,000 low-grade spirit stones once, 40,000 low-grade spirit stones twice, 40,000 low-grade spirit stones 3 times, sold. Lin Xuanbo had his reasons. This third-tier inheritance would become a stepping stone for the Lin family to advance to a higher level. So far, the Lin family already possessed 2 third-tier inheritances, a talisman maker inheritance and a formation master inheritance. As for the Lin family's most prized skill, the spirit plant master's inheritance, it's only at the 2nd tier. Lin Yongmao faces a similar predicament. He's already reached the 2nd tier in both spirit plant master and alchemist, but without a 3rd-tier inheritance, he can't advance any further. Although the 100 Arts of Cultivation function allows him to continuously increase his proficiency, it's still insufficient without the corresponding inheritance. The 55th item, the one everyone's been eagerly anticipating, is 3 foundation establishment pills bundled together, starting at 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. And there are so many foundation establishment pills appearing all at once. The Lin family's 2nd-tier alchemist is truly skilled. He's produced so many foundation establishment pills in such a short time. He's definitely stronger than that one from the Qinglan sect. The price should be even lower this time. I wish I hadn't been in such a hurry to auction it off. 3 foundation establishment pills bundled together? Do you think you can compete with those cultivation families? Don't you even consider your own financial resources? You're right. In the end, the 3 foundation establishment pills were sold to Chao Yuxing for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, giving the Chao family a stockpile of 5 foundation establishment pills. Although Chao Yuxing had only recently become the head of the Chao family, he possessed remarkable foresight, a quality that Lin Yongmao greatly admired. Moreover, he should be able to advance smoothly to the foundation establishment stage soon. This is a 3rd-tier fire attribute cultivation technique. At its peak, it can even generate the burning heaven and boiling sea, Dantian phenomenon. The starting bid for this complete technique is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid increment no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment Lin Yuqing saw this technique, his guess became even clearer. Chen He must have been to Yang City and even participated in the auction with him. However, Lin Yuqing vaguely remembered that the 3rd-tier array master inheritance and the fire dragon spirit technique were not bought by the same person. Could it be? But Lin Yuqing didn't need to delve into these questions. This means we're not buying this set of 3rd-tier cultivation techniques. Lin Yuqing gave a wry smile. Even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't afford that many spirit stones. The final item was indeed extremely tempting, but there were almost no cultivators suitable for it. Chen He, on the other hand, cultivated fire attribute techniques. It was unknown whether he had mastered the fire dragon spirit technique. Yuan Wang, as the sect leader, also wanted to acquire this set of techniques to strengthen his sect's foundation, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough spirit stones. Qinglan sect and the Lin family, who were the most likely bidders for this set of techniques, didn't make a move, meaning this final item would ultimately go unsold. The cultivation technique was excellent, but there was no suitable person to use. This auction is now concluded. The items will be delivered to everyone shortly, Chen Sichen announced. Many rogue cultivators who hadn't won anything began to leave, including a man in black robes. There were countless cultivators dressed similarly present, yet he went unnoticed by anyone. I never expected that little Qing Yang would have so many resources. I underestimated it. The black-robed cultivator thought to himself, but he had no intention of making a move, instead observing the entire scene as a bystander. Those 2 should be Lin family cultivators, but they didn't possess any aura of a spirit beast. Could I have been looking in the wrong direction? The black-robed cultivator left dejectedly, still intending to test the waters further. Lin Yuqing and Lin Xuanbo, having acquired a large quantity of resources from their auction, were also preparing to leave. Han Mi nodded with a smile. He was now proud of his initial decision. Thankfully, he had married his 2 daughters into the Lin family, otherwise, how could they have such a close connection? Of course, he would visit the Lin family more often. Once he ran out of foundation establishment pills, he would go to the Lin family to purchase a few more. Given his relationship with the Lin family, this shouldn't be difficult, right? He wondered who this newly promoted second-tier alchemist from the Lin family was, and whether he knew him well. Although Hanmi's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, he was, after all, the only foundation establishment cultivator in the Han family. If a new foundation establishment cultivator were to emerge, he could be freed from the position of patriarch. Son-in-law, please go first. Be careful on the road, I'm sure the Qinglan sect won't let this go easily, Hanmi instructed. Yuan Wang didn't make a move either. He was currently severely injured and didn't even have time to return and recuperate. The Lin family had long decided to groom Lin Yongmao as their heir. Days of cultivation in Thousand Cliffs were not monotonous. Lin Yongmao had many things to do each day. He spent about 4 hours a day cultivating, and the withering and flourishing technique was steadily advancing his cultivation level. Besides this, he also needed to refine his body. Currently, he was still cultivating the third level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, honing his qi and blood. Qi and blood aura condenses a qi and blood aura, temporarily enhancing one's strength. Qi and blood can strengthen one's physique and power, granting astonishing explosive power. Lin Yongmao spent several days barely mastering this secret technique. It was yet another advantageous technique for combat. Although Lin Yongmao rarely had the opportunity to fight others, it was essential for him to learn more in order to be prepared. The rest of his time was spent familiarizing himself with the various arts of cultivation. Cultivation arts. Second-tier spirit plant master, proficiency 100%, unable to break through due to lack of a third-tier spirit plant master inheritance. Second-tier alchemist, proficiency 83.3%. First-tier talisman maker, proficiency 0%, possesses a third-tier talisman maker inheritance. First-tier weapon refiner, proficiency 0%, possesses a second-tier weapon refiner inheritance. First-tier array master, proficiency 0%, possesses a third-tier array master inheritance, but does not meet prerequisites. To become an array master, one must first meet the prerequisite becoming a weapon refiner. Lin Yongmao currently cannot become a weapon refiner because becoming a weapon refiner also has a basic requirement, a dual attribute spiritual root of metal and fire. Lin Yongmao can solve the problem of the fire spiritual root. He has already mastered the southern bright fire. However, he currently lacks the ability to comprehend metal, thus preventing him from becoming a weapon refiner. Lin Yongmao vaguely felt there was a way. The fire elemental root could solve the problem, and the metal elemental root would work in the same way. Once Lin Yongmao found the owner of the metal elemental root and extracted it, the world tree should be able to awaken a new talent. Lin Yongmao was determined to become a weapon refiner. He even wanted to personally forge his own natal magic weapon. For now, he could only try talisman making. Talisman making was considered one of the less demanding professions among the 100 arts of cultivation, and it was very popular among ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the combat ability of talisman makers was second only to formation masters among all secondary professions. The better the tools and the more skilled you are, the higher the probability of successfully making a talisman. Lin Yongmao prepared for his talisman making. 1. Animal hide talisman paper. 2. Cinnabar. Although the cinnabar used was ordinary cinnabar, the talisman paper and brush were of good quality. The talisman paper was made from the hide of a demon beast, far superior to ordinary yellow paper. He ground cinnabar into powder and added an appropriate amount of water. In fact, Lin Yongmao was already familiar with the runes of water arrow technique. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to cast the spell. Using the fur of a first-tier demonic beast to hold these runes ensured the talisman paper wouldn't tear. This was because Lin Yongmao possessed ample resources, otherwise, ordinary talisman makers wouldn't be so wasteful. Just when Lin Yongmao thought his first attempt would be successful, an unexpected event occurred. Lin Yongmao's divine sense guided the rune, which was also cultivating to form the pattern of a water arrow. However, during this process, an unexpected event occurred. Sigh. Lin Yongmao sighed softly. He thought he was a genius at talisman making, but he hadn't succeeded even on his first try. This ordinary tier 1 talisman wouldn't be of any particular help to him, but it was a good start. For now, talisman making was his long-term development direction. Lingzi plant masters, lacking a Tier 3 inheritance, could not progress beyond the peak of Tier 2. Array masters and talisman makers have 3 tiers of inheritance, but Lin Yongmao currently doesn't meet the requirements to become an array master. Although the Lin family has acquired a large quantity of demon beast hides, they will eventually run out. Regarding ordinary first-tier talismans, they generally don't rely on demon beast hides as the talisman carrier, but rather on spiritual plants. There is a spiritual plant that can be used to mass-produce talisman paper, and most talisman makers choose to use this type. This spiritual plant is the 7-star grass. The leaves of the 7-star grass have star-like patterns, and its fibers are flexible, resulting in talisman paper with stable spiritual conductivity and strong compatibility. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he had already learned basic flying with a magical artifact. Lin Yongmao rode on a talisman brush, which had grown much larger under his spiritual power, making him much faster than when he was simply traveling on foot. Lin Yongmao felt the surrounding scenery rushing past, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed and invigorated. This experience was truly novel. He was determined to buy a cool flying sword. Flying on it would instantly boost his prestige. Han Yueying's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, further elevating her status within the family and giving her more influence. Lin Yulian, seeing Lin Yongmao arrive, hurriedly followed. This was largely thanks to the high-grade qi condensation pills constantly appearing in her storage bag, allowing her cultivation to improve rapidly and steadily. However, the thought that Lin Yongmao, so much younger than her, had already successfully established his foundation establishment quickly dispelled her smugness. Her nephew was simply a prodigy. "Here, this is for you." Lin Yulian curiously took it and asked, "What's this?" Lin Yulian's lips widened slightly, her face filled with disbelief. "What? A high-grade foundation establishment pill? You can refine high-grade foundation establishment pills?" A high-grade foundation establishment pill costs at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, it can increase the success rate of foundation establishment to 80%. She gripped the jade bottle tighter, that was worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. "Yongmao, thank you." Lin Yulian's voice was soft as a whisper, yet clearly reached Lin Yongmao's ears. Lin Yulian wasn't stupid. She had vaguely guessed that the high-grade qi condensation pills constantly appearing in her storage bag were probably placed there by Lin Yongmao. Ding! System notification, family member, Lin Yulian, intimacy +5. Lin Yongmao smiled, surprised by the sudden increase in intimacy. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the 600-year-old cloud mist tea vine. Han Yueying was also meditating there, with clansmen occasionally approaching to report. "Mother. Sister-in-law." The two greeted each other. Lin Yongmao nodded. 3 years is a long time for others, but for him, it wouldn't take long to harvest a batch. Lin Yongmao carefully collected the seeds and prepared to leave. Han Yueying called him back. "Yongmao. Mother, is there anything else?" Lin Yongmao then glanced at the Yunwu tea tree. The old stump was brimming with life and vitality, completely different from when he first saw it. This old Yunwu tea stump was truly a great contributor to the Lin family. When the Lin family faced a crisis, it was the tea leaves from this old stump that provided them with sufficient resources. Now, the old stump seemed to have even more tea leaves. "Thanks to the method you taught me, after burying enough cloud crystals at the roots of the cloud mist tea, the yield of the tea has increased significantly, and its age has also improved considerably." Lin Yongmao approached the ancient tea tree and used the attribute panel to view the information of this old tea tree. 700-year-old cloud mist tea. Grade, 2nd tier spiritual plant. Cultivation suggestions. 1. Improve the quality of the underground spiritual veins. 2. A 2nd tier spiritual plant master should use wood attribute spells to promote root development. Lin Yongmao looked around. Fortunately, no other family members were nearby, only Lin Yulian and Han Yueying. He then took out a bottle of nutrient solution. 500-year spirit plant cultivation agent. Lin Yongmao uncorked the bottle and poured the entire bottle of cultivation agent onto the old stump of the cloud mist tea tree. "Yongmao, what are you doing?" Han Yueying asked excitedly. Han Yueying was somewhat worried. This spiritual plant was of extraordinary significance to the Lin family. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous, a responsibility she couldn't bear. Lin Yulian trusted Lin Yongmao completely. The fact that he had casually produced a high-grade foundation establishment pill just moments before showed his extraordinary abilities. Blindly trusting him was the right thing to do. Lin Yongmao found a place to sit down and quietly observed the changes in the cloud mist tea tree. The bottle of 500-year-old spiritual plant cultivation agent that hadn't been used today was now perfect for him. Since the moon-toad rabbit's cultivation reached the late stage of the first tier, its luck aura has increased even more. Lin Yongmao has already cultivated blood chi vine, red jade fungus, red berry tree, crimson thorn vine, netherworld bamboo, and azure spirit bamboo to 1,000 years. Today's sign-in reward just so happened to go to the Lin family's old hero, the 700-year-old cloud mist tea tree. A moment later, the cloud mist tea tree changed. More and more tender. Green shoots grew, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that these were 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea leaves. Lin Yulian only trusted Lin Yongmao, but she never expected him to be able to trigger such a miracle. Unlike Thousand Cliffs, this place lacked the influence of the world trees. Plants have spirits, innate ability, so even after 1,000 years, spiritual plants here hadn't developed sentience. Lin Yongmao scratched his head, having forgotten about this. He comforted her, "It's all right, mother. Cloud mist tea is easy to care for. As long as there are enough cloud crystals, it will grow smoothly and doesn't need much tending. Being a third-tier spiritual plant master is merely icing on the cake, at most accelerating its growth. However, the family really needs to find a third-tier spirit plant master's successor, otherwise my mother and I will find it difficult to improve our spirit plant master levels further," Lin Yongmao pondered. Although Han Yueying was somewhat worried, she was mostly overjoyed. What spirit plant master wouldn't want to possess a high-age spirit plant? Lin Yongmao had nurtured a 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea plant for her to care for, and she was happier than anyone else. "Mother, aunt, I'll go first. Grandpa needs me, I need to go see him." Go ahead, go ahead." Han Yueying's eyes were no longer on her son, but only on the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree. Lin Family Ancestral Hall. Inside the ancestral hall, incense burned, and many memorial tablets of Lin family cultivators were displayed, representing the spirits of several generations of the Lin family. Third uncle. Lin Yongmao still greeted him. In the end, he was used as a pawn by Lin Yongrong. What he hadn't expected was that Lin Yongmao would be so capable, rapidly achieving foundation establishment and becoming a second-tier spirit plant master and a second-tier alchemist in the family. But there's no going back in this world, not even in the world of cultivation. If he had another chance, he would stand firmly on Lin Yongmao's side. Lin Yongmao's emotions were very stable. He would neither forgive his third uncle nor kill him. Anyway, it won't cause him any harm. Lin Yongmao interrupted him, saying directly, "I'm here to see Grandpa." "Where is Grandpa?" "Thanks." Lin Yongmao didn't rush into the cave, but gently activated the cave's protective barrier. "It's Yongmao, come in." The barrier opened, and a strong surge of spiritual energy erupted. Lin Yongmao walked directly inside. As soon as Lin Yongmao entered, he felt every pore on his body open, greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once he became a formation master, Lin Yongmao decided to create a similar spirit gathering formation to cover the entire Thousand Cliffs. The spiritual energy of Thousand Cliffs was already abundant, and adding a spirit gathering formation would be the icing on the cake. Grandpa. Lin Yongmao sought his young grandfather in the reception room of his cave dwelling. "Sit down, Yongmao." Lin Xuanbo beckoned for Lin Yongmao to sit. Lin Yongmao found a seat and sat down on a very simple-looking stone bench. Lin Yongmao rubbed his nose. Wasn't the matter resolved? Although he had resolved it privately. As for becoming estranged from the family, Lin Yongmao hadn't really considered it, because his system had to be bound to the family. Although Lin Xuanbo suspected that Lin Yongrong's death might be related to Lin Yongmao, he didn't show it at all, nor did he ask. "Make it up to you in what way?" Lin Yongmao's eyes were full of expectation. Lin Yongmao's eyes were filled with anticipation, which caught Lin Xuanbo off guard. Lin Xuanbo hadn't expected Lin Yongmao to be so direct. He laughed heartily. "Yongmao, why don't you choose? Is there anything suitable for you?" Lin Xuanbo gathered several items from his cave dwelling and placed them before Lin Yongmao. For example, the low-grade spiritual weapon before him. Battle Spirit Flying Knife. Grade, low-grade spiritual weapon. Description: an extremely sharp flying knife that can store a large amount of spiritual energy, instantly activated in battle. Another example is the broken jade pendant before him. Pisces Jade Pendant. Grade, low-grade spiritual artifact, damaged. Description: the Pisces Jade Pendant has the effect of increasing luck. The complete Pisces Jade Pendant was originally an ancient treasure. This is half of it, and after countless years of weathering, most of its internal energy has long since dissipated. Attribute, luck value +10. "Grandpa, I want this." Lin Xuanbo, looking at the damaged jade pendant, tried to dissuade him, saying, "Grandpa has many more treasures here. Won't you continue looking?" This jade pendant, though a low-grade spiritual artifact, is severely damaged and not very useful anymore. Lin Yongmao resolutely replied, "No. I want this." "Alright then. But let's make it clear first, Grandpa will only let you choose one item from these things. Don't even think about the others." Lin Yongmao was only concerned with playing with the damaged doublefish jade pendant in his hands, paying no attention to what Lin Xuanbo was saying. Golden and Silver Dragon Carp. This is also a luck-enhancing spiritual beast. However, Lin Yongmao had never heard of it, and capturing one would be extremely difficult. Lin Yongmao carefully threaded the damaged jade pendant with a thin string and then hung it around his neck. The Pisces jade pendant must be worn at all times to be effective. Lin Xuanbo stared intently at the bamboo. He could sense the powerful spiritual energy within the bamboo, and its texture was incredibly hard, perfect material for crafting a natal magic weapon. Lin Xuanbo held one of the bamboo stalks in his hands, murmuring, "If I were to refine these bamboos into my natal magic weapon, I can't imagine how powerful it would be." He put the bamboo down, then grasped Lin Yongmao's hand, excitedly saying, "Yongmao, thank you. It's just a pity I'm not an alchemist. It seems I'll have to find a third-tier alchemist in another region to refine these bamboos, then I'll have my own natal magic weapon." After that, Lin Xuanbo became completely absorbed in his own world. Lin Yongmao smiled, too lazy to disturb him any longer, and bid farewell before leaving the cave. As dawn broke, the soft morning light illuminated every corner of Thousand Cliffs. "System, I want to sign in." Lin Yongmao gasped, inhaling the fresh morning fragrance of the grass and trees. One high-grade spirit stone is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and generally no cultivator is willing to exchange high-grade spirit stones for low-grade or mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the theoretical exchange rate is one high-grade spirit stone for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His luck value only increased by 10 points, yet the sign-in items he received were so much better. This is far superior to the output of a small spirit stone mine. However, from a practical standpoint, the 500-year-old spirit plant cultivation agent is still more useful, who can resist the temptation of a 1,000-year-old spirit plant in just 2 days. Perhaps it could be like this. Sunrise and sunset. Lin Yongmao put his Pisces jade pendant into his storage bag before starting to sign in. As expected. This way, he can ensure that his check-ins yield the items he needs, such as the 500-year spirit plant cultivation agent he currently possesses. Half a month later. After checking in early in the morning, Lin Yongmao resumed his talisman-making work. Lin Yongmao checked his proficiency as a first-tier talisman maker and found it had reached 67.83%. Even if one wasn't a spiritual plant master, these two talismans could still be used to care for one's own spiritual fields. Spiritual plant masters were a minority among cultivators, and most cultivators already possessed plenty of spiritual plants. It was impractical to learn the skills of a spiritual plant master just to care for a few plants. That would be too much of a waste of time. On average, 3 out of every 10 talismans would be unusable, 5 would be low-grade first-tier talismans, and 2 would be mid-grade. Of course, this success rate would increase over time. Lin Xuanbo planned to go to Yangcheng. He had made ample preparations and temporarily left the Lin family. His move was rather risky. If the Qinglan sect attacked the Lin family at this time, the Lin family might face a life-or-death crisis. But considering that the Qinglan sect's supreme elder Luo Wei and sect master Yuan Wang had both suffered serious injuries, when else would he seize this opportunity? He needed to forge his own natal magic weapon to possess the full combat power of a powerful golden core cultivator. However, Qingyang had no third-tier weapon refiners. Originally, this wasn't urgent, but Lin Yongmao had provided him with enough materials to forge the natal magic weapon. Lin Yongmao estimated that Lin Xuanbo should already be in Yangchang, so he used the system's shared vision. Before him was the street of an ancient city, paved with blue bricks, each bearing the marks of time. Open shops lined both sides of the street, a scene of prosperity and flourishing. Lin Yongmao compared Yangchang and Xingyang City, the two were completely different. For example, the number of cultivators coming and going was striking. One could occasionally see a golden core cultivator, a stark contrast to the few golden core cultivators in Xingyang. Even with Lin Xuanbo's golden core cultivation, he had to keep a low profile in Yangchang. Lin Xuanbo entered a shop called Spirit Weapon Shop. The name itself indicated that it specialized in selling magical artifacts. Above the shop's signboard was a prominent dragon character. Even before arriving in Yangchang, Lin Xuanbo had already learned about the power structure of Yangchang from Lin Yucheng. Lin Xuanbo entered the artifact spirit shop, and a servant quickly came to greet him. The young cultivator, unable to sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from Lin Xuanbo, became even more respectful. Lin Xuanbo examined the magical artifacts and spiritual weapons on the counter and asked, "Who crafted these magical artifacts and spiritual weapons?" The young shopkeeper wasn't surprised by this question. It wasn't a secret. Many spiritual weapon shops would specifically indicate who crafted the weapons to increase their reputation. Senior, these were crafted by Long Xingguang, the eldest son of the Long family. He's a third-tier weapon refiner, capable of crafting mid-grade spiritual weapons. Lin Xuanbo continued, "How many third-tier weapon refiners are there in Yang City?" The young shopkeeper spoke enthusiastically, saying, "Besides our eldest son, there's also a cultivator from the Yi family. There are only these two third-tier weapon refiners in the entire Yang City." Lin Xuanbo immediately understood. To craft his natal magic weapon, he needed two people, Long Xingguang, the eldest son of the Long family, and a cultivator from the Yi family. Lin Xuanbo took out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it to the young servant, continuing, "Then, I wonder if the eldest young master will accept the weapon refining task?" The young servant hesitated to take the spirit stone from Lin Xuanbo, quickly replying, "I dare not make that decision for the eldest young master, he generally doesn't agree easily." Lin Xuanbo was somewhat troubled and asked, "How can I get the eldest young master to refine it?" "In that case, I'll take my leave." Lin Xuanbo flicked his sleeve and left the weapon spirit workshop. Lin Xuanbo shook his head, surprised that there were such weapon refiners who so easily missed even the opportunity to refine a natal magic weapon. Ordinary weapon refiners cherish every opportunity, especially such a precious one as refining a natal magic weapon. Gathering the materials for refining a natal magic weapon is no easy feat, and accumulating this valuable experience allows a weapon refiner to break through to a higher level. The Yi family? The Yi family is one of the three major powers in Yang City, based in Wuyang Town. Looks like I'll have to go to Wuyang Town. Before nightfall, Lin Xuanbo quickly headed to Wuyang Town. Lin Xuanbo, an outsider, attracted the attention of many cultivators as soon as he entered Wuyang Town, but he didn't care about these strange looks. He strolled around the streets and quickly spotted the largest spiritual artifact shop in Wuyang Town. 100 Artifacts Shop. The shop's signboard also bore the character Yi, indicating it was owned by the Yi family. Lin Xuanbo observed carefully and discovered that although the shop's area was smaller than Spirit Artifact Workshop, its selection of spiritual artifacts and magical implements was in no way inferior. Lin Xuanbo entered the 100 Artifacts shop and was greeted by a middle-aged cultivator. Lin Xuanbo showed no arrogance, simply because this middle-aged cultivator was also a golden core cultivator, just like himself. A golden core cultivator presiding over the 100 artifacts shop. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. Lin Xuanbo didn't respond, but simply strolled around the shop before returning to the middle-aged cultivator. Fellow Daoist, haven't found a suitable spiritual weapon? Would you like me to help you choose one? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Lin Xuanbo spoke up, no need. I have something to discuss with the third-tier weapon refiner from the Yi family. Could you perhaps introduce me? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Oh. What business do you have with the third-tier weapon refiner from the Yi family? Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes. My name is Yi Zigi, and I am the third-tier weapon refiner you mentioned. Yi Zigi was a third-tier weapon refiner in the Yi family, and one of only 2 third-tier weapon refiners in Yang City. Unlike Long Xingguang, he wasn't arrogant and usually preferred to spend his time in the 100 Weapons Trading Company. Upon hearing that the unfamiliar cultivator before him had come to commission a custom-made natal magic weapon, his eyes lit up. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. In all the various arts of cultivation, proficiency is crucial. This is especially true for higher-level professions. Spirit plant masters have access to numerous high-level spiritual plants, alchemists have more opportunities to refine high-level pills, and weapon refiners have the chance to forge natal magic weapons, all of which increase their proficiency. Advancing in professional rank depends entirely on proficiency. The materials for forging natal magic weapons are extremely rare, therefore, weapon refiners cherish this opportunity greatly. I am Yi Ziyi, a third-tier weapon refiner from the Yi family. May I ask what kind of natal magic weapon you wish to refine? Yi Ziyi showed no arrogance whatsoever, and the anticipation in his eyes was undisguised. Now it was Lin Xuanbo's turn to be stumped. Yi Ziyi led Lin Xuanbo to a quiet room. The furnishings were very simple, except for a large weapon refining cauldron and a fire-starting array. Lin Xuanbo got to the point, saying, I specialize in wood attribute spiritual roots, so I plan to refine a set of wood attribute natal magic weapons. The materials are already prepared. After speaking, Lin Xuanbo took the materials out of his storage bag. This was a huge pile of bamboo, and all of it was 1,000-year-old, azure spirit bamboo, and nether spirit bamboo. Hiss. This was Yi Ziyi's gasp. His hands trembled slightly, and he unconsciously began to stroke the 2 types of 1,000-year-old wood. Seeing that Yi Ziyi showed no greed, Lin Xuanbo felt slightly relieved and inquired, what kind of natal magic weapon can these materials be forged? Yi Ziyi's expertise was exceptional, and he quickly began to analyze. Azure spirit bamboo is a wood attribute material. In fact, we can directly use azure spirit bamboo to forge a natal magic weapon, which will undoubtedly be a superior one. Lin Xuanbo replied, I'll forge a flying sword. He cultivated the sword shadow splitting light technique, and at the golden core stage, he could learn another sword technique, significantly enhancing his combat power. Very well. I understand. Yi Ziyi seemed to have already made up his mind, but he still added, fellow Taoist, there's something I must make clear to you beforehand, which is the reward for helping you refine your natal magic weapon. I'll only charge 20% of the materials, as is the standard price for a weapon refiner. I'm not trying to cheat you, this is the price for all other weapon refiners. Lin Xuanbo readily agreed. Finding even a third-tier weapon refiner was difficult these days, and finding such a reliable one was a relief. Even if he couldn't refine a complete natal magic weapon, refining 2 mid-grade spiritual weapons shouldn't be a problem. Refining a natal magic weapon is different from ordinary magic weapons and spiritual weapons, it doesn't take long. You can come and pick it up in 3 days. Yi Ziyi assumed it was a request related to weapon crafting, so he casually replied, go ahead. What? This was a major taboo for weapon crafters and alchemists. They absolutely did not want others standing by and watching, it was considered stealing their skills. As payment, I am willing to provide an additional 20% of the crafting materials. After speaking, Lin Xuanbo took out a 1,000-year-old azure spirit bamboo and a 1,000-year-old nether spirit bamboo from his storage bag. Yi Ziyi's lips twitched slightly. What was going on? Were 1,000-year-old spiritual plants so worthless now? He fell into deep thought. This proposal was indeed tempting. With his own contribution and these materials, crafting a decent high-grade spiritual weapon shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xuanbo added fuel to the fire, saying, "Master Yi, rest assured, I'm not a weapon refiner at all, and I have no intention of stealing your skills. I'm merely observing the process of refining a natal magic weapon so I can better integrate it." Yi Ziyi thought Lin Xuanbo's words made sense, and weapon refining required talent. It wasn't something Lin Xuanbo could learn just by watching. "All right. I'll refine it right here in this 100 weapons shop, in this very room. Please make yourself at home, fellow Daoist." Lin Yongmao, sharing Lin Xuanbo's perspective, could naturally see Yi Ziyi refining. This is truly a great opportunity. I also want to become a weapon refiner someday, so this is a good chance to see how others refine weapons. Lin Yongmao's attention was entirely focused on Lin Xuanbo's perspective, observing meticulously. This was equivalent to being guided by a third-tier weapon refiner, a rare opportunity. Yi Ziyi put away the refining cauldron in the meditation room. With a thought, a small refining cauldron flew out from his dantian, growing larger as it was lifted by the wind. This was his natal magic weapon, the candle rock cauldron. It's perfectly normal for a weapon refiner to use a refining cauldron as their natal magic weapon, allowing them to fully utilize their advantages. Yi Ziyi's true essence formed a vortex, enveloping several thousand-year-old green spirit bamboo and nether spirit bamboo stalks, and tossed them into the candle rock cauldron. At that moment, the miniature array beneath Lin Xuanbo and the others' feet lit up, and the temperature inside the room steadily rose. Fire-gathering array. Although it was only a second-tier fire-gathering array, it was sufficient for Yi Ziyi's usual weapon refining needs. The spiritual fire generated by the fire-gathering array continuously scorched the candle rock cauldron, causing the cauldron's color to subtly change, resembling the color of magma. The 100 Artifacts Shop, 2nd floor. The fire-gathering array was in operation, and the temperature in the quiet room steadily rose. Combined with the high temperature emanating from the candle rock cauldron itself, Lin Xuanbo's face paled, and large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Lin Xuanbo was a cultivator specializing in wood-based spiritual roots, naturally vulnerable to the spiritual fire and high temperature. However, he persevered, wanting to witness the forging process of this natal magic weapon. Compared to his own, southern bright fire, this flame was still somewhat lacking. Lin Xuanbo used his divine sense to probe, and could clearly see the changes in the two types of spiritual bamboo within the candle rock cauldron. This process lasted a full day, the high-temperature flames melting all the spirit bamboo into liquid. Thus, the first stage was completed. The second stage was shaping, molding these two pools of liquid into stable flying sword forms. Flying swords are arguably the most common and practical magical artifacts in the cultivation world. Many sword cultivators skilled in using flying swords consider them their natal magical treasures. However, flying swords also vary in strength. And this difference in strength is most evident in the materials used to forge the flying sword. This process was initially going very smoothly, but Yi Ziyi encountered a problem. The liquids refined from the azure spirit bamboo and the nether spirit bamboo were difficult to mix. Yi Ziyi's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He tried his best to manipulate the two liquids with his mental power to fuse them, but they repelled each other after only a short time. Option 1 is to refine them into two flying swords. However, golden core cultivators can only refine one natal magic weapon, so you'll have to make some sacrifices, fellow Daoist. Yi Ziyi was about to say that it would be extremely difficult to find such a person, especially in such a short time. Ha! Yi Ziyi's expression froze, completely taken aback. He himself was at the early stage of the golden core realm, and the cultivator before him was also at the early stage of the golden core realm. Was there a difference? But Lin Xuanbo had already begun, so he could only start directing. After all, this was his natal magic weapon. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Under Yi Ziyi's command, Lin Xuanbo's divine sense flowed out of his body like a tide, controlling the fusion of the two liquids. Time passed quickly, and Yi Ziyi grew increasingly alarmed. The two had the same cultivation level, but the difference in their divine sense was enormous. Conservatively speaking, Lin Xuanbo's divine sense had reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Lin Xuanbo controlled the fusion of the two liquids, and his divine sense was nearly exhausted. However, during this process, he put a piece of 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea in his mouth, and his condition recovered. Yi Ziyi also witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but become even more curious about Lin Xuanhua's identity. Who was this person, using a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant without any hesitation? Is it almost finished? Lin Xuanhua asked Yi Ziyi, examining the fused sword embryo before him. It's done. Lin Xuanhua quickly did as instructed, biting his finger, sending a drop of essence blood flying and merging into the sword embryo, which completely absorbed it. The sword shimmered with a spiritual light, a strange bluish-purple glow. This flying sword seemed capable of changing form, sometimes appearing bluish-green, sometimes purplish-black. Lin Xuanhua already sensed a connection established between himself and the flying sword, and that he could store it in his dantian at any time. My natal magic weapon is successfully forged. Thank you, Master Yi. Let's name it Azure. Netherworld. Natal magic weapon Azure Netherworld Sword. Azure Netherworld, a good name. Yi Ziyi murmured the name. Dawn broke. Since the arrival of the mica mine and the radiant sun pearl, visibility at Thousand Cliffs had become exceptionally clear. Both sunrise and sunset were clearly visible. Today was a double experience day, filling Lin Yongmao with anticipation. Upon hearing the words longevity, Lin Yongmao jumped for joy. The moon-toed rabbit black slave was still in his arms, inwardly grumbling. I really don't understand this guy. Every morning he likes to hug me and giggle like an idiot. The moon-toed rabbit couldn't see the system panel or the lottery process, so it could only assume that Lin Yongmao was mentally unstable every morning. Lin Yongmao didn't care about the moon-toed rabbit's thoughts. He quickly materialized the longevity peach tree. Inside a glowing, transparent sphere was a peach sapling over a meter tall, looking no different from an ordinary peach tree. Longevity peach tree. Rank, Tier 3. Introduction. Heard of the legendary jade pool peaches? This is a young jade pool peach tree. When the longevity peach tree grows to 10,000 years old, it will transform into a jade pool peach tree. Attribute, longevity. Consuming a 100-year longevity peach increases lifespan by 1. Consuming a 1,000-year longevity peach increases lifespan by 20. Consuming a 10,000-year jade pool peach increases lifespan by 500. There's hope. Second uncle is saved. Lin Yongmao found a spot and planted the longevity peach tree. He chose a location near the world tree and his stone house, a place abundant in spiritual energy. After planting it, Lin Yongmao used every kind of high-grade spiritual soil, life-giving fertility soil, and high-grade spiritual spring water imaginable on the longevity peach tree. The longevity peach tree grew at a visible rate, its branches thickening and its trunk growing taller. Lin Yongmao then took out 2 bottles of 500-year spiritual plant cultivation agent and poured them all over the roots of the longevity peach tree. A check on the attribute panel revealed that the longevity peach tree had grown to 1,300 years old. The leaves on the peach tree had all fallen, and beautiful pink peach blossoms were in full bloom. A gust of wind sent pink petals fluttering down, creating a shower of peach blossoms. The peach tree is in full bloom, its beauty dazzling. The beautiful scene was intoxicating. To drink tea and wine under this peach tree would be utterly delightful. Blessing of life. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Yongmao's body, transforming into life energy and flowing into the longevity peach tree. This was essentially a technological and ruthless process with no negative side effects. In about 20 minutes, the longevity peach ripened, or rather, the 1,000-year-old longevity peach ripened. The longevity peach was the same size as an ordinary peach, showing no apparent difference. However, Lin Yongmao picked one and held it in his hand, sensing its special properties. Millennium Longevity Peach. Attribute, lifespan plus 20. This means that simply eating this small peach can add 20 years to one's lifespan, with no limit whatsoever. Lin Yongmao directly ate a longevity peach. The taste was quite good, much sweeter than ordinary peaches. Unfortunately, the longevity peach had no effect on him. His lifespan was already equal to that of the world tree, and the world tree's lifespan was equal to that of this world. He had no lifespan limit, but he couldn't avoid dying from external harm. Therefore, what Lin Yongmao needed wasn't lifespan, but cultivation and strength. Lin Yongmao picked a dozen or so longevity peaches and ran towards the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion was now managed by his second uncle, Lin Yuma, but his great-uncle, Lin Xuanbo, still resided there. Upon arriving at the scenic summit, before Lin Yongmao could even admire the surrounding beauty, he saw Lin Yuma sitting cross-legged, engrossed in cultivation. Lin Yuma's position had risen from managing the logistics hall to managing the scripture pavilion, giving him more free time, which he devoted most of it to cultivation. Lin Yongmao scanned Lin Yuma's cultivation level with his powerful divine sense. Mid-foundation establishment stage. Unexpectedly, his second uncle had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. It seemed the Yu generation of the Lin family was starting to show their strength. "It's you, Yongmao." Lin Yongmao greeted him with a smile. "Hello, second uncle. Are you here to see Yongqian?" "No, I've come to visit my second great-uncle," Lin Yongmao replied. Lin Yuma subconsciously still mistook Lin Yongmao for the playful child, assuming he had come to invite his daughter to play. "You're so filial. Your second great-uncle is in a side room in the scripture pavilion. Go and see him." Lin Yongmao bid farewell to Lin Yuma, entered the scripture pavilion, and went into a bedroom. Lin Yongmao felt a pang of pity. Since being injured by Yuan Wang's flying sword, his injuries hadn't fully healed, and with his lifespan nearing its end, he was now practically on his deathbed. A tribute panel, initiating the examination of Lin Xuanzhong's information. Lin Xuanzhong. Cultivation, great perfection of foundation establishment. Lifespan, 205/207. Lin Yongmao smiled slightly, taking out a small bag of peaches from his storage bag, saying, "Second uncle, you're talking nonsense. Here, have a few peaches. I grew these myself." Lin Yongmao washed the peaches clean and then offered them to Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanbo, seeing this as a small token of Lin Yongmao's affection, readily accepted and took a few bites. The closer one's lifespan, the more one can sense the extraordinary nature of this longevity peach. Lin Xuanzhong could have been on the verge of death, but this peach pulled him back from the brink. Lin Yongmao's words struck Lin Xuanzhong's heart like a heavy hammer. Really? Seeing the dozen or so peaches before him, were these all spiritual fruits that extended lifespan? Lin Yongmao continued to take out spiritual plants, this time the blood chi vine for healing injuries. Moreover, this blood chi vine was different from the one Lin Xuanzhong had initially consumed. This one had grown to 1,000 years old. 1,000-year blood chi vine. Rank, mid-grade 3rd tier. Attributes, healing, abundant blood chi. Due to the influence of spiritual plants, the original hemostatic vine underwent a benign mutation into a blood chi vine. Combined with a 500-year-old spiritual plant nutrient, the blood chi vine has grown to 1,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old blood chi vine has the power to revive the dead and heal flesh and bones, and a 1,000-year-old blood chi vine would have no problem treating Lin Xuanzhong's injuries. Second uncle, with this, your injuries should heal quickly. Lin Yongmao handed a large quantity of spiritual plants to Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanzhong's hands trembled slightly, but he still accepted the spiritual plants, not refusing the junior's kindness. Yongmao, thank you. Ding. System notification, family member, Lin Xuanzhong, intimacy +8. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. His intimacy with his second uncle had increased so much. Increased intimacy meant Lin Yongmao's influence within the family was growing stronger. It was a pity that the family no longer had any pills for breaking through to the golden core stage, otherwise, Lin Xuanzhong could try to break through his current realm after recuperating. Then, with 2 golden core cultivators from the Lin family, they could directly establish their dominant position in Xinjiang. Lin Yongmao remembered finding the concentrating spirit pill recipe in an ancient cultivator's tomb. This, concentrating spirit pill, was the key pill for breaking through to the golden core stage. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage required a foundation establishment pill, while breaking through to the golden core stage required this concentrating spirit pill. Lin Yuqing had finally managed to acquire the spirit concentration pill at the Yangchun Long family auction, which helped Lin Xuanbo break through to the golden core stage. Now, however, he had no more spirit concentration pills. Unfortunately, although Lin Yongmao possessed the formula for the spirit concentration pill, he wasn't a third-tier alchemist and lacked the inheritance of a third-tier alchemist, so he couldn't refine the pill in a short time. Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs and first meditated to fully recover the spiritual power he had used to cast the life blessing secret technique, then began cultivating. Lin Yongmao began cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique, continuing his body tempering. During this period, Lin Yongmao repeatedly refined his blood and qi, and had already reached the great perfection stage of the third level. Lin Yongmao's own blood and qi were extremely abundant. Although his cultivation level hadn't yet reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, his physical strength was already comparable to a cultivator at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Whoosh! While cultivating, one could vaguely hear the blood and qi within his body surging like a tidal wave. Currently, Lin Yongmao planned to continue cultivating the fourth level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique. Before proceeding, Lin Yongmao opened his attribute panel to check his basic attributes. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment stage. Secondary professions, second-tier spirit plant master, second-tier alchemist, first-tier talisman maker. Age, 17. Spiritual root aptitude, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Luck value, 130. Cultivation techniques, Azure Wood Technique, Great Perfection, Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique, 3rd layer, Withering and Flourishing Technique, 1st layer. However, if he encountered a golden core cultivator without a protective formation, he would be no match. He had cultivated his spiritual sense and physical body to a very good level, but he had learned relatively few secret techniques and spells, which put him at a disadvantage in battle. Learning suitable secret techniques and spells is no easy feat. Lin Yongmao searched extensively within his family's scripture pavilion, but many were unsatisfactory. Given the opportunity, Lin Yongmao would continue to collect them. In a few days, Lin Yongmao's cultivation level would break through, officially entering the mid-foundation establishment stage. Everything was progressing smoothly. Lin Yongmao had been consistently drinking thousand-year cloud mist tea, which, besides continuously strengthening his divine soul, had also ensured he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. The first 3 levels of the mysterious spirit body forging technique correspond to tempering the meridians, bones, and qi in blood, respectively. The 4th level, called skin tempering and membrane refining, strengthens the skin, fascia, and muscle membranes. At its peak, it can make the skin stronger than a demon beast's hide, and the fascia as tough as a dragon's tendons, forming a powerful external defense and power transmission layer. At this stage, the sources of mystic spirit qi have become much broader. Not only can one absorb the energy from plants and trees, but even the energy from ores can be extracted. The energy from plants and trees is relatively mild, while the energy from ores is not so easily refined. This shift indicates that the mystic spirit body forging technique has reached the mid-stage. In the later stages, one can even absorb energy from any form and use it for one's own benefit. However, Lin Yongmao still chooses to absorb the energy from plants and trees. The vegetation on Thousand Cliffs is the most lush, and most of it consists of spiritual plants, whose internal energy is extremely rich. Lin Yongmao instructed the gold-eating beast, Shaoson, to cut down a large amount of bamboo. This bamboo is the material he will need for cultivating the 4th level of the mystic spirit body forging technique. These bamboos are all green spirit bamboo and nether spirit bamboo. After planting them, Lin Yongmao discovered that these 2 types of bamboo have an astonishingly strong reproductive capacity. Bamboo shoots sprout continuously, and in a short time, they grow into a large patch. Although thousand-year-old spiritual bamboo is relatively rare, it can easily cover a large area. Lin Yongmao needed spiritual matter to be converted into mysterious spiritual qi, and these spiritual bamboos with their extraordinary reproductive capabilities were the perfect choice. The spiritual bamboo transformed into energy and entered Lin Yongmao's body. The mysterious spiritual body forging technique then converted it into mysterious spiritual qi, continuously tempering his skin. Lin Yongmao cultivated while simultaneously sensing the changes in his body. Most magical artifacts couldn't achieve their full potential, but wielding one's own body's power was far easier. Therefore, in actual combat, body-refining cultivators had a significant advantage. Lin Yongmao felt that although his skin appeared unchanged on the surface, it had genuinely become more resilient. Upon closer listening, one could hear a buzzing sound emanating from the fascia within his body, the Xianling qi constantly cleansing his form. As long as he continued along this rhythm, reaching the perfection of the fourth level was only a matter of time. Whoosh! The liquid spiritual power within his body surged like a mighty river, all converging in his dantian. Crack! It seemed as if a shackle within his body had been broken. Lin Yongmao shuddered, a feeling of exhilaration instantly spreading throughout his body. Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao concentrated all his mind, initially circulating the mysterious spirit body forging technique, but instantly switching to the withering and flourishing technique. At least by 50%. Lin Yongmao gently circulated the energy according to the withering and flourishing technique as circulation path, establishing a more stable and efficient spiritual energy circulation system within his body. Success! Mid-foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, within the Qinglan sect. In a corner of the hall, a man in black robes was hidden in the shadows, easily missed without close observation. Luo Wei nodded, indicating that he was the same. Yuan Wang continued, "The Lin family has become a major threat to our Qinglan sect. If we don't eliminate them, they will threaten our sect's position sooner or later." The man in black robes hesitated. He didn't want to expose himself to danger. The Lin family's true strength was still unclear, and he didn't want to do something so risky. However, the Qiluk spirit beast made him hesitate. This was a Qiluk spirit beast. Seeing one meant one was blessed with great fortune, and now there was even a chance to capture one. He didn't belong here, he only lingered because of the auspicious spirit beast. The three began to devise a plan to attack the Lin family, figuring out how to eliminate them with minimal cost, or even without bloodshed. The defensive formations here had long since changed. The original, Cloud Heaven Spirit Formation, was completely destroyed and had lost its effectiveness. The Lin family has rarely sent its members out recently, keeping them all diligently cultivating within the family compound, adopting a strategy of quietly developing their strength rather than openly challenging the Qinglan sect. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck the array's light barrier, and everyone sensed the change. Not good. Lin Yucheng thought to himself. Lin Yongmao immediately activated the Iron Heart Willow Tree, reinforcing the formation's defensive capabilities. The Iron Heart Willow Tree was a defensive spiritual plant with exceptional defensive power. Several Iron Heart Willow trees joined together instantly formed an impregnable wooden wall. This incredibly resilient spiritual plant became even more stable with the reinforcement of the all plants and trees as soldiers formation. Lin Yongmao, peering through an ordinary weed, saw that the one attacking the formation was none other than Yuan Wang, the sect master of the Qinglan sect. Yuan Wang was unleashing metal attribute magic, relentlessly attacking the formation. Initially, he thought that with his early-stage golden core cultivation, breaking through the unattended second-tier formation before him shouldn't be too difficult. Just when he thought the formation's energy shield was about to collapse, the formation's fluctuations suddenly intensified, and a willow tree about 2 feet long appeared before him. No matter which direction he attacked, this willow tree would block his path. This willow tree didn't look much different from an ordinary willow tree, except its trunk was extremely thick, like an iron barrel. It was an iron heart willow. Hiss! Yuan Wang gasped. This was a 1,000-year-old defensive spiritual plant, no wonder his attacks were ineffective. After several attacks, the Iron Heart Willow's defense was like an iron barrel, showing no sign of being shaken. This made Yuan Wang somewhat desperate. Yuan Wang prepared to activate a third-tier secret technique. He didn't believe that even with his full power at the early Golden Core stage, he couldn't break through this formation. Golden Battle Halberd. Yuan Wang continuously formed hand seals, intending to condense the Golden Battle Halberd. Just then, Lin Yongmao also found Yuan Wang's location and made his move. Try this. Lin Yongmao smiled, directing a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant to attack Yuan Wang. Millennial Crimson Thorn Vine. Lin Yongmao had cultivated it to a 1,000-year age using a 500-year spiritual plant nutrient solution, making it powerful enough to deal with golden core cultivators. 1,000 years corresponds precisely to the level of a third-tier demonic beast. As Yuan Wang was forming hand seals, dozens of blood-red, thorny vines emerged from the formation, all heading towards him. Intuition told him that if he were truly bound by these vines, escape wouldn't be easy. Trying to escape? Lin Yongmao was in an absolutely safe position within the formation, controlling the spiritual plants to attack Yuan Wang without any psychological burden. It was risk-free. The vines continued to grow wildly, their target the constantly fleeing Yuan Wang. Lin Yongmao possessed powerful spiritual sense, controlling the crimson vines with ease. No matter how fast Yuan Wang was, he couldn't outrun the spreading vines. First, his left leg was caught in the vines, then his right leg, and finally his entire lower body. Ah! He desperately swung his high-grade magic weapon, a long sword, trying to cut the vines, but these crimson vines were far beyond the reach of any magic weapon. The time has come. Lin Yongmao had long wanted to eliminate Yuan Wang. He activated the flying swords made of the sword soul grass's leaves, attacking Yuan Wang. Just as the leaf-shaped flying sword was about to pierce Yuan Wang after flying out of the formation, Luo Wei finally made his move. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the poison on the leaf-shaped flying sword before. It was enough to kill a raging thunder lion. If Yuan Wang were to be poisoned, he would not escape death either. As the supreme elder of the Qinglan sect, he knew the importance of the sect's power, and the safety of the sect leader was crucial. Luo Wei summoned his natal magic weapon, the warm jade ruler, and struck the leaf-shaped flying sword, knocking it away and causing it to fall to the ground, temporarily losing its luster. "Humph, a mere trick," Luo Wei sneered. "With your early foundation establishment stage cultivation, you think you can kill a golden core cultivator?" Luo Wei stared intently at Lin Yongmao. He remembered this kid. He was the one who caused the furnace explosion, and he was also the second-tier alchemist of the Lin family. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Either serve me, or vanish from this world completely. Lin Yongmao also noticed Luo Wei's gaze, and his mind was greatly shaken. He had clearly just felt Luo Wei's oppressive aura. Luo Wei's gaze was fixed on Lin Yongmao, like a hawk eyeing its prey. "Try this." While Luo Wei appeared to be staring at Lin Yongmao, he was actually preparing a spiritual attack. Soul impact. A tangible yet intangible energy surged from Luo Wei's sea of consciousness, its target being Lin Yongmao within the formation. Not good, it's a spiritual attack. By the time Lin Yongmao realized it, it was too late. Golden core cultivators and third-tier demonic beasts can already utilize divine sense attacks. Combined with corresponding secret techniques, these divine sense attacks are virtually deadly, far beyond the capabilities of lower-level cultivators. Luo Wei wore a confident smile. Unless the young man before him had reached the late foundation establishment stage in terms of divine sense cultivation, he would surely die from this divine sense attack. Lin Yuqing, witnessing this scene, became frantic, his eyes turning red. Was his son about to die from this attack? Lin Yuan was extremely anxious. He absolutely didn't want Lin Yongmao to be harmed. He was the future hope of the Lin family. As a golden core cultivator, he understood the terror of this attack. Yongmao. ×3. The three shouted simultaneously, feeling as if their hearts were breaking, wishing they could take the hit themselves. Lin Yongmao saw a transparent gas directly impacting his sea of consciousness and tried desperately to calm himself. However, he had no means of resistance. He hadn't learned any spiritual attack or defense techniques. In an instant, thin streams of blood flowed from Lin Yongmao's mouth and nose, and his eyes became vacant. Then his aura changed. He glared fiercely at Luo Wei, determined to kill him even at the cost of his own life. In Lin Yongmao's sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, besides Lin Yongmao's self-awareness, there was also a rusty hoe. The hoe seemed to be made of bronze, with clearly visible mottled verdigris. Sensing Lin Yongmao's life-or-death crisis, the bronze hoe glowed unusually, blocking the attack. However, the soul-shaking impact had still damaged his self-awareness. Lin Yongmao coughed up a large amount of blood, struggling to open his eyes, trying to stay awake. He patted his storage bag, took out several pieces of thousand-year cloud mist tea, and quickly swallowed them. Thousand-year cloud mist tea has the effect of healing soul wounds, and Lin Yongmao quickly recovered. Damn it! If it weren't for the bronze hoe, if it weren't for my own decent spiritual sense, I would be dead here now. Although Lin Xuanbo didn't know how Lin Yongmao had withstood the attack, he still firmly protected Lin Yongmao behind him, fearing that he would suffer another such attack. Luo Wei was extremely shocked. He had used all his strength in that spiritual attack, yet he hadn't managed to kill this young man. How could this be? After a brief moment of stunned silence, he decided to rescue Yuan Wang first. Only by joining forces could they possibly break the formation and destroy the Lin family. Lin Xuanbo, seeing this, immediately acted. He unleashed his strongest killing move. Natal magic weapon Azure Nether Sword. A 3-foot-long azure sword flew from his dantian, its target Yuan Wang, who was bound by blood-red thorny vines. The sword hurtled forward, leaving streaks of cold light in its wake. The azure sword light within was particularly brilliant, possessing an extreme sharpness. It was impossible to tell that the azure nether sword was originally made of bamboo. It was practically as hard as the hardest ore. Go! No! Yuan Wang felt dizzy, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to dodge, but found himself completely bound by the vines, unable to move an inch. Am I going to die like this? I finally managed to form my golden core. Yuan Wang's eyes were filled with resentment. He didn't beg for mercy, knowing it would be pointless now. The azure nether sword pierced Yuan Wang's heart, splattering blood everywhere. Grandpa, he's not dead yet, Lin Yongmao reminded him. Lin Xuanbo stepped forward, using a vortex of true essence to bind the golden core, which he then sealed within a jade box. At this point, Yuan Wang was truly dead, with no chance of resurrection. Lin Yongmao also breathed a sigh of relief, at least one less formidable enemy they had on the surface. Luo Wei's face darkened upon witnessing this scene. He hadn't expected someone to kill Yuan Wang right under his nose. The Qinglan sect had lost its sect leader, Yuan Wang, and a golden core cultivator, significantly weakening its overall strength. At the same time, he became wary. If he wasn't careful, he might fall victim to their trap. Lin Yongmao and Lin Xuanbo both turned their gazes to Luo Wei. At this moment, he was the Lin family's greatest enemy. If they could kill him, the Lin family would be safe. But Luo Wei was, after all, a veteran golden core cultivator. Dealing with him would undoubtedly be much more troublesome. For example, Luo Wei possesses a natal magic weapon, while Yuan Wang does not. Luo Wei knows a secret technique for attacking with divine sense, while Yuan Wang does not. This is the difference between them. Although both are at the early stage of the golden core realm, there is a difference in strength. The two sides were briefly locked in a stalemate, but ultimately Luo Wei could no longer hold his ground. The black-robed man hiding in the shadows also stepped out at this moment. He felt that Luo Wei's words made a lot of sense. He had basically figured out the situation of the Lin family. The strongest should be this early-stage golden core cultivator named Lin Xuanbo. With the protection of the formation, they were able to withstand the attack of a large number of Qinglan sect cultivators. But his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the golden core realm. The black-robed man stood side by side with Luo Wei, exerting an immense pressure on the Lin family members. Although they couldn't discern the black-robed man's cultivation level, they knew that his ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luo Wei meant he was no ordinary person. At this moment, the one under the greatest pressure was Lin Xuanbo. As the only golden core cultivator in the Lin family, he had to stand at the forefront and bear all possible attacks. The black-robed man whispered to Luo Wei, "Fellow Taoist Luo, let's use our natal magic treasures together and break this formation first." This jet-black banner, wreathed in black mist, didn't resemble an ordinary magical artifact. Rather, it looked somewhat like a magical artifact belonging to a heretical cultivator. Heretical cultivators possess a natal magical artifact, not complex to forge, but with extremely high growth potential, requiring only the continuous absorption of living souls. That is, the myriad soul banner. As the number of living souls absorbed increases, the myriad soul banner grows stronger, simultaneously nourishing the cultivator and continuously enhancing their cultivation level. Therefore, most heretical cultivators experience faster cultivation growth than ordinary cultivators. Judging from the myriad soul banner in the black-robed man's hand, he has slaughtered countless cultivators and demonic beasts. The souls had solidified, and several of them possessed cultivation levels comparable to the third rank. The black-robed man waved the myriad soul banner, and several souls, under his control, flew out from within, their target the array's protective barrier. Luo Wei also acted quickly, his natal magic weapon, the warm jade ruler, flying from his dantian and smashing directly at the array's barrier. The pressure shifted to Lin Yongmao, who immediately controlled his 1,000-year-old spiritual plants for defense. Iron willow trees formed a wall, blocking the soul's attacks and the warm jade ruler's strikes. It was barely holding on. Lin Xuanbo naturally couldn't let his grandson face this attack alone, so he quickly controlled his natal magic weapon, the Azure Nether Sword, to counter it. The Azure Nether Sword targeted the warm jade ruler, and the two natal magic weapons collided, producing a sharp, metallic clang as both sides clashed. Luo Wei's face was grim, but he was extremely confident. He was a veteran golden core cultivator in Xingyang. However, he was secretly alarmed. How could Lin Xuanbo have forged a natal magic weapon in such a short time? Where did that third-tier weapon refiner come from? Could it be that their Lin family had produced another third-tier weapon refiner? Luo Wei shook his head, trying to expel this distracting thought from his mind, and concentrated all his divine sense to control the warm jade ruler. In contrast, he observed Lin Xuanbo's natal magic weapon, a flying sword, which appeared to be a wood attribute flying sword, perfectly countered by the attribute of his warm jade ruler. "You're dead," Luo Wei thought to himself. The attributes have changed? How is this possible? Lin Xuanzhong had mastered both forms of the Azure Sword. This time, it was displaying the original characteristics of the Netherworld bamboo. The purplish-black longsword seemed to devour the surrounding light, its black sword aura threatening to tear apart the surrounding space. This flying sword was absolutely razor-sharp. If it struck his physical body, it could easily cleave him in two. "Go!" Lin Xuanbo unleashed a spell, shouting as the Azure Nether Sword charged at the warm jade ruler at full speed. The two collided, the spiritual energy pressure immense. Even those within the formation felt unable to lift their heads or open their eyes. Crack! It's broken, it's broken. Crack! Whose natal magic weapon shattered? Luo Wei coughed up mouthfuls of blood, barely able to stand, his face as pale as a sheet. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As a veteran golden core cultivator from Xingyang, he had refined his natal magic weapon for nearly 100 years. How could it be inferior to the opponent's newly refined natal magic weapon? The warm jade ruler was connected to its master's divine sense. When a crack appeared on the warm jade ruler, the master would suffer severe mental and physical damage. Coughing up blood was the least of his worries. On the other side, the black-robed man used the living souls within the myriad souls banner to attack Lin Yongmao's all plants and trees as soldiers formation. Lin Yongmao used a 1,000-year-old iron heart willow tree for defense, the tree wall barely managing to keep all the living souls outside the formation. The crimson vines, having devoured Yuan Wang's body as nourishment, began to bind and entangle his souls. Although these souls were still spirits, they were affected by the crimson vines, making their movements extremely difficult. The black-robed man clenched his teeth, his facial expression hidden behind a ghostly mask. The mystery surrounding the black-robed man fueled everyone's curiosity about his identity. Lin Yongmao fully utilized the properties of various spiritual plants. Millennial cloud mist tea tree. White cloud appeared, spreading boundless white mist. Instantly, the black-robed man could no longer clearly see the situation within the formation. He even lost sight of his target, his divine sense unable to pinpoint Lin Yongmao's location. Interesting. A foundation establishment cultivator can actually control so many 1,000-year-old spiritual plants. The leading living soul had already reached the third rank, equivalent to a golden core cultivator. All the living souls had the same target, the array's protective barrier. The living souls were fearless, all devouring the array's protective barrier. Even when attacked by the Lin family cultivators, their movements didn't falter in the slightest. Physical attacks had no effect on the living souls, and even magical attacks had little effect. The living souls were actually immune to some magical power. This was the characteristic of the living souls, only pure spiritual attacks had significant impact on them. Faced with the ever-increasing attacks of the living souls, Lin Yongmao had no choice but to continuously increase his investment in array spirit stones, constantly embedding mid-grade spirit stones into the array plate. Still can't break the formation? Then try this. Floating in the void was the scene inside the black-robed man's dantian, where a golden core the size of an egg floated in the center. The golden core gradually changed color, from its original pure gold to pitch black. Within the golden core in the dantian, numerous unusual phenomena appeared. Not good, it's a dantian phenomenon. That was a divine ability that only extremely talented golden core cultivators could comprehend. The black-robed man chanted incantations, his hands constantly forming hand seals, a strange aura emanating from him. Lin Yongmao's expression turned grave upon seeing this. The power of a dantian phenomenon is terrifying. Once unleashed, it is virtually invincible among those of the same level. This type of dantian phenomenon had formed a sea of blood, the corpse energy and resentment within, making it impossible to resist. Lin Yongmao took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual power to control the iron heart willow tree, preparing to meet the black-robed man's attack. The corrosive power of the corpse energy and resentment was extremely strong. Within moments, several iron-heart willow trees were corroded beyond recognition. Then, these corpses slowly stood up. These resurrected corpses were as pale as paper, their eyes empty and lifeless, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Their movements were abnormally stiff, as if they had lost their own will, yet they all charged towards the array's light barrier without hesitation, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting prey, displaying an unusual frenzy. In desperation, Lin Yongmao summoned another 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. 1,000-year-old twin ice soul snow lotus. He knew the characteristics of Xiao Shui and Xiao Bing well. These two little creatures seemed weak, but they possessed unique abilities. Lin Yongmao waved his hands, and a beam of cold light suddenly shot out from his hands. Xiao Shui and Xiao Bing began to undergo miraculous changes. Just then, Lin Yongmao shouted loudly, "Extreme cold prison!" The surrounding environment was instantly covered in ice and snow, transforming into a frozen snowfield. His hands formed a seal, this time unleashing a secret technique from the withering and flourishing technique, a powerful energy fluctuation generating from his body. Blessing of life. Blessing of life. This is one of the secret techniques within Lin Yongmao's foundation establishment stage cultivation method, the withering and flourishing technique. After using this technique, the vitality of plants and trees is continuously enhanced, causing them to grow rapidly. Of course, the effect depends on the energy consumed by the user. The more spiritual energy the user consumes, the better the technique's effect. Lin Yongmao recklessly poured his spiritual energy into the twin ice soul snow lotus, which was rapidly growing and developing. Sister, so much energy. Don't talk, quickly absorb it all. Okay, sister, but you're talking, V. I'm talking to remind you not to talk. Okay, sister, then we won't talk. Xiao Shui seemed a bit dim-witted. Although both she and Xiao Bing had awakened intelligence, it hadn't fully developed, inevitably resulting in peculiar thought processes. However, their thirst for life energy was innate. No matter how much life energy Lin Yongmao poured in, they absorbed and refined it all. They weren't just passively absorbing energy. Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui, under Lin Yongmao's control, continuously stabilized the extreme cold cage. The area of the icy snowfield continued to expand, with heavy snowfall. The sea of blood had been frozen solid, with no blood flow visible. Damn it! Is this still an early foundation establishment cultivator? He's practically cheating. The stronger Lin Yongmao became, the more alarmed he became, and the stronger his resolve to eliminate Lin Yongmao grew. If Lin Yongmao were allowed to grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, neither of these trump cards could break the formation. Without breaking the formation, she had no way to kill Lin Yongmao. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one had seen her true face. At worst, she could simply leave without leaving any trace in Xingyang. The black-robed woman had been disguised all along. Even the supreme elder and sect master of the Qinglan sect thought she was a man. Lin Yongmao glanced at the black-robed woman a few times, trying to see who she really was. As his divine sense drew closer, his attribute panel finally detected her information. Name: Lu Wani. Cultivation level: late golden core stage. Spiritual root talent: dark attribute, unique spiritual root. Affiliation: Yin Luo sect. Identity: fourth elder of Yin Luo sect. Natal magic treasure: myriad soul banner, devouring 110060 living souls. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, this black-robed person is called Lu Wani. Could she not be a man, but a woman? This female cultivator is actually a rare possessor of the dark attribute spiritual root. Encountering such a spiritual root is even rarer than winning the lottery. Dark attribute spiritual roots are also considered extraordinary spiritual roots, not belonging to the five elements. Other extraordinary spiritual roots include light, lightning, ice, and wind. The fourth elder of the Yin Luo sect? Lin Yongmao also noticed her unique identity. It seems this woman has connections. She's actually an elder of some sect. A late-stage golden core cultivator, only the fourth elder of this sect. One can imagine the sect's power. It's definitely a behemoth far stronger than the Qinglan sect. Lin Yongmao also considered eliminating her, but fearing he lacked the ability, he used all his trump cards to barely keep her outside the formation. Lu Wani sensed a killing intent. Although not intense, her extensive combat experience allowed her to clearly perceive it. Lu Wani was no delicate beauty. On the contrary, she had experienced far more battles than other cultivators of the same level. In short, her skills were honed in combat. But once she did act, she would eliminate all threats. But unexpectedly, it had been blocked by this early Foundation establishment cultivator. Although he relied on external power, the souls that had flown out of the banner seemed to be summoned, all returning to it. Lu Wani bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood onto the banner. Her already pale face beneath the mask became even paler. Lu Wani's breathing quickened. Many powerful souls devoured weaker ones, making the powerful even stronger. Especially the most powerful soul, whose cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the third rank. Go! At Lu Wani's command, the living souls within the myriad souls banner poured out, their target the defensive light barrier formed by the all plants or soldiers formation. They were determined to break through the protective tree wall formed by the 1,000-year-old spirit plant, the Ironheart Willow. This time, the blessing was directed at the Ironheart Willow. His spiritual power was already exhausted, but Lin Yongmao took out a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it. A considerable amount of energy was then generated in his dantian. Having refined his meridians using the mysterious spirit body forging technique, his meridians became more resilient, and the rate of energy conversion increased significantly. Yongmao, Grandpa is here to help you. He immediately stepped aside to help Lin Yongmao, who was still struggling to defend himself. Just now, Lin Xuanhua's natal magic weapon, the Azure Nethersword, clashed with Luo Wei's natal magic weapon, the Warm Jade Ruler. The Warm Jade Ruler was significantly damaged, affecting Luo Wei and causing him serious injuries. Luo Wei sensed a life-or-death crisis. His Warm Jade Ruler, severely damaged, had been retracted into his dantian and was unusable for the time being. What should I do? Luo Wei was anxious, instinctively glancing at the mysterious black-robed figure. However, the figure was focused on breaking the formation and showed no sign of helping him. I'll risk it all. Luo Wei hadn't cultivated his body. Since his physical body couldn't withstand the sharpness of the Azure Nether Sword, he could only rely on this golden core. Lin Xuanhua, seeing this, knew Luo Wei had reached a dead end. He poured out his true essence, all of it flowing into his natal magic weapon, the Azure Nether Sword, making its light even more dazzling. This time, Lin Xuanhua exerted all his strength, forcibly using the Azure Spirit and Nether Spirit attributes within the Azure Nether Sword. Although he couldn't achieve complete fusion, it still multiplied its power. Crack! The golden core shattered completely under this attack. Defeated. I'm utterly defeated. Luo Wei never imagined he would fall to such a state. The damage to his golden core meant his cultivation would plummet to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Recondensing his golden core would be harder than ascending to heaven. He had only dealt with the small Lin family. Even with a golden core cultivator present, he thought he could simply escape unscathed. He never expected to be knocked down a whole cultivation level. Sect Master Yuan Wang was dead, and his own death was imminent. If there were a pill for regret, he would never have chosen to be an enemy of the Lin family. No, if there were a pill for regret, he would have wiped out every single member of the Lin family before they grew powerful enough to dominate. All because of his natal magic weapon. He was defeated by the difference in their natal magic weapons. His meticulously crafted jade ruler, nurtured in his dantian for many years, was no match for his opponent's azure nether sword. This led to his defeat. Lin Xuanbo didn't care about Luo Wei's inner turmoil, he only wanted to eliminate the threat completely. Strike while the iron is hot. Luo Wei didn't even have time to beg for mercy before the azure nether sword pierced his heart. Immediately after eliminating Luo Wei, Lin Xuanbo went to help Lin Yongmao. Yongmao, I'm here to help you. Lu Wanni's pressure suddenly increased, her gaze fixed on the azure nether sword hanging high above her head. She was very interested in the azure nether sword, especially the dark aura emanating from it, which held a strong attraction for her. Lu Wanni's voice was very hoarse, a deep male voice, which puzzled Lin Yongmao. At the same time, what Lu Wanni needed also greatly interested Lin Yongmao. Could it be? What is it? Lin Xuanbo inquired. Absolutely not. ×2. If this demon were allowed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Wanni added, I'm willing to swear on my inner demons. Lin Yongmao looked at Lin Xuanbo, fearing that Lin Xuanbo would agree to this absurd request. Lu Wanni slowly uttered a few words, Qiluk Spirit Beast. As long as you hand over the Qiluk Spirit Beast, I will leave immediately. He thought to himself, she actually discovered the Qiluk Spirit Beast, the moon-toad rabbit? Thanks to the World Tree's innate ability of spatial barrier, it was able to block the Qi sensing, otherwise, this female demon would have already stormed Thousand Cliffs Cliff. Oh? Seeing how sincere Lin Xuanbo was, could it be that she had indeed come to the wrong place? But the Lin family must have something unique about it, hiding secrets that made her eager to explore. Unless she knew Lin Xuanbo's natal magic weapon, the azure nether sword, was made of netherworld bamboo, and thus guessed that the Lin family likely cultivated this spiritual plant. At this, Lin Xuanbo turned his gaze to Lin Yongmao. Lu Wanni felt this deal was a good one, it was essentially her getting something for nothing. With this 1000-year netherworld bamboo, she could reforge her natal magic weapon, the Myriad Soul Banner, replacing the pole with the bamboo. The banner's quality would undoubtedly improve significantly. Alright. This was the process of making a Dao Oath. A Dao Oath of inner demons requires blood essence as a conduit to communicate with the heavenly Dao. If the oath is broken, one will suffer punishment from the heavenly Dao, constantly tormented by inner demons, making further progress in cultivation nearly impossible. Blood essence at the golden core stage is not particularly rare. I hereby swear that unless the Lin family members offend me, I will never harm a single member of the Lin family. Lu Wanni's oath was very conservative, she was playing it safe. She wouldn't harm any members of the Lin family, but only if they harbored no intention of harming her. With that, Lin Yongmao flew away on his magical artifact towards Thousand Cliffs. He also had netherworld bamboo in his storage pouch, he could retrieve it without going to Thousand Cliffs, but he still felt it was best to be cautious and avoid revealing any weaknesses. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao ran over, carrying the adorable moon-toad rabbit in her arms. She was very worried and asked in her childish voice, Brother, are you alright? Lin Yongmao smiled and shook his head, Stay here and don't go anywhere. The moon-toad rabbit playfully asked, Brother, are you alright? Lin Yongmao glared at the black slave, snatched it away, and gave it 2 hard whacks on the head. It's all because of you, otherwise this whole mess wouldn't have happened. Moon-toad rabbit? Lin Yongmao put the moon-toed rabbit down and then walked to the area where the netherworld bamboo was cultivated. A large number of bamboos grew here, forming a vast bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was divided into two areas. One area grew green bamboo, the azure spirit bamboo. The other area grew purplish-black bamboo, the netherworld bamboo. Bamboo shoots, tender bamboo, 100-year-old spirit bamboo, 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo, all kinds were here. The number of bamboo shoots was countless. Lin Yongmao conservatively estimated that these bamboos could be refined into hundreds of natal magic weapons. Lin Yongmao had just been cautious, deliberately saying there was only 1,000-year-old netherworld bamboo here. Therefore, Lin Yongmao selected one of the netherworld bamboo shoots, barely 1,000 years old, dug it up, and severed its root system, preventing it from reproducing. Alright, this is it. Okay, brother. However, the initial tension between them had subsided. Seeing Lin Yongmao arrive, both of them relaxed considerably. Lin Yongmao didn't waste any words, directly tossing 1,000-year-old netherworld bamboo outside the formation while shouting loudly. Senior, catch! Luwani's left hand moved slightly, and true essence formed a vortex, sweeping the entire spiritual plant towards her. That's right, it is indeed 1,000-year-old netherworld bamboo. She then put it into her storage bag. Just as Lin Yongmao and Lin Xuanbo thought the black-robed man would leave soon, Luwani flew directly to Luo Wei's corpse. The seasoned Lin Xuanbo had also forgotten about this. Luwani smiled smugly. Consider this a small compensation. She casually took Luo Wei's storage bag as well. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Yongmao were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, the Qinglan sect master, Yuan Wang, ultimately died within the formation, and Luwani didn't take his storage pouch. By the time the hoarse voice reached Lin Yongmao and Lin Xuanbo's ears, the black-robed figure had vanished without a trace. Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief, finally rid of this plague. What good opportunity? Lin Yongmao asked curiously. The Qinglan sect is a piece of easy prey right now. Gather the foundation establishment disciples of the family, let's go quickly. The Lin family group headed towards the Qinglan sect. Now was the time to avenge their grievances and settle their scores. The Lin family group headed towards the Qinglan sect. Lin Yongmao was also among them. 7 people in total, all flying on their magical artifacts, heading towards the Qinglan sect. Lin Xuanbo, at the head of the group, stood proudly on the azure sword, soaring through the clouds like an immortal. Lin Yongmao also felt a sense of exhilaration. Now they could finally destroy the Azure Mist sect, eliminating a major threat to their hearts. With both golden core cultivators of the Azure Mist sect already dead, it wouldn't be difficult for their team to completely crush the sect. In less than an hour, they arrived at Azure Cloud Peak, where the Azure Mist sect was located. Xingyun Peak. The name is derived from the phrase soaring to the clouds. For ordinary rogue cultivators, joining the Qinglan sect means a meteoric rise to power. Xingyun Peak boasts stunning scenery, especially its summit, which is completely shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see clearly from below. This adds to Xingyun Peak's mystique. To have learned of the situation so quickly and possess the ability to infiltrate the Qinglan sect, there could only be one person, the black-robed Luwani. The Qinglan sect's protective formation, the Cloud Screen 9 Heavens formation, has been broken. Bloodied and lifeless Qinglan sect disciples are scattered everywhere. Whether they are menial disciples, outer disciples, or inner disciples, all lie in pools of blood, lifeless. The fate of these cultivators guarding the Qinglan sect ultimately boiled down to one word: death. They truly perished alongside their sect. Lin Xuanbo approached to observe, his face grim. Their souls are gone. It must have been that demon's doing. Luwani shared Lin Xuanbo's thought. The Qinglan sect was already a piece of fat meat. Anyone with the strength of a golden core cultivator could take a bite. However, Luwani's methods were far more ruthless. She directly annihilated the entire sect. Not a single survivor was found. But this didn't mean the Qinglan sect could escape this demon's clutches. Moreover, they hadn't seen any living creatures during their ascent. Luwani must have already left. Lin Xuanbo spoke up. That demon must have used thousands of cultivators from the Qinglan sect to refine the myriad soul banner. All the resources of the Qinglan sect had been plundered. After searching for a long time, the Lin family members found nothing of value. The group split up. Lu Wani had indeed left many things behind. For example, the damaged formations, the underground spiritual veins, and items from the disciples' residences. Lin Yongmao arrived at a crucial location, the Qinglan sect's scripture pavilion. The Qinglan sect's scripture pavilion was also protected by formations, but these were now broken, clearly breached by Lu Wadi. Entering the broken formation, several Qinglan sect disciples were already dead. Lin Yongmao also saw a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator at the Great Perfection Realm, presumably the head of the Scripture Pavilion and one of the Qinglan sect's elders. He too fell victim to Lu Wani's wickedness. Lin Yongmao gasped. These were useless to Lu Wani, but extremely valuable to the Lin family. After taking some, Lin Yongmao found his storage bag almost full. Reluctantly, he gave up and went up to the second floor. The second floor was much smaller, and similarly a mess, with jade slips scattered everywhere. However, judging from the number of jade slips, Lu Wani didn't take too many. Second tier spell, Vine Binding Technique. Second tier spell, Water Prison Technique. Lin Yongmao picked them up and put them into his storage bag. He arrived at the third floor. It was obvious that Lu Wani had taken them all. Regardless of whether it suited him or not, he just put it all into his storage bag. Lin Yongmao was about to leave when his gaze suddenly fell upon a meditation cushion. Lin Yongmao walked over, picked up the cushion, and prepared to put it into his storage bag. I should check its attributes carefully, just in case there's anything wrong. Lin Yongmao checked the cushion's attributes through the attribute panel. Grade, low grade first rank. Lin Yongmao's expression changed. Had he stumbled upon something hidden by accident? After confirming there was no danger, Lin Yongmao tore open the futon. Thud. A pure gold page fell from the futon's lining. The force of the falling page actually created a deep crater in the special mineral material floor. Lin Yongmao picked up the pure gold page. It was heavy, the material seemed to be gold. However, Lin Yongmao wasn't worried about this, because he possessed the attribute panel. This function had long been reliable for him. All sorts of difficult problems could be detected through the attribute panel. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yongmao's eyes. Ancient Pill Recipe Fragment. Rank, high grade third rank. And the inheritance of a third rank alchemist. Within this fragment of an ancient alchemical text, besides the third tier alchemist inheritance Lin Yongmao desperately needed, there were also many ancient alchemical formulas. Most of these miraculous formulas have been lost. For example, the youth-preserving pill and the longevity pill are both third-tier pills. Both the techniques of preserving youth and prolonging life are forbidden by the heavenly Tao, so the moment the pill is formed, it triggers a small-scale lightning tribulation. Not only are the medicinal materials for refining these pills extremely difficult to find, but the refining process is also extremely risky. As for the breakthrough pill, although it is a second-tier pill, it is very special. The breakthrough pill, as the name suggests, is used to break through obstacles and cultivation bottlenecks. In other words, the bottleneck of breaking through from the great perfection of the golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage cannot be achieved using the breakthrough pill. This was terrifying. It was merely a second-tier pill, yet its effects far surpassed those of ordinary third-tier pills. Lin Yongmao didn't examine it closely further, storing the fragment of the pill manual in his storage bag and beginning to search for anything else he had overlooked. Unfortunately, after searching several times, he found nothing of value. Lin Yongmao left the scripture pavilion and used several communication talismans in quick succession. 5 days later. Lin Family Council Hall. Lin Yuhuan sat at the head of the table, listening attentively to Lin Jing's report. Lin Jing recited these resources one by one as if they were precious treasures, greatly exciting the Lin family members present. He added, however, the best spiritual vein of the Qinglan sect should belong to our Lin family. I doubt any other force will compete with us for it now. The Qinglan sect was built on a mid-grade spiritual vein, which now rightfully belongs to the Lin family. After speaking, Lin Yuqing gave Lin Yongmao and Lin Yulian a meaningful look. Lin Yongmao pretended not to see it, he didn't want the hassle of a marriage alliance. Lin Yulian blushed deeply, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Furthermore, we will encourage childbirth. Any offspring born with spiritual roots will receive a huge reward. A series of new family policies were being generated, and Lin Yongmao heard them all. He was genuinely happy for the family's continuous development and expansion. The more prosperous the family, the more stably his system could function. In Qingyang City. Have you all heard? The entire Qinglan sect has been wiped out. You're way behind the times. I heard about it a long time ago. Not a single member survived, not even the sect's spirit beasts were slaughtered. Who could have done this? How could they be so ruthless? The Qinglan sect wasn't exactly innocent either. Their destruction is a boon for us ordinary cultivators, at least no one can openly compete with us for cultivation resources anymore. Do you think it could be the Lin family? The Lin family has been growing rapidly lately, only the Lin family in Xinjiang has that kind of power. The Lin family? Absolutely impossible. Even if the Lin family were all united, they wouldn't be a match for the Qinglan sect. How could one Lin family possibly destroy the Qinglan sect? My God! Here come some evil cultivators to Qingyang too. I hope I don't run into them. You've been there. Where can you go now? Oh well, even if I went, I couldn't compete with them. It's just that my strength isn't enough. So, Xinjiang is about to undergo a major reshuffle. Who will become the number one power in Xinjiang? Is that even a question? Of course, it's the Lin family. From now on, no other power can compare to the Lin family. The other powers are also gradually developing, such as the Chao family and the Han family. These two families are also developing very well. And our Qingyang city, under the leadership of the city lord, can also achieve glory. Yes, the city lord achieving the golden core stage is a blessing for all of Qingyang. We rogue cultivators owe our current status entirely to the city lord. Similar conversations could be heard in various places throughout Xinjiang. On one hand, they lamented the destruction of the Qinglan sect, its collapse happening in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, they worried about their own future, wondering how to go far on the path of cultivation. The Qingyang power structure had indeed undergone a major reshuffle, becoming a one superpower in many strong situation. The one superpower referred to the Lin family, a powerful cultivation clan whose two members achieved the golden core stage, establishing their absolute dominance. The many strong included the Han family, the Chao family, and the Qingyang city lord's mansion. The Shu family, once one of the four great families, has gradually declined. Their foundation establishment ancestor is nearing the end of his lifespan, and no new foundation establishment cultivators have emerged. Chao Yuxing, however, successfully established his foundation establishment after consuming 2 foundation establishment pills, firmly establishing himself as the Chao family patriarch and leading the family's continued development. The city lord's mansion needs no introduction. With the golden core expert Chen He in charge, as long as they don't anger the Lin family, they can continue to survive in Xinjiang for several hundred years. These 2 locations have become the Lin family's new bases. Many independent cultivators requested to join the Lin family, and the Lin family accepted these independent cultivators with an open attitude. The Lin family ancestral hall and cave. Dwelling. Lin Yongmao and Lin Xuanbo sat facing each other on the ground, engaging in a brief exchange. Grandpa, you traveled to other regions in your younger days. Have you ever heard of the Yinluo sect? Lin Yongmao asked this crucial question. Although the female demon Lu Wani had already left Xinjiang, Lin Yongmao was still worried. The Yinluo sect should be located within the Xianin realm. Lin Yongmao was somewhat taken aback. This was a completely new term to him, the Xianin realm? Where is that? Our Qingyang is located in one of them, Lijiu, which has 4 realms, the Xuanyu realm in the north, the Xianyun realm in the south, the Xianyue realm in the east, and the Xianin realm in the west. Lin Yongmao speculated, and we should belong to the Xianyun realm? Yes, that's right. Not only does Qingyang belong to the Xianyun realm, but Yangcheng and other places also belong to the Xianyun realm. However, unlike Yangchang, Xinjiang is a remote and impoverished area, rarely seen by the public, and has virtually no communication with the outside world. There are quite a few regions like Xinjiang. This is like a double-edged sword, hindering Xinjiang's development on one hand, but ensuring its safety and stability on the other. The Yinluo sect you mentioned belongs to the sects within the Xianyin realm, while our Xinjiang is actually located at the border between the Xianyin realm and the Xianyin realm. Lin Xuanbo nodded, but warned, although you already possess some strength, don't even think about venturing into the dark abyss. Countless people have perished there. Lin Yongmao knew it wasn't something he could explore at this time. Lin Yongmao left the cave and headed alone towards Thousand Cliffs. After talking with his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo, for a while, he learned about the layout of this cultivation world. This continent was called the 3000 Provinces, and Lin Yongmao's location was in Lei Province, one of the 3000 provinces. Moreover, it was only the Xianyin realm, one of the 4 realms in Lijiao, a remote and impoverished place. But the smaller the place, the more Lin Yongmao liked it. A small place meant there was no threat from high-level cultivators, not many dangers lurking around, giving him ample time to develop. As for the lack of resources, Lin Yongmao had the Shinong sign-in system. As long as his family existed, he could sign in forever. Why worry about resources? Originally, Lin Yongmao was worried about the threat from the Yinluo sect, but now it seemed that the Yinluo sect's ambition to come to Xinjiang was not simple. Therefore, he could cultivate in peace. Having killed Yuan Wang, the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, and Luo Wei, the sect's supreme elder, the threat to the Qinglan sect was completely eliminated. To encourage his clansmen, Lin Xuanbo handed Yuan Wang's storage bag to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao inspected Yuan Wang's storage bag. The resources inside were incredibly abundant. Spirit stones, materials, ores, spiritual plants, magical artifacts. All were extremely plentiful. Befitting a sect leader, his resources were indeed substantial. However, the resources truly suitable for himself were few. Lin Yongmao sorted them out. One was a type of pill called yellow sprout pill, and its formula. This yellow sprout pill was exactly what Lin Yongmao urgently needed, and it was also a pill that could help foundation establishment cultivators increase their cultivation speed. If one wanted to rapidly increase their cultivation in a short period of time, then this yellow sprout pill was the best choice. These must be the pills Yuan Wang took before reaching the golden core stage, and he hasn't replaced them yet. This is perfect for Lin Yongmao. However, Lin Yongmao doesn't care for the yellow sprout pills in his storage bag. He plans to refine them himself. Therefore, the philanthropist Yuan Wang also placed the yellow sprout pill recipe in his storage bag. Yellow sprout pill recipe. Grade, second tier high grade. Ingredients: yellow sprout grass, white flower grass, heart clearing grass. The heart clearing grass is quite rare. It's generally required for breaking through to the golden core realm. Its effects are similar to cloud mist tea, but not as potent. However, Lin Yuqing purchased a considerable number of heart clearing grass seeds at the Long family's auction last time. Lin Yongmao planted a large quantity, and mass production has long been achieved. The most difficult to cultivate is the yellow sprout grass. Lin Yongmao had seen a record of yellow sprout grass in the Complete Guide to Mid-Rank Spiritual Plants. It's a rather rare spiritual herb, and the Lin family has never cultivated it. However, Lin Yongmao hasn't given up. Since the Azure Mist sect can refine it, there must be a way. This is the benefit of the 100 Arts of Cultivation function. It doesn't require exceptional comprehension, only meeting the corresponding conditions. Inside Xinjiang City. The Lin family has opened a shop here, simply named Lin's Shop. The Lin family's influence has spread throughout Xinjiang. No one in Xinjiang is unaware of their name. Today, the Lin family shop posted a notice. Those who can provide yellow sprout grass or yellow sprout grass seeds can exchange for 1 foundation establishment pill. Those who can provide information about yellow sprout grass can exchange for 10 high-grade qi condensation pills. As soon as the news spread, the rogue cultivators in Xinjiang City spread the word. Even the major families know about this news. The yellow sprout grass was merely a second-tier spiritual plant, yet it could be exchanged for foundation establishment pills, essential for cultivators to establish their foundations. Where else could one find such a good deal? Thus, cultivators began inquiring about the yellow sprout grass. Although not a direct descendant of the Lin family, he held a considerable position within the clan. He had now been assigned to manage the Lin clan shops. Through Lin Jing's perspective, Lin Yongmao saw the great reaction this notice had caused and couldn't help but smile. I refuse to believe that we can't find the spiritual plant we need even with this much effort. 3 days later. Through Lin Jing's perspective, Lin Yongmao finally found the yellow sprout grass he needed. As soon as he entered, he called out loudly, "Where's your manager?" The rogue cultivator tidied himself up, feeling it wasn't appropriate to come like this, but he couldn't care less. He heard the commotion outside and saw a servant come to call him. Could someone be trying to cause trouble? Lin Jing wondered. If someone really comes to cause trouble, he thinks it'll be a good opportunity to test his foundation establishment cultivation level. Seeing the rogue cultivator covered in blood and mud in the shop, Lin Jing frowned. Could someone really be trying to cause trouble? Shopkeeper, I found it. Found what? Lin Jing asked impatiently. This noisy behavior is unbecoming. What if the clan leader comes and thinks he's mismanaging the business? Found the yellow sprout grass. He finally finished the sentence, slowly opening his palm as he held a spirit herb still covered in dirt. The yellow sprout grass plant was pale yellow overall, somewhat resembling a bean sprout, with very tender stems and leaves, almost fragile. This particular plant had an intact root system, still covered in fresh soil. It was clear the hempcloth cultivator had taken considerable care in preserving it. He didn't even dare put it in his storage bag, lest the yellow sprout grass lose its vitality. Good, this is wonderful. Now it was Lin Jing's turn to be excited. Does the content on that notice still count? The hempcloth cultivator quickly asked, changing the subject. It's a deal. Lin Jing finally realized what was happening. He went back to the storeroom and took out a low-grade foundation establishment pill. I'll exchange this foundation establishment pill for the yellow sprout grass you have. Our Lin clan shop values its reputation highly. You can sell any special spiritual plants to our Lin clan shop in the future. Even the rogue cultivator in hempcloth hadn't left the house. Lin Jing had already gone. The rogue cultivator in hempcloth felt like he'd been tricked. Could this yellow sprout grass be some kind of ancient sacred medicine? But looking at the tangible foundation establishment pill in his hand, he felt like he'd gotten a great deal. Unexpectedly, a small yellow sprout grass he encountered by chance allowed him to successfully exchange it for foundation establishment pills. Even the heavens are on my side. It seems my advancement to foundation establishment is secure this time. The rogue cultivator in burlap sack comforted himself. The clan leader, Lin Yuan, had instructed him that if the yellow sprout grass was found, it should be given to Lin Yongmao immediately. Although Lin Jing was a member of the Lin clan, he had never been to Thousand Cliffs before, as it was an extremely remote area, rarely visited even by members of the Lin clan. He walked through the clouds and mist, his vision completely obscured, his entire body soaked with dew and fog. How am I supposed to find young Master Yongmao? Lin Jing was getting anxious. Upon entering this area, Lin Jing had been running around like a headless fly. Finding Lin Yongmao was out of the question, even getting out seemed impossible. The All Things Are Soldiers formation, combined with the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea trees, had long since shrouded the area in mist, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. At this moment, Lin Yongmao had just finished refining pills, successfully producing a batch of foundation establishment pills. Ding! System notification, second-tier alchemist proficiency reached 100%, advancing to third-tier alchemist. Advanced to third-tier alchemist, pill refining success rate plus 30%, pill quality plus 20%, order rate plus 20%. Phew! Take refining foundation establishment pills, for example, he could now consistently produce high-grade foundation establishment pills. After becoming a third-level alchemist, refining second-level pills was a piece of cake. Moreover, he was also qualified to refine the third-level pill, the spirit-gathering pill. Ha! Someone's trapped in the formation. Lin Yongmao quickly noticed that the formation had been activated, someone had accidentally entered it. His gaze shifted to the myriad plants and trees on Thousand Cliffs, where he spotted Lin Jing frantically scurrying around like a headless fly. Lin Yongmao chuckled a few times and slowly walked towards Lin Jing. "Uncle Jing, it's you." Lin Yongmao dispelled the surrounding mist and greeted Lin Jing with a smile. "Young Master Yongmao, your formation is truly too powerful. Even with my foundation establishment cultivation, I don't know how to break it." Lin Yongmao didn't lead Lin Jing into his stone house, but instead asked directly, "What brings you here?" Lin Jing then remembered his purpose, patted his storage bag, and a jade box appeared in his hand. Lin Yongmao gently opened the jade box, and a pale yellow plant appeared before him. Lin Yongmao examined it carefully, and its information appeared on the attribute panel. Yellow sprout grass. Grade, mid-grade second tier. That's right. Lin Yongmao's eyes lit up. Whether judging by the knowledge in the complete guide to mid-grade spiritual plants or directly checking the attribute panel, he knew this was yellow sprout grass. "Thank you so much, Uncle Jing. This is the yellow sprout grass I needed. You've been a great help." Lin Yongmao expressed his gratitude. It turned out that Lin Jing hadn't succeeded in his first foundation establishment attempt. It was Lin Yongmao who gave him another mid-grade foundation establishment pill, which allowed Lin Jing to successfully establish his foundation. After Lin Yongmao accepted the yellow sprout grass, Lin Jing didn't linger and left Thousand Cliff to return to the Lin clan's shop in Xingyang City. Lin Yongmao carefully carried the yellow sprout grass back to Thousand Cliff. The gold-eating beast, Xiaosong, had cleared another spirit field, and Lin Yongmao planned to plant this yellow sprout grass in this new field. After planting the yellow sprout grass, Lin Yongmao channeled a spirit spring to irrigate it and simultaneously added soil, using the soil of life-giving essence. Spirit wood technique. Lin Yongmao formed hand seals, and a first-tier spell instantly appeared, completely covering the yellow sprout grass with a bluish-green light. The already nearly mature yellow sprout grass matured in just a few breaths. Ding! Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief. As described in the complete guide to intermediate rank spirit plants, this yellow sprout grass had an extremely strong reproductive ability. Lin Yongmao sowed the 10 harvested seeds on the spirit field, then formed hand seals. Blessing of life. Lin Yongmao's hand seals became more intricate. This was a secret technique from the withering and flourishing technique, which could directly provide vitality to spirit plants. In a few breaths, Lin Yongmao harvested another 10 mature yellow sprout grass plants. Of course, there were also 100 yellow sprout grass seeds. As Lin Yongmao sowed 100 seeds in the spirit field, he pondered, the yellow sprout grass should be enough for now. Let's try refining yellow sprout pills. Lin Yongmao took out his portable alchemy furnace, a mid-grade magic artifact furnace, nothing special. Lin Yongmao wasn't picky about alchemy furnaces at all. Now that his alchemist rank had improved, Lin Yongmao had no problem with the furnace exploding. Yellow sprout pills were pills for improving cultivation during the foundation establishment stage. As the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the Azure Yang realm gradually increased, the market for this kind of pill would be very large. Even without a market, this was a pill that Lin Yongmao urgently needed. Half an hour later. Ding! As expected of a third-tier alchemist, refining the second-tier pill, yellow sprout pill, is so easy. Not only did he succeed on his first try, but he also refined a full batch, including some high-grade pills. Lin Yongmao took out one of the high-grade yellow sprout pills and swallowed it directly. As the pill was digested, a powerful surge of spiritual energy dissipated, impacting Lin Yongmao's entire body. Whoosh! Lin Yongmao used his divine sense to examine his body and discovered changes. The medicinal power transformed into a tide of spiritual energy, cleansing his meridians and being absorbed bit by bit. Lin Yongmao's cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, but after consuming a high-grade yellow sprout pill, the effects were still remarkable. His cultivation level increased significantly. Originally, he had planned to take at least a year to break through from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. However, with an unlimited supply of yellow sprout pills, Lin Yongmao felt that this time would be greatly compressed, reaching the late foundation establishment stage in just a month or two. More than an hour later, Lin Yongmao successfully absorbed the medicinal power of the yellow sprout pill, and his cultivation level improved considerably. I'll refine a few more batches of pills and send some to father, mother, uncles, and aunt. She should have broken through to the foundation establishment stage 2. Each batch of yellow sprout pills only requires one yellow sprout grass, so Lin Yongmao now has more than enough medicinal herbs. Lin Yongmao returned to his parents' home. Her belly was already slightly protruding, making movements somewhat difficult. Forming a Taoist couple is simple for cultivators, but having offspring is not so easy. Because cultivators themselves possess spiritual roots, the probability of their offspring also possessing spiritual roots is relatively high. This also means that conception is more difficult. Therefore, although cultivators have long lifespans, they actually have relatively few offspring. This is true for human cultivators, and even more so for some pure-blooded demon beasts. It is very common for some powerful demon beasts to die without ever producing offspring. After Lin Yongmao returned home, his mother, Han Yueying, quickly stood up. "Mother, please sit down, don't overexert yourself." Lin Yongmao's presence beside him already brought him immense joy. If his own sister were also born, Lin Yongmao couldn't imagine how happy he would be. For a cultivation family to grow and prosper, it naturally needs more offspring with exceptional spiritual roots and talents. Lin Yongmao continued, "I've come to deliver some things. Mother, you don't need to prepare any food." With that, Lin Yongmao took out 2 items from his storage bag. A basket of eggs. Several bottles of pills. Lin Yongmao had long ago taken the 7 Treasures chicken back to Thousand Peaks Cliff, where it was well fed and cared for, laying a spiritual egg every 3 or 4 days. Lin Yongmao hadn't eaten any of these spiritual eggs, he had stored them all away. He brought them all to his mother, Han Yueying. The 7 Treasures spirit eggs are beneficial for pregnant women and children, as they can enhance a child's awakening of spiritual roots. Lin Yongmao brought at least 57 Treasures spirit eggs. "Mother, eat one of these eggs every few days. Don't be stingy. I'll bring them to you every time the 7 Treasures chicken lays an egg." Lin Yongmao replied, "Mother, the 7 Treasures spirit egg is no longer of any use to me. For my sister to awaken a good spiritual root, you must take them on time." After giving a few more instructions, Lin Yongmao pushed the jade bottle towards Han Yueying, saying, "This is the yellow sprout pill, which can enhance the cultivation of foundation establishment cultivators. Mother, although you are pregnant, don't neglect your cultivation. Share these pills with father, and your cultivation will definitely improve quickly." Lin Yongmao held an extremely high position in the clan, the only second-tier alchemist. Although he was a third-tier alchemist, the other clansmen didn't know. All the pills were supplied by Lin Yongmao. Without him, their cultivation speed would be significantly slower. Lin Yongmao and Han Yueying were still chatting when the door was pushed open, and a burly figure walked into the house. "Father." The visitor was none other than Lin Yuqing. Only Lin Yuqing could freely enter and leave his own house. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan felt that Lin Yuqing was the most suitable for the position. "Looking for me?" Lin Yongmao asked, puzzled. "That's right, I've found what you've been needing." Lin Yuqing's rugged face beamed with a smile. Lin Yongmao wondered to himself, could it also be yellow sprout grass? Lin Yongmao's heart surged with excitement. He desperately needed gunmetal chi, more accurately, his sword soulgrass needed gunmetal chi to evolve. He had searched for a long time, inquiring about gunmetal chi for ages, but no one had ever heard of it. Now, his father, Lin Yuqing, had found it. After speaking, Lin Yuqing took out an ancient sword blank from his storage bag. The sword blank was about 3 feet long, made of an unknown metal, radiating an extremely sharp aura and an ancient feel. Lin Yongmao nodded, carefully scanning the sword blank with his divine sense, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate the entire blank. However, he wasn't worried at all. The sword blank's attributes had already appeared on the attribute panel. Ancient sword. Blank. Rank, high-grade 3rd tier. Description: broken halberds lie buried in the sand, their iron still uncorroded. I will polish them to recognize the past dynasty. That's right. Lin Yongmao nodded repeatedly. This was the gung metal energy he needed. Moreover, this ancient sword embryo was also quite extraordinary. Once Lin Yuqing's cultivation reached the golden core stage, he could consider refining this ancient sword embryo and making it his natal magic weapon. Father, I'll take this ancient sword embryo for now and return it to you in a while. Before Lin Yongmao finished speaking, he had already left his house and flew towards Thousand Cliffs. This child, Han Yueying chuckled, saying, he's getting more and more impetuous. Both Han Yueying and Lin Yuqing smiled. Now, their son's cultivation level was even about to surpass theirs. They had realized that there was less and less they could help their child. On Thousand Cliffs, beside the World Tree. At this moment, the sword soul grass appeared somewhat withered. During the last battle with Yuan Wang and the others, its leaf-shaped flying swords were knocked down, damaging the sword soul grass's foundation. Although Lin Yongmao retrieved it, it hadn't fully recovered. As the enemies Lin Yongmao faced grew stronger, the power of the leaf-shaped flying swords formed by the sword soul grass became increasingly limited. This wasn't because the sword soul grass itself was weak, but because it hadn't received proper nurturing, preventing it from evolving. The mature form of the sword soul grass is the nine-leaf sword soul grass, powerful enough to split the heavens and earth, even stronger than the legendary four swords of Zhu Xian. Lin Yongmao examined the original attributes of the sword soul grass. Sword soul grass. Rank, low-grade first rank, can grow, but in poor condition. Cultivation recommendation, gung metal qi. Looking at this withered sword soul grass, Lin Yongmao took out the ancient sword embryo and placed it directly around the sword soul grass, hoping it would actively absorb the gung metal qi. Lin Yongmao was helpless, he hadn't learned how to refine gung metal qi. If he were a weapon refiner, he could do it, but he didn't even possess a metal attribute spiritual root. However, even with the ancient sword embryo placed beside the sword soul grass, the sword soul grass showed no reaction whatsoever, its leaves still drooping, looking listless. This troubled Lin Yongmao. The sword soul grass lacked sentience, and Lin Yongmao couldn't communicate with it. However, while Lin Yongmao couldn't communicate with the sword soul grass, he could communicate with the world tree using the mind contract. Do you have a way to absorb the gung metal qi? Lin Yongmao asked. This light projected onto the ancient sword embryo, causing it to float up. A sharp aura was extracted from within the ancient sword embryo. A pale golden gas dissipated. Is this the gung metal qi? Lin Yongmao pondered as he saw the pale golden gas. His skin stung slightly. If the gung metal qi were to come into direct contact with his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yongmao had been practicing body tempering. He had reached the fourth level of the mysterious spirit body tempering technique, specifically the skin refining stage. Yet, he still couldn't withstand the sharpness of this gung metal qi. Finally, the sword soul grass reacted. The sword soul grass finally moved. Initially, Lin Yongmao had worried that the gung metal qi would harm the leaves, pulverizing them. Unexpectedly, the seemingly fragile leaves were completely unfazed by the sharpness of the gung metal qi, instead absorbing it bit by bit. The leaves returned to the plant and began to grow. From one leaf, they grew to 2, then 3. Lin Yongmao thought joyfully, with this 3-leaf sword soul grass, even confronting a golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon shouldn't be a problem. The sword soul grass still lacks sentience, but this doesn't diminish its immense power. 3-leaf sword soul grass. Rank, high-grade 3rd tier. Description: the strongest sword soul grass has 9 leaves, but this one only has 3, so it's striving to grow into a 9-leaf grass. Cultivation recommendation: bathing in lightning tribulation. The sword soul grass has successfully evolved into a 3-leaf sword soul grass. That's not all. If Lin Yongmao uses the secret technique of sword shadow splitting light, the 3-leaf sword soul grass can transform into a 9-leaf sword soul grass. While it can't compare to a true 9-leaf sword soul grass, its power will increase at least 3-fold. Once Lin Yongmao's cultivation reaches the golden core stage, he will undergo the golden core lightning tribulation. He can bring the 3-leaf sword soul grass along with him, thus fulfilling this condition. Lin Yongmao shifted his gaze from the 3-leaf sword soul grass to the world tree. The world tree's evolution conditions were even more outrageous. It required 5 elemental spiritual roots. However, finding a possessor of a specific elemental spiritual root was incredibly difficult, and the world tree's further evolution couldn't be rushed. Lin Yongmao returned to his residence. There were several stone houses there, and in one of them, Lin Yongmao was cultivating. Talent plus diligence, when these two conditions are met, it's a winning combination. In just 2 or 3 months, Lin Yongmiao's cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. But this was normal. Yongmiao not only had excellent talent but also Lin Yongmao's unlimited supply of pills. Those with a superior water elemental root can easily refine the medicinal power, resulting in a naturally fast cultivation speed. The heavenly elemental root has another advantage: it doesn't encounter any bottlenecks when advancing to foundation establishment and golden core. In other words, a cultivator with a heavenly elemental root can still achieve foundation establishment without consuming foundation establishment pills. Even those with other elemental roots cannot achieve this. At this moment, Lin Yongmiao is attempting to achieve foundation establishment without consuming foundation establishment pills. Lin Yongmao patted his forehead. This little girl's cultivation might soon surpass his own. Lin Yongmao put this thought aside and returned to his stone hut to meditate and cultivate. He swallowed a high-grade yellow sprout pill, continuously dissolving its medicinal power while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The withering and flourishing technique operated under Lin Yongmao's control, and he could truly feel himself growing stronger bit by bit. At the edge of the dark abyss. At this moment, Lu Wani was still in Xingyan, but she planned to leave soon. She had truly had enough of this remote and impoverished place. She gazed contentedly at the myriad souls banner, now replenished with countless living souls, the souls of fallen cultivators of the Qinglan sect. Lu Wani sighed, alas. So be it. I've already sworn an oath to the demonic path, I should return to the Yinluo sect. She removed the black robe covering her entire body, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful figure. Then she removed her mask, revealing an exquisite face, like that of a celestial being. She possessed both beauty and a powerful aura, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. Such carnage had long since created an inescapable layer of Xiansha aura around her. Of course, in Xingyang, she hadn't revealed this Xiansha aura at all, she had a unique method to conceal it. Now, to cross this insurmountable chasm, she precisely needed this Xiansha aura. Under her feet, extremely strong energy fluctuations emanated, energy fluctuations that made her heart tremble. Lu Wani thought, the Qi-Lux spirit beast originated from this dark abyss. Perhaps, she should go down and take a look? Maybe the Qi-Lux spirit beast has returned to the dark abyss? Lu Wani's body began to sink into the dark abyss. Her divine sense spread out. If she encountered any monster she couldn't defeat, she would immediately flee. As she deepened into the abyss, Lu Wani actually heard the sound of flowing water. There's a river in there? This was a novel discovery. Even among those within the Xianin realm, few dared to explore the dark abyss. Because very few cultivators returned alive, and those who did were almost always silent. The closer Lu Wani got to the underground river, the more violently the water surged. Perhaps because Lu Wani had entered from a good location, she hadn't encountered a single ghostly beast along the way, and her wariness gradually lessened. Finally, she saw the river. Its waters were murky, its surface extremely wide, and its current incredibly swift. Its destination was unknown, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. This silver creature was significantly longer than a typical carp, and it had long tentacles resembling the whiskers of legendary dragons. Sure enough, the luck beast had returned to the dark abyss. Lu Wani hadn't seen the luck beast moon-toed rabbit before, only sensed its aura. Lu Wani frowned, pondering how to capture it. In the river, the dragon carp possesses the ability to control the water, making it difficult to catch. Moreover, the dragon carp is quite intelligent, making it even more challenging. After much deliberation, Lu Wani took action. She took out the 1,000-year-old netherworld bamboo, removed the excess branches and leaves, and first crafted it into a fishing rod. Then she twisted a line from 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk and forged a fishhook from 100-year-old black iron. This was the only way. Leaping directly into the river would surely disturb the dragon carp. Furthermore, this underground river was unfathomably deep, and apart from spirit beasts of destiny, no other creatures appeared. Lu Wani dared not venture in lightly. Lu Wani sat upright in the void, holding a 1,000-year-old netherworld bamboo fishing rod. A spirit earthworm dangled from the 1,000-year-old ice silkworm thread. She then tossed it sharply into the underground river. Splash! The sound of a heavy object hitting the water. At the bottom of the abyss river, 2 dazzling dragon carp were frolicking, constantly blowing colorful bubbles, a stark contrast to the abyss. The silver dragon carp spoke in human language. "Sister, a human has come here. But this human looks silly, trying to fish us in such a clumsy way." Mmm. A sly glint appeared in the silver dragon carp's large eyes. "Sister, let's tease her." Okay. We're bored anyway." The gold and silver koi at the bottom of the river were indeed golden and silver dragon carp. "It's done." She eagerly pulled the rod, and a crystalline luster clung to the hook, making her smile even wider. She pulled with all her might. The fish was surprisingly strong, as if it had been enchanted by some kind of spell. When she pulled the crystalline luster close to her, her expression turned grim, for it was the skull of an adult. The skull emitted a crystalline luster because it was made of jade. Even without catching the silver dragon carp, this was still a worthwhile investment. Jade bone is a third-tier material, perfectly usable for crafting a natal magic weapon. Unfortunately, compared to a true auspicious spirit beast, this jade bone is still inferior. Little sister is so amazing, but she doesn't seem scared at all. She seems quite happy. Lu Wani threaded another spirit earthworm onto the black iron hook and then cast it into the underground river. "This time I must catch the dragon carp," she silently vowed. Lu Wani silently prayed, "This is a lucky spirit beast. I must catch it." "Never mind." The silver dragon carp closed its eyes and suddenly bit into the black iron hook in the earthworm, swallowing them both whole. With a fierce flick, it severed the 1,000-year-old ice silkworm thread. Lu Wani hurriedly retrieved the netherworld bamboo fishing rod, but there was nothing on it. 1,000 cliffs. Lin Yongmao excitedly rubbed his hands together. Signing in today would grant him a 100-day 5x bonus. This was truly an exciting moment. According to Lin Yongmao's observation, the sign-in rewards for each 2, 5, or 10x critical hit were random. This was a test of luck. "System, I want to sign in." Lin Yongmao silently chanted. Ding! When he heard that the sign-in item was an immortal artifact, Lin Yongmao was dumbfounded. Was he about to take off? You know, after a magic artifact comes a spirit artifact, after a spirit artifact comes an ancient treasure, and only after an ancient treasure comes an immortal artifact. He quickly began to check the attributes of this immortal artifact through the attribute panel. As expected. Dao Trace's fishing rod, consumable. Rank, mid-grade immortal artifact. Description: the Dao Trace's fishing rod was not crafted by human hands. It is a strange creation naturally formed during the condensation of rules of a wisp of primordial energy. It surpasses the conventional use of energy and matter by immortal artifacts, touching upon traces of laws and the Great Tao. Attribute 1, during fishing, luck value plus 3,000. Attribute 3, during fishing, the understanding of the laws of the Great Tao deepens. Function: fishing can be done near water sources, randomly catching various valuable items of this world, not just limited to fish. Although this fishing rod is a celestial artifact, it's a consumable item, and fishing rods are considered everyday objects, lacking offensive capabilities. However, Lin Yongmao didn't intend to hold on to these 3 opportunities. Resources only truly enhance strength if they can be used and applied to oneself. Lin Yongmao carefully examined the attributes of this celestial artifact. While it lacked any offensive attributes, it was extremely unique, temporarily increasing both luck and comprehension of the Great Tao. It was completely beyond his current capabilities. After materializing the Daohen fishing rod, a simple, unremarkable bamboo fishing rod came into view. Lin Yongmao carefully examined the Daohen fishing rod, fearing that the slightest force would snap the thread. His thoughts began to wander. The fishing rod's attributes are amazing, it's just a pity it can only be used 3 times. These three attributes might be worth making good use of. Comprehend the laws of the Great Tao? I'm completely out of touch with that level right now, so this is probably a waste. Adding 3,000 points of luck while fishing. That's great. It doesn't say you can't do anything while fishing, you can sign in while fishing. Lin Yongmao immediately devised a usage plan to maximize the fishing rod's value. His own luck value was only a few hundred points, but if he temporarily added 3,000 points for signing in, the rewards would increase more than tenfold. Originally, he planned to use the Dowmark fishing rod directly, but remembering that he had already used up his sign-in attempts for the day, he gave up. A red sun rose into the sky, its soft light illuminating every spiritual plant on Thousand Cliffs. Most of the spiritual plants loved the light, and upon receiving the sunlight, they all seemed to radiate joy. Lin Yongmao wasn't in a hurry to observe the plants, instead, he planned to find a water source to start fishing and sign in during the process. Suddenly, Lin Yongmao's gaze fell towards the spirit-gathering ancient well. There was a ready-made water source on Thousand Cliffs. Every day, a suitable amount of mid-grade spiritual spring flowed out, providing water for the spiritual plants. Lin Yongmao moved a stone bench and sat down directly beside the spirit-gathering ancient well. If other cultivators witnessed this, they would surely curse Lin Yongmao for being wasteful. Is this how one treats a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit? Even if he didn't use it to refine pills, he should at least use it to improve his cultivation. Lin Yongmao, however, didn't feel it was a waste at all. The 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree was already laden with fruit. He had picked and stored over 1,000 fruits. He was even considering whether to use the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit to make some candied hawthorn skewers for the little girl, Lin Yongmiao. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yongmiao's cultivation level was not yet sufficient to refine it, this idea would have been put into practice long ago. After attaching the Millennium Purple Jade fruit to the iron hook, Lin Yongmao tossed the hemp rope, hook, and spirit fruit into the spirit-gathering ancient well. He sat on the stone bench, the sleeping moon-toed rabbit black slave perched on his shoulder, one hand gripping the rough fishing rod tightly, the other reaching for the double fish jade pendant on his chest. Lin Yongmao closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Sign in." Ding! Done! Lin Yongmao opened his eyes. Sure enough, the reward was different from the usual sign-in rewards. This method worked. Fishing required a calm and focused mind. He didn't expect to catch anything right away. While fishing, Lin Yongmao felt his mind become clearer than ever before. Things he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. Truly worthy of being a celestial artifact. It's a pity there are only 3 uses, but 3 is enough. Lin Yongmao's mind was suddenly enlightened. If he were to cultivate the spirit refining technique now, it would surely be twice as effective. The so-called spirit refining technique is a technique for cultivating divine sense. It's exactly the same as the body refining technique, except that the body refining technique improves the physical body, while the spirit refining technique improves divine sense. Seeing that the fishing rod hadn't changed, Lin Yongmao eagerly checked the attributes of the sign-in item, fixed-point teleportation array. Items that hadn't yet materialized were in the form of a transparent sphere of light, within which were 3 ancient array bases with intricate runes. Place-to-place teleportation array? Rank, 5th tier high grade. Description: place-to-place teleportation can overcome distance limitations. 3 teleportation points can be set, and users can freely switch between them. Note: place-to-place teleportation does not consume any energy. Hiss. Lin Yongmao gasped. 5th tier high grade? 1st tier corresponds to the Qi refining stage. 2nd tier corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. 3rd tier corresponds to the golden core stage. 4th tier corresponds to the golden core stage. No wonder it's a reward for signing in after directly increasing 3,000 points of luck. It's comparable to items used by nascent soul stage monsters. Lin Yongmao put away this 5th tier array. It's not time to use it yet. Just as Lin Yongmao finished checking the attributes of the fixed-point teleportation array, the Dao Race's fishing rod moved. The golden dragon carp also cheered, "Little sister, she'll probably give up soon." Silver dragon carp, / amazed face, /. The silver dragon carp spat out another colorful bubble, which moved in the direction of another fishing hook. However, this hook had a purple fruit on it. The purple fruit resembled purple jade, radiating a dreamlike luster. Before the golden dragon carp could finish speaking, the silver dragon carp lunged forward and bit into the 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Like Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit, it swallowed the 1,000-year purple jade fruit whole in a few bites. Sister, it's okay. I could break that hook, so I can break this one too. Don't believe me? Look, sister. A mere fishhook, what can it do to me? If it weren't for its slurred speech, it would have truly possessed the heroic bearing of a female knight-errant. Eh? The silver dragon carp was puzzled. The 1,000-year-old spirit fruit was already in its belly, yet the iron hook seemed to have become one with its mouth, inseparable. It shook its body violently, but the seemingly fragile hemp thread was as strong as a dragon's tendon. Sister, come quickly, uncle. Oh, oh. The silver dragon carp was furious. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free from the iron hook and hemp thread. Large, pearly tears streamed from its eyes, falling to the riverbed and being washed away by the surging current. The golden carp lunged at the fishing line, her plan to bite it off and save her sister from danger. Pop! The expected snap didn't come. Instead, as she bit the line, it kissed her mouth. Just like her sister, her mouth became one with the line. I didn't steal the food. It was my sister who stole it. If you want to fish, fish for my sister. The golden carp, filled with grievance, finally couldn't hold back her tears. Large, pearly tears streamed from her eyes, falling to the riverbed and being washed away by the surging current. The silver dragon carp bristled, angrily saying, "Sister, I never expected you to be like this." The golden dragon carp thrashed about, trying to break free of the fishing line, while also protesting, "Little sister, you stole the food, don't blame me." Seeing the golden dragon carp's comical struggle, the silver dragon carp immediately calmed down. The two fish embraced and wept, large, pearly tears flowing down their faces, quickly washed away by the current. A tremendous force pulled through the fishing line, dragging both the golden and silver dragon carp out of the water. How could her spirit earthworm and century-old black iron hook have vanished without a trace? Just as she was furious and considering whether to sink into the underground river, she saw two dragon carp leap out of the water. Ah! This was the scream of the golden and silver dragon carp. Just as Luwani was about to fly over and retrieve the golden and silver dragon carp, a hemp thread descending from the sky pulled the two fish higher and farther away. Only then did Luwani see the hemp thread pulling the golden and silver dragon carp. Who dares to steal my things? Luwani roared, her Xiansha aura emanating from her body, forming various monstrous shapes as if they were tangible. Her flight speed was fast, but even that couldn't outpace the rising golden and silver dragon carp. After a strange spatial fluctuation, the golden and silver dragon carp was completely enveloped in white light and then vanished. Luwani's face was extremely gloomy. She wished she could destroy everything here, and even more so, she wished she could tear the person who had competed with her for the golden and silver dragon carp to pieces. She couldn't roam freely in the dark abyss, and the anglers at the viewing platform were definitely not someone she could afford to offend. Sigh. Luwani could only sigh deeply and leave the place quietly. 1,000 cliffs, beside the ancient well of spirit absorption. Lin Yangmiao, resting her chin on her hand, squatted beside the well, patiently watching her brother fish. "Brother, isn't there any fish in this well?" the little girl asked, puzzled. "Brother, what is magic?" The little girl had never heard of magic before and thought it sounded very impressive. Just think of it as a very, very powerful spell. Lin Yongmao then realized that there was indeed no such thing as magic in the cultivation world. The dough-marked fishing rod looked like a piece of rotten wood, but even with great effort, it didn't change at all, let alone break. The hemp thread was the same, it looked like randomly twisted hemp thread, but unexpectedly, it was incredibly tough, like the supple tendons of a dragon. Lin Yongmao pulled with all his might, his long-term cultivation of the mysterious spirit body forging technique had made his strength far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, the likely outcome would be that he wouldn't be the one fishing, but rather the one being fished, pulled into another dimension. As the fishing line was pulled from the ancient well of spirit absorption, a golden light appeared. Gold! A single shot, a legendary golden fish. Lin Yongmao was extremely excited. This was the joy of fishing. Just as he was feeling triumphant, a flash of silver light followed closely behind, accompanied by 2 shrill screams. So awesome! Is there a buy one get one free deal? The 2 dragon carp were clearly visible, 1 golden and 1 silver, colors of wealth and prosperity. Lin Yongmao quickly shielded Lin Yongmiao behind him, sensing that the 2 fish were actually demonic beasts, and late-stage second-tier ones at that. However, the 2 dragon carp were currently strung together with hemp thread. Sister, where is this? The spiritual energy is so rich. Much stronger than the underground river where we live. The silver dragon carp spoke, in a language Lin Yongmao could understand. The 2 fish began chatting as if no one else was around. Sister, look. That's our big bad guy. The golden dragon carp quickly reminded her, little sister, don't be so infatuated. Don't you remember when you tried to pick a beautiful coral and got bitten on the butt by an ancient turtle? Sister, please don't say anymore, it's so embarrassing. However, these 2 fish, 1 gold and 1 silver, looked exactly like the auspicious spirit beasts, the golden and silver dragon carp. Could these be the golden and silver dragon carp? Lin Yongmao had initially thought the golden and silver dragon carp was 1 fish, but it turned out to be 2, one a golden dragon carp, and the other a silver dragon carp. The golden and silver dragon carp possessed remarkable cultivation levels, unlike the moon-toed rabbit black slave, who was only at the late stage of the 1st rank. Both sisters were at the late stage of the 2nd rank. Lin Yongmao observed that the 2 sisters showed no hostility and appeared quite benevolent. Hey, you big bad guy, can you put this fishing rod down? It's hurting me and my sister. The silver dragon carp clamored. Oh. Lin Yongmao paused for a moment before reacting, and immediately stored the Dalmark fishing rod in his storage bag. Of course, the number of times the Dalmark fishing rod could be used was reduced from 3 to 2. Releasing the golden and silver dragon carp was a well-thought-out decision by Lin Yongmao. With the all plants are soldiers formation protecting the area, he wasn't worried about them escaping easily. Sister, let's go. The silver dragon carp also disappeared into the large bubble, using a small water condensing spell to fill it with clear water. Sister, this place is wonderful. The spiritual energy is so abundant, and there are so many spiritual fruits to eat. The silver dragon carp didn't want to leave, its eyes unconsciously drifting towards the moon-toed rabbit, or rather, towards the red berries in the moon-toed rabbit's hand. The golden dragon carp scolded, Sister, you glutton. Don't you remember how we got here? It's all your fault for being so greedy. Oh, right. But that damn rabbit has 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits. Silver dragon carp couldn't help but swallow hard. Upon hearing that silver dragon carp had taken a liking to the 1,000-year red berries in his hand, black slave, extremely possessive of his food, stuffed several mouthfuls into his mouth and swallowed them in large gulps. You damned rabbit, your whole family are damned rabbits. Moon-toed rabbit was not one to be trifled with. Especially when it came to insults. Silver dragon carp moved the large bubble towards golden dragon carp, indignant on behalf of her sister. Sister, that damned rabbit is insulting you. Lin Yongmao, seeing the 3 lively creatures gathered together, watched their bickering with great interest. Little gold, little silver, why don't you stay like black slave? Lin Yongmao suggested, recommending that golden dragon carp and silver dragon carp stay at 1,000 Cliffs. Oh, intersection. Oh. Its name is Black Slave, sister, its name is Black Slave. A big white rabbit called Black Slave, it's hilarious. Humph, you big bad guy. I don't want to be called Little Silver, the silver dragon carp sulked. Lin Yongmao just kept laughing, and casually took out some 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits and 1,000-year-old red berries from his storage bag, pushing them in front of the golden and silver dragon carp. Little golden, little silver, dinner's ready. The golden and silver dragon carp looked at the 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits in front of them, quickly paddling their large bubbles to Lin Yongmao's side, stuffing all the spiritual fruits into the bubble. Little Golden, Little Silver, those are really nice names. This big bad guy is quite good at naming things. Right, sister? Little Silver chuckled. Yes, yes. But I don't think he's a big bad guy, he's a good person. Xiao Jin immediately corrected Xiao Yin's mistake. Lin Yongmao, seeing the golden and silver dragon carp happily eating, immediately checked their attributes. Golden dragon carp. Rank, late second tier. Attribute, water. Talents, aura of fortune, spatial travel, yin-yang harmony. Description: the golden dragon carp is the embodiment and highly compatible entity of fortune in the world. It can gather and generate fortune. Possessing it is a sign of destiny and abundant blessings. Silver dragon carp. Rank, late second tier. Attribute, water. Talents, aura of fortune, spatial travel, yin-yang harmony. Description: the golden dragon carp is the embodiment and highly compatible entity of fortune in the world. It can gather and generate fortune. Possessing it is a sign of destiny and abundant blessings. Little Gold and Little Silver have no difference in attributes, only their personalities differ slightly. Spatial traversal. Lin Yongmao remarked that as lucky spirit beasts, although they lacked powerful offensive capabilities, their escape abilities were extremely strong. Luckily, he hadn't attacked them directly, otherwise, when the two fish broke free of the hooks, they would have simply vanished into the void. Black slave, huh? Me. Little Gold and Little Silver were both laughing heartily. They were very happy. Fish should live in water. During this time, Lin Yongmiao not only broke through to the foundation establishment stage but also mastered the techniques of making syrup and candied hawthorns. For Lin Yongmao, the red berries weren't very useful. Besides their sweet and sour taste and abundant spiritual energy, they had no other special properties. Lin Yongmao had quite a few of these spiritual plants in his spiritual fields. These mid-grade spirit stones were all from a small spirit stone line, and he had accumulated a great many of them, which Lin Yongmao hadn't had a chance to spend. Now, it was perfect for Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin. Little Gold and Little Silver jumped into the pond together. They were very satisfied with their new home. It was far better than the dark underground river in the abyss. The beautiful environment was secondary, there was also the endless supply of thousand-year-old spiritual fruits. Their master here was quite welcoming. Little Silver glanced smugly at Black Slave, as if to say, he calls him master, but he treats us much better than he treats him. Black Slave scratched its head with one leg in a human-like gesture, puzzled. Why was this? Wasn't I the master's spirit beast? Why was the master so kind to these two new fish? Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin also possess a special ability unique to luck-bearing beasts, a luck aura. Moreover, because their cultivation levels are significantly higher than the moon toad rabbits, they receive a greater increase in luck. For example, the gold-eating beast Xiao Song is adept at devouring ores, but this type of beast can only cultivate to the second-tier great perfection level at most, and can never break through to the third tier in its lifetime. Luck-bearing beasts are the embodiment of luck, their cultivation has no limitations. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy and time, they can continuously grow. Lin Yongmao looked at the Black Slave dozing under the thousand-year-old red berry tree with a look of disappointment and frustration. Both were spirit beasts of destiny, but Little Gold and Little Silver were already at the late second tier, while it hadn't even reached that level yet. To help it grow into a powerful spirit beast of destiny, Lin Yongmao planned to give it a good push. Black Slave opened its sleepy eyes, meeting Lin Yongmao's gaze, and a chill ran down its spine. What's wrong? For the past 10 days or so, Lin Yongmao had been diligently cultivating, even temporarily setting aside alchemy and talisman making. Because he knew he wasn't far from breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. It was significantly stronger than those with higher quality heavenly spiritual roots and extraordinary spiritual roots. Today, Lin Yongmao consumed several yellow sprout pills, slowly refining their medicinal power, causing liquid spiritual energy to circulate continuously within his body. Reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, one inevitably encounters bottlenecks when attempting to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongmao, after all, wasn't a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, so encountering a bottleneck was to be expected. Only heavenly spiritual root cultivators can avoid encountering any bottlenecks before condensing their nascent soul. For example, the little girl Lin Yongmiao. A bottleneck is like a barrier, isolating cultivators from higher realms, requiring constant purification with spiritual energy. For cultivators with poor aptitude, such as those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, the bottleneck is like an insurmountable chasm, completely burying their path to immortality. Lin Yongmao's spiritual energy surged like waves, yet he couldn't break through the barrier before him. He sighed softly. Even breaking through a bottleneck with dual spiritual roots was so difficult, let alone for those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Those cultivators with poor spiritual roots who reached high realms all required extraordinary opportunities and resources. Although Lin Yongmao had the opportunity to refine the Ji breakthrough pill, it was only effective on the first use. Therefore, it should be used most appropriately. The breakthrough pill could not break through a bottleneck higher than the 4th rank, meaning it was effective at the golden core stage. Therefore, the most suitable time to use the breakthrough pill was when breaking through from the mid-golden core stage to the late golden core stage. Seeing that the first attempt had no effect, and even the medicinal power of the yellow sprout pill had been exhausted, Lin Yongmao couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Lin Yongmao took 2 yellow sprout pills this time. 2 pills are always more potent than 1. Sure enough, after the 2 pills dissolved, the spiritual energy flowing within Lin Yongmao's body surged even more violently, like a small river flowing through his meridians. The spiritual energy flowed along his meridians, converging and attempting to break through the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage. The bottleneck loosened slightly, but he still couldn't break through it. After the medicinal effects were fully absorbed, Lin Yongmao swallowed 3 more yellow sprout pills. Whoosh! His body wouldn't have been able to withstand this kind of abuse. Boom! The barrier shattered, and Lin Yongmao's cultivation finally reached the late foundation establishment stage. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for advancing to the late foundation establishment stage. Luck value plus 30. Lin Yongmao suppressed his joy and began meditating to consolidate his current cultivation. With the withering and flourishing technique reaching the 3rd level, Lin Yongmao's efficiency in using the 2 secret techniques increased significantly. Why do little gold and little silver have 300 luck points? That's 10 times his. Is this what luck-based spirit beasts are like? The difference is too great. However, besides the increase in luck value, the most important thing is the increase in his own strength. Lin Yongmao felt that both his physical constitution and spiritual sense had improved. Conservatively speaking, his physical cultivation and spiritual sense cultivation had both reached the early stage of the golden core realm. His spiritual sense had not only materialized, but he could also learn secret techniques related to spiritual sense attacks. The liquefied spiritual energy flowed through Lin Yongmao's body like a mighty river, continuous and inexhaustible. Lin Yongmao opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, late foundation establishment stage. Secondary professions, 3rd tier alchemist, 2nd tier talisman maker, 2nd tier spirit plant master. Age, 17. Spiritual root aptitude, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Luck value, 180. Cultivation techniques, Azure Wood Technique, Great Perfection, Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique, 4th layer, Withering and Flourishing Technique, 3rd layer. His attributes had been comprehensively amplified, and the spells and secret techniques he had learned were also more complete. Moreover, last time it was just a regular check-in, but this time it's different, it's a double buff moment. The light pierced through the clouds, leaving behind a lingering afterimage, a truly bizarre sight. Calling it a secret realm was, in reality, just a dungeon. Lin Yongmao had no intention of venturing into a dungeon. He had ample cultivation resources and saw no need for such an adventure. Let other cultivators handle these dungeons, which were fraught with both chance and danger. Another young disciple beside him pumped his fist. If our Lin family dominates Qingyang, the opportunities within this secret realm should rightfully belong to us. Many Lin family disciples echoed his sentiments. Lin Yuan slowly stepped forward and immediately ordered silence. Lin Yuqing also stepped forward at this moment and asked, clan leader, are we going to the secret realm this time? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, an opportunity has come our way, of course we will go. Lin Yuan's words were law, and no one in the Lin family dared to disobey them. Of course, the Lin family's patriarchs, such as Lin Xuanbua and Lin Xuanzhong, were exceptions. Lin Yuqing suggested, we should also inform father and see if he will intervene. If he does, this trip to the secret realm will be much easier for our Lin family. His eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Yuan and instructed, Yuan, organize 3 foundation establishment cultivators to accompany me. Also, ask Yongmao if he's willing to go. Yes. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. Worry-free Valley, Chao family. Several major events have recently occurred in the Chao family. This was a tragedy, but soon, good news followed. The current patriarch, Chao Yuxing, broke through to the foundation establishment stage, and shortly after, his younger brother also broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The Chao family suddenly had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, effectively securing their position. All of this was thanks to the foundation establishment pills Chao Yuxing had purchased. Through his cunning and strategic maneuvering, Chao Yuxing successfully acquired several foundation establishment pills from Qingyang City. Brother, shall we go? Chao Yuqi asked Chao Yuxing beside him. Qingyang City. Lord's Mansion. Chen Sikhan resolutely refused, no. Father. If I continue to be a hothouse flower, hiding under your wing, my achievements in this life will likely be extremely limited, let alone achieving immortality. Chen He sighed helplessly, he knew his son was right. He's now a golden core cultivator, capable enough to protect his son. Letting him venture out isn't a bad idea. He'll have his backup plan. He can handle any danger himself. The only thing that truly affected them was the death of the soul-snatching gray python. A 3rd-tier demonic beast had actually died at the hands of a human cultivator. It was a disgrace to their demonic beast status, but it was its own fault. It insisted on activating its soul-snatching talent, its soul residing in a human cultivator's body, leading to its easy annihilation. The wild forest wolf king roared, an opportunity has descended upon us, why wouldn't we seize it? The stronger this aura, the more valuable the treasure inside. The armored thunder ape thought this made sense. The wolf king of the wilderness pondered for a moment before saying, let's be cautious. Send some 1st and 2nd-tier demonic beasts to scout ahead. We'll only go in after confirming there's no danger. Okay. Throughout Qingyang, pillars of crimson light shot into the sky. This was an unimaginable opportunity for the cultivators and demonic beasts of Qingyang. Due to Qingyang's unique geographical location, cultivators from other regions rarely came, so this opportunity belonged entirely to them. Only one person showed absolutely no interest in the opening of this secret realm, Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao suppressed his curiosity and began preparing to fish. He took out his Dao-marked fishing rod, a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit still resting on the hook. This time, instead of fishing in the ancient well of spirit absorption, Lin Yongmao cast his line and hook into the Twin Carp Pond. Twin Carp Pond was the name Lin Yongmao had given to this pond. Using a mid-grade spiritual spring as its water source, with mid-grade spirit stones lining the bottom, and 2 auspicious spirit beasts, the golden and silver dragon carp, it was perfectly named Twin Carp Pond. The silver dragon carp, sitting in its bubble, shouted loudly as it flew into the sky. Where the crimson beam of light emanated, there was a deep cave, which was also a passageway with man-made stone steps leading to its depths. The cave exuded an aura that made its heart tremble, as if some terrifying being lived within. The Blackfire demon wolf decisively decided to abandon its territory and leave. It was rather timid. Just as it was about to leave, 3 Tier 3 demonic beasts led a group of lower-tier demonic beasts to the scene. You, go down and take a look. The Wild Forest Wolf King commanded, speaking to the Blackfire demon wolf. The Blackfire demon wolf was filled with bitterness, it regretted that it hadn't run away quickly enough. Meanwhile, it silently grumbled to itself. You're a wolf, and I'm a wolf too, why are you making things difficult for me? The Wild Forest Wolf King let out a terrifying howl, extremely intimidating. The Blackfire demon wolf, frightened, immediately sprang into action, scurrying towards the vicinity of the deep cave. Either way, I'm going to die, so I might as well take a gamble. Black flames began to emanate from the Blackfire demon wolf's body, providing a degree of protection, its innate ability. It cautiously probed towards the red light. The expected corrosion of its flesh didn't occur, it successfully traversed the red light. Immediately, its figure slowly disappeared from the sight of the demonic beasts. Now, it was the wild forest wolf king and his companions who couldn't sit still. What if the Blackfire demon wolf got all the opportunities inside? So, the large group of demonic beasts were driven inside. As long as they stirred things up, the high-level demonic beasts would definitely benefit in. The end. Not good, human cultivators are here, and quite a few at that. There are even golden core cultivators lurking in the shadows. The first human cultivators to arrive were the independent cultivator team led by Chen Sikhen. In Xingyang, the independent cultivator team grew increasingly united. With Qingyang City present, and with the city lord and the young city lord in attendance, they harbored less suspicion and scheming, forming a close-knit group. The independent cultivator team was quite formidable, numbering at least 100. Although all present were only at the qi refining stage, they were still a force to be reckoned with. As independent cultivators, acquiring resources was extremely difficult, so they acted immediately upon seeing an opportunity for advancement. Standing at the forefront of the team, he naturally possessed the aura of a leader. Unlike the chilling sensation felt by the other cultivators from the Crimson Pillar of Light, he sensed a friendly aura. It was as if something within the Crimson Pillar of Light was calling to him affectionately. Come, come. Just as the rogue cultivators arrived near the Crimson Pillar of Light, several more cultivators approached. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the Chao family cultivators, led by Chao Yuxing and Chao Yuqi. Besides Chao Yuxing and Chao Yuqi, the two newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Chao family had brought over 20 qi refining cultivators, their elite forces were fully deployed. Following the Chao family, other major cultivation families also sent representatives. After all, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. His teammate, also a rogue cultivator, replied, "What do you know? The truly powerful figures usually make their grand entrance last." Just then, the Lin family cultivators arrived. For Lin family cultivators arrived together, flying on their swords, clearly indicating their status. All were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The Lin family has a large supply of Foundation Establishment pills. It's not surprising they have so many Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The rogue cultivators' murmurs gradually subsided. It would be impolite to continue discussing them if the Lin family's Foundation Establishment stage cultivators actually arrived. The four Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Lin family were Lin Yuma, Lin Yuqing, Lin Jing, and Lin Yulian. The same was true for Chen He, the city lord of Qingyang City. The rogue cultivators of Qingyang City, seeing so many family cultivators arrive, couldn't help but feel restless. They were no match for the family scions. If they encountered any valuable resources, they probably wouldn't even get a sip. Also, there are many demonic beast auras here, they must have entered this deep cave. Lin Yongmao, through shared vision, saw the mysterious Crimson Pillar of Light through Lin Yuqing's perspective. The Crimson Pillar of Light emitted a strange energy, an energy that seemed related to demonic cultivation. Blood Fiend Demonic Qi. Rank, low-grade 3rd rank. Characteristic, demonization. Demonization, anyone below the 3rd rank who comes into contact with a golden core cultivator will be demonized by the blood fiend demonic qi, losing their mind and becoming a killing machine. Description: this is a celestial phenomenon born after the revival of the demonic seed, but it won't last long and will soon dissipate. According to Lin Yuqing, many demonic beasts have already entered the cave and come into contact with the blood fiend demonic qi. Doesn't that mean these demonic beasts have already been demonized? Of course, Lin Yuqing and his companions cannot see the properties of the blood fiend demonic qi. Seeing this, the other rogue cultivators became more cautious. Since Senior Lin doesn't intend to enter, may we go ahead? A tall rogue cultivator stepped forward from the crowd and asked. Seeing that Lin Yuqing hadn't rashly entered the Crimson Pillar of Light, Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief and focused on fishing. "Sign in," Lin Yongmao silently chanted. This sign-in had a double bonus, and the moon-toed rabbit and the golden and silver dragon carp were beside him, with the double fish jade pendant, which could enhance his luck, clutched tightly in his hand. Furthermore, he was currently fishing with the Doubt Race's fishing rod, so all the buffs were at their peak. Ding! A crisp and pleasant system notification sounded. Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree. Quality, Tier 5, Superior. Characteristics: Thunder Prison, Evil Repelling Divine Thunder, Magnetic Light Thunderstorm. Description: originally growing deep within the magnetic light thunder abyss, where underground magnetic veins and heavenly lightning frequently converge, it is the nemesis of evil spirits and demons. In his palm was a perfectly round, pale purple bubble. Within the bubble, an ancient tree was vaguely visible. This was the Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree. The branches twisted upwards, their tips not being leaves, but rather condensed into suspended, constantly rotating magnetic lightning spheres. The space around the entire tree was somewhat distorted, generating a powerful magnetic field. Only at the heart of the tree was a relatively calm area, a magnetic heart thunder jade, the central hub and balance point of the entire spiritual plant's violent power. The magnetic heart thunder jade was a precious material for refining natal magic weapons and ancient treasures. However, if the magnetic heart thunder jade were removed, this 10,000-year-old spiritual plant would likely wither. The Thunder Prison magnetic tree within the bubble alone is so wondrous, imagine its magnificence if it were materialized and planted. If Lin Yongmao weren't still fishing, he would have immediately chosen a suitable spot to plant the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant. Now, with the addition of this 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, possessing extremely strong lightning-based offensive capabilities, his safety is greatly guaranteed. Two stories unfold, each telling its own tale. Lin Yuqing allowed several rogue cultivators to enter the deep cave ahead of him. Finally, the crimson pillar of light vanished without a trace. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Lin family led the way, followed by the rest of the small group. They first climbed a series of stone steps, descending deeper into the ground. The path was very long, and their pace was slow. It took them several tens of minutes to complete. They encountered no danger along the way, not even any other creatures. Until they stepped into a clearing, the end of the stone steps. Just as they were searching for any other entrance or exit, everyone was enveloped by a strange fluctuation. Escape was too late. Within this strange fluctuation, everyone vanished. Yes, vanished. If Lin Yongmao were here, he would know what was happening. The strange fluctuation was clearly a spatial elemental fluctuation. The teleportation array had activated. All the cultivators' eyes lit up, their vision suddenly opened up. Before them was a vast expanse of lush green grassland, at the edge of which lay a forest, and around the forest was a lake. The grasslands and forests were ordinary, but the lake was blood-red, like a giant pool of blood. "Let's get out of here quickly." Lin Yulian hesitated, her gaze shifting unpredictably as she looked towards Chao Yuxing. Chao Yuxing met her gaze and gave her a reassuring look. Lin Yuma smiled wryly, "Leaving now won't be so easy." Many demonic beasts emerged from the surrounding grass, along with several mutated cultivators. Blood Fiend Demonic Chi. A rogue cultivator pointed to one of the cultivators enveloped in the red light and shouted, "That's Li Dezeo, the rogue cultivator who went in before us." Everyone saw that Li Dezeo and the other rogue cultivators who had gone in earlier had lost their self-awareness. Recalling that moment, they had been swept away by the crimson pillar of light. The rogue cultivator's finger strike seemed to have triggered a mechanism. All the red light cultivators and demonic beasts charged towards the cultivator group, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. This group of demonic beasts had also been driven into the crimson pillar of light by the 3 demons. At this moment, all the small groups of cultivators retreated hastily. A small group of 5 rogue cultivators encountered a mid-stage first-tier demonic beast, the Gale Rabbit, and quickly engaged in battle. Damn it, the Gale Rabbit is extremely fast, but its attack power isn't strong. Why did this one break my mid-grade flying sword? One of the rogue cultivators retreated rapidly, no match for the Gale Rabbit. Ironically, this was a chi refining grand perfection cultivator, yet he was no match for a mid-stage first-tier Gale rabbit. It seems to have been enhanced, its eyes seemed to gleam with a bloodthirsty light. The three rogue cultivators in the small group could only retreat, with no chance to kill the Gale rabbit. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Lin Yuqing's superior-grade magic weapon, the Ji Gold-Slaying Sword, flew out and, under the manipulation of a secret technique, split into three, killing the Gale rabbit with incredible speed. Thank you, Senior Lin. The three rogue cultivators clasped their fists and quickly retreated behind Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing swept through the demonic beasts and mutated cultivators, completely overwhelming the small group of dozens of cultivators. The enemy consisted of 5 mutated rogue cultivators and over 100 demonic beasts, 3 of which were second tier, and the rest were first tier. The rest were easy to deal with, except for the 3 second-tier demonic beasts. Years of demon hunting experience helped Lin Yuqing make the most accurate assessment. He immediately ordered, Yu Lian, you stay behind us and protect us. Second brother, Lin Jing, you two help me, we'll fight our way out. Although Lin Yulian was pale, she defiantly declared, fourth brother, I can do it. I'm a Foundation Establishment cultivator now. The most dangerous teammates are those behind you. This inexperienced newbie didn't understand this. However, she was quite talented. Hearing her fourth brother's words, she nodded firmly. Vine Binding Talisman. Water Prison Talisman. Large amounts of vines and water appeared, controlling the demonic beast horde. Lin Yuqing wanted to challenge the dungeon, so he shoved a whole bunch of them into Lin Yongmao's hands. The other small groups of cultivators were utterly astonished by this sight. When did second-tier talismans become so worthless? This time, he was spending tens of thousands of spirit stones. Has the Lin family truly become this powerful? With all the demonic beasts under control, the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Lin family seized this rare opportunity, using deadly moves to kill them one by one without showing any mercy. Lin Yuqing's golden slaying sword flew to the cultivator named Li Dezeo, slicing him in two with a single strike. Only then did the red light in his eyes dissipate, turning completely dim. They hadn't expected this secret realm to be so difficult. This was only the first hurdle they had encountered. To be precise, it might not even be the first hurdle. The Vine Binding Talisman and Water Prison Talisman had a good control effect, but their duration was limited. Some demonic beasts had already begun to break free, including the 3 second-tier demonic beasts. Screams rang out continuously as these independent cultivators were killed by the broken-down demonic beasts. Ordinary independent cultivators were different from family members. They lacked combat skills and suitable magical weapons, putting them at a significant disadvantage in battle. Lin Yuqing continuously wielded the golden slaying sword to kill enemies, showcasing the metal's sharpness to its fullest extent. His combat talent and instincts were exceptional, but with so many demonic beasts ahead, protecting the Lin family members was easy, but protecting everyone was difficult. It's worth mentioning that 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators also displayed remarkable combat prowess. These were Lin Yuma and Chen Sikhen. Lin Yuma, of course, needed no introduction. He was the only mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator present, possessing the highest cultivation level. However, his primary cultivation was Earth Attribute Spiritual Root, lacking effective offensive methods, making him somewhat ineffective at killing demonic beasts. Chen Sikhen, on the other hand, was different. Like his father, he primarily cultivated Fire Attribute Spiritual Root. Deep within the secret realm, at the bottom of the Blood Lake, a strange, blackish-red demonic core continuously absorbed the blood-fiend demonic energy from the Blood Lake, its color growing darker with each absorption. This extremely peculiar scene went unnoticed, as Qingyang's small groups were still fighting mutated demonic beasts on the grassland. I never expected that I, Blood River Venerable, would be resurrected. The blood demon seed preserved a wisp of my soul, and now, having absorbed enough blood demonic energy, I have finally awakened. However, I am still too weak, and without a physical body, I will possess another body and slowly recover. The Crimson Pillar of Light was activated by Blood River Venerable. After his soul awakened, he used the pillar to attract Qingyang cultivators to search for treasure. His true purpose was to find a suitable body for himself. If he successfully possesses another body, Blood River Venerable can be reborn. There are laws governing possession in the cultivation world. Firstly, each cultivator only has one chance to possess another body. Secondly, possession can only succeed if the soul's strength surpasses that of the original body. Blood River Venerable was originally a nascent soul-stage demonic cultivator. Because his cultivation method was excessively evil, resulting in immense slaughter, he was hunted down by powerful figures within the Xianyan realm. In his final moments, he sacrificed everything, including his nascent soul, clones, and most of his soul. Let me take another look. Is there a suitable candidate? The situation throughout the secret realm was reflected in the demonic core, like a mirror. They're all low-class scum. Once the possession is successful, these ants will become my food. Blood River Venerable had long since set his sights on Chen Sikhen. Comparatively, Chen Sikhen was the most suitable candidate. His spiritual roots were both fire and wood attributes. His dual spiritual root aptitude wasn't too bad. He was handsome, with a very strong physique and abundant vitality. Most remarkably, he possessed a special constitution. This was Chen Sichen's secret, known only to him and his father, Chen He. His special constitution. Chen Sichen's special constitution, the Yuanling body, allowed him to cultivate a Yuanling crystal core within his body, enabling his spiritual energy to be inexhaustible. This is different from the golden core, yet its effects are similar. In other words, while others have one golden core, he essentially possesses two. Heaven is still looking out for me. Finding someone with a special physique is almost as difficult as finding a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. The Blood River Venerable sighed, becoming more and more satisfied with Chen Sikhen the more he looked at him. As for this cultivator, it's a pity he's a bit too old. The cultivator being commented on by Blood River Venerable was Lin Yucheng. Lin Yucheng displayed remarkable combat talent, especially his combat intuition, which even impressed Blood River Venerable, a nascent soul. Cultivator. Don't harm this precious body. With a Yuanling body cultivating the Blood Sea Demon art, what difficulty is there in returning to the Avatar realm? I can even attempt to break through to higher realms. Blood River Venerable's illusory figure unconsciously began to dance with joy. The first challenge, the secret grassland. The numerous cultivators faced mutated demonic beasts. These beasts glowed red, their combat power greatly enhanced a result of their demonic transformation. The charge fueled the black flames burning on its body. Any cultivator touched by these eerie flames was essentially incinerated. The demonite spider was even more unique. It possessed over 10 eyes, each emitting black light, a mental attack. Despite not being a third-tier demonic beast, it could unleash mental attacks. This was its innate ability. Fortunately, its mental attacks were inferior to the divine sense techniques of third-tier demonic beasts, otherwise, none of the cultivators present would have been able to withstand them. Even so, the moment its demonic eyes opened, a chi-refining cultivator would lose their life. In terms of destructive power, it was the strongest among the 3 second-tier demonic beasts. Truly, it was like a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard. How can we kill them? Lin Jing felt it was extremely difficult. Lin Yucheng no longer hesitated and took out a blade of grass. The seemingly ordinary blade of grass did not reveal the slightest trace of spiritual light. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Lin family were very puzzled. What was he doing? Why use this leaf without any spiritual light when he had the perfectly good, golden slaying sword? Since the sword soulgrass had evolved into the 3-leaf sword soulgrass, its form was no longer the same as the original leaf-shaped flying sword, and the Lin family members did not connect the two. Lin Yongmao, worried about his father Lin Yucheng's safety, gave him a blade of sword soulgrass before parting. Sword shadow splitting technique. Lin Yucheng unleashed a secret technique, passed down from his ancestors. This technique enhanced the performance of his flying sword and, most importantly, allowed him to create clones of the sword. Due to Lin Yucheng's consumption of a large amount of 1000-year cloud mist tea, his spiritual strength had reached the late Foundation establishment stage, making this micromanagement relatively easy. The first leaf pierced the black-fire demon wolf's skull. The gunmetal chi raged within its body, quickly severing its life force, and it collapsed lifeless on the ground. The second leaf pierced the heart of the demon-eyed spider, unleashing a burst of gunmetal chi that shattered its soul. Lin Yuqing exhaled softly, summoning the grass leaves back and storing them in his sleeve. The cultivators present witnessed this scene. His combat ability was simply astounding. Although he relied on external objects, which cultivator present could be Lin Yuqing's match? He was joking. Who would dare to steal his spoils? The first trial was successfully passed. The group began to head towards the forest. The secret realm wasn't actually very large. If there was an exit, it must be somewhere within the forest. This stench of blood was even stronger than the smell of the hundreds of demonic beasts they had just killed. Even before entering the forest, plumes of dust rose from within. It seemed as if some creature was moving within it. The cultivators quickly gathered together, gripping their magical artifacts tightly. Suddenly, a zombie covered in rotting flesh emerged. In the cultivation world, zombies are a peculiar species. Many corpses, if improperly disposed of, become zombies. Zombies also have their own unique cultivation system and can appear in various regions. This zombie, covered in rotting flesh, had red eyes and moved incredibly fast. It was a second-tier red-eyed zombie. Due to demonic corruption, it was more accurately described as a red-eyed demonic corpse. One was manageable, but within a few breaths, 4 or 5 more red-eyed demonic corpses emerged from the forest. Smelling the scent of humans, the red-eyed demonic corpses went berserk, their subconscious bloodlust driving them to attack the human cultivators. Many cultivators were already considering retreating, for these red-eyed demonic corpses were all second-tier zombies. How could they, with their chi-refining stage cultivation, possibly stand a chance? Lin Yuqing rallied the crowd, shouting, "Don't panic. Retreat while attacking. If we can't drive back the red-eyed zombies, we won't be able to leave this place." He was right. Without finding an exit, the final outcome would be death. The cultivators realized this and began to obey Lin Yuqing's commands. As they retreated, they continuously cast first-tier spells. While they couldn't kill the red-eyed demon corpse, they did hinder their advance. Lin Yuqing, under immense pressure, covered the rear. Ordinary spell attacks were completely ineffective. Only the sword soulgrass could harm the red-eyed demon corpse. However, even after 3 or 4 attacks, he couldn't kill a single red-eyed demon corpse. The red-eyed demonic corpses were far more troublesome than the 3 demonic second-tier beasts they had encountered before. If there hadn't been many red-eyed demonic corpses, it wouldn't have been so bad, but over 20 of them emerged from the forest, fearless and charging towards the cultivators. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Lin Yuqing used a secret technique to kill another red-eyed demonic corpse, but new ones immediately appeared to replenish its ranks. This won't do. Fourth brother will eventually run out of spiritual energy and his divine sense will be exhausted. Lin Yulian was worried, and her retreating pace quickened considerably. Lin Yulian was extremely worried. Her fourth brother was at the forefront. Even if his spiritual energy didn't run out, constantly using secret techniques to control the sword soulgrass would tire his mind. He devoured it in a few bites, like eating an apple. With the energy supplied by the 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit, Lin Yuqing's spiritual energy recovered extremely quickly. He continuously unleashed the sword shadow splitting light technique, completely disregarding the consumption of his spiritual energy. If that were the case, he could kill more red-eyed demon corpses, which would definitely increase his reputation in Xinjiang. Spiritual energy can be restored with spiritual fruits, but his secret technique clearly consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy isn't so easily restored, is it? Chen Sikhan thought to himself. There aren't many ways to restore spiritual energy in a short time. This is basically a consensus in the cultivation world. Lin Yuqing did indeed feel fatigued. His continuous use of the sword shadow splitting light technique, especially controlling the leaves of the sword soulgrass, had an astonishing consumption of spiritual energy. However, he took out a few tea leaves from his storage bag. He put the tea leaves in his mouth, and his mind became clearer, and his excessively consumed spiritual energy quickly recovered. Shin Sikhan then realized that the Lin family was a cultivation family that had made its fortune by cultivating spiritual plants. Cloud mist tea leaves had the effect of restoring spiritual energy. Lin Yuqing unleashed his sword shadow-splitting technique relentlessly, practically going berserk. Red-eyed demonic corpses fell one after another. The gunmetal chi lived up to its reputation for extreme sharpness. Killing these second-tier red-eyed demonic corpses was not difficult. However, the red-eyed zombies were characterized by their fearlessness and tenacious vitality. Even if the gunmetal chi sliced half of one of their bodies in two, as long as its vital parts were not damaged, it could still move with half its body. The entire battle lasted for more than half an hour before all the red-eyed demonic corpses were finally killed. The vast majority died at Lin Yuqing's hands. The other Foundation establishment cultivators contributed very little. Whether they were rogue cultivators or members of other families, no one dared to speak. They wanted the materials, but felt they hadn't contributed anything and knew they were no match for the Lin family cultivators. But they were unwilling to give up directly. Chen Sikan also stepped forward, quickly smoothing things over. Of course, no problem. Without Uncle Lin's help, we might all be dead here. Cleaning up the battlefield by the Lin family alone would take a considerable amount of time, but with the help of numerous independent cultivators, the battlefield could be cleared quickly. Lin Yuqing nodded slightly, quite appreciative of Chen Sichan's actions. Out of fear of the unknown, they no longer wanted to continue searching for opportunities, they only wanted to return safely. Chen Sikan didn't want to follow the others into the forest. His attention was focused on the blood lake. Something in the blood lake kept attracting him, guiding him to jump in. Could this opportunity have come knocking on my door? Chen Sikan thought to himself, secretly delighted. Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Everyone had their own considerations, and he didn't need to interfere. All right, be careful. Except for Chen Sikan and one of his attendants, the other cultivators entered the forest. Young master, are we really going to explore the blood lake? Chen Sichan's attendant was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator also wanted to leave with the other cultivators, but he had signed a life-or-death pact with the city lord's mansion since childhood. Chen Sikan slowly nodded. After considering for a while, he gritted his teeth and jumped directly into the blood lake. Before the attendant could finish speaking, Chen Sikan had already sunk into the blood lake, where blood-red bubbles were still bubbling on the surface. Deep within the blood pool. My living body has finally arrived? The Blood River Immortal's divine sense was extremely powerful. He had already used a mental technique to guide Chen Sikan, pretending to be a senior expert to lure him over. As expected, Chen Sikan lacked experience in the martial world and couldn't resist the temptation. Once the Blood River Immortal possessed Chen Sichan's body with his divine soul, the possession would be successful, and he could continue cultivating in Chen Sichan's body. Compared to the initial Crimson Pillar of Light, this blood lake water was nothing. His attendant came to his side, which reassured him considerably. After swimming for a few minutes, they spotted a glimmer of light at the bottom of the lake. As Chen Sikan and his attendant approached, they saw a massive array base beneath the surface. At the center of the array's base lay a fist-sized, crimson demonic core. The core emitted demonic energy, absorbing the surrounding crimson energy bit by bit. Chen Sikan thought, this is definitely a rare treasure. Father should be able to study it after I take it back. Chen Sikan nodded, there was indeed no need to take the risk. Chen Sichan's face turned deathly pale. If he had been the one who had just approached the demonic core, would he have suffered the same fate? What Chen Sikan didn't know was that if he approached the demonic core, he wouldn't necessarily be killed. To advance or retreat? Chen Sikan hesitated. His cultivation level, like his attendants, was at the early Foundation establishment stage. Although he possessed some treasures for self-defense, he had no confidence that he could withstand an attack like the one he had just suffered. Just as he hesitated, a phantom figure appeared on the demonic core. You've come. The inheritor? Chen Sikan clearly heard the voice from the phantom figure even from a great distance. He pointed to himself, me? The inheritor? That's right, it's you. The possessor of the Yuanling body, capable of inheriting the master's mantle. The Blood River Immortal didn't immediately attempt to seize his body, but instead planned to appease Chen Sikan first, then seize him when he was caught off guard, thus increasing the success rate. Sure enough, Chen Sikan lowered his guard somewhat and approached the demonic core. The phantom figure became more solid, but showed no intention of harming Chen Sikan. Chen Sikan touched the demon core without being attacked. Could it truly be an inheritance? Are you ready? It's about to begin. Chen Sikan nodded firmly, he believed. The Blood River Immortal guided him, relax, especially be careful not to resist in your subconscious. The inherited memories are about to be transmitted into your mind. As a child, Chen Sikan enjoyed listening to storytellers, and this resonated with the experiences of the genius young cultivators in those tales, receiving inherited memories and then soaring to great heights. Unbeknownst to him, this was the first step in the possession. The Blood River Immortal sneered inwardly, once my entire divine soul enters his sea of consciousness, he will have no chance to struggle. At that time, Chen Sichan's independent consciousness would be completely erased by the Blood River Immortal's divine soul. Suddenly, a hemp thread, slung with a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit, appeared at the bottom of the blood lake. The thread swayed a few times before the fruit fell off. The fishhook, however, snagged on the demonic core. However, he discovered that the fishhook was firmly embedded in the demonic core and could not be moved at all. Lin Yongmao was fishing, his gaze constantly fixed on his father, Lin Yuqing, fearing he might encounter some danger. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly so far. Lin Yuqing was managing on his own. This was all thanks to the resources he had been given beforehand. Sword Soul Grass Leaves, 1,000-year Purple Jade Fruit, 1,000-year Cloud Mist Tea Leaves, second-tier talismans. It was these resources that allowed Lin Yuqing to handle the situation with ease. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing's fishing rod twitched. Practice makes perfect, and Lin Yongmao knew he had caught something. He quickly pulled on his fishing rod, trying to reel in the line immediately. What is this thing? Lin Yongmao put away his Daomark fishing rod and strode over. Lin Yongmao was using a Daomark fishing rod, which could not only catch fish but also any resource. This time, he had caught the demonic core. The demonic core traversed space, and the Blood River Immortal's soul was torn in two by the power of space. Regardless of which part of his soul was present, both were now unconscious. Chen Sikan floated on the blood lake. He struggled to open his eyes and hurriedly swam towards the shore. Finally reaching the land, he lay on the grass, panting heavily. He had just experienced a nightmare, or rather, a real nightmare. After a portion of the Blood River Immortal's soul entered his sea of consciousness, Chen Sikan knew the situation was serious. This wasn't a transfer of inherited memories, it was clearly possession. But the other's soul was far too powerful, he was no match for it. Chen Sichan's cultivation was only at the early foundation establishment stage, and he hadn't cultivated any methods to enhance his divine sense. He was completely unable to effectively prevent his own divine sense from driving away the Blood River Immortal's soul. Just as the Blood River Immortal's soul was about to erase his independent consciousness, it suddenly screamed and completely lost consciousness. Chen Sikan quickly seized the opportunity, solidifying his divine sense and devouring the Blood River man's soul bit by bit. Huff! Many fragments of memories flooded Chen Sichan's mind. He knew the exit of the secret realm wasn't in the forest. 1,000 cliffs. Blood Fiend Demonic Core. Rank, high-grade 4th rank. Description: a highly concentrated, extremely pure energy crystal filled with evil attributes. It is usually found within the bodies of cultivators practicing demonic arts, serving as their source of power. Absorbing the energy from the demonic core can rapidly increase cultivation level, but one will also be affected by evil thoughts. Lin Yongmao clearly understood the attributes of the Blood Fiend demonic core through the attribute panel. This is equivalent to a cultivation-enhancing pill, but absorbing its energy has side effects. Overall, it won't be very effective for him. Lin Yongmao intends to cultivate steadily and surely, and wouldn't use such a special demonic cultivation method to improve his cultivation, as it could easily lead to an unstable foundation. Moreover, there's a hidden danger within this Blood Fiend demon core. That is, a wisp of the Blood River Immortal's divine soul. I wonder what realm his divine soul is at. If its realm far surpasses mine, then I'm in trouble. Lin Yongmao was somewhat worried, but fortunately, the divine soul is now dormant. The fishing was over, and Lin Yongmao placed the blood fiend core and the bubble of the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant together. He planned to use the power of the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, the Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree, to remove the soul from the blood fiend core. Lin Yongmao wasn't sure he was a match for that soul. The 10,000-year-old Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree materialized, and Lin Yongmao planted it in a large open area on Thousand Cliffs. The Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree instantly became a unique sight on Thousand Cliffs, its nearly 20-zhang-tall canopy suspending magnetic lightning orbs. This was the true form of the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant. Lin Yongmao could directly attack the Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree through the all plants or soldiers formation. Lin Yongmao was brimming with confidence. This confidence stemmed from the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, and specifically, an offensive one at that. However, for now, he needed to destroy the soul within the Blood Fiend Demon Core first. Lin Yongmao held the array plate of the all plants or soldiers formation. Under the plate's manipulation, the characteristics of the 10,000-year-old Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree were activated. Evil repelling divine thunder. A bolt of silver lightning struck the Blood Fiend Demon Core directly. Nothing was more suitable for destroying a soul than the evil repelling divine thunder. Especially the soul of a demonic cultivator. Lin Yongmao worried that the evil repelling divine thunder would directly cleave the Blood Fiend Demon Core in two, so he only channeled a sliver of its power. The terrifying pressure of lightning awakened the Blood River Immortal's soul. This was a life or death crisis, and the potential of his soul was fully unleashed. Where am I? Why did I suddenly arrive here? The Blood River Immortal was first surprised by his surroundings, but when he saw the evil repelling divine lightning, his heart sank. Seeing his soul awaken, Lin Yongmao thought to himself, "It seems I used too little power with the evil repelling divine lightning just now." Hearing Lin Yongmao's low murmur, the Blood River Immortal's heart nearly gave out. He hurriedly pleaded, "Please, no. I'm willing to give you all my inheritance. Give me back? You can't see the situation clearly." Lin Yongmao coldly stated, "I dare not trust the words of demonic cultivators." He then unleashed the evil repelling divine lightning, striking directly at the Blood Fiend Demon Core. Lin Yongmao could see that each time the evil repelling divine lightning struck the Blood River Immortal's soul, the soul weakened further. Soon, his soul strength was even weaker than that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Blood River Immortal's soul likely could not withstand another attack from the evil repelling divine lightning. Even a slight gust of wind could scatter it. The Blood River Immortal feared the last wisp of his soul would dissipate. He had already sensed another part of his soul being completely devoured. If this last wisp of his soul also dissipated, then he would have absolutely no chance of resurrection. "Oh, then there's no need for you to stay." Lin Yongmao formed a hand seal, preparing to finish off Blood River Venerable. Blood River Venerable was almost in tears. He wasn't lying, this part of his soul truly lacked any memories of his inheritance, his cultivation techniques, his corpse refining skills, all gone. "I've got it. A secret technique for attacking with divine sense. After I recover for a moment, I'll imprint the technique onto a blank jade slip." Blood River Venerable finally remembered something. Now, bearing the risk of his soul dissipating at any moment, Blood River Venerable, under Lin Yongmao's intimidation, began imprinting the secret technique for attacking with divine sense. Lin Yongmao smiled. He desperately needed a secret technique for attacking with divine sense, and Blood River Venerable had delivered it right to his doorstep. Although it was a demonic cultivation inheritance, it at least gave the Lin family members more options. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the secret technique was already copied. Lin Yongmao's divine sense sank into the jade slip and saw the name of the secret technique. Soul-shocking thrust. Not bad. With his current divine sense strength, he could unleash the soul-shocking thrust with a little practice. As for the Blood River Immortal, he was probably of no use anymore. Lin Yongmao was prepared to eliminate him completely. But upon further reflection, cultivating on Thousand Cliffs was too boring. It would be better to keep him around. He could chat with him and tell him interesting stories about the cultivation world. Lin Yongmao muttered to himself, I still need to drive him off the Blood Fiend core. I can't let him have a chance to recover. Lin Yongmao was determined to take the safest approach, nipping any risks in the bud. The unconscious Blood River Venerable seemed to be having a dream. In his dream, he wasn't a demonic cultivator, a handsome young cultivator was. Lin Yongmao probed into the Blood Fiend demon core with his divine sense and sensed that the soul was extremely weak, which finally put his mind at ease. However, he couldn't understand why the soul was constantly trembling. This fishing trip didn't satisfy Lin Yongmao. The Blood Fiend demon core and this wisp of soul were ultimately not what he needed. However, the divine sense attack technique was quite impressive. The secret realm lies at the boundary between the grasslands and the forest. Lin Yuqing led the Qingyang cultivators back. Upon entering the forest, they encountered numerous red-eyed zombies, and even a late-stage, third-tier demon wolf king. The cost was the deaths of over 10 independent cultivators. Moreover, the exit of the secret realm isn't inside the forest. We're now trapped in this secret realm. Is there any way to get out? Chao Yuxing seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually asking Lin Yuqing for his opinion. There are only 3 areas in the secret realm: grassland, forest, and blood lake. If the exit isn't in the grassland or forest, it must be in the blood lake. Just then, Chen Sikan rushed over, saying, "Uncle Lin, I found the exit. There's a teleportation array at the bottom of the blood lake. This array should allow us to leave." Could he have also been demonized? Lin Yuqing pondered for a long time but still didn't give Chen Sikan a direct answer. He was extremely cautious, fearing that entering the blood lake would lead to his own demonization. Lin Yuqing then replied, "Okay." Chao Yuxing was about to speak, intending to lead the Chao family cultivators into the blood lake, when he suddenly noticed several corpses floating on the surface, the blood now even more intense. A giant black crocodile emerged from the lake, its eyes filled with a chilling, dark red glint. The crocodile was extremely agile in the blood lake, and many rogue cultivators were constantly dying in its jaws, especially due to its innate ability, death roll. Once bitten, there was no survival. Many rogue cultivators had already climbed back to the shore, but many more had already died in the crocodile's mouth. The rogue cultivators were still in shock. Lin Yuqing regrouped the cultivators and shouted, "If we want to go back, we must defeat this crocodile. Everyone, unite!" A rogue cultivator, his expression grim, having just narrowly escaped death, bluntly stated, "What's the use of unity? I don't want to walk into another trap. We don't even have a single late-stage foundation establishment cultivator here. Entering the blood lake would only be a death sentence." Many cultivators, initially intimidated by Lin Yuqing's power, dared not speak, making this cultivator their mouthpiece. Just as this rogue cultivator, blinded by his own arrogance, was about to say something more, the giant crocodile on the lake's surface engaged in battle with a cultivator. "Look, it's the young city lord." Chen Sikan, wielding a short sword and surrounded by a protective aura of spiritual energy, was fighting the black giant crocodile. The crowd hadn't initially favored Chen Sikan, as he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, far inferior in cultivation level to the late-stage second-tier black giant crocodile. Chen Sichan's performance was a revelation. His fighting spirit and skill far surpassed what one would expect from someone his age. His exceptional combat awareness allowed him to evade several of the black crocodile's deadly attacks. Therefore, despite the black crocodile's ferocity, it didn't even manage to touch the hem of Chen Sichan's clothes. At the same time, he prepared to intervene. Defeating this black crocodile alone would be difficult, but with Chen Sichan's help, it should be much easier. "Sikhan, I'll help you." Lin Yuqing shouted, his hands forming a hand seal as he joined the battle. However, he merely stood on the shore, the leaves of the sword soul grass flying out under his control. Whoosh! The sword soul grass leaves struck the black crocodile's thick back hide, leaving only a few deep marks. The injuries were far from fatal. Lin Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. According to his son, Lin Yongmao, the sword soul grass's leaves had absorbed enough gunmetal qi to injure a golden core cultivator. Could the black crocodile's defense truly be that terrifying? Sensing the threat posed by the sword soul grass leaves, the black crocodile launched a full-scale attack. A large amount of water attribute spiritual energy began to gather around it. The black crocodile was a water attribute demon beast, and under its control, this water attribute spiritual energy transformed into icy energy. However, upon entering the area enveloped by the icy energy, he couldn't help but shiver, and his movements began to slow down. This icy energy could actually slow down a person's movements. Chen Sik-hen, however, was unfazed. The area covered by his spiritual light expanded, and within this light, the icy energy was repelled. However, this was actually the greatest advantage of the primal spirit body. He could disregard the consumption of his spiritual energy because his reserves were abundant and his recovery speed extremely fast. Chen Sik-hen was actually pondering this. He had already received many of the Blood River Elders' inherited memories, and his combat experience, which had just exceeded everyone's understanding, was itself part of those inherited memories. He had also learned many demonic techniques, which, if used, could kill the giant black crocodile. But so many cultivators were watching. If these cultivators saw him use demonic techniques and secret arts, how could he face anyone in Qingyang afterward? The best solution now was to join forces with Lin Yuqing to kill the giant black crocodile and leave this place. Lin Yuqing transmitted his voice to Chen Sik-hen, saying, "Sik-hen, hold on a little longer. I can severely injure it with my secret technique." Chen Sik-hen replied, "Okay, but I can't hold on much longer." Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Lin Yuqing shouted, and the leaves of the sword soul grass split into three. The sword soul grass leaf split into three, its sharp blade capable of shredding human skin. With the enhancement of the sword shadow splitting technique, the sword soul grass leaf finally pierced the crocodile's hide. Metal chi raged within the black crocodile's body, causing it to writhe in agony. The black crocodile's chances of survival were extremely slim, but it knew the principle of a cornered beast fighting back. What if its final, desperate attack dragged him into the water? Several dozen breaths later, the black crocodile was completely lifeless. Chen Sik-hen used a wisp of spiritual energy to envelop the crocodile's body, carrying it ashore. Chen Sik-hen didn't refuse, but he proactively chose the relatively less valuable minions, refusing to touch the most precious crocodile hide armor. Judging from the giant crocodile's defensive capabilities just now, this hide, in the hands of a skilled weapon refiner, might be able to forge a spiritual weapon. The lights of the teleportation arrays lit up, and the cultivators of Qingyang returned to the flat ground inside the cave. At least half of the cultivators had died inside this secret realm exploration. Moreover, this secret realm also belonged to him. The blood lake and demonic energy within were exactly what he needed for cultivation. Lin Yuqing looked at the empty space beneath his feet. The teleportation light had disappeared. He wondered if the teleportation array was buried deep within. What a pity! Lin Yuqing had a keen eye. He knew the most valuable resource of this secret realm was the realm itself. If he could acquire ownership of it. Therefore, it's not impossible for the Lin family to settle down in the Blood Lake secret realm and cultivate some demonic cultivators and blood cultivators. Lin Yuqing nodded slowly and followed Chen Sik-hen out of the deep cave. Many rogue cultivators had perished here. They were the very ones who had escaped from the Blood Lake secret realm. Seeing Lin Yuqing and his group emerge, the three beasts' faces hardened with malice, their eyes fixed on Lin Yuqing and the other Foundation establishment cultivators present. Lin Yuqing withstood the pressure and replied, "That's right. They had been corrupted by demons and lost their self-awareness. Killing them was helping them find liberation." The three demons weren't actually concerned about the demonic beasts in the Blood Lake secret realm being killed. This was merely an excuse to attack Lin Yuqing and his group. Their true intention was the potential opportunity that might lie within Lin Yuqing and his companions. The oppressive aura of the three demons made it difficult for all the cultivators to breathe, including Foundation establishment cultivators like Lin Yuqing and Chen Sik-hen. These were third-tier great demons, a realm above their own, leaving them utterly unable to muster any will to resist. "Do you think you can bully the Lin family? I'll protect the cultivators of Qingyang City." Two voices echoed from the sky, warming the hearts of the cultivators present, especially the four members of the Lin family and the rogue cultivators of Qingyang City. With the destruction of the Qinglan sect, although the two golden core cultivators, Yuan Wan and Luo Wei, had been killed, two golden core true persons, Lin Xuanbo and Chen He, had emerged. The voices just now came from these two. The pressure on Lin Yuqing and the others lessened considerably, finally allowing them to catch their breath. We'll take these people with us. The three of you shouldn't have any objections, right? Lin Xuanbo asked. It was both magnificent and filled with killing intent. The Wild Forest Wolf King agreed, that's right, our chances of winning are slim. There's no need to risk being killed fighting them. Your aunt's cultivation has reached the 4th level, is that true? The Wild Forest Wolf King inquired. The biggest beneficiaries of this trip to the Blood Lake Secret Realm were undoubtedly the City Lord's Mansion and the Lin family. The influence of these two major forces in Xinjiang grew even stronger. As for those fallen rogue cultivators, who would remember them? Time flowed slowly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yongmao signed in twice, both times receiving double the sign-in rewards for completing 30 days. This, millennial Xianhuang ginseng, had limited uses. Lin Yongmao had no shortage of millennial spiritual herbs, and directly refining it into pills would be a waste. Harvesting its roots periodically would allow him to realize its long-term value. The third-tier secret technique, myriad manifestations of the forest, was exactly what he needed. Although Lin Yongmao hadn't reached the golden core stage, he could still unleash some of its power. This was an illusion-based secret technique, especially effective when combined with formations. Of course, it also relied on the surrounding vegetation. The more lush the vegetation, the stronger the technique. Today was a very special day, and Lin Yongmao prepared a feast early to celebrate. Lin Yongmao summoned the little girl Lin Yangmiao, the gold-eating beast Xiaosong, Xiaojin and Xiaoyin, and the moon-toed rabbit Black Slave. Even the Blood River Immortal, who originally resided within the Blood Fiend Demon Core, was summoned by Lin Yangmao. Little Lin Yangmiao looked excitedly at the table laden with delicious food, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Grabbing a spiritual fruit, she asked, "Brother, is there something to celebrate today?" Lin Yongmao chuckled and patted the little girl's head. Of course, it's to celebrate our Miao Miao's successful advancement to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongmiao's eyes darted around. But I advanced a few days ago, why are we only celebrating today? She asked, puzzled. Lin Yongmao coughed lightly, trying to cover his embarrassment. Actually, today marked a full year since Lin Yongmao's soul transmigrated here, 365 days. Looking back on this year, he had leaped from a lowly Qi refining stage 4 cultivator to a powerful late foundation establishment cultivator, soon to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment. In a little while longer, he even had a chance to break through to the golden core stage. Looking across Xinjiang, as long as he didn't go out recklessly, he could completely rely on the spiritual plants on Thousand Cliffs to protect the entire Lin family. Just as Lin Yongmao was deep in thought, the Black Slave spoke up untimely, "Who cares about all that? Let's eat and drink to our heart's content." Although little Silver was floating in a bubble, it wasn't to be outdone, constantly moving spiritual fruits into its own bubble. Yay! Yay! Let's eat and drink to our heart's content. Lin Yongmao didn't punish the Black Slave this time because he was in a very good mood. The Blood River Immortal had accepted his fate. He had no chance of escaping, nor did he have the opportunity to possess another body. Besides, he had long noticed Lin Yongmao's unusual nature. Perhaps if he behaved well, he might get a chance to find him a physical body. Lin Yongmao joined the ranks of the foodies, devouring all the food he had prepared. My skills are still lacking a bit, but it's okay, there's always a chance to improve. Lin Yongmao comforted himself with this thought. The spirit beasts ate very happily, because they couldn't bear to waste these spiritual fruits and foods that were thousands of years old. After the dishes and cups were scattered, Xiaojin and Xiaoyin returned to the twin carp pond, while the Black Slave, along with Xiaosong and Lin Yangmiao, had disappeared. Lin Yongmao stored the Blood River Immortal inside the Blood Fiend Demon Core and then sat down by the twin carp pond. Xiaojin and Xiaoyin occasionally surfaced, but did not disturb Lin Yongmao's contemplation. Lin Yongmao took out the Daomark fishing rod from his storage bag. The rod was still the same as before, simple and unassuming, like the fishing rod commonly used by old fishermen in the mortal world. Splash! Little Gold also poked her head out of the spring water, scolding her younger sister. "Little sister, didn't I tell you not to call him a big bad guy?" Oh, sister, I forgot." Little Silver scratched her head sheepishly. However, now was the perfect opportunity to sign in, with the golden and silver dragon carp nearby. As for that moon-toed rabbit black slave, it didn't matter if he wasn't there. Anyway, his cultivation hadn't even broken through to the early second stage, so the increase in luck points he provided was limited, far less than the blessing from the golden and silver dragon carp. Lin Yongmao silently chanted, "System, I need to sign in." Ding! 7th tier, this is 7th tier. Just as Lin Yongmao was about to examine the fishing rod more closely, his Daohen fishing rod suddenly sank, nearly pulling him into the twin carp pond. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened its grip, pulling Lin Yongmao with even greater force. Lin Yongmao was unwilling to give up. He gripped the rod tightly and was dragged into the twin carp pond. A white whirlpool formed in the pond, and Lin Yongmao, caught off guard, was swallowed by the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Dao Trace's fishing rod, consumable. Rank, mid-grade immortal artifact. Description: the Dao Trace's fishing rod is not crafted by human hands. It is a unique creation naturally formed during the condensation of rules of a wisp of primordial energy. It surpasses the conventional use of energy and matter by immortal artifacts, touching upon traces of laws and the Great Tao. Attribute 1, during fishing, luck value plus 3000. Attribute 2, during fishing, the physical body and soul are guaranteed to be immortal. Attribute 3, during fishing, the understanding of the laws of the Great Tao is deepened. Function: fishing can be done near water sources, randomly catching various valuable items of this world, not limited to fish. Xianyu Realm. Dragon Abyss Sea. In this sea area, powerful sea monsters frequently appear. The overturning sea turtle is one of them, its cultivation level having reached the late stage of the 3rd rank. Its territory stretched for hundreds of miles, and no other sea monster dared approach. It was one of the overlords of this sea area. Humph. The overturning sea turtle snorted coldly. It possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human cultivator and scoffed at this clumsy human fishing method. That's it? Fishing? Whether it was seeing things or not, a demon core suddenly appeared on the iron hook, a 4th-tier water attribute demon core, exactly what it needed right now. The growth process of sea monsters was extremely slow, much longer than the cultivation time of human cultivators. However, there was a way to quickly advance, devouring the demon cores of higher-level demon beasts. Now, a 4th-tier water attribute demon core was right before its eyes. The temptation was simply too great. Of course, it considered the possibility of a trap, but what fool would use a 4th-tier demon beast's demon core to lure a 3rd-tier demon beast like itself? It bit into the demon core, and just as it was about to absorb the energy within, the demon core suddenly vanished. There was no energy left for it to absorb. Little did it know that everything it had just seen was an illusion. No demon core? No problem. What could it do to it? The overturning sea turtle planned to bite through the hemp thread, find a sea demon beast to taste, and restore its original good mood. But it discovered that it couldn't bite through the hemp thread at all, and the iron hook was entangled with its tongue, forming an inseparable whole. It yanked violently, its massive body plunging into the seabed, then began swimming at breakneck speed. In the void, a powerful energy storm raged, spatial elements were highly active, and white light flashed. A handsome yet disheveled figure emerged from the white light, holding a fishing rod, as he uncontrollably plummeted towards the surface. People inevitably lose their composure when facing the threat of death. Lin Yongmao screamed repeatedly as he free fell. If it weren't for this attribute of the Doubt Race's fishing rod, he would have died long ago in the spatial storm. Lin Yongmao was dragged by the Doubt Race's fishing rod through an extremely long-distance teleportation. Within the temporarily formed spatial passage, he was almost crushed by the spatial storm. Splash! Where am I? Facing the vast, unseen sea, Lin Yongmao asked. Wasn't he fishing? How did he get caught by a fish? Recalling the spatial storm he had just experienced, it felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. This was the first time he had so vividly perceived the terror of spatial elements. But the crisis was not over. The overturning sea turtle had already noticed Lin Yangmao's presence. The Doubt Race's fishing rod had vanished. Both the rod and the fishing line had disappeared, as if they had never existed. The overturning sea turtle locked onto Lin Yangmao with its divine sense. How could this human have suddenly appeared here? It realized the recent unusual events were definitely related to this human. The overturning sea turtle's body swayed slightly, and a tsunami formed, engulfing Lin Yangmao. Lin Yangmao quickly flew to a higher position on his magical artifact, confronting the overturning sea turtle from a distance. Late-stage third-tier, water and earth attribute demon beast, Lin Yangmao immediately determined. Although Lin Yangmao's cultivation had reached the late-stage foundation establishment stage, it was far inferior to a late-stage third-tier demon beast, a whole realm difference. Moreover, this kind of demon beast would definitely be more powerful in the ocean. One word: run. As this thought occupied Lin Yangmao's mind, he flew rapidly in one direction. The system wouldn't lose its teleportation function due to distance. However, he dared not teleport under these circumstances, lest he be interrupted by the demonic beast, potentially endangering his life. Lin Yangmao, relying on his magical artifact for flight, was quickly overtaken by the overturning sea turtle. The vast difference in their cultivation levels meant he was caught in just a few breaths. Blood escape technique. Lin Yangmao bit his tongue, a drop of his blood essence transforming into pure energy that flowed throughout his body. A layer of blood-red light enveloped him, instantly increasing his speed several times over. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had cultivated this escape technique, which had saved his life at a crucial moment. It was also thanks to the mysterious spirit body forging technique, which continuously strengthened his blood and refined his essence, that he could use the blood escape technique only once or twice before becoming unusable due to insufficient blood and energy. Lin Yangmao had already used the blood escape technique 7 or 8 times consecutively. Although he had left the sea overturning turtle far behind, he still couldn't escape its divine senses lock. If it were just a mid-stage third-tier demonic beast, Lin Yangmao felt the creature wouldn't be able to catch up, but this was a late-stage third-tier demonic beast, and its speed in seawater was incredibly fast. Lin Yangmao had already consumed several thousand-year-old blood vine petals and used his blood escape technique more than 10 times, yet he still couldn't completely escape the overturning sea turtle's spiritual lock-on range. This wouldn't do, he'd be worn down to death sooner or later. Lin Yangmao knew his own limitations. His opponent was a late-stage third-tier demon beast. With its demon core, it had a continuous energy supply. While he possessed spiritual herbs, his body couldn't withstand such a heavy burden. He had originally thought that staying in Thousand Cliffs would be safe, but unexpectedly, he had been forcibly teleported here by a spatial storm. Even drinking cold water can cause problems. Continuing to flee was not a solution, but they currently lacked any effective means of counterattack. Lin Yangmao's face grew increasingly pale, a sign of excessive depletion of his vital energy. Just as he was desperately searching for a countermeasure, a sea vessel appeared in his sight. Never mind. Lin Yangmao adjusted his direction and flew directly towards the sea vessel, leaving only a long, bloody afterimage behind him. Lin Yanyan was a member of the Fuguei demon hunting team. Lin Yanyan stood at the bow of the ship, her divine sense extending outwards, carefully surveying the sea area. Their deep dive into the Dragon Abyss Sea was indeed quite risky. But there was no other way. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Fortunately, Kong San was there. He was the leader of the Fuguei demon hunting team and the only golden core cultivator among them. Thinking of Kong San, Lin Yanyan's empty heart temporarily eased. This also fostered her arrogant personality. Since joining the Fuguei demon hunting team, Kong San had been pursuing Lin Yanyan. At first, Lin Yanyan didn't even look at Kong San, but under his sweet-talking onslaught, she gradually began to accept his pursuit. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Yanyan saw a blood-red light rushing towards them from the sky. That was secondary. A giant turtle surfaced from the sea and swam rapidly towards their ship. More accurately, it was the old turtle chasing the crimson figure. A powerful sea monster has appeared. Everyone, come out quickly. Lin Yin shouted softly, her voice carrying a trace of her divine sense, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the ship. Instantly, 6 figures leaped out, ending their meditation and placing their hands on their storage bags, ready for battle. Standing at the forefront was a middle-aged man with narrow eyes, staring at the crimson figure and the sea turtle in the water. The crimson figure landed on the ship within a few breaths. He stood on the bow deck, scratching his head sheepishly. Lin Yin warned, "Our ship doesn't have any protective formations, this will damage it." In the sea, cultivators are no match for sea monsters of the same level, they naturally possess a geographical advantage. Lin Yongmao quickly began forming hand seals, and 2 leaves of the sword soulgrass flew out, splitting into 6 flying swords under the enhancement of the sword shadow splitting technique. Immediately, cultivators on the ship urged it to move, avoiding the path the overturning sea turtle was bound to take. Kong San also sprang into action, his natal magic weapon flew out from his dantian, a long, azure spear. As for the rest of Fu Gui's demon hunting team, upon seeing that the overturning sea turtle was a late-stage 3rd-tier sea monster, they only focused on defense and controlling the ship. They knew that joining the battle was pointless, their methods were completely incapable of harming the overturning sea turtle, including Lin Yin's. Seeing Lin Yongmao's heroic figure and the ease with which he controlled his flying sword, the girl's eyes couldn't help but linger on him. Kong San roared, interrupting Lin Yin's reverie, "Fight while retreating. We are no match for this great demon." He couldn't care less about blaming Lin Yongmao for luring the overturning sea turtle here, blaming was meaningless at this moment. Lin Yin understood, and along with the other members of the demon hunting team, she channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into the ship, increasing its speed several times over. Kong San nodded. He now had no choice but to join forces with Lin Yongmao, otherwise, none of them would escape. Lin Yongmao patted his storage bag, and a strange branch appeared in his hand. The branch had no leaves, only eerie arcs of electricity. Lin Yongmao formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy into life force, targeting the branch. Blessing of life. One of only 2 secret techniques in the withering and flourishing technique, granting plants life energy, causing them to grow rapidly. The branch came alive, the wisps of electricity transformed into shimmering purple lightning orbs. Magnetic storm lightning orbs. This branch was from the 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, the Thunder Prison magnetic light tree. Although less than 1/10 of its original strength, it still possessed considerable power. Under Lin Yongmao's control, the magnetic storm lightning orbs detached from the branch one by one, hurtling towards the overturning sea turtle. Lin Yongmao's divine sense was also extremely powerful, the magnetic storm lightning orbs had already locked onto the overturning sea turtle. Crack! Crack! Each magnetic storm lightning orb that struck the overturning sea turtle left a deep black charred mark on its body. Lin Yin focused intently, channeling all her spiritual energy and mental power into controlling the ship, fearing it might be overturned. Lin Yongmao's face lit up with joy, it had worked. After uttering these harsh words, the overturning sea turtle sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. Lin Yongmao and Kong San both breathed a sigh of relief. Kong San's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "It's a pity it escaped." Lin Yongmao secretly thought, "This guy is really pretentious. Does he even have the strength to kill this overturning sea turtle?" Lin Yongmao, upon seeing the radiant young woman before him, was also captivated by her stunning beauty. However, this woman's beauty was pure and natural, showing no signs of artificial enhancement. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without artifice. This was perhaps the most fitting description of this woman. Her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly as she spoke, adding to her lively and spirited nature. Lin Yongmao scratched his head awkwardly, feeling guilty for being scolded by the woman. "Fellow Taoists, I am truly sorry." Lin Yin sized up Lin Yongmao and asked, "Judging from this fellow Taoist's attire, he doesn't seem to be a local. Where are you from?" Lin Yongmao looked at Kong San and pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, could you take me with you?" He could tell that Kong San had the highest cultivation level and was probably the most influential among them. Lin Yongmao nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was willing to contribute, but would not take any of their resources, as compensation for his earlier recklessness. Now, all the members of the demon hunting team agreed. Lin Yongmao observed that the resources here far surpassed those of Qingyang. By setting up a directional teleportation array here, he could teleport here at any time. This was within the Xianyu realm, a vast distance from Lin Yongmao's Xianyun realm. If Lin Yongmao hadn't accidentally entered a spatial storm, he wouldn't have been able to reach this place. The Xianyu realm was near the ocean, and Lin Yongmao was currently located in the Dragon Abyss Sea area near East Sea City. The ship he was on belonged to the Fu Gui demon hunting team. The leader was Kong San, the only golden core cultivator on board. The woman's name was Li Niannian, also a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. Lin Yongmao had temporarily joined Fu Gui's demon hunting team as a member. Their goal for this trip was to hunt down a late-stage second-tier sea monster, the Nightmare Seahorse. Sea monsters and land monsters are essentially the same, except that sea monsters can unleash greater power in the marine environment. Lin Yongmao and Li Niannian were enjoying the breeze on the deck. Li Niannian was very interested in this cultivator of unknown origin and couldn't help but ask a series of questions. "Hey, are you really not going to say anything?" Li Niannian asked, dissatisfied. Lin Yongmao's silence was her only response. Lin Yongmao finally withdrew his gaze with interest. He glanced at Li Niannian's stunningly beautiful face and asked, "Why are you hunting nightmare seahorses?" "It's a mission we received from Mo Gui's demon hunting team. The reward is a demon core." Li Niannian desperately wanted that demon core, hoping to use it to break through to the golden core stage. Although the energy within demon cores was incredibly potent, it could be converted into something useful through special refining methods. Lin Yongmao frowned. The Ink Ghost demon hunting team? Lin Yongmao's eyes widened. He thought, are nascent soul stage cultivators really that cheap? The entire team is composed of nascent soul stage cultivators. Then if that's the case, why did they choose you for this mission? Lin Yongmao was still puzzled. You don't know, do you? The Nightmare Seahorse is located in a specific area of the Dragon Abyss Sea, extremely difficult to find. It can't be sensed with divine sense alone. The Ink Ghost demon hunting team didn't want to waste so much time on it, so they handed it over to us. Lin Yongmao nodded in understanding. So this was a thankless task. It was like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Lin Yongmao was getting anxious. He hadn't found a suitable location to set up the directional teleportation array, so he hadn't returned to his family. Without returning to his family, he couldn't sign in. Although the Fu Gui demon hunting team had killed several sea monsters along the way, they were all first-tier sea monsters, and their materials weren't very valuable to Foundation Establishment cultivators like them. Lin Yongmao simply treated this experience as a trip, like a vacation. One day, Lin Yongmao caught a few fish in the sea and was leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and grilling them on the deck. Lin Yongmao shrugged. You guys are just worried about not having suitable sea monsters, so this is kind of helping you out. Actually, they both knew that the aroma of this little bit of meat wouldn't have much of an impact. Here, have one too. Lin Yongmao saw through Li Niannian's thoughts and handed her a grilled fish. This grilled fish was seasoned with his secret concoction of various spices, something rarely seen in the cultivation world. Lin Yongmao loved to tinker with food in his spare time, he loved it, and Lin Yongmao loved it too. After taking a bite of the fish, she wished she could swallow her tongue. The sea fish was tender and juicy, and with the various spices Lin Yongmao used, it was simply incomparably delicious. How did you make it? Can you teach me? Li Niannian asked excitedly as she ate. Lin Yongmao's lips curled into a smile. He chuckled, I didn't expect you'd tasted such a delicacy. Li Niannian scoffed, don't look down on me. It's a deal, you can't go back on your word. Li Niannian's face beamed with joy, like a triumphant rooster. Just as the two were still engaged in their enthusiastic discussion, the sea became restless, and many shadows appeared beneath the surface. Oh no! A sea monster is attacking our sinking silver. However, nothing is absolute, and they were currently being targeted by sea monsters. Lin Yanyan urgently summoned the members of the Fugue monster hunting team who were resting and cultivating in the cabin. These sea monster hunting teams spend most of their time on the ship, so they usually take turns on watch while the others focus on cultivation. Lin Yongmao used his divine sense to probe, and information about the sea monster horde beneath the surface quickly appeared on the attribute panel. Blood shark. Rank, mid-second tier. Attribute, water. Talent abilities, water escape technique, giant wave impact, bloodlust. Description: blood sharks are terrifying beings in the deep sea, especially those that appear in groups. Lin Yongmao's divine sense detected over 100 blood sharks, a force not to be underestimated. Could they really have been attracted by the aroma of grilled fish? Several blood sharks had already attacked the Shenin ship, but the ship was extremely sturdy, and the ripples generated by the ship mitigated the shark's impact. Lin Yongmao had already made his move, casting a profound hand seal. "I'm here to help you," Li Nian whispered. Second tier spell, rock wall technique. The other members of the Fugue demon hunting team also joined the fray, unleashing their most skilled attacks. Especially Kong San, the moment he unleashed his azure spear, his natal magic weapon, nearly 10 blood sharks were pierced through the body and fell lifeless. Kong San instructed, "This is a good opportunity. Blood shark meat is excellent prey and can be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones. You too, find a way to trap the blood shark swarm." Lin Yongmao and Lin Yanyan immediately began to act, their existing spells now in a controlled state, forming a cage. Water prison talisman. Vine binding talisman. Judging from the number of talismans, there were at least 100. No matter how many blood sharks there were, they were all trapped in the water prison and bound by vines, temporarily incapacitated. Lin Yongmao's actions stunned everyone. Are talismans free? Can talismans be squandered like this? Seeing many cultivators stunned, Lin Yongmao quickly shouted, "Everyone, attack quickly. This control won't last long." As expected of an early-stage golden core cultivator, these mid-stage second-tier sea monsters were no match for him. Of course, without Lin Yongmao's control, the blood shark swarm would have scattered and fled, resulting in Kong San killing only a very limited number of blood sharks. Just when Lin Yongmao thought he had easily dealt with all the blood sharks, Kong San surfaced, his hand holding the azure spear still trembling slightly. What happened? They quickly understood what was going on. A colossal creature emerged from the sea. It was an even larger blood shark, several times larger than the sinking silver ship, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Humans, you wantonly slaughtered my people, you all deserve to die." The gigantic blood shark roared in fury, unleashing terrifying waves. This was likely the king of blood sharks, the blood shark king, a third-tier early-stage demonic beast. Kong San calmly responded, saying indifferently, "These blood sharks attacked us first. Besides, the law of the jungle is the unchanging principle of this cultivation world. Heh, since you say the law of the jungle, then you will all become my prey." Not only cultivators could hunt demonic beasts, but demonic beasts also loved to hunt human cultivators, their flesh was the best prey. Knowing there was no point in continuing the conversation, Kong San retreated rapidly, unleashing his natal magic weapon from a distance. This azure spear was his greatest asset. Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was a Tier 3 early-stage demonic beast, the Blood Shark King. If he went all out, killing this Blood Shark King wouldn't be a problem. This wasn't a Tier 3 late-stage demonic beast, the overturning sea turtle, he was fully capable of fighting it. Now, he could even join forces with Kong San. Lin Yongmao also made his move, using the sword shadow splitting light technique, transforming 6 leaves into flying swords that struck directly at the Blood Shark King's vital points. Blood Shark King's eyelids twitched. Its intuition told it that these leaves were far more troublesome than the azure spear, and it had to be handled with care. Lin Yongmao remembered that Blood Shark possessed the innate ability of water escape, meaning that escaping wouldn't be difficult for it. Sigh. It seems it can't be kept here. Since he was working for someone else, a token gesture would suffice. Xianyu Realm, Dragon Abyss Sea. The Dragon Abyss Sea is named so because a cultivator once saw a dragon deep within its ocean depths. snake transforms into dragon, dragon into dragon. This is the path of cultivation for dragon-type demonic beasts. As the second form, the dragon possesses stronger bloodline and abilities than other demonic beasts. However, whether the dragon is still here is unknown. As for Lin Yongmao, he knows from his attribute panel that the Blood Shark King is skilled in water escape techniques, and without a special method to counter it, it's impossible to catch. This is probably why the Blood Shark King is so fearless. Kong San is determined to kill the Blood Shark King, which is already a third-tier demonic beast. That means that killing it will yield a demon core. A demon core. It's incredibly valuable. It could completely advance his cultivation from the early golden core stage. Kong San could tell that Lin Yanyan's aptitude was higher than his, and he worried that if her cultivation surpassed his in the future, he wouldn't be able to control her. Kong San temporarily put aside these thoughts, biting his tongue to force out a drop of essence blood, which he then infused into his natal magic weapon, the Azure Spear. He was determined to slay the Blood Shark King. Lin Yongmao, on the other hand, only participated, his sword soul grass leaves surrounding the Blood Shark King, but he didn't attack. After absorbing Kong San's natal essence blood, the Azure Spear became even more dazzling, emitting an extremely bright spiritual light, like stars in the sky. The members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team, seeing their leader unleash such powerful combat strength, all cast admiring glances at him. Kong San also thoroughly enjoyed these gazes. Even Lin Yanyan's eyes shone with admiration. Kong San's natal magic weapon was indeed powerful. A direct hit on the Blood Shark King would have been enough to kill it. However, the Blood Shark King was no ordinary blood shark. Its intense sense of danger made it realize it couldn't withstand this attack head-on, so... Water Escape Technique. The Water Escape Technique is a special water attribute secret technique. As long as water exists, it can use a water source to escape. And the ocean is abundant with water. The Blood Shark King transformed into a rapidly flowing current, plunging into the depths of the sea. In just a few breaths, its figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Kong San's face paled slightly. His natal magic weapon, the Azure Spear, pierced the seawater, creating waves, but that was all. His charged attack, costing a drop of his essence blood, had resulted in a huge mess. Kong San also realized his lapse in composure. He should have been the one to say those words. The crew was overjoyed. Even without catching the nightmare seahorse, hunting so many blood sharks was a worthwhile endeavor. The shark meat could be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones. What a great opportunity! He felt a bit resentful towards Lin Yongmao. The guy hadn't used his full strength. Lin Yongmao clearly possessed a lightning-infused branch. If he had used it, the Blood Shark King wouldn't have escaped so easily. But Kong San knew there was no reason to blame him. Lin Yongmao also joined the effort to collect the blood shark carcasses, his spiritual energy transforming into a current, dragging the carcasses from the seawater onto the deck. The members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team were even more friendly towards Lin Yongmao. Before, they had only thought Lin Yongmao was quite strong, but now, seeing that he could produce so many talismans, they guessed he must be a talisman maker. And at least a second-tier talisman maker. Lin Yanyan approached and asked, "You've been hiding your abilities so well. I didn't expect you to be a talisman maker. What rank have you reached?" Lin Yongmao smiled and lowered his voice, saying, "Second-rank talisman maker." Actually, Lin Yongmao's talisman-making proficiency had already reached the third rank. He had long ago acquired a third-rank talisman-making inheritance, which he found in the storage bag of the Lin family patriarch. Lin Yongmao asked curiously, "What's their status?" While the Dragon Abyss Sea possessed abundant marine resources, it also harbored numerous dangers, such as the ever-present possibility of encountering third-tier demonic beasts. Moreover, according to Lin Yanyan, there was also the possibility of encountering extremely severe natural disasters at sea. If one encountered such a natural disaster, it could only be considered bad luck. Most cultivators wouldn't have a chance of survival. Lin Yanyan and Lin Yongmao chatted casually, and soon the team had retrieved all the blood sharks' carcasses. The sinking silver continued its journey in the predetermined direction. Kong San looked at the blood shark carcasses and nodded in satisfaction. Although they hadn't hunted the Blood Shark King, the bodies of these second-tier demonic beasts were still valuable. Lin Yongmao shrugged indifferently, these were nothing to him. Lin Yinyan didn't know Lin Yongmao's given name, only that his surname was Lin. Lin Yongmao, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. The flesh and blood of a second-tier demon beast wasn't very valuable. To him, it was better than nothing. Kong San was somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected Lin Yanyan to speak up for Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao was a temporary member, while they were supposed to be in the same demon hunting team long-term. He didn't want to say much, it was better to observe more since he was new here. Agreeing to Lin Yanyan's plan would inevitably offend the other members of the Fugue demon hunting team, and he didn't want to make enemies at this time. Seeing Lin Yongmao's refusal, Lin Yanyan didn't say anything more. He entered a quiet room in the cabin. Fortunately, the members of the Fugue demon hunting team were quite friendly, providing him with this quiet, unoccupied room. If no one disturbed him or if special circumstances arose, he planned to cultivate here and not go out for the time being. The spiritual energy of the Dragon Abyss Sea was quite good, far better than Xingyang. This was one of the reasons why the cultivators and demon beasts in the surrounding area were stronger. However, it was still far inferior to his own Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao didn't care about these things. He relied on drugs to improve his cultivation. He ingested the yellow sprout pill and circulated the withering and flourishing technique to slowly refine the medicinal power within his body. He wanted to reach the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. More than 20 days passed in a flash. Lin Yongmao slowly opened his eyes. A commotion came from outside the meditation room. It was Kong San's voice. They had found the nightmare seahorse. Lin Yongmao quickly stepped out of the meditation room. He wanted to see what kind of sea monster the nightmare seahorse was, that it was worth their arduous search. Moreover, it was on their ship, it wouldn't be right not to help. Lin Yongmao walked out of the meditation room to the bow of the ship. His gaze first swept over the group who were now in a state of readiness for battle, then he looked at the sea. The seawater wasn't the deep blue it had been before, but a nearly transparent light blue, allowing a clear view of what was happening beneath the surface. Only the strange rings of markings on its body, like mysterious runes, possessed a unique beauty. Just seeing it was captivating, one couldn't look away. This must be the nightmare seahorse. Lin Yongmao detected the nightmare seahorse with his divine sense and immediately checked its information on the attribute panel. Nightmare seahorse. Rank, late second tier. Attribute, illusion, water. Talent abilities, illusion weaving, mental interference, water flow impact. Description, an aquatic monster, especially skilled in mental control. Be careful not to be deceived by illusions when fighting it. Lin Yongmao saw the information about this nightmare seahorse. This was the first time he had seen a monster with the illusion attribute. The so-called illusion attribute is actually a mental attribute, indicating that the nightmare seahorse is very adept at mental attacks. The members of Fugue's demon hunting team flew on their magical artifacts, landing on the sea surface and surrounding the nightmare seahorse. Having finally found this nightmare seahorse, they had no reason to let it go, no matter how difficult it was to deal with. The nightmare seahorse's tubular snout twitched slightly, emitting highly penetrating sound waves. The Foundation establishment cultivators present covered their ears and even closed their eyes. Their minds were in disarray, and their consciousness was hazy. Mental interference. This was the nightmare seahorse's innate ability. The only ones unaffected were Kong San and Lin Yongmao. Kong San was a golden core cultivator, and Lin Yongmao's spiritual sense had long since reached the third level. This level of mental interference couldn't affect them. Lin Yongmao's spiritual sense had already locked onto the nightmare seahorse, it clearly hadn't moved. Kong San threw out an iron ring, a special tracking magic artifact, which, under his control, looped around the nightmare seahorse's neck. The nightmare seahorse struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. That's good now. Although the other cultivators can't see the nightmare seahorse's true form, they can see the constantly swaying iron ring. Kong San was very pleased. Luckily, I bought this high-grade magic artifact, the demon binding ring, beforehand. Otherwise, capturing it would have been really difficult. Although it was a late-stage second-tier demon beast, the nightmare seahorse was special. It was quite possible for it to escape. Fortunately, Kong San and his group came prepared. Lin Yongmao looked at the demon binding ring. This was indeed a special magic artifact. He had never seen one like it in Xinjiang before. It was worth studying carefully. Based on the location of the demon binding ring, the members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team launched an attack on the nightmare seahorse. They dared not kill it, because Mo Gui's demon hunting team wanted it alive. After a struggle of about 3/4 of an hour, the nightmare seahorse was finally completely defeated and captured by Kong San, imprisoned in a secret room of the sinking silver ship. Their goal for this trip was successfully achieved. After the nightmare seahorse lost consciousness, an island appeared. Lin Yin murmured softly, "No wonder the water in this area is so light, there's an island nearby." Kong San added, "The nightmare seahorse has the ability to create illusions. It's been using an illusion to obscure this island, which is why we can't see its location." A middle-aged male cultivator stepped forward. His name was He Yu. He stared intently in the direction of the island. "Since we're already here, why don't we explore the island? The nightmare seahorse is trying so hard to conceal its presence. There must be some hidden treasure on it, right?" Everyone's attention turned to Kong San. As their leader, he was the one who would make the decision. Kong San's face hardened. "All right." He steered the sinking silver towards the island. No one returned to their cabins. Everyone focused their attention on the suddenly appearing island. The jagged, black reefs, like jagged teeth, stubbornly resisted the relentless erosion of the waves, whipping up white, broken spray. Lin Yongmao used his divine sense to probe the area, but didn't say much, only secretly memorizing the location. The boat slowed down, and they had to carefully adjust their course to avoid the underwater reefs. The golden beach was ahead, and the jagged rocks were within reach. As they approached the island, they could see the island's forest, the deep forest seeming to silently gaze upon the guests entering the island. "We're here," Kong San reminded them, using the anchor to embed the sinking silver into the reef to prevent it from being swept away by the waves. The sinking silver was too large to fit into their storage bag. Kong San led the members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team and Lin Yongmao onto the island, arriving at a beach. The sand beneath their feet was soft and fine, leaving deep and shallow footprints with each step. The fact that it hadn't been explored indicated the abundance of resources. He was thinking that this was a good place to place a teleportation array. But how to avoid Fu Gui's demon hunting team? The beach itself posed no danger. They only encountered a few first-tier flower crabs, which posed no threat to Fu Gui's team, who easily dispatched them. However, the deep, dense forest, with its layers upon layers of trees, made them hesitate to proceed. Lin Yin possessed an earth attribute spiritual root, making her even more sensitive to spiritual energy. Lin Yongmao also sensed it. A member of the Fu Gui monster hunting team immediately agreed, "That's right, I sensed it too. Maybe there's a spiritual vein beneath this island." Hearing this, He Yu could only temporarily lower his guard. Led by Kong San, they headed into the deep forest. Not long after they ventured deeper into the forest, swarms of corrosive poison flower spiders and earth armor lizards suddenly sprang out from among the ancient trees, their roars tearing apart the island's tranquility. The corrosive poison flower spiders' sticky webs instantly enveloped two team members, while the earth armor lizards launched a surprise attack from underground, throwing the team's formation into chaos. Both the corrosive venomous flower spider and the earth armor lizard were second-tier demonic beasts. Encountering one or two would be manageable, they could easily kill them. But the sheer number before them was countless. Split up and break through. Kong San swept his spear, forcing back the horde, but Lin Yin was driven into the deep forest by three flower spiders. Lin Yongmao, seeing this, rushed to cover them, and the two were completely cut off from their retreat by the horde. Lin Yongmao dragged Lin Yin to a hidden cave, using sword soulgrass leaves to slash several pursuing demonic beasts. However, the number of flower spiders was still overwhelming. Because Lin Yongmao and Lin Yin were two people, most of the demonic beasts' attention was focused on them. Unfortunately, the flower spiders were chasing Lin Yongmao and Lin Yin into the depths of the dense forest, which greatly troubled them. Lin Yongmao didn't notice the subtle change in Lin Yanyan's address. She had changed from fellow Taoist Lin to brother Lin. Lin Yanyan's feelings had already changed when Lin Yongmao risked his life to save her. She felt both gratitude and admiration for him. Unlike Kong San, Lin Yongmao was exactly Lin Yanyan's type. And besides, he was a second-tier talisman maker. Lin Yongmao had cultivated the concealing breath technique, allowing him to hide his aura completely from demonic beasts. Lin Yongmao didn't want to burden her any longer, and besides, he needed to find a place to set up a directional teleportation array by himself. Most of the corrosive poison flower spiders were attracted by the flying sword leaves, focusing their attacks on Lin Yongmao, who was driving the swords. Lin Yanyan knew she couldn't delay. Seizing this opportunity, she dodged the attack of one of the corrosive poison flower spiders, and ran towards the edge of the dense forest. Only after Lin Yanyan disappeared from his sight did Lin Yongmao use the concealing breath technique, making himself and his form ethereal, causing the corrosive poison flower spiders to lose their target. If one's cultivation level is less than a major realm above his aura is completely imperceptible. If one's cultivation level is less than 2 major realms above his cultivation level is undetectable. Lin Yongmao traversed the dense forest. There were no more members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team nearby. This was indeed an untouched island, devoid of any trace of human habitation. He only needed to find a secluded spot to set up the directional teleportation array. After searching for some time, Lin Yongmao finally found a stone cave. Initially, he worried about demonic beasts inside, but there was nothing there. So, Lin Yongmao quickly took out the array plate and embedded the directional teleportation array plate into a crevice in the rock. The array pattern glowed with a white light before fading. The array pattern was a circular halo with a radius of 5 feet. Standing on it would activate the teleportation function. This place could serve as an escape route. However, after careful consideration, Lin Yongmao decided to go to East Sea City. Since he had decided to use this place as the teleportation point for the directional array, he should thoroughly understand the situation in East Sea City. Therefore, he continued to use the concealing breath technique to walk through the dense forest. In the dense forest, Lin Yongmao saw many more venomous spiders and earth-armored lizards, but none of them detected his presence, allowing him to move freely. Notably, Lin Yongmao also discovered 2 corpses, the bodies of members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team. They had been killed by the venomous spiders and were bound in their webs, intended as future food. After some consideration, Lin Yongmao collected the 2 corpses, intending to take them back to the sunken silver ship. He ventured alone into the reef area and discovered dozens of nightmare seahorse eggs emanating a phantom mist. The eggshells were covered in golden phantom patterns, and the attribute panel displayed them as unhatched nightmare seahorse eggs. He quietly placed the eggs into his jade box. These special illusionary sea monsters are actually very valuable, but unfortunately, Fu Gui's demon hunting team only captured one, and even that had to be handed over to Mo Gui's demon hunting team. The sunken silver ship. The anchor, embedded in the reef, hadn't been washed away by the waves. 3 people were already standing on the deck, their eager eyes scanning the direction of the island. Lin Yongmao had secretly infiltrated the reef area, collected the nightmare seahorse eggs, and then returned to the island. Now he was pretending to have returned from the island. Lin Yanyan saw Lin Yongmao's figure, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. Thank goodness brother Lin is back safe and sound, otherwise I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Lin Yongmao saw Lin Yanyan waving and smiled as he flew back to the sunken silver ship. The other 2 were He Yu and a middle-aged woman named Xiao Xiaoti, also a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. He Yu was severely injured. His left hand had been bitten by a corrosive flower spider, leaving a large hole corroded in it, and it seemed his left hand was about to be lost. Kong San wasn't on the ship, he was probably still on the island. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaoti took out her throwing knife, preparing to sever He Yu's left arm. Only in this way could she prevent the poison from spreading to his heart. Lin Yanyan reminded him, brother there's no other way. If you delay any longer, you'll die. A cultivator's severed arm can be regenerated. Perhaps through miraculous spiritual plants. or by reaching the nascent soul stage and cultivating the supernatural power of limb regeneration. But for He-Yu, both were difficult. Seeing that He-Yu still refused, Xiao Chaoti acted directly. If she delayed any longer, He-Yu's life would be in danger. Lin Yongmao also shook his head helplessly. He hadn't yet learned how to refine an effective antidote to the putrefactive poison. He was powerless to help. He possessed the mysterious Yin True Water, but such a wondrous substance shouldn't be exposed to outsiders. He-Yu wasn't worth his time. Blood gushed out, and Xiao Chaoti quickly applied some hemostatic medicine. He sat cross-legged, circulating his internal energy to regulate his breathing, finally calming down. Losing an arm was better than losing his life. Xiao Chaoti looked towards the island, saying anxiously, "Why haven't the other three returned yet? Could something have happened to them?" Kong San looked somewhat tired, but a smile lingered in his eyes and brows, indicating he had reaped considerable rewards on the island. On the way back, everyone's expressions were tinged with gloom. The Fugue demon hunting team consisted of only 7 members, yet this operation had resulted in 2 deaths and 1 serious injury. Not all seagoing vessels and magical artifacts could be stored in a storage bag. Finally, the moment of parting arrived, and Lin Yanyan felt a pang of reluctance. Lin Yongmao clasped his hands in a fist salute, his expression calm. "Thank you all for taking me in. I'll be saying goodbye now that we've arrived." He could take this opportunity to buy some supplies and, incidentally, search for the herbs needed to refine the qi condensation pill. However, he needed to find a place to stay temporarily. Lin Yanyan whispered, "Brother Lin, why don't you join our Fugue sea hunting team?" Her voice was very soft, and she spoke cautiously. She wasn't the leader of the Fugue sea hunting team, she couldn't make that decision. Kong San pondered for a moment before saying, "Indeed, it's possible. Our Fugue demon hunting team has lost 2 members, and I still need to spend time searching for the other crew members." If it weren't for the 2 lost members, he definitely wouldn't have accepted Lin Yongmao. This Lin Yongmao gave him a strong sense of threat, and besides, his origins were unknown. Okay. The room was luxurious, with all kinds of amenities. Opening the window revealed a sea view, and one could feel the salty sea breeze. However, there were no protective formations, which left Lin Yongmao's safety unsecured. Lin Yongmao had no choice but to stay there. He needed a temporary place to rest. Unfortunately, he wasn't a formation master, nor could he set up formations at will. He only had one 7th-tier formation, the Jianmu Tongtian formation, on his array plate. This formation could only be set up on 1,000 cliffs. He hadn't slept well the night before, fearing that some cultivator might be secretly watching him. Fortunately, nothing happened. Although he didn't need sleep, it was a habit Lin Yongmao had formed and wouldn't easily change. Pedestrians could easily see all the items on the stalls as they passed, which was quite convenient. Many of the vendors were even foundation establishment cultivators, who chose to set up stalls here in search of cultivation resources. It seemed that foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere here. Lin Yongmao recalled Lin Yanyan's words, the ocean resources here were abundant, and there was none of the scheming and intrigue among cultivators, nor the fighting and killing over even a small amount of cultivation resources. Lin Yongmao sighed, this really is a good place. Everyone cultivates through their own abilities, and when resources run out, they can simply go out to sea to hunt sea monsters. This could be considered a paradise in the cultivation world. Choosing this location as the teleportation point for the directional teleportation array was truly an excellent choice. The shouts of vendors from both sides added a touch of lively atmosphere. 2nd-tier silver tuna scales, clearance sale. Look over here. 1 demon core, only 1 left. Demon cores for sale? He saw a large crowd of cultivators gathered in front of a stall, all looking towards the vendor. Demon cores really do exist? Lin Yongmao was unaware of this method. He planned to learn it, perhaps to cultivate a group of golden core cultivators for his family. Many cultivators glanced at the demon core, then shook their heads and left, seemingly uninterested. Lin Yongmao also scanned the demon core with his divine sense and found nothing wrong. He then checked it using the attribute panel. 3rd-tier water attribute demon core. Description: produced from a third-tier demon beast, a giant white shark, but the demon core has suffered severe energy loss. Lin Yongmao's expression suddenly dawned on him. So that's how it is. Although it's a demon core, it's one with severely depleted energy. Lin Yongmao wouldn't buy such a substandard product, so he left. He wondered which unlucky soul would become the sucker. Lin Yongmao already had the formula for refining the mind concentrating pill, but he still hadn't collected all the necessary spiritual herbs, which he couldn't find in this small place, Xingyang. He already had the profound marrow liquid and heart-clearing grass needed to refine the mind concentrating pill. However, he still needed 3 more spiritual plants: sea heartgrass, jade coral, and 5-colored lotus. As he approached a relatively secluded dockside warehouse area, his keen spiritual sense detected a suppressed fluctuation of spiritual energy and the sound of conversation coming from ahead. One of the voices sounded quite familiar. It was Kong San and his group. Out of caution, Lin Yongmao used the concealing breath technique to quietly approach a stack of cargo crates, concealing his figure and aura. Not far away, he saw Kong San conversing with a middle-aged cultivator with a cold expression and a solid aura like a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and an arrogant young cultivator. Xiao Chaoti and Lin Yanyan stood not far behind Kong San, their expressions tense. Kong San's expression was tense, but he still managed to pull a transparent crystal box heavily protected by restrictions from his spirit beast pouch. Inside the box, the deep blue nightmare seahorse, its body covered in mysterious runes and in a coma, was clearly visible. As agreed, it's intact. Where's the demon core? A glint flashed in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes as he gestured to the young cultivator beside him. The latter reluctantly pulled out an old, heavy wooden box and opened it. Inside the box, lined with soft silk threads, lay a perfectly round, deep blue demon core, about the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a rich, water-attribute energy. Seeing the demon core, a flicker of relieved fervor and excitement flashed in Kong San's eyes. This was precisely what he needed for his cultivation. He eagerly stretched out his hand. All right. It's a deal, exchange. Lin Yongmao guessed that these two were likely members of the Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team. The Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team not only knew the actual use of the Nightmare Seahorse, but also seemed to have other hidden agendas, their attitude hesitant and deeply secretive. They didn't reveal the Nightmare Seahorse's purpose. Kong San's mind was currently completely occupied by the crucial demon core, leaving him no time to investigate further. The transaction was over, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment, broken only by the sound of waves crashing on the shore. Watch your words. The middle-aged cultivator glared at him. Lin Yongmao's eyes narrowed slightly. He heard the keyword 5-colored lotus, one of the key ingredients he needed to refine the spirit concentrating pill. The middle-aged cultivator scanned the surrounding area with his divine sense, confirming that no one was around. Before continuing, the location of the 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus is special. The Nightmare Seahorse is one of the conditions for its activation. With the Nightmare Seahorse, it was practically a sure thing. Lin Yongmao lingered there for a long time, but when he heard no further discussion, he finally left. After scanning them with his attribute panel, Lin Yongmao confirmed that these were indeed sea heartgrass and jade coral. Lin Yongmao nodded, pointed to the spiritual plants, and asked how much they were. He hadn't cultivated most of these spiritual plants before, so he planned to buy them all. The fisherwoman's mouth widened slightly. All of them? Lin Yongmao was stunned not because the fisherwoman's offer was too high, but because it was simply too low. So many spiritual plants, including many second-tier ones, for only 700 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yongmao took out some jade boxes, placed some of the cultivatable spiritual plants inside, and then stored them in his storage bag. He then took out 700 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the fisherwoman. Seeing Lin Yongmao's generosity, the fisherwoman's face beamed with a smile. She had thought Lin Yongmao would continue to haggle. Fellow Daoist, I am responsible for purchasing the spiritual plants collected by various demon hunting teams during their demon hunting activities and selling them here. If you need them, I can reserve them for you. Lin Yongmao chatted with the fisherwoman for a while, learning that her name was Suyu. Because she wasn't skilled in combat, she had never left East Sea City, only dealing in spiritual plants here. Lin Yongmao and Suyu had agreed that Lin would also purchase her spiritual plants in the future, and she would only need to buy them from the various demon hunting teams. Of course, Suyu might have powerful backers. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to gather so many spiritual herbs for refining the spirit concentration pill. Clear heartgrass, profound marrow liquid, sea heartgrass, jade coral. Only the 5-colored lotus was missing. This was a headache. Lin Yongmao didn't want to take risks, but the 5-colored lotus was indeed the spiritual plant he needed. With the 5-colored lotus, he could refine the spirit concentration pill, and enough pills could help his family cultivate a large number of golden core cultivators. The family's development requires the 5-colored lotus. The price of sea monster materials was relatively low, but the prices of elixirs, talismans, and other items were extremely high. However, he couldn't do this himself, he needed to delegate it to someone else. His time was limited, he needed to cultivate, refine elixirs, and so on. He didn't have time to set up a stall himself. Suyu was a good candidate, but he still needed to be carefully evaluated. Seeing Lin Yongmao enter, Lin Yanyan quickly greeted him, "Brother Lin, over here. Come over quickly." Lin Yongmao strode over, his gaze sweeping over the wooden box tightly clutched by Kong San without revealing his expression. "It seems our objective has been achieved." Lin Yanyan nodded vigorously, "Yes. Team leader Kong has needed this demon core for a long time." She didn't mention that she also needed the demon core. She paused, looking at Lin Yongmao, her eyes growing even more fervent. "Brother Lin, the Fugui demon hunting team suffered heavy losses this time. We really need a strong person like you to join us. The demon refining technique can teach you how to initially utilize the power of demon cores. Most cultivators in the East Sea rely on this method to assist in core formation." Demon refining technique? Lin Yongmao's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Lin Yanyan's expectant eyes and Kong San's scrutinizing gaze, he made his decision. "All right. I'll join." Lin Yongmao glanced at the group and asked, "Why isn't fellow Daoist here?" Lin Yongmao nodded thoughtfully. Losing an arm must have been a huge blow to him. The Fugui demon hunting team currently has 4 members: leader Kong San, early golden core stage; Lin Yanyan, great perfection of foundation establishment stage; Xiao Qiaodi, great perfection of foundation establishment stage; and Lin Yongmao, late foundation establishment stage. It's only a matter of time before Lin Yongmao reaches the great perfection of foundation establishment. If Xiao Qiaodi or Lin Yanyan were to absorb the newly acquired demon core, they would have a chance to reach the golden core stage. However, Lin Yongmao had only just officially joined the Fugui demon hunting team, so it wasn't appropriate to say so directly. Kong San and Lin Yanyan valued Lin Yongmao's strength and his status as a second-tier talisman maker, making his recruitment the right decision. Within the Fugui demon hunting team, he was perfectly capable of protecting himself. Lin Yongmao immediately immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. The core of the demon refining technique is refining demon cores, converting their energy into the spiritual power or true essence he needs. Lin Yongmao thought, if I had a 3rd-tier demon core, I could absorb its energy right now and directly reach the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. This is even better than the yellow sprout pill. Lin Yongmao returned to his suite. He didn't plan to return to Qingyang for these 2 months. Firstly, he wanted to cultivate to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Secondly, he wanted to collect spiritual plants and various resources here. The only spiritual ingredient he needed to refine the spirit condensation pill was the 5-colored lotus. Lin Yongmao was hoping to find a younger 5-colored lotus or even a seedling. At the same time, he also planned to sell a large quantity of the pills and talismans he had. Selling them here was much more profitable than in Xingyang City, and he secretly entrusted all of this to Suyu. Lin Yongmao also spent time hatching all the dozen or so nightmare seahorse eggs. He used the secret technique of blessing of life, directly transferring his life force to the nightmare seahorse eggs, which hatched in a short time. After the 12 nightmare seahorses hatched, Lin Yongmao used spirit binding contract to bind them into his own spirit beasts. The nightmare seahorses were already at the mid-stage of the 1st tier upon hatching. In the past 2 months, Lin Yongmao had fed them many spirit plants, and they have now grown to the late stage of the 1st tier. Nightmare seahorses have extremely high growth potential. Adult nightmare seahorses can become third-tier great demons, so reaching the late stage of the first tier in a short time is not surprising. One day, Lin Yongmao left the sea capital inn and found Suyu. Suyu and Lin Yongmao began talking, her face beaming with excitement. "Fellow Taoist Lin, your talismans and pills are selling very well. I'll give you the spirit stones now." Lin Yongmao nodded in satisfaction. According to his agreement with Suyu, he would keep 90% of the profits, and Suyu would keep 10%. "I'd like to buy a seagoing magical artifact. Do you have any connections?" Lin Yongmao asked. "Yes." Suyu replied almost without hesitation. "What are your requirements for this seagoing magical artifact?" Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Fu Gui demon hunting team was preparing to set off. During these 2 months, Kong San diligently searched for other team members and actually found one. Lin Yanyan's eyes widened, because Kong San hadn't discussed this with them beforehand. "Crossing the Dragon Abyss Sea? Isn't that too dangerous?" Lu Yan glanced at Lin Yanyan. "What's the panic? It's not like we're crossing it completely. We'll avoid the dangerous areas. Besides, team leader Kong and I are here." Clearly, this decision was discussed between Kong San and Lu Yan. Lin Yongmao was speechless. He didn't really want to take the risk. Kong San continued, "There's a 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus in the Mirage Sea. I only managed to find out about this after a lot of trouble. How could they compare?" Among the members of the Fu Gui demon hunting team, Lin Yongmao was closest to Lin Yanyan. Lin Yanyan had a very good personality and enjoyed communicating with him. Lin Yanyan's face lit up with joy. "Brother Lin, you've reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage 2? Why are you staring at the map the whole time?" Lin Yanyan asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yongmao replied, checking the situation in the sea. "Many areas are very dangerous." "You're such a coward," Lin Yanyan teased. "The cultivators of our East Sea city are very adventurous, so there are many sea monster hunting teams." Lin Yongmao smiled awkwardly, not saying much more. Lin Yanyan continued, "There are indeed some places in the Dragon Abyss Sea that cannot be easily entered, especially the core area, Dragon Abyss. Many monster hunting teams have sensed the pressure of powerful sea monsters in the Dragon Abyss area, at least the aura of a 5th-tier monster. I heard it's a dragon. A 5th-tier monster corresponds to a nascent soul-stage cultivator in human cultivation." Lin Yongmao was 2 major realms below him. Seeing the fear on Lin Yongmao's face, Lin Yanyan chuckled inwardly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, that dragon-like monster won't easily emerge from Dragon Abyss." They hadn't even encountered a single 3rd-level sea monster. It was hard to say whether they were lucky or unlucky. The Mirage Sea and the Dragon Abyss Sea looked almost identical, and Lin Yongmao had no idea how they distinguished them. While other demon hunting teams could be seen in the Dragon Abyss Sea, it was possible to encounter even one team in a whole day. Kong San's eyes were filled with hope. "They're all here to find the 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus. It's a treasure." The 5-colored lotus possesses all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Cultivating near it can increase cultivation speed by 25%. Of course, only the 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus has this effect. Ordinary 5-colored lotus can also increase cultivation speed, but the effect is very weak. Lin Yongmao had once seen an introduction to the 5-colored lotus in the Complete Guide to Intermediate-Level Spiritual Plants. This lotus has extremely demanding growing conditions and is very difficult to cultivate. The appearance of a 5-colored lotus over 1,000 years old is truly a testament to the wonders of the Creator. No wonder most of the demon hunting teams in East Sea City were mobilized to search for the 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus. However, this 5-colored lotus clearly doesn't grow in the open, or it's guarded by powerful sea monsters, otherwise, it would have been picked long ago. Lin Yanyan shouted, "Cover your ears." However, covering their ears wouldn't be very effective. The Tianshui demon hunting team had also spotted the Fugui demon hunting team's Shinin ship. Their leader, Su Guodong, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, shouted upon seeing the Shinin ship, fellow Taoist, please lend a hand. Our Tianshui demon hunting team will reward you handsomely. Everyone's attention turned to Kong San, the decision still rested with him as the leader. Kong San hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to help. All right. Kong San responded loudly. Upon hearing the order, Xiao Xiaodi steered the Shenin ship towards the battlefield. Although none of them are at the third-tier cultivation level, they are fighting the Tianshui demon hunting team, which includes a golden core cultivator, to a standstill. Kong San glances at Lin Yongmao and says, fellow Taoist Lin, you should still have quite a few control-type second-tier talismans on you, right? Lin Yongmao sighs and takes out some vine-binding talisman and water prison talisman, throwing them all out. Both types of talismans are second-tier talismans, and high-grade second-tier at that. However, their offensive did not cease. The notes they sang and played transformed into sonic blades, hurtling towards the members of the two demon hunting teams. Especially the Tianshui demon hunting team, whose ship already bore deep marks. The fine lines on the water's surface became even clearer, transforming into a giant fishing net. This was Su Guodong's natal magic weapon, the spirit binding net. The spirit binding net was even more powerful in the ocean. He had relied on this natal magic weapon to kill many rare sea monsters, and even a few third-tier monsters. Collect! Su Guodong cast a spell, and the spirit binding net closed in, flying back to the ship where the Tianshui monster hunting team was located. This reward should rightfully be distributed by him. The Shenin arrived near the Tianshui demon hunting team's ship. Kong San called out loudly, is fellow Taoist Su there? He knew that Su Guodong was the leader of the Tianshui demon hunting team. Su Guodong had already observed the composition of the Fugui demon hunting team. They only had 2 early-stage golden core cultivators, no match for their Tianshui demon hunting team, so his attitude was somewhat dismissive. He took out over 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and casually tossed them onto the deck. Kong San's face darkened. These 100-odd low-grade spirit stones weren't even enough to cover the cost of the talismans Lin Yongmao used. Su Guodong noticed Kong San's displeasure and his own expression darkened. Fellow Taoist, I advise you to quit while you're ahead. You should know about our Tianshui demon hunting team, right? Lin Yongmao felt his blood rush to his head, he felt his fists harden. With his current strength, he might be confident he could kill Su Guodong. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. Su Guodong shouted. Lin Yanyan and Xiao Xiaodi dared not speak. Lin Yongmao slowly stepped forward. Lin Yanyan grabbed his sleeve, but he easily broke free. Kong San gestured for Lin Yongmao to step back, warning him not to lose his composure. The spirit binding net had already flown out from Su Guodong's dantian, covering half the sky above them. With a single thought, he could trap Lin Yongmao and the others within it. Lin Yongmao also moved. He casually tossed out 2 leaves of sword soul grass. These 2 leaves were equivalent to 2 natal magic weapons, and even stronger than the natal magic weapons of an average golden core cultivator. Sword shadow splitting technique. Lin Yongmao formed hand seals, and the leaf-shaped flying swords before him multiplied into 6, equivalent to simultaneously wielding 6 natal magic weapons. The flying blades and the spirit binding net became entangled. The spirit binding net, of course, was no match for the flying blades and was sliced into pieces. Although Lin Yongmao didn't know the exact material of the spirit binding net, it was clear it couldn't escape being cut to pieces by the gunmetal chi. Put. Su Guodong coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His natal magic weapon was connected to his mind, its destruction dealt him a severe blow. Lin Yongmao's eyes turned cold. He formed a sword-like gesture with 2 fingers, directing a leaf-shaped flying sword towards Su Guodong's heart and head. Since Su Guodong, relying on his mid-stage golden core cultivation, dared to attack them so recklessly, Lin Yongmao had no reason to let him off, unleashing a barrage of deadly moves. Su Guodong never dreamed that this would be the method of a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage. He had only intended to intimidate the Fugui demon hunting team, but Lin Yongmao had unexpectedly used deadly moves repeatedly, showing no intention of letting him off the hook. Su Guodong immediately forced out his golden core, which released a large amount of true essence, forming a protective shield to firmly protect his body, fearing that he too would become part of the shattered spirit binding net. The sword soul grass leaf struck the energy shield, causing it to flicker and teeter on the brink of destruction. Lin Yongmao felt a pang of regret for not killing him outright. Indeed, killing a mid-stage golden core cultivator was not so simple. Lin Yanyan shouted a warning, "Brother Lin, be careful. This is a Xian Shui Thunderball." Lin Yongmao's lips curled into a slight smile. This was practically delivered right into his hands. He casually took out a thick branch. This branch was quite strange, it had no leaves, only wisps of lightning orbs wrapped around it. It was a branch from the 10,000-year Thunder Prison magnetic light tree. Lin Yongmao had cut a branch beforehand specifically for this kind of emergency, and now it had come in handy. Spirit Wood Technique. Lin Yongmao casually cast a spell, and the branches of the Thunder Prison magnetic light tree seemed to come alive, absorbing the surrounding lightning elements. The Xian Shui Thunderball was indeed about to explode, but the entire thunderstorm was absorbed by the branches of the Thunder Prison magnetic light tree, with not a single ripple leaking out. Su Guodong witnessed the Xian Shui Thunderball explode and disappear with his own eyes. He didn't see any terrifying pressure, not even the slightest ripple. Lin Yongmao coldly snorted, and with a wave of his hand, a fist-sized thunderball detached from the branch and attacked Su Guodong. Magnetic Storm Thunderball. Su Guodong's defenses could no longer hold, the golden light shield surrounding him shattered, and his entire body was charred by the electric shock. This was a lightning attack capable of injuring a late-stage third-tier demon beast, the overturning sea turtle, let alone Su Guodong. The Magnetic Storm Thunderball and the Gunmetal Chi attacked simultaneously, engulfing Su Guodong. A few breaths later, Su Guodong's body was charred beyond recognition, as if sliced into several pieces by sharp metal. Even his soul hadn't escaped. Throughout this time, only Su Guodong's screams and pleas for mercy could be heard. How could Lin Yongmao let him go? He clearly remembered Su Guodong's arrogant face just moments before. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Guodong's storage bag was already in his grasp. Kong San and Lu Yan were still in shock. They never dreamed that Lin Yongmao, a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, could kill Su Guodong, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Compared to themselves, weren't they no match for Lin Yongmao? It seemed Lin Yongmao not only possessed the strength to kill a mid-stage golden core cultivator, but also had a ruthless heart. As for his ruthlessness, what about the myriad soul banner in Lu Wani's hand? Mirage Sea. Lin Yongmao flew on his magical artifact, landing on the ship's magical artifact belonging to the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team. The members of the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team had just witnessed Su Guodong and Lin Yongmao's fierce battle, but they only saw flashes of lightning and didn't know Su Guodong was dead. Kong San, seeing Lin Yongmao's actions, roughly understood his intentions. He seemed to have made up his mind and also flew to the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team's ship. Lu Yan immediately followed. Lin Yongmao's gaze was icy. He glanced at the members of the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team, including 2 early-stage golden core cultivators. Vine Binding Talisman. Water Prison Talisman. Lin Yongmao patted his storage bag, throwing out over 100 second-tier high-grade talismans without even blinking. Countless vines and water rings covered the ship's deck. The vines grew wildly, the water rippled, creating numerous water prisons. Although not third-tier talismans, their sheer number meant even a golden core cultivator in the early stages couldn't escape them quickly. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the entire Tianshui Demon Hunting Team was wiped out. Kong San, seeing this, smiled awkwardly. "Brother Lin, we were planning to come and help." The Nightmare Seahorse was also in the Spirit Beast bag, making it quite crowded. Lin Yongmao glanced at Kong San. This Kong San was shameless. He hadn't dared utter a word before, but now he wanted a share, thinking he was easy to bully. Lin Yongmao had already tested it. The ship couldn't be stored in a storage bag, and it was only a high-grade magic artifact. Kong San, unwilling to give up, searched the ship for a while, hoping to find some of the original supplies of the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team, but Lin Yongmao had taken them all. As for the ship itself, it was too conspicuous. He didn't want to take it, especially since he owned the Shanin. If he returned in the Tianshui Demon Hunting Team ship, wouldn't that be openly admitting they had wiped out the team? Back on the Shanine, Lin Yongmao wore a nonchalant expression, as if he had done something insignificant. No one dared to underestimate this young man anymore. On the way, Lin Yongmao was sorting through the storage bags he had just acquired. As for the spirit stones, the quantity was not large, only a little over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, cultivators would exchange spirit stones for cultivation resources they could use, so it's no wonder they had so few. In one of the storage bags, however, there were quite a few rare resources. Lin Yongmao remembered that this was Su Bodong's storage bag. The most precious items were 2 third-tier demon cores, both water attribute demon cores. Given a few days, Lin Yongmao could use his demon refining technique to refine these 2 third-tier demon cores and successfully advance to the early stage of the golden core realm. As for the other items, Lin Yongmao didn't find anything of interest. This is the storage bag of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. He doesn't have many items that catch his eye. Seeing the smile on Lin Yongmao's lips, Kong San vaguely guessed what was going on. However, Lin Yongmao's ruthless methods were too numerous. He dared not say anything, fearing he would follow in Su Bodong's footsteps. The Shanine ship headed deeper into the Mirage Sea. Everyone stood on the deck, no one went to the cabins to cultivate. With so many demon hunting teams present, a fight might break out at any moment over a disagreement. Kong San asked, was the intelligence wrong? No wonder no one had picked the 1,000-year 5-colored lotus before, it grew in the fog. But where did they get this information? Lin Yongmao now understood why the Ink Ghost monster hunting team needed nightmare seahorses. Nightmare seahorses have the ability to dispel fog, they can create fog illusions and also dispel fog. Upon arriving, no sea monsters appeared, they all tacitly hid. They couldn't just leave it unhidden, with so many demon hunting teams around, they'd definitely avoid direct confrontation with human cultivators. A dozen or so ships were anchored on the sea, surrounded by vast expanses of mist. Kong San piloted the Shanine, anchoring it in a relatively secluded spot. Lin Yongmao looked into the misty area. The mist was so thick it seemed almost tangible, impossible to penetrate with his divine sense alone. Whatever was hidden within it was even more unknowable. Even his attribute panel couldn't detect anything of value. Looking around at the surrounding ships, each ship represented a demon hunting team, meaning there were at least a dozen such teams present. And their numbers were constantly increasing. The leading demon hunting team was the Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team, one of the most elite teams in East Sea City. Their ship was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, 3 to 4 times larger than the other team's ships, and equipped with several arrays. It was a composite array, Lin Yongmao could tell. The defensive capabilities of their ship were undoubtedly excellent. And about 4 or 5 miles away, another massive ship echoed their position. On the outer edge of the Mirage Sea, in the foggy region. A massive ship, also a mid-grade spiritual artifact, echoed the Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team, carrying the Flying Immortal Demon Hunting Team. Several arrays were set up on the ship, all only second tier, but they were highly effective under the manipulation of cultivators. Each ship held over 100 cultivators, at least at the early golden core stage, and these weren't even their core members. That meant they had at least 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. Lin Yongmao felt a headache coming on. How could he possibly compete with them for the 1,000-year 5-colored lotus? The 2-realm gap was truly overwhelming, it was clearly impossible. Lin Yongmao asked Lin Yanyan, since they're so strong, what's the point of us being here? Currently, only the Mo Gue and Fei Xian teams were present, the Mo Zun and UFO teams were not yet there. The dense fog in the fogged area had indeed been blown away considerably, the fog was no longer as thick. Lin Yongmao compared the mist created by the cloud mist tea tree with the dense fog in the misty area. Both could block divine sense detection, but they were different. No wonder the Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team was searching for nightmare seahorses. Nightmare seahorses were indeed immune to this mist. A cold sea breeze blew, dispersing much of the mist. However, it would take at least several more days for the mist to completely dissipate. Lin Yongmao, hoping to find a younger 5-colored lotus, also stayed. If he encountered real danger, he would use the system's portable teleportation function to return to his family. These cultivators were all at the nascent soul stage. Cultivators from other regions had also heard the news and rushed over. The leader of the Ink Ghost Demon hunting team was a mid-nascent soul cultivator named Lin Feng. Seeing the increasing number of teams arriving, Lin Feng couldn't sit still any longer. All right. The crowd was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. An old woman stepped forward. Her cultivation was also at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. In addition, she was a second-tier beast tamer. The nightmare seahorse inhaled sharply, swallowing a large amount of mist, creating a wide passage. Lin Feng ordered the members of the Ink Ghost Demon hunting team to pilot their ship into the misty region. Seeing the Ink Ghost Demon hunting team enter the misty area, the other three teams also began to move. They all had methods to dispel some of the mist, but the effects weren't as good as the Nightmare Seahorse teams. The Flying Immortal Demon hunting team and the Demon Lord Demon hunting team each produced a conch shell, which could absorb some of the mist, allowing them to enter. A nascent soul cultivator from the Jade Buddha Demon hunting team summoned his natal magic weapon, a flag. When waved, this flag would create large swaths of dense fog. They entered the misty area first. Kong San surveyed the members of the Fu Gui Demon hunting team, lingering particularly long on Lin Yongmao. Does anyone have a way to successfully enter the misty area? Lin Yongmao pondered for a moment. Since they were going to search for the five-colored lotus, they really needed the Fu Gui Demon hunting team's help. Lin Yongmao summoned two nightmare seahorses from his spirit beast pouch. Lin Yanyan's expression changed slightly. These are nightmare seahorses. I didn't expect you to have more. But, coincidentally, another team spotted their ship. The members of the Fu Gui Demon hunting team felt their hearts pounding. How could their luck be so bad? Two nascent soul cultivators had found them all at once. What if they wanted to take over their ship? Both cultivators were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. One was a young man, and the other a young woman. The young woman was stunningly beautiful, clad in a white palace dress, her expression serene as she curiously observed the two nightmare seahorses emitting wisps of mist. The members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team were not fooled by their apparent age and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Seniors." The nascent soul realm woman was actually negotiating with Kong San and the others, without any intention of forcing them. Kong San looked at Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao was the strongest in their team, and the nightmare seahorse was also Lin Yongmao's spirit beast. Unconsciously, the members of the Fu Gui demon hunting team regarded Lin Yongmao as their backbone. If you are willing to take us along, we are willing to provide some cultivation resources. The members of the Fu Gui demon hunting team all brightened up. This was a promise from a nascent soul cultivator. His words implied his agreement to the plan offered by the two early nascent soul cultivators. They presumably came after hearing about the appearance of the 3,000-year-old five-colored lotus in the Mirage Sea. Shin Nan wore a small storage ring on her hand. This was her storage item. The storage ring is an upgraded version of the storage bag, offering significantly more storage space. It's not only more practical but also a symbol of status. She took out several bottles of pills from the storage bag and handed them to Lin Yongmao. After all, it was Lin Yongmao who had just made the decision. Lin Yongmao scanned the pills with his divine sense, and information about them appeared on his attribute panel. These were third-tier pills, specifically the condensing dew pills, which could enhance the cultivation of golden core cultivators. There were 30 pills in total. Lin Yongmao wasn't greedy. He distributed 5 pills to everyone, and the rest to Kong San, Lu Yen, Lin Yanyan, and Xiao Xiaodi. They were all very happy. This trip had been incredibly profitable. These condensing dew pills were also useful to Lin Yongmao, but he needed the pill formula even more. The quantity of these pills was still too small. Once his cultivation reached the golden core stage, he would need a large number of condensing dew pills to further enhance his power. However, he dared not directly ask Shin Hao and Shin Nan for them. Shin Hao and Shin Nan were siblings, their appearances somewhat similar, but their temperaments were completely different. The older sister, Shin Nan, was aloof, while the younger brother, Shin Hao, appeared more composed. Without the two nightmare seahorses, they would have been unable to proceed at all. It had become entirely a game of luck. Shin Nan asked, "Do you have any methods to find the 1,000-year five-colored lotus?" Everyone shook their heads. Shin-nan sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, even the attribute panel couldn't reveal anything special about this sea mist. Shin-nan, however, focused her attention on Lin Yongmao, especially his 2 nightmare seahorses. These sea monsters are truly amazing. We've never seen such unique monsters where we're from. Taming them as spirit beasts is definitely a good choice. Lin Yinyan was worried for Lin Yongmao. What if Shin-nan tried to snatch his spirit beasts? Would Lin Yongmao be helpless? Lin Yongmao just smiled. What harm would it do to give her 2? He had a total of 12 nightmare seahorses in his spirit beast pouch. Shin-hao, who had been observing the misty area, coughed softly and reminded them, "We haven't found any 5-colored lotuses, but we have found sea monsters." The misty area was different from the outer area. In the outer area, there were many cultivators, and the sea monsters had all hidden themselves. But it was different here. Some sea monsters had already adapted to the misty environment. The mist was their natural barrier. Shin-nan frowned. "You recognize it?" Lin Yongmao gave a wry smile. This was indeed the late-stage 3rd-tier demonic beast, the overturning sea turtle, which had dragged him here. A late-stage 3rd-tier demonic beast, the overturning sea turtle. I almost died at its hands back then. But this beast was originally from the Dragon Abyss Sea. I don't know how it got here. Not only Lin Yongmao was familiar with it, but Lin Yinyan and Kong San were also familiar with this sea monster. The overturning sea turtle had sensed Lin Yongmao and the others' presence, which was why it had attacked them. It charged directly at the sinking silver ship. The overturning sea turtle was more than 10 times the size of the sinking silver ship. If it crashed into them, not only would the sinking silver ship be destroyed, but everyone would at least be thrown into the sea. Shin-hao moved, summoning his natal magic weapon from his dantian, a 3-foot-long cyan flying sword. Giant sword technique. Under the sword's shadow, the hardest shell on the overturning sea turtle's back shattered instantly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the misty area. The late-stage 3rd-tier sea monster, the overturning sea turtle, was easily killed by Shin-hao. With a single gesture, Shin-hao conjured a water-blue demon core into his hand. The movement was fluid and incredibly stylish. Lin Yongmao hadn't expected Shin-hao to resolve this huge problem so easily. Was this the strength of a nascent soul cultivator? Kong San asked tremblingly, "Senior, don't we want the flesh and blood of this overturning sea turtle? It's not worth much. Let's hurry on our way. Let's find the 5-colored lotus first." The boat traveled for 2 hours. During those 2 hours, Shin-hao killed several 3rd-tier demon beasts. If it weren't for the 2 nascent soul cultivators present, every step they took would have been extremely difficult. Shin-hao collected all the 3rd-tier demon cores. As for the materials from these sea beasts, some of them were given to the members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team. Lin Yongmao also received some. He didn't want to be distracted by protecting the members of Fu Gui's monster hunting team and thus unable to use his full strength. Lin Yongmao's attribute panel already showed information about this type of sea monster. Ice shard sea fish. Tier, late stage tier 3. Attribute, ice. Description: they possess the ability to alter the marine environment, freezing the sea surface into solid ice. Ice shard sea fish can freely move through the ice to hunt. The ice shard sea fish were late-stage tier 3 demonic beasts, and there was more than one. If Fu Gui's demon hunting team had encountered them alone, they would have had no chance of escape. But now, with the Shin siblings, Shin-nan and Shin-hao, both early-stage nascent soul cultivators, on the Shenyang silver ship, it wasn't a matter of no chance. Seeing Shin-hao facing the ice shard sea fish alone, Shin-nan also began to help. She summoned her natal magic weapon from her dantian, an iron staff, crackling with lightning. Shin-nan was actually a rare lightning attribute cultivator. Lin Yongmao guessed that she likely possessed a lightning attribute unique spiritual root. The iron staff continuously released lightning, possessing extremely strong destructive power. The ice shard sea fish simply couldn't withstand the lightning attacks. There were 5 ice shard sea fish in total, hidden within the ice layer, freely moving through the ice. They had created Neither Shinhao's flying sword nor Shin Nan's lightning attacks could inflict fatal damage on the ice shard sea fish within the ice layer. The ice shard sea fish, recognizing this weakness, lingered. They would occasionally leap out of the ice, ramming the Shinin ship with their ice arrow-like bodies. The Shinin ship teetered precariously. At this rate, it would capsize sooner or later. But this wasn't the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying thing was that the ice shard sea fish would attack the cultivators on board. One of the ice shard sea fish leaped high, its target Xiao Xiaoti. Xiao Xiaoti was only at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. She was no match for the sea fish. In a single exchange, she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Besides their bodies being weapons, the ice shard sea fish also released icy blue mist. Xiao Xiaoti had just been enveloped by this icy blue mist and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaoti! Li Nian cried out. She and Xiao Xiaoti were close and she wanted to help. But then she thought that her cultivation level was similar to Xiao Xiaoti's, and going up would only be suicide. Lin Yongmao decided to intervene. After all, Xiao Xiaoti was his teammate. Although he couldn't defeat the ice shard sea fish, rescuing Xiao Xiaoti from it shouldn't be difficult. He didn't step forward, but instead released the Southern Bright Fire from his dantian. The Southern Bright Fire was an extremely high-temperature flame. Its scorching aura was overwhelming. The ice shard sea fish dared not come into contact with such an extreme heat and retreated back into its ice layer. The intense heat of the Southern Bright Fire melted the ice covering Xiao Xiaoti. Xiao Xiaoti felt a wave of fear wash over her, and her body was still trembling. Xiao Xiaoti looked at Lin Yongmao with eyes full of gratitude. On the other side, Lu Yan encountered the same situation as Xiao Xiaoti. He too was attacked by an ice shard sea fish. Lu Yan was slightly better off. As a golden core cultivator in the early stages, he used his throwing knives to fight the ice shard sea fish for several rounds. However, he was still affected by the icy mist, his movements slowed, and even his throwing knives became very sluggish. He looked around pleadingly, but no one offered help. Lin Yongmao, Li Nian, and Xiao Xiaoti huddled together, forming a defensive formation, fearing the ice shard sea fish would cause them further trouble. Clearly, it wasn't their turn to attack. To kill the ice shard sea fish, they could only rely on Shinhao and Shinnan, both nascent soul cultivators. Shinhao and Shinnan, true to their nascent soul stage cultivation, each unleashed their dantian phenomena. Lightning and thunder. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Lightning enveloped the surrounding sea, the booming thunder carrying an oppressive force. Shinhao's sword technique and dantian phenomenon were even stronger. Countless illusory flying swords pierced the ice layer, and under his divine sense control, slayed all the ice shard sea fish. With their dantian phenomena activated, the ice shard sea fish were completely wiped out. Li Nian whispered, "It seems there are ores or spiritual plants beneath this ice layer." Shinhao's natal flying sword pierced through the ice. Sure enough, several magnificent five-colored lotuses were blooming, radiating extraordinary brilliance. Unexpectedly, the five-colored lotus, with its demanding environmental requirements, was growing inside the ice. The sinking silver ship must have mistakenly entered the territory of the ice shard sea fish, who attacked Lin Yongmao and his group in self-defense. Within their territory grew over a dozen five-colored lotus plants. Unfortunately, these lotuses were not very old, ranging from a few to over 10 years old. Although the lotus flowers were in full bloom, their spiritual energy was insufficient. Shen Nan flew to the side of the five-colored lotus and carefully collected it in a jade box, leaving nothing behind, including the lotus leaves, roots, and stems. Lin Yongmao's mind stirred. It was time for him to act. Seeing Shen Nan return to the sinking silver ship, he immediately approached. Shen Nan refused without hesitation. "No, although this five-colored lotus isn't very old, I can have someone cultivate it after I take it back." Lin Yongmao gritted his teeth, feigning heartache. "I'm willing to exchange it for a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb." Shen Nan's interest was piqued. "What kind of 1,000-year-old spiritual herb?" Lin Yongmao took out a jade box. Opening it revealed 5 emerald green tea leaves, surrounded by a dreamlike mist. Shen Nan didn't think twice and immediately agreed to Lin Yongmao's request. Even nascent soul cultivators highly value spiritual herbs that can enhance their soul strength. This 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea would be useful to both her and her younger brother, Shenhao. Lin Yongmao successfully exchanged for the 5-colored lotus he needed. Inside the square jade box were blooming 5-colored lotuses, plump lotus leaves, and lotus roots connected to the stems. In his hands, this was undoubtedly a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Why bother competing with those nascent soul cultivators for a 3,000-year-old 5-colored lotus? Now that his goal had been achieved, returning to his family and continuing to live a lowly life was his true path of cultivation. Unfortunately, teleporting away directly wasn't a good idea. If he teleported away from the cabin, it would inevitably affect his teammates in Fu Gui's demon hunting team. He should look for another opportunity. However, if he encountered danger, he would teleport away without hesitation. In the Mirage Sea, within the foggy region. Ever since being corrupted by the icy fog, Xiao Chaoti had become extremely sensitive to the cold, shivering frequently and looking utterly pitiful. Li Niannian stayed by her side, both of them pale, fearing they might encounter another powerful sea monster. But the more they feared it, the more likely the worst-case scenario seemed to unfold. Indeed, it was. The beautiful music was ethereal, seemingly far away yet whispering in their ears. Cultivators with slightly weaker mental strength could easily be captivated. Lu Yan and Kong San were also affected by the music. Although they were early-stage golden core cultivators, they couldn't withstand such a high-intensity, area of effect mental attack. Their eyes were glazed over, drool dripped onto the deck, and their bones felt numb. Completely unconscious. Shenhao had already knocked Kong San and Lu Yan unconscious. He wouldn't let them go to their deaths. Shennan looked at Lin Yongmao, a surprised expression on her face. You're actually alright? Even early-stage golden core cultivators lose consciousness, and you're perfectly fine. Of course, he wouldn't be affected by the music. To put it bluntly, the music was a mental attack, and his mental strength had reached the level of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. His will wouldn't be easily affected. All of this was thanks to his regular consumption of large quantities of 1,000-year cloud mist tea. Worried that Shennan and Shenhao might force him to come along, he handed over one of the nightmare seahorses, saying, "Seniors, please keep this nightmare seahorse for now. It will obey your commands." The nightmare seahorse was the best spirit beast for traversing the misty region, so Shenhao and Shennan didn't refuse. Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist Lin. Shenhao rolled up the nightmare seahorse in his sleeve and headed towards the direction from which the song had originated. After confirming that Shenhao and Shennan had left, Lin Yongmao prepared to depart. If not now, when? This allowed him to teleport to any family member with a relationship level of 60 or higher. The teleportation required a 3-second activation time. After 3 seconds, Lin Yongmao was enveloped in a white light. This was the power of spatial teleportation. Lin Yongmao's figure vanished from the Mirage Sea, as if he had never existed, as mysteriously as his arrival. On the other side, these two teams were the Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team and the Jade Buddha Demon Hunting Team. In the Mirage Sea, sea monsters with such high cultivation levels are rare, making her one of the absolute rulers. It was they who, together, played the sea melody, influencing the cultivators' souls. As for the two demon hunting teams composed of human cultivators, they were also extremely powerful. The Ink Ghost Demon Hunting Team was led by Lin Feng, with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation level. The Jade Buddha Demon Hunting Team was led by Long Lu, also with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation level. The core members of both teams were early-stage nascent soul cultivators, and each ship also carried numerous golden core cultivators. It was unclear whether she had completed her transformation or if it was due to her own transformation technique. Humans, you've captured our children, and you still dare to trespass here? You truly have no regard for your lives. Leave them all here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Their children? Then let's see if you can get past this. Sisters, let's all. The Azure Sea Tide Song. Azure Sea Tide Song. If it weren't for the complex array deployed on the ships, they would have been easily swept away by the Azure Tide. What was supposed to be a delightful musical performance concealed boundless killing intent. If you viewed it as a simple concert, you wouldn't even know how you lost your life.
However, those who had reached the nascent soul stage were no pushovers.
Lin Feng and Long Lu divided the work. Lin Feng was responsible for attacking, while Long Lu was responsible for defense. Long Lu's natal magic weapon was the tortoise shell shield, named the Xian Turtle Shield. Forged from the shell of a Xian turtle, an early-stage fourth-tier demonic beast, its defensive capabilities are exceptional. Nurtured by Long Lu's life essence blood, it can withstand a full-force attack from a late-stage fourth-tier demonic beast. The Xian Turtle Shield stood before the two ships, growing enormous under Long Lu's control, blocking the endless tides. He summoned his natal magic weapon, a withered wooden staff. Very few cultivators choose a staff as their natal magic weapon, but Lin Feng's natal magic weapon was not only a staff, but also made of withered wood. Only he knew how difficult it was to forge this withered wooden staff. Others might think the withered wood was almost rotten, but only he knew that this withered wood was a treasure from the seabed. The pressure on Dragon Tower was significantly reduced. Several miles away, Xin Hao and Xin Nan concealed themselves in the seawater, choosing not to intervene but instead observing the battle from the shadows. Xin Nan transmitted her voice to Xin Hao beside her. "We're probably no match for these two cultivators. Their cultivation has already reached the mid-nascent soul stage." Xin Hao was somewhat unconvinced and also transmitted his voice, "Sister, you're boosting their morale while diminishing our own. If the two of us join forces and go all out, we might not be outmatched."
"Sister, I understand." Yang City, Longyang Inn.
Lin Yongmao suddenly appeared in an inn, teleporting to Lin Yuqing's side. Lin Yuqing immediately became alert, but was surprised to see that it was his son beside him.
"Yongmao?" Lin Yongmao smiled slightly. "Father, it's me."
Lin Yongmao looked around. It was a decent inn, with several arrays set up.
He asked, "Father, where is this?" "This is the Longyang Inn in Yangchang." "Why did you come here, father?" "Even in Yangchang, buying spirit condensation pills isn't easy. After all, this is a pill needed for a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage to advance to the Golden Core stage, and the demand is huge. The major families and forces in Yangchang will definitely prioritize internal use and generally won't sell it easily."
Lin Yuqing had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, a result of Lin Yongmao feeding him a large amount of Huanya pills. Yi Yi seemed to possess some secret technique, able to see through Lin Yuqing's cultivation level despite only being a qi refining cultivator. Yi Yi stared at Lin Yongmao for a while, but found he couldn't discern Lin Yongmao's cultivation level at all.
"And who is this senior?"
"Oh, there's a batch of profound marrow liquid in Wuyang town.
If you two seniors are willing to help, I can arrange to give this batch to you."
Yi Yi's eyes were resolute, as if he had made a decision. Lin Yuqing glanced at Lin Yongmao, who slowly nodded. Before this, Lin Yuqing had taken Lin Yongmao to the Yangcheng branch of Lingbao Pavilion, where they encountered Li Chunyang and bought a bottle of Xian Sui liquid from her.
"Why don't you go buy some more from the Long family?"
Li Chunyang suggested.
Lin Yuqing waved his hand, saying, "No need, we have other channels, so we won't bother Chunyang any further."
Lin Yuqing led Lin Yongmao away from the Lingbao Pavilion's Yangcheng branch, then found Yi Yi, preparing to head to Wuyang town.
Wuyang town was the ancestral home of the Yi family.
In the Yangcheng area, the Yi family was second only to the Long family, making them the second largest cultivation family. Lin Yongmao listened intently, especially when he heard the phrase metal attribute heavenly spiritual root. His eyes widened, and his emotions surged. If they could capture Yi Hong and deliver him to the World Tree, another condition for the World Tree's evolution would be met. He had originally thought finding a possessor of the 5 elemental spirit roots would be difficult, but unexpectedly, he had encountered several in succession.
Lin Yuqing interrupted Yi Yi, asking, "What is Yi Yi's cultivation level, and what is the strength of the force that's coming?"
Yi Yi quickly replied, "Yi Hong's cultivation level is mid-foundation establishment, while the highest cultivation level of the followers from the spirit transmission sect is late foundation establishment. They happen to have a large quantity of profound marrow liquid." Lin Yongmao's cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Dealing with several foundation establishment cultivators would be quite simple. Lin Yuqing was somewhat worried.
He asked, "Yongmao, will it work?"
Lin Yongmao replied, "No problem.
This time, we'll act as cultivators undergoing tribulation. Yi Hong, with his golden spiritual root, must have quite a few good things on him, right?
Lin Yongmao wasn't simply helping Yi Yi seek revenge, he also intended to take Yi Hong, this golden spiritual root cultivator, with him.
Yi Yi set off first, needing to make preparations beforehand.
Lin Yuqing and Lin Yongmao followed closely behind, acting as the final trump card.
Outside Wuyang town, in a secluded forest, several cultivators gathered here, their auras sinister, having never shown themselves in Yangcheng before.
Yi Hong was from a collateral branch of the Yi family. He was diagnosed with a golden attribute celestial spiritual root at the age of 6 and received meticulous nurturing from the Yi family.
However, he was not satisfied.
They offered to help him eliminate Yi Yi and take control of the Yi family if he joined the sect.
Yi Hong couldn't resist the temptation and quickly agreed. However, he didn't completely eliminate Yi Yi.
Instead, he crippled Yi Yi's spiritual root and bones, forcing him to watch as he grew stronger, seizing everything Yi Yi once possessed. Yi Hong didn't know their names, only their code names, Ling 17, Ling 18, and Ling 19.
Ling
17 was at the late foundation establishment stage, while Ling 18 and Ling 19, like himself, were at the mid-foundation establishment stage.
You've arrived. Did you bring the things?
The inheritance of a third-tier weapon refiner. The Yi family did possess a third-tier weapon refiner inheritance, otherwise, they couldn't have cultivated a third-tier weapon refiner. Lin Xuanbo recognized this weapon refiner, it was Yi Zi of the 100 Weapons Merchant Guild.
Very good.
Ling Shiqi carefully put away the jade slip, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Yi Hong. This is the batch of resources you requested, especially the Xian Mui liquid, which is plentiful. The sect leader has high hopes for you.
As long as you successfully form your core, we will take you away from Yang City.
Yi Hong feigned gratitude, repeatedly saying, "That's wonderful, truly wonderful."
However, he didn't want to leave Yang City yet.
He wanted to completely control the Yi family, and he wanted to control Yi Yi's life and death. Yi Hong, you actually colluded with outsiders to betray the Yi family.
You're worse than a beast.
Yi Hong was somewhat flustered, but quickly concealed his panic.
"Heh, you dare to criticize me?"
I was originally planning to keep you around a little longer, but it seems that's not an option now. Yi Yi took a few steps back, and Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing emerged from the shadows. They used the concealment technique, effectively masking their auras.
Even Ling Shiqi, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't detect them. Yi Hong was no longer calm. His good deed had been exposed by Yi Yi. Yi Yi couldn't be allowed to live.
A mere 7th-level Qi refining cultivator, killing him was as easy as crushing an ant.
Yi Yi asked Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing, "Thank you for your hard work, seniors."
Lin Yongmao made the first move, throwing out a handful of talismans, second-tier high-grade talismans, vine-binding talisman and water prison talisman. A dozen control talismans firmly bound the 4 of them. Yi Hong originally wanted to kill Yi Yi, but found himself completely entangled in vines, unable to move. Lin Yongmao gave them no time to react, summoning sword soul grass leaves to unleash the sword shadow splitting light technique. The sharp grass leaves transformed into flying swords, reaping the lives of Ling Shiqi and the others. The heads of Ling Shiqi and the other 2 were severed, blood gushing out.
Nan Ming Li Hua.
A flash of light erupted, the intense heat incinerating the 3 corpses, leaving not even ashes. Lin Yongmao collected the storage bags from the 3 men and looked at Yi Hong with interest. Yi Hong was tall and imposing, with striking features and handsome appearance. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief and panic. He struggled desperately to break free from the vines, but found himself completely immobilized. Lin Yuqing was about to intervene, but he hadn't expected Lin Yongmao to eliminate his enemies so quickly. He only knew that Lin Yongmao's cultivation had greatly increased, but he hadn't realized it had reached this level.
"Spare me.
Please, senior, spare my life. This was all because the spirit transmission sect threatened me." Yi Hong pleaded hastily, seeing that Lin Yongmao and Yi Yi were in cahoots.
Yi Yi's eyes turned red, hatred clouded his judgment. "I'll kill you."
Lin Yongmao, faced with the same fratricidal conflict, thought of himself and Lin Yongrong.
Yi pursed his lips, a look of resentment appearing on his face. Senior, could you hand him over to me?
Lin Yongmao shook his head, but after a moment's thought, he added, he possesses a metal attribute heavenly spiritual root, I have a use for him. However, you can handle him after I'm done.
Yi was, after all, the Lin family's window in Yang City, and Lin Yongmao wanted to give him some benefits. If Yi could become the patriarch of the Yi family in the future, then a closer cooperation could be established.
Lin Yongmao flicked his sleeve, and several storage bags flew into his hands. These spoils rightfully belonged to him, no one else had any right to share them. The profound marrow liquid was also inside. Lin Yongmao probed his storage bag with his divine sense. There were 100 bottles of profound marrow liquid. Besides the profound marrow liquid, there were also some spiritual plants and ores. This could be considered the most important family heirloom of the Yi family, and unexpectedly, Yi Hong had the ability to steal it. In the end, it didn't fall into the hands of the transmission spirit sect, but benefited Lin Yongmao.
Naturally, Lin Yongmao wouldn't return it to Yi. After settling this matter, Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing decided to leave. They planned to leave the Yangcheng area and return to Qingyang. Hee, Lin Yuqing chuckled, your clan is a behemoth. My strength is too low. I'll help you after I reach core formation. Lin Yuqing refused to risk taking Lin Yongmao with him any longer.
Lin Yongmao originally planned to use the portable teleportation function to teleport to his mother, Han Yueying, but he had to escort Yi Hong. Portable teleportation couldn't carry others, Lin Yuqing couldn't leave with him, and neither could Yi Hong. Lin Yuqing carried the unconscious Yi Hong on his back, while Lin Yongmao followed behind. Both were covered in the juice of the demon saliva grass, keeping the demonic beasts at bay. This demon saliva grass was no ordinary spiritual plant, it belonged to the fourth tier. Although it had no medicinal properties, it carried the powerful aura of a fourth-tier demon beast. As long as the demon saliva grass was present, demon beasts below the fourth tier dared not approach it. No wonder so many birds, beasts, and poisonous insects thrived there, and these birds, beasts, and poisonous insects transformed into demon beasts. This was truly a paradise for demon beasts. Unlike human cultivators, demonic beasts don't cultivate at the same speed. Their cultivation is more influenced by their innate bloodlines, allowing them to grow rapidly in the early stages, but they struggle to break through bottlenecks. Currently, her cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the third rank. Breaking through from the mid-stage to the late stage of the third rank is a major hurdle, potentially requiring another decade or more for her. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. Her aunt was in seclusion, and disturbing her rashly might backfire. Just as she was about to continue cultivating, she sensed a powerful aura. This powerful aura didn't belong to a human cultivator, but to another demonic beast. Could it be that my aunt has emerged from seclusion? Humans? Why do you have the aura of our kind on you? Trying to leave? No way. This foxfire could kill an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator with a single blow, and even inflict considerable damage on a golden core cultivator. However, she encountered Lin Yongmao. Southern Bright Fire. A blazing flame shot out from his dantian, instantly consuming the red flame, while the Southern Bright Fire surged even more fiercely. Even if she spat out her demon core, hoping to extinguish the fire with its raging energy, it would be utterly impossible. Please put out this fire. Soul-shocking thrust. A third-tier demon beast's soul is powerful. Even if its physical body is destroyed, its soul will not immediately disappear. He wanted to eliminate any possible accidents. In an ancient cave dwelling lived an old fox. This old fox had cultivated for 1,000 years, spending most of her time in seclusion, indifferent to the turmoil of the outside world. Having reached her level of cultivation, she had become indifferent to many things. Power and status let the younger generation fight over them. She sensed that her descendant might be dead, that was her only descendant who had cultivated to the third rank. Who on earth dared to kill even my descendant? Lin Yongmao first went home to visit his mother, Han Yueying, who was about to give birth. It was truly shameful. His mother was about to give birth, yet he had gone on a long trip and hadn't been by her side. Han Yueying's belly was round and full, her due date was just around the corner. Seeing Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing return at the same time lifted her spirits considerably. She knew Lin Yuqing had left, he had accepted a mission from the family and had to go out.
However, Lin Yongmao's disappearance worried her.
The Thousand Cliffs formation was fully activated, and she couldn't enter, so she had no idea about her son's condition. If it were a long-term seclusion, Lin Yongmao would definitely have told Han Yueying beforehand, but he hadn't sent any message. Fortunately, they had both returned safely. Lin Yongmao touched Han Yueying's belly, the little one was kicking his mother's belly, and even Lin Yongmao could feel it. Most cultivation families have this rule: possessing a spiritual root is one of the necessary conditions for becoming a cultivator. Lin Yongmao had never seen such a spiritual plant in the Complete Guide to Intermediate Rank Spiritual Plants. After talking with Han Yueying for a while, Lin Yongmao temporarily returned to Thousand Cliffs. He still needed to deal with Yi Hong's matter, he was a ticking time bomb. Yi Hong's cultivation had long been suppressed by Lin Yuqing, rendering him even weaker than a mortal. Lin Yongmao brought him to Thousand Cliffs and threw him in front of the World Tree. Although Yi Hong's cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, as a core cultivator of the Yi family, a prominent cultivation clan, he could be considered quite knowledgeable. However, upon seeing the situation on Thousand Cliffs, his expression was one of astonishment. His mind was preoccupied with, are 1,000-year-old spiritual plants really that worthless? A 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree. A 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree. A 1,000-year-old longevity peach tree. A 1,000-year-old red fruit tree. A 1,000-year-old twin ice soul snow lotus. This spiritual plant seemed so familiar, he felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. That's right, it's Yi. He hadn't expected Yi to have secretly colluded with the Lin family all along. His intuition told him that this tall tree before him was the most precious. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and qilin. As the world tree continued to grow, its leaves multiplied, no longer limited to 5, but including rudimentary forms of other divine beasts. These were not yet fully formed, but merely rudimentary forms of divine beasts. Ding! System notification, detected a gold attribute heavenly spiritual root holder. Perform spirit root extraction? Lin Yongmao chose yes without hesitation. A beam of light shot out from the world tree, its target the incapacitated Yi Hong. Yi Hong's face showed terror. This was even more terrifying than the methods of evil cultivators. He felt his body was no longer under his control, a part of him was being stripped away. Yi Hong wasn't stupid, he knew why Lin Yongmao hadn't killed him directly. It was for his heavenly spiritual root. Please spare me. I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract with you, and I'm willing to surrender a portion of my divine consciousness. Lin Yongmao planned to nourish the world tree with Yi Hong's cultivation and divine soul, making him nourishment for the world tree. Ding! System notification, the world tree has awakened a new innate attribute, metal manipulation. Lin Yongmao revealed a satisfied smile. This, metal manipulation, ability was exactly what he needed. With it, he could become a weapon refiner and an array master. Originally, even with the inheritance of a formation master, Lin Yongmao couldn't become a formal formation master. Yi Hong has completely lost his mind. Everything he possessed was devoured by the world tree in the form of energy, first his spiritual root, then the spiritual power within his body, and finally his soul. Everything is gone. A genius who perishes midway is no longer a genius. Lin Yongmao disposed of Yi Hong's body and noticed that the world tree had grown even taller. The world tree's evolution now requires absorbing the 5 elemental spiritual roots, and it has completed 3/5 of this process. The world tree has already extracted spiritual roots of the 3 elements, metal, water, and earth. Now it only lacks the wood and fire spiritual roots. The world tree's innate abilities have also increased, now totaling 8, spatial barrier, law of time, coexistence with heaven and earth, spiritual plant perception, spirituality of plants, southern bright fire, mysterious true water, and metal control. As the world tree continues to grow, it will acquire even more innate abilities.
Lin Yongmao began experimenting with weapon crafting.
He now possessed the ability of metal control, granting him an extremely keen perception of metal ores, and he could temporarily possess a metal spiritual root. Before weapon crafting, Lin Yongmao nurtured a metal spiritual root within his dantian. His original wood and water attribute spiritual power was entirely converted into metal attribute spiritual power. If he were to cultivate, he could follow the cultivation speed of a metal spiritual root, making him a peerless genius. However, Lin Yongmao's primary cultivation technique was the wood attribute technique, the withering and flourishing technique, which was incompatible. Sensing his affinity for metals and ores, Lin Yongmao realized that without a metal spiritual root, weapon crafting was completely impossible, just as pill crafting was impossible without a wood spiritual root. Lin Yongmao was determined to learn weapon crafting, primarily because it was the foundation of formations. Another reason was that he would soon successfully form his golden core, after which he could refine his own natal magic weapon, which would undoubtedly be more suitable for him. After his spiritual root transformation, Lin Yongmao began preparing for weapon refining.
He chose the most common Shen iron ore.
1 piece of low-grade Shen iron ore could be exchanged for 10 pieces, making it the most suitable ore for novice weapon refiners.
Lin Yongmao also prepared a refining cauldron in advance.
Although it was only an ordinary mid-grade magic weapon refining cauldron, it was more than enough for him. Regardless of whether he could successfully refine the magic weapon, he could rely on the 100 Arts of Immortal Cultivation system to increase his proficiency. Once his proficiency was full, his weapon refining skills would naturally improve. On this day, Lin Yongmao, as usual, first checked in. The items he had received from checking in over the past 10 days were all third-tier spiritual plants called Frost Moonflower. As usual, Lin Yongmao used the Southern Bright Fire to melt the Shen iron ore, first needing to melt and remove most of the rock impurities. Then, Lin Yongmao guided the molten iron to condense into the shape of the flying sword in his mind, a process that severely tested his control over his divine sense. Perhaps because his mindset was particularly calm today, these steps were completed very smoothly.
Sizzle! Reaching the final step, Lin Yongmao quickly plunged the flying sword embryo into the pre-prepared quenching liquid. This quenching liquid was a mid-grade spiritual spring, rich in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the forging process, the quenching liquid is prepared according to the characteristics of the magical artifact being forged, whether it be rich in spiritual energy, blood energy, or cold energy, etc. When the sword blank comes into contact with the quenching liquid, a violent reaction
occurs instantly, white vapor rises, and the spiritual liquid seeps into the interior of the sword blank. This rapid cooling process can change the internal structure of the flying sword, significantly increasing its hardness, strength, and toughness.
Finally, there was a tempering process.
Lin Yongmao used the Southern Bright Fire to temper the sword, harmonizing its strength and flexibility, further stabilizing its performance.
It's done! Lin Yongmao was overjoyed.
He took out the flying sword. Although it was only a low-grade magic weapon, it was his first finished product.
Ding!
Lin Yongmao carefully examined the flying sword. Indeed, there were still many imperfections. His proficiency as a first-tier weapon refiner had reached 22.24%. Now that he could craft low-grade magic weapons, the rate of proficiency growth could be significantly increased. Lin Yongmao had no intention of continuing to refine magical artifacts. Calculating the days, his mother, Han Yueying, should be giving birth soon.
He left Thousand Cliff and returned home.
Han Yueying received excellent care. Lin Yuqing was constantly busy, declining all other family duties to focus solely on his wife. That very night after Lin Yongmao returned home, Han Yueying's water broke, and the family's midwife arrived.
Lin Yuqing murmured, "My precious daughter must have spiritual roots."
Lin Yongmao comforted him, "Father, don't worry. Mother consumed so many 7 treasures eggs while pregnant with my sister, I believe she will definitely have spiritual roots." Lin Yongmao had never seen his father so anxious and flustered. He paced around the room like a helpless child. Even though there were still several years between birth and the spiritual root test, his father was so worried.
Han Yueying gave birth smoothly in the latter half of the night.
The body of a foundation establishment cultivator is very strong, and the delivery process was very smooth.
A chubby little baby was wrapped in swaddling clothes and held by the midwife.
This midwife had delivered all the babies in the Lin family. She had also delivered Lin Yongmao's baby before.
Everyone called her Aunt Yuan.
Aunt Yuan had married into the Lin family and was also a qi refining stage 5 cultivator.
The baby is born.
You can come in now, Aunt Yuan called out loudly.
Congratulations! It's a lovely little girl.
Aunt Yuan handed the baby to her father, Lin Yucheng. Lin Yongmao also went to look. The little girl was pink and tender. She would definitely be very cute when she grew up. Lin Yucheng handed the baby to Lin Yongmao and then went to check on his wife.
Han Yueying seemed to be in good spirits, showing no signs of postpartum exhaustion. Han Yueying smiled and looked at Lin Yucheng. Why don't you name the child?
Right, he could use the attribute panel to detect her spiritual root in advance. Generally speaking, spiritual root talent isn't outwardly apparent at a young age, and even magical artifacts for detecting spiritual roots can't detect it. But the attribute panel is different. Thinking that the attribute panel could detect his sister's spiritual root, Lin Yongmao became nervous. Spiritual root is simply too important for a cultivator. It almost determines a cultivator's upper limit and whether they can cultivate to a corresponding level.
Lin Yongmao took a deep breath and silently prayed, "It's all right.
Even if my sister only has the most ordinary mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, I will use resources to push her to a height that others can't reach."
Name, Lin Yongqian. Lifespan, 0/117. Cultivation level, none. Special physique, herbal spiritual body. This is the information about Lin Yongqian on the attribute panel. Her powerful talent is simply explosive.
Strictly speaking, special physiques are even rarer than heavenly spiritual roots. Among hundreds of thousands of cultivators, perhaps only one possesses a special physique.
This herbal spiritual body is likely related to spiritual plants and alchemy.
Since Yongqian doesn't have a fire spiritual root, she's destined not to become an alchemist. Becoming a spiritual plant master wouldn't be bad.
Seeing Lin Yongmao's family so happy, Aunt Yuan left with a smile.
Lin Yucheng was so happy he forgot to see her off. Lin Yongmao didn't hide anything from his parents and directly told them the information he had discovered about his sister's spiritual root and special physique. Lin Yucheng was incredibly excited. His prayers had been answered by heaven, and he had received a wonderful surprise. His daughter possessed a heavenly spiritual root and a rare, special physique, the medicinal spirit physique. Although Qingyang was a remote place, it wasn't impossible to enter.
Luwani could cross the dark abyss. Perhaps other high-level cultivators had a way as well. We couldn't afford to be complacent.
Lin Yongmao suggested, "Father, Mother, let's send our little sister to Thousand Cliff when she's a bit older. I can use my array to protect her there."
Han Yueying and Lin Yucheng, knowing Lin Yongmao's abilities, agreed. They planned to send Yongqian to Thousand Cliff for cultivation when she turned 3.
For now, Han Yueying would breastfeed her, giving her a childhood with a mother's presence.
The family happily discussed the baby girl, staying up late into the night. Lin Yongmao didn't return to Thousand Cliff until dawn.
Without any surprises or double rewards, Lin Yongmao's sign-in reward was still a frost moonflower seed.
He planted it. Jianmu Tongtian Formation. This is a 7th-tier formation.
Generally speaking, with Lin Yongmao's current cultivation level and resources, it would be impossible for him to set up the Jianmu Tongtian formation, even with array flags, array plates, and other necessary tools.
However, the Jianmu Tongtian formation setup method is different. It doesn't require consuming spirit stones. Instead, it requires choosing at least one 10,000-year-old spiritual plant as the formation's core.
This is completely impossible for others, but not difficult for Lin Yongmao. He possesses the Thunder Prison magnetic light tree, which can be used as the core of the formation.
However, there is an even better option. That is the World Tree. As a divine-level spiritual plant, the World Tree would undoubtedly amplify the formation's power infinitely. Lin Yongmao personally controlled the formation. The Jianmu Tongtian formation should be able to kill at least a nascent soul stage cultivator.
Take Xingyang for example, at most, a core formation stage cultivator would appear, but a nascent soul stage cultivator was completely out of the question. With the protection of a 7th tier formation, the Lin family's safety was assured. For example, the Southern Bright Fire that Lin Yongmao usually used would have its power increased at least 100-fold when released through the Jianmu Tongtian formation.
Lin Yongmao didn't continue refining weapons.
A weapon refiner's proficiency needs to be improved gradually, which might take a long time. But now he had more important things to do: refine the concentration pill. Once he successfully refined the concentration pill, he could take it to break through to the golden core stage. He had finally gathered all the materials for refining the spirit concentration pill. He needed to refine the pills in batches to cultivate more golden core cultivators for his family. Lin Yongmao took out the materials for refining the spirit concentration pill one by one. "I'm still missing the 5-colored lotus, but I've already cultivated it and can go harvest it immediately." Lin Yongmao arrived at the Twin Carp Pond. The Twin Carp Pond had undergone a dramatic transformation, now more than 20 times its original size. What was once a small pond was now a small lake. Lin Yongmao subdued them all using the spirit binding contract, and they are now his spirit beasts. Although he couldn't simulate an ocean environment, this large lake was more than enough for them to live in. Lin Yongmao floated on the lake, searching for the patch of 5-colored lotuses he had planted. The 5-colored lotuses he had originally transplanted were less than 10 years old seedlings, but with the help of the spirit plant cultivation agent, Lin Yongmao now possessed a large patch of 1,000-year-old 5-colored lotuses. In the center of the lake lies a small island, intentionally left there by Lin Yongmao. In moments of leisure, one can relax on this island and admire its unique scenery. The 1,000-year-old 5-colored lotus grows near this island, its 5 colors appearing and disappearing in the mist, blooming in succession, a truly wondrous sight. The lotus petals are red, yellow, white, black, and green, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements. This is an extremely special spiritual plant, inherently possessing 5 attributes, its medicinal properties far surpassing those of single-attribute spiritual plants. Although most cultivators practice single-attribute techniques, forming a golden core requires the initial realization of the 5 elements transformation, that is, converting the scattered spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a single elemental force, which is then absorbed and transformed by the body. Only by completing this process can one qualify for forming a golden core. Therefore, the 5-colored lotus is crucial for successful golden core formation. A naturally grown 3,000-year-old spiritual plant is a masterpiece of nature. For a cultivator, encountering one is a stroke of good fortune. Currently, the 5-colored lotus before Lin Yongmao has grown to 1,000 years old. 2 bottles of 500-year spiritual plant cultivation agent were all it took. Not only did it produce lotus flowers, but it also bore a considerable number of 5-colored lotus seeds. Lin Yongmao harvested a considerable amount of 5-colored lotus flowers and 5-colored lotus pods, intending to use these materials to refine a spirit concentration pill. The pill refining area is the front courtyard of Lin Yongmao's stone house, where he usually refines pills. Because the flame required for pill refining is the Southern Bright Fire, any location can serve as a pill refining room. After preparing the materials, Lin Yongmao took out a pill refining furnace. This alchemy furnace is a low-grade spiritual artifact called the 100 Herbs Furnace, a gift from his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo. The 100 Herbs Furnace is an heirloom of the Lin family. Currently, Lin Yongmao is the only alchemist in the family, so to make the most of it, Lin Xuanbo gave the furnace to him, as encouragement to refine more pills. The 100 Herbs Furnace can stabilize the medicinal properties of herbs during the alchemy process, making it a rare and precious item, which inherently increases the success rate of alchemy. Lin Yongmao is now a 3rd-tier alchemist and has enough materials to refine the mind concentrating pill, so refining it shouldn't be a problem. Ding! Not only did he get a low-grade spirit concentration pill, but he also got a mid-grade spirit concentration pill. Lin Yongmao definitely wouldn't care about a mid-grade spirit concentration pill, he would at least need a high-grade spirit concentration pill to break through to the early stage of the golden core realm in one fell swoop. These low-grade and mid-grade spirit condensation pills could be used by family members or exchanged for more suitable cultivation resources. Lin Yongmao spent 15 days refining spirit condensation pills. During those 15 days, aside from signing in, he spent almost all his time refining pills, nearly exhausting all the materials needed. The harvest was also substantial. He refined 377 low-grade spirit condensation pills, 223 mid-grade spirit condensation pills, and 51 high-grade spirit condensation pills. Of course, in exchange, Lin Yongmao feeds them more spiritual fruits and pills. Lin Yongmao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Refining pills for over 10 consecutive days had left him extremely tired. If it weren't for drinking a pot of Nianyun mist tea every day, his mental state would likely be even worse. It's time to try forming the core. Lin Yongmao made thorough preparations and sent Lin Yongmao to his parents' house to protect her from the heavenly tribulation. Blood River Venerable vividly remembered the tribulation he endured during his breakthrough to a higher realm, a true test of life and death. However, Lin Yongmao had no intention of letting him leave Thousand Cliffs. Knowing Lin Yongmao's intentions, Blood River Venerable felt a surge of rage. Blood River Venerable's soul form wore a bitter expression. "Master, don't worry. The core formation tribulation for most cultivators isn't difficult. As long as they haven't cultivated any heinous or evil arts, they can successfully form their golden core. However, the nascent soul tribulation is exponentially more difficult." Lin Yongmao nodded thoughtfully. Had he cultivated any evil arts? It seems not. Thinking this through, his mindset calmed down considerably, and he focused on preparing for core formation. As an experienced senior, Blood River Master asked Lin Yongmao many questions about the precautions for core formation, which Blood River Master answered one by one. He hadn't missed any of the relevant memories. Soon, surging spiritual energy swept through his body. The most fundamental difference between the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage lies in the form of spiritual energy. The Foundation Establishment stage uses liquid spiritual energy, while the Golden Core stage transforms it into solid spiritual energy. This is commonly known as the Golden Core, which provides a continuous source of energy. This energy is no longer called spiritual energy, cultivators generally refer to it as true essence. The ability of the concentration pill to provide enough energy to break through to the Golden Core stage is secondary, its primary function is to concentrate the mind. What is concentration? It is strengthening the divine soul, elevating it to a new level, making it more refined. For a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, the most difficult hurdle to overcome when advancing to the early Golden Core stage is the test of inner demons. As the concentration pill's medicinal power was completely refined, Lin Yongmao felt the spiritual energy within his body fill all his meridians, becoming warm and cool. His mind also became exceptionally clear at this moment. Countless memories began to flood his mind. Lin Yongmao murmured softly, "Is this how inner demons manifest?" However, Lin Yongmao's Tao heart was now stable, and he was completely unaffected by the memories of his past life, at most causing him a slight emotional fluctuation. This emotional fluctuation was quickly suppressed. The memories were soon replaced by dreams. Whatever Lin Yongmao desired, that's what appeared in his mind. A meteoric rise to power, unparalleled cultivation, stunning beauties, unlimited resources. In the illusion, Lin Yongmao was like an emperor, having whatever he wanted. Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his divine soul was strong enough to know beforehand that these were all illusions, otherwise, he would have been easily bewitched. Weren't those things in the illusion exactly what he needed? Only after passing the test of inner demons could the transformation of his spiritual energy form occur. The original liquid spiritual energy was further compressed, transforming into solid true essence. Within Lin Yongmao's dantian, a small, bluish-green golden core was forming. During his Foundation Establishment stage, he primarily cultivated the wood attribute technique, the withering and flourishing technique, and his golden core's attribute was also wood. 3 hours later, the golden core was completely stable, hovering at the very center of his dantian. The golden core is complete. Lin Yongmao was extremely excited. In just 1 year and 4 months, he had successfully formed his golden core. Such cultivation speed was unparalleled. After Lin Yongmao's golden core was completely stable, tribulation clouds began to gather on the horizon. The heavenly tribulation was about to begin. Lin Yongmao temporarily removed the formation from Thousand Cliff. The heavenly tribulation could not be resisted by external objects, including magical artifacts and formations. Using magical artifacts and formations would not only offer no protection but would also amplify the power of the heavenly tribulation, which was tantamount to provoking it. The tribulation clouds continued to brew, and Lin Yongmao's brows furrowed slightly.
This isn't right. A golden core stage tribulation shouldn't be this powerful.
These tribulation clouds are currently blotting out the sun, their duration must be considerable, and their power will become extremely formidable. Lin Yongmao communicated with Blood River Venerable within the Blood Fiend Demon Core, asking, "Why is my tribulation so powerful? My grandfather's tribulation wasn't long ago, his golden core stage tribulation wasn't this strong at all, and its impact should have been minimal."
Blood River Venerable pondered deeply, trying to understand what was going on.
The thunderclouds over Thousand Cliffs attracted the attention of the Lin family. Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying were at home caring for little Yongqian when they saw the thunderclouds covering most of the cliff, and they became tense.
Lin Yuqing handed little Yongqian back to Han Yueying, saying, "This must be Yongmao undergoing his tribulation. No, I have to go help him." Inside Lin Yuan's courtyard, Han Yuxiu, Lin Yuan's wife and Han Yueying's older sister, was also in the courtyard. "What's going on?" Lin Yuan asked without hesitation as he stepped out.
Han Yuxiu shook her head, her expression somewhat dazed. Aside from searching for her son, she cared about nothing else. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the direction shrouded in the calamity clouds. This was Thousand Cliffs Cliff, presumably the location of his nephew, Lin Yongmao.
A bizarre thought flashed through his mind, and he muttered, "Could it be that Yongmao is undergoing tribulation? Has he already advanced to the golden core stage?"
Han Yuxiu's continued state of mind couldn't continue, she had to face this fact.
Impossible.
Han Yuxiu refused to believe it, tears streaming down her face. She had already considered this possibility long ago. Although she knew Lin Yongrong was in the wrong, he consistently sided with her son.
Lin Yuan took a deep breath.
He had also noticed some clues. Lin Yongmao was the most likely motive, but he couldn't produce any substantial evidence. Whether as his uncle or the patriarch of the Lin family, he had to protect Lin Yongmao. If Lin Yongmao was willing, he would pass the position of patriarch to him.
Lin Family Ancestral Hall. It's a tribulation.
Lin Xuanbo knew it all too well.
Strange, why is this thundercloud covering such a vast area? It doesn't seem like an ordinary golden core tribulation.
Lin Xuanzhong worried for Lin Yongmao.
Will Yongmao be alright? It depends on him.
Dark clouds in the sky teemed with lightning, the aura of tribulation locking onto Lin Yongmao, making escape impossible.
Lin Yongmao felt oppressed, unable to lift his head. Could he possibly withstand such a tribulation? What could have caused his tribulation to be so powerful?
The Blood River Immortal speculated, perhaps it's because your talent is too high, heaven can't stand it anymore and wants to eliminate you.
Lin Yongmao rubbed his forehead. Was there really such a thing?
Lin Yongmao didn't choose to dodge, instead, he directly took the lightning head-on with his bare body.
Trying to dodge in the face of tribulation was futile. Crack! What's wrong? Seeing Lin Yongmao's dazed expression, he quickly asked. Had this child been struck dumb by the tribulation lightning? Lin Yongmao chuckled, "This tribulation lightning isn't very powerful. It's like a tickle." He spoke his true thoughts. "Do you practice any body refining techniques?"
Blood River Venerable guessed that Lin Yongmao must have practiced some powerful body refining technique.
Blood River Venerable gritted his non-existent back teeth and transmitted his voice, "You think I don't want to?
I cultivate evil arts, and every time I encounter a lightning tribulation, it's a life or death crisis.
After that, I'm terrified of lightning. How could I possibly cultivate such a secret technique?" Lin Yongmao couldn't help but chuckle. Blood River Venerable began transmitting this secret technique into Lin Yongmao's mind. Lightning Transformation Body Refining Technique. It can refine lightning in nature and magical lightning, strengthening the physical body and increasing lightning resistance. Naturally, this includes tribulation lightning.
When this body refining technique is cultivated to its peak, it can give rise to the special physique silent lightning body. However, cultivating the annihilation lightning body is not so easy. At least, the tribulation lightning of the golden core stage cannot achieve this. Lin Yongmao quickly began to circulate the lightning transformation body refining technique, actively attracting the power of the tribulation lightning to cleanse his meridians.
Refining the power of the tribulation lightning, Lin Yongmao clearly felt his physique strengthen.
At the same time, his perception of lightning became much more acute.
Although he didn't possess a lightning spirit root, it didn't hinder his perception of this element.
Lin Yongmao began to secretly rejoice. If it weren't for this lightning transformation body refining technique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a thick pillar of lightning. After adapting to the tribulation lightning entering his body, Lin Yongmao jogged a few steps to the spot where he planted the sword soul grass. Only after the leaves of the sword soul grass had absorbed enough tribulation lightning power did Lin Yongmao release it, allowing it to absorb and transform the tribulation lightning power, thus evolving. The Blood River Immortal had long since hidden within the Blood Fiend Demon Core, daring not to reveal even the slightest trace of his aura.
In his current state, he was utterly incapable of withstanding any tribulation lightning. Lin Yongmao began to howl in agony. Why was this tribulation lightning never ending? Did other people's golden core tribulation lightning last this long? This was already 48 tribulation lightning bolts.
When they struck Lin Yongmao, the flesh on his shoulder shattered, and a pungent, burnt smell was dispersed by the wind. The tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, and before dissipating, they gave birth to the strongest tribulation lightning bolt, its aura completely locking onto Lin Yongmao. A sense of crisis washed over him. Lin Yongmao knew this was the final tribulation lightning bolt.
49 tribulation lightning bolts.
Ordinary golden core tribulation lightning consisted of only 7, at most 9. But Lin Yongmao had experienced a staggering 49. This wasn't just a matter of quantity. After each tribulation lightning bolt, its power multiplied, making each subsequent strike increasingly difficult. Lin Yongmao felt a chill run down his spine as he faced this final tribulation lightning bolt. What if he were struck dead by it? All his hard work over the years would be for nothing. Crack! Lin Yongmao's blood surged, his body feeling as if it had been cleaved in two.
He had finally withstood this final blow.
After his breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Yongmao's physical condition also changed. He felt his physical body was
more resilient, and his mind was clearer, a comprehensive increase in strength. No wonder there's the phrase rebirth after calamity. It was perfectly embodied in Lin Yongmao's case.
After experiencing the golden core tribulation, he underwent a complete transformation.
Ding! System notification, new feature, simulated arena, unlocked. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed. The system had actually given him a cheat code.
He really needed to study the simulated arena feature to understand its purpose.
Simulated arena allows you to pull your opponent into a simulated arena for a pre-battle.
In the arena, your opponent will unleash their full power and will respawn 5 seconds after death. Lin Yongmao was secretly delighted upon seeing this new system feature. It was another essential function for the survival path. Feeling the surging true energy within his body and his own formidable strength, he really wanted to find an opponent to test the limits of his current power. Lin Yongmao had always lacked practical combat experience, and this simulated arena function could perfectly compensate for this deficiency. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable opponent at the moment, otherwise Lin Yongmao would have wanted to test this new, simulated arena, function right now. Lin Yongmao's attention shifted to the sword soul grass.
At this moment, the entire plant was still shimmering with lightning, absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning. He wondered how many leaves it would grow this time.
The more leaves the sword soul grass produced, the more its power would increase.
Ding!
Sigh. Lin Yongmao sighed softly, saying, "Life is truly as lonely as snow."
Lin Yongmao accessed his attribute panel to view his current attributes and abilities. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, early golden core stage. Secondary professions: 3rd tier alchemist, 2nd tier talisman maker, 2nd tier spirit plant master, 1st tier weapon refiner, 1st tier array master. Age: 18 years old. Spiritual root aptitude: dual attributes of wood and water. Special physique: Nirvana thunder body, prototype. Luck value: 295. Cultivation techniques: Azure wood technique, great perfection; withering and flourishing technique, great perfection; mysterious spirit body forging technique, 4th level. Having received comprehensive enhancement, Lin Yongmao conservatively estimated that without the protection of formations, he could now easily kill a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and defeating a late-stage golden core cultivator or even a great perfection cultivator would not be a problem. As for facing a nascent soul cultivator, he would definitely still be powerless. When they were in the chi refining stage, traveling to Mount Everest took more than an hour, but now, flying there took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Back home, they found Han Yueying and Lin Yuqing looking very worried. Han Yueying was still holding little Yongqian in her arms.
Seeing Lin Yongmao, she excitedly rushed to greet him.
"Yongmao, I'm so glad you're all right."
He planned to share this good news with the other members of the family.
Lin Yongmao hadn't wanted to steal the spotlight, but he couldn't resist Lin Yuqing's enthusiasm, and besides, it wouldn't hurt for the family members to know.
In less than a quarter of an hour, the core members of the Lin family had all arrived at Lin Yuqing's house. In this small courtyard, everyone stood or sat according to their seniority.
The most senior members of the Lin family were Lin Yongmao's grandfather and second great-uncle, Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong, respectively.
Lin Xuanzhong was also at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just one step away from advancing to the Golden Core realm, but unfortunately, he lacked the resources for this advancement. The Lin family couldn't afford to provide them. Lin Xuanzhong's lifespan was originally nearing its end, but thanks to the longevity peach provided by Lin Yongmao, his life was saved. Only the two of them dared to sit, even the patriarch, Lin Yuan, only dared to stand behind them, his hands hanging at his sides. As for the young generation, only two were there, Lin Yongmao and Lin Yongqian.
Lin Yongqian was the daughter of Lin Yongmao's second uncle, the little girl with dual water and fire spiritual roots.
Other Lin family members weren't called, they weren't old enough to attend this internal family meeting. Lin Xuanbo looked at Lin Yongmao with great satisfaction, his expression full of admiration.
"Yongmao, congratulations!
You've already advanced to the Golden Core stage at such a young age."
Lin Xuanbo's words revealed the reason for their gathering, to celebrate Lin Yongmao's successful core formation. Lin Xuanbo felt a pang of envy.
He himself hadn't reached the Golden Core stage until he was over 200 years old, enduring countless hardships along the way, while Lin Yongmao was not even 20.
Besides envy, he felt even more joy.
For a member of the family to achieve such a feat was a blessing for him, as an elder. Knowing that the Lin family's younger generation was becoming increasingly talented, he could finally enjoy his retirement in peace. Lin Xuanbo was already considering this matter.
Lin Yongmao, as the Lin family's second Golden Core cultivator, was indeed the most suitable candidate. As an elder, Lin Xuanbo reprimanded, "You're right, it's not too late to realize this. What's most important for a cultivation family to prosper? It's the potential of the younger generation. If talented descendants are ignored, what's the point of having you as the clan leader?"
Lin Yuan lowered his head, feeling utterly humiliated by such public criticism. Lin Xuanbo coldly interrupted Lin Yuqing, "And you, as his father, don't even come to me for justice when Yongmao is bullied." Lin Yuqing didn't realize that his mere presence had dragged him into the mess. Now he dared not speak further. Lin Yongmao sighed helplessly and could only console him, "It's all in the past.
Let uncle continue as clan leader. It seems no one in the entire family is more suitable for the position." Lin Yongmao finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He patted his storage bag, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He handed the jade bottle to Lin Xuanzhong.
"Second uncle, this is for you."
Lin Xuanzhong was puzzled. He used his divine sense to probe the contents of the jade bottle, and the shock on his face lingered for a long time. Even if Lin Xuanzhong's spiritual root aptitude was average, these pills should be enough for him to form his core. It was a pity that Lin Xuanzhong was the only cultivator in the family to have reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, otherwise, Lin Yongmao could have cultivated many more core formation cultivators.
Hearing Lin Yongmao say this, Lin Xuanzhong put away the bottle of concentration pills. He desperately needed these pills. Once Lin Xuanzhong became a core formation cultivator, he could manage the entire Lin family much better. The Lin family has developed rapidly. They now have 8 foundation establishment cultivators, including 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, Lin Yuhuan and Lin Yucheng. There is also 1 late foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Yuma. Lin Xuanbo continued, "There's another important matter to discuss with everyone today." His gaze fell on Lin Yulian, who was hiding in a corner. Upon seeing her father's gaze, Lin Yulian blushed and shyly lowered her head. Yulian's marriage is basically settled. I've already chosen the head of the Chao family for her. When Lin Xuanbo announced this major news, everyone showed excited expressions. They hadn't even gotten a scoop on this. Lin Yongmao also found it unbelievable. The two had barely met, yet they were already so attracted to each other? However, with his aunt marrying into the Chao family and becoming the patriarch's wife, the Lin family would lose a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Yongmao secretly thought, this Chao Yuxing is really extravagant. Last time, the Chao family bought a low-grade spiritual vein at the Qingyang City auction. Now they've given away another low-grade spiritual vein. How many low-grade spiritual veins does the Chao family own? Lin Yulian was so shy she didn't want to say a word and quickly turned her head away. Lin Yulian quickly ran to Han Yueying's side, trying to shut her up. The Lin family cultivators present all burst into laughter. Lin Yongmao provided each family member with an appropriate amount of pills based on their cultivation level. Qi refining cultivators were given high-grade Qi condensation pills and high-grade foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment cultivators were given high-grade yellow sprout pills. Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. He hadn't brought Sha Yongqian with him yet. He left a large number of 7 treasure spirit eggs at home, all for Yongqian to eat. This was all Lin Yongmao, as her older brother, could do. Lin Yongmao also took Yongmiao back with him. The little girl didn't want to leave, overjoyed to be a big sister. Lin Yongmao mentioned that a new batch of candied hawthorns had been made at Thousand Cliffs, and only then did Yongmiao resolutely return. She was now a foundation establishment cultivator, but while her cultivation level had reached that point, her mental fortitude and combat experience hadn't kept pace. Lin Yongmao had to patiently guide her. Lin Yongmao arrived at the quiet island in the lake and began his cultivation. Now I can try it out and see how the system's new function works. Lin Yongmao discovered that the system's new function, simulated arena, would mark any cultivator he encountered, allowing him to fight them in the simulated arena. Simulated arena. System prompt, select, Lin Xuanbo, early golden core stage, as your opponent? Yes. Lin Yongmao silently replied. His figure disappeared from the island in the lake and appeared on an ancient arena. The arena was even protected by an array, randomly simulating a battle environment. 5 zhang in front of Lin Yongmao, a figure slowly appeared. It was Lin Xuanbo, Lin Yongmao's simulated opponent. This figure was entirely simulated. It could unleash the opponent's full power without holding back. System prompt, select, Lin Xuanbo, early golden core stage, as your opponent? Yes. Lin Yongmao appeared on a simulated arena. This wasn't a real arena, but a simulated battle environment. The randomly simulated battle environment was a desert. The desert environment was unsuitable for a wood attribute cultivator like Lin Yongmao, and of course, Lin Xuanbo also primarily cultivated wood attribute techniques. The battle was about to begin, and Lin Xuanbo immediately unleashed his strongest killing move. His natal magic weapon, the Azure Nether Sword, was summoned from his dantian, made from materials provided by Lin Yongmao. The Azure Nether Sword was forged from Azure Spirit Bamboo and Nether Spirit Bamboo, possessing both the life force of wood and a powerful dark aura, capable of switching attributes in an instant. This natal magic weapon was far more powerful than the natal magic weapons of ordinary golden core stage cultivators.
Lin Yongmao hadn't yet forged his natal magic weapon, he simply took out a leaf of the sword soul grass. The blades of the sword soul grass transformed into flying swords, meeting the gleaming azure nether sword head-on. Sword shadow splitting technique. The two simultaneously unleashed the secret sword technique, one of the secret arts passed down from the Lin family patriarch. It was accidentally acquired by Lin Yongmao, and most of the Lin family's high-ranking members would use this technique. The original single flying sword instantly multiplied into 3, its power tripling. The seemingly delicate grassblade flying swords were no less sharp than the azure nether sword, which was actually nicked in the blade. Fortunately, this was a simulated battle. In a real fight, such damage to his natal magic weapon would be heartbreaking for Lin Xuanbo. The sword soul grass's blade flying swords were imbued with the energy of gunmetal, possessing extreme sharpness. Furthermore, metal overcomes wood, so the azure nether sword's defeat was to be expected. Lin Yongmao roared, hurling his grassleaf flying sword once more, this time crackling with electricity. This was the evolved sword soul grass's innate ability, imbued with the power of tribulation lightning. The 6 flying swords clashed, 3 of them shattering into fragments. The cyan and purplish-black fragments of the flying swords crackled and fell to the ground. It was clear that Lin Xuanbo had used his full strength, unleashing both attributes of the azure nether sword. Wood is countered by metal, and darkness is countered by lightning. Lin Xuanbo himself was knocked back several steps, coughing up blood while clutching his chest. The destruction of his natal magic weapon had severely injured him. Myriad manifestations of the forest. Countless plants and trees sprang up from the ground, transforming the desert into a verdant forest. This secret technique could actually temporarily alter the environment. Myriad manifestations of the forest can be considered a control-type illusion technique. The vegetation covered and surrounded Lin Xuanbo, the boundless greenery making him feel dazed. Lin Yongmao tested the effects of this secret technique and was very satisfied. With his current cultivation level, he could at least control a late-stage golden core cultivator. Early and mid-stage golden core cultivators simply couldn't escape. Let's end this. Lin Yongmao didn't intend to waste any more time. Lin Xuanbo's killing moves had already been forced out, but they posed no threat to him. The sword soul grass lightly grazed Lin Xuanbo's throat, but Lin Xuanbo, trapped in the Sanluo illusion, was completely unaware. System notification: congratulations on your victory. You will be teleported out of the simulated arena in 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, Lin Yongmao reappeared on the island in the middle of the lake, his depleted true essence fully restored. Not bad. This function is truly excellent. In his spare time, he can simulate battles to improve his combat abilities. He wondered if he was now a match for that female demon, Luwani? Lin Yongmao had a very deep impression of this female demon. The entire Lin family had almost perished in her 10,000 soul banner. Truly, if you don't work hard at cultivation, you'll end up like a brother among brothers. Now that his cultivation has reached the early golden core stage, it should be barely enough to deal with Luwani, who is at the late golden core stage. Lin Yongmao quickly dismissed this thought, inwardly cursing himself for being too reckless. Leaving the island in the middle of the lake, Lin Yongmao returned to the world tree. Under the world tree, Lin Yongmiao was cultivating. Yongmiao discovered that cultivating under the world tree was more effective, and she practically lived and ate there afterward. Lin Yongmao smiled without speaking. This little girl was sometimes a bit too clingy. Okay then. Brother, when are you going to plant more spirit fruit trees? I want even more flavors of candied hawthorns. Lin Yongmiao's eyes twinkled like stars in the sky, her voice radiant. Actually, Lin Yongmao had also planted a longevity peach tree, but he wouldn't allow Yongmiao to pick any. Although the longevity peach had grown for 1,000 years, the number of peaches it produced was very limited. They were meant to be given to the family elders to prolong their lifespans. Little Yongmiao had no use for them yet. The moon-toed rabbit, black slave, and golden and silver dragon carp also came out. They, too, liked to run to the foot of the world tree. As spirit beasts of destiny, they had long sensed the extraordinary nature of the world tree. The 3 little ones liked to stay by Yongmiao's side. Only by being with her could they eat more spiritual fruits. Although Lin Yongmao was the ruler of the entire Thousand Cliffs, he was extremely boring. Every day, besides making talismans and refining pills, he just cultivated. Now, things have gotten even better. He's developed a taste for weapon crafting. He was already a golden core stage cultivator, and now he urgently needed to forge a natal magic weapon. A natal magic weapon needed to be crafted by himself to fully unleash its power, but what type of natal magic weapon should he craft? Lin Yongmao continued refining magical artifacts. He spent nearly half a month finally pushing his artifact refining proficiency to the peak of the second tier. The black iron ore in the refining cauldron melted, and Lin Yongmao, according to his own will, smelted it into the shape of a flying sword. A quarter of an hour later, a gleaming flying sword emerged. Ordinary black iron ore had actually been refined into a superior magical artifact. This was already the limit of what black iron ore could achieve. Some say that refining a divine artifact from divine grade ore is nothing special. Refining a divine artifact from ordinary ore is truly amazing. Lin Yongmao didn't care about such things, he was only worried about wasting materials. As long as he could possess a divine artifact, why did it matter whether it was refined from ordinary or divine grade ore? The surprises continued. System notification: congratulations on becoming a Tier 3 refiner. Refining success rate increased by 20%, with a chance to refine a spiritual weapon imbued with your own attributes. Lin Yongmao suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. The problems he couldn't solve during the refining process seemed to suddenly become clear. Lin Yongmao had no master in the various arts of cultivation, but his skills continuously improved precisely because of the 100 Arts of Cultivation system function. Increasing proficiency granted him inspiration and insights. Lin Yongmao was now qualified to refine his own natal magic weapon. But which weapon should he choose as his natal magic weapon? Lin Yongmao fell into deep thought. If his requirements weren't so high, he could simply refine an azure nether sword like Lin Xuanbua. He could choose azure spirit bamboo and nether spirit bamboo as the materials for refining his natal magic weapon. However, Lin Yongmao was unwilling to accept this. Furthermore, a flying sword wasn't Lin Yongmao's first choice as his natal magic weapon. He already possessed the ever-evolving sword Soulgrass, which could perfectly serve as his flying sword. There was no need to forge another natal magic weapon. What should I choose? Lin Yongmao questioned himself. Suddenly, a strong fluctuation emanated from his sea of consciousness, a movement originating from its depths. This is... The bronze hoe had saved Lin Yongmao twice, both times when he faced powerful spiritual attacks, automatically protecting its master. Now, it was transmitting a message to Lin Yongmao. He could choose to use it as his natal magic weapon. Lin Yongmao pondered for a while and finally made his decision. Rather than choosing other mediocre natal magic weapons, he would refine this mysteriously originating bronze hoe. Lin Yongmao dripped a few drops of his vital essence into the bronze hoe, which absorbed them at a visible speed. Thanks to Lin Yongmao's body tempering, his blood and qi were abundant, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to extract so much vital essence. The southern bright fire emerged from Lin Yongmao's palm, and he began to refine the bronze hoe. The hoe's surface was covered in a bluish-green patina, making it look nothing like a weapon. Using it to hoe the ground would probably be a struggle. The southern bright fire was an extreme form of flame. But even when Lin Yongmao pushed it to its limit, it still couldn't melt the bronze hoe. 2 days later, Lin Yongmao's true essence was nearly exhausted. During this time, he consumed several thousand-year-old purple jade fruits. The bronze hoe still hadn't melted into molten iron, only most of the copper rust on its surface had disappeared. The original shape of the hoe had also changed, becoming a broken blade. Lin Yongmao couldn't discern what kind of weapon the bronze hoe originally was, and even now, with some of the copper rust being forged away, he still couldn't tell. The broken blade didn't appear sharp, yet it possessed a captivating aura. Lin Yongmao felt a connection to it, yet he still couldn't sense its characteristics. Originally, the broken bronze blade possessed a trace of sentience, but even after Lin Yongmao refined it into his natal magic weapon, he still couldn't sense its presence. He was speechless. What was going on? He didn't even know the characteristics of his own natal magic weapon. Doesn't that mean it was just occupying the space of his natal magic weapon, unable to perform any function? Originally, the broken bronze blade could be stored in his sea of consciousness, but now it was different. After Lin Yongmao refined it into a natal magic weapon, he could store it in either his sea of consciousness or his dantian. Besides that, it had no other use. Lin Yongmao was sulking alone, but he was helpless. It was impossible to sever the connection with it now. Forget it. Even without a natal magic weapon, my combat power should still be invincible among those of the same level. To vent his anger, Lin Yongmao began refining magic weapons as a third-level weapon refiner. He used all sorts of rare materials, which, under the refinement of the southern bright fire, were transformed into spiritual weapons. A third-tier weapon refiner's limit is to forge mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Although I no longer have a natal magic weapon, I've still managed to forge 5 mid-grade spiritual artifacts to protect myself. Array formations are arguably the most difficult skill to learn among the 100 arts of cultivation. Becoming an array master requires extremely high talent, and there's a difficult prerequisite, being a weapon refiner as well. The tools used by array masters to set up arrays, including array flags, array plates, and so on, all require weapon refiners to forge. But these are secondary, understanding the array patterns is the biggest challenge. Many cultivators spend their entire lives without ever even scratching the surface of it. Lin Yongmao possessed the third-order array master inheritance. He carefully read the information on the jade slip. It seems that first, I need to master the corresponding array patterns, and then I must learn how to inscribe the patterns onto array flags or array plates. Lin Yongmao chose the simplest array, a first-order spirit-gathering array. If one could independently set up a first-tier spirit-gathering array, then one could be considered a first-tier array master. Array masters are among the strongest in their tier, especially high-tier array masters, who can unleash combat power far exceeding their own abilities through arrays. The complete sets of array tools they sell, already crafted, are incredibly valuable. Lin Yongmao repeatedly reviewed the array patterns of a first-tier spirit-gathering array in his mind. He decided to begin. Array patterns are a peculiar type of rune, passed down from ancient times. Later cultivators could only imitate them, never surpass them. Lin Yongmao was familiar with the array patterns of a first-tier spirit-gathering array and planned to inscribe them. He chose a piece of wood, a century-old redwood. Ordinary wood simply couldn't support array patterns, so Lin Yongmao chose the relatively inexpensive century-old redwood. If it were just about the timber, Lin Yongmao wouldn't be worried. His 1,000 cliffs grew a large quantity of high-quality timber, especially century-old timber, in an absurdly large amount. Even if 1,000 cliffs didn't have any, the Lin family would find a way to send some to Lin Yongmao. These array patterns are far more difficult than making talismans, refining weapons, or refining pills. The patterns are intricate and chaotic. And this is only a first-tier array pattern. Imagine the mental strength required for higher tiers. Lin Yongmao used a carving knife to inscribe the array pattern. This carving knife was a low-grade spiritual weapon he had crafted beforehand. Crack! He had always thought he lacked talent in array formations, but he hadn't expected to be this bad. Like most ordinary people, Lin Yongmao had no talent for crafting weapons, alchemy, talisman making, or array formations. His skills were entirely built up through practice. The sun rose and set, and another day began. Lin Yongmao woke up early from his stone bed. After washing up, he caught the moon-toed rabbit and the golden and silver carp and brought them to his side. Today was a special day, 30 days of sign-in. Lin Yongmao would receive double the rewards. Lin Yongmao silently chanted, "System, I want to sign in." Ding! Millennium Serpent Scale Fruit Tree? Rank, Tier 3, High Grade. Description: Serpent scale fruit is a favorite of some demonic beasts. Eating it can enhance physique and physical strength. Cultivators need to refine it in a special way, otherwise there is a risk of their body exploding and dying. All 3,000-year-old spiritual fruit trees were laden with spiritual fruit. The purple jade fruit and red berry fruit were now being eaten as snacks by Lin Yongmao and the children. The 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, however, still had the effect of restoring true essence. The snakescale fruit tree bore fruit the size of a fist, with a pure black skin covered in dense, snakescale-like patterns. Lin Yongmao picked one, peeled off the skin to reveal the white flesh inside, and without a second thought, popped it into his mouth.
What a joke! With his physical strength, couldn't he digest this snake-scale fruit?
A violent energy began to surge through Lin Yongmao's body, the energy of the serpent scale fruit starting to damage his meridians.
Lin Yongmao wasn't worried.
Instead, he silently circulated the mysterious spirit body forging technique, guiding and absorbing the energy of the serpent scale fruit. After a dozen or so breaths, Lin Yongmao slowly finished his practice. The effect was quite good. He felt his physical strength had increased significantly. If he continued to consume more serpent scale fruits each day, his physical strength would far exceed his cultivation level. After refining the last trace of the serpent scale fruit's energy, Lin Yongmao focused on inscribing the array patterns. This time, a stroke of inspiration struck him, and he finally succeeded. This was a rare success after countless days and nights of continuous effort. The century-old redwood shone brightly, then quickly subsided, revealing strange, crooked patterns on the wood, looking extremely bizarre.
However, these were the array patterns of a first-order spirit-gathering array. Lin Yongmao had finally succeeded.
Lin Yongmao held the century-old redwood inscribed with the Tier 1 spirit-gathering array pattern, intending to refine it into an array plate. With a few array flags added, he would possess a complete Tier 1 spirit-gathering array. Lin Yongmao took out his refining cauldron, covering the century-old redwood with the southern bright fire.
Damn it! Lin Yongmao couldn't help but curse.
The flames had instantly ignited the century-old redwood, completely reducing it to ashes, leaving no trace even after a gentle breeze. A complete Tier 1 spirit-gathering array consists of 1 array plate and 5 array flags. The array flags correspond to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
This is the most basic 5 elements spirit-gathering array, capable of gathering the mixed spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
The array plate has a groove, into which a spirit stone needs to be embedded for the array to activate successfully. It requires an energy source. The array flags were planted in 5 directions centered on Lin Yongmao, perfectly covering an area with a radius of 1 zhang, approximately 3.3 meters. Lin Yongmao held the array plate, placed a low-grade spirit stone inside, and then used his true essence to activate the array. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Lin Yongmao, but the efficiency was low. It absorbed the spiritual energy of the entire Thousand Cliffs, which was already abundant in spiritual energy.
It was better than nothing.
This was of little use to Lin Yongmao, but it was very important to other cultivators, as it could increase their cultivation speed. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 months, Lin Yongmao's array mastery level has finally reached the 3rd tier, making him a 3rd tier array master. Currently, his cultivation skills are 3rd tier alchemist, 3rd tier weapon refiner, 3rd tier array master, 2nd tier talisman maker, and 2nd tier spirit plant master. During these 3 months, Lin Yongmao crafted a large number of 1st and 2nd tier array tools, all complete sets of arrays. From spirit-gathering arrays to trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays, each set can be used independently by cultivators without array foundations. Over 3 months, Lin Yongmao checked in 3 times, all 3 times with double rewards.
Spirit Plant Evolution Liquid? Rank, Tier 3, High Grade. In short, it's an enhanced version of spiritual plants. However, spiritual plants can affect any spirit plant, regardless of age or rank, but the probability is not high. Over this long period, the only spirit plant to achieve a positive mutation is the hemostatic vine, which mutated into the blood chi vine. Lin Yongmao watered the 1,000-year-old snake-scale fruit tree with this spirit plant evolution liquid, and the tree quickly changed. The original fruit tree grew to about 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, taller, roughly the same size as the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree. The fruit that grew was no longer the black snake-scale pattern fruit, but had transformed into fruit with golden scales. Millennial Dragon Scale Fruit Tree. Rank, Tier 3, High Grade. Description: like the snake-scale fruit, the dragon scale fruit is a favorite of some demonic beasts.
Consuming it can enhance physique and physical strength, and the effects are even better. Cultivators need to refine it using a special method, otherwise there is a risk of their body exploding and dying.
The second item I checked in with was 10,000-year-old spiritual milk.
This is another 10,000-year-old item. I got it last time through a bug.
10,000-year spiritual milk. Rank, Tier 4, low grade. Description: 10,000-year-old stalactites only drip a drop of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk every 100 years. 10,000-year-old spiritual milk can significantly enhance the cultivation of nascent soul stage cultivators and Tier 4 demonic beasts. Although it was a good item, Lin Yongmao didn't need it right now. He would maximize its benefits once he reached the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he put away the large bottle of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Azurewood Spirit Gathering Array. Rank, 3rd tier, high grade. Description: the Azurewood Spirit Gathering Array can gather pure wood attribute spiritual energy. Wood attribute cultivators can increase their cultivation speed by 30% within it, and spiritual plants can increase their growth speed by 50%. Note: special spiritual plants are excluded. The third item was actually the most useful. This Azurewood Spirit Gathering Array was a type of Spirit Gathering Array. Although Lin Yongmao was a 3rd tier array master, he couldn't set up this array because he lacked the corresponding array patterns. The characteristics of the 3rd tier Azurewood Spirit Gathering Array were very suitable for Lin Yongmao. It could not only enhance his cultivation speed but also greatly promote the growth of spiritual plants. The Azurewood Gathering Spirit Array also has a very large coverage area, enough to cover the entire 1,000 cliffs. 2 sets of arrays were originally set up here, both protective arrays of the Lin family, but unfortunately they were damaged in the last fierce battle. These 2 array formations were originally only 2nd tier formations, but they were able to withstand the intrusion of the Golden Core Town people at a crucial moment, demonstrating their great contribution to the Lin family. During the battle with the female demon Lu Wani, both array formations were visibly damaged. This is a young cultivator, about 15 or 16 years old, with very handsome features. Lin Yongmao scanned him with his divine sense and found his cultivation level to be at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. Lin Yongmao smiled and shook his head, trying hard to remember his name. Lin Yongmao was a household name in the Lin family. He was a meritorious member of the family, and no one with the surname Lin was unfamiliar with him. Seemingly sensing Lin Yongmao's confusion, the young cultivator spoke up, "Brother Yongmao, it's me, I'm Lin Yangyi." Lin Yongmao then remembered that Lin Yangyi was Lin Yuan's youngest son. However, he was different from Lin Yongrong. Lin Yongrong was born to the legal wife, Han Yuxiu, while Lin Yangyi was born to Lin Yuan's concubine. Lin Yuan, as the clan leader, had indeed put in considerable effort to ensure the continuation of the family line. Seeing Yangyi's enthusiastic greeting, Lin Yongmao, as his cousin, politely responded, "Yangyi, what are you doing here?" Lin Yangyi wasn't discouraged by his cousin's words. He knew his cousin was right. "Although my cultivation is only at the 3rd level of qi refining, that's because I've devoted most of my time to studying weapon refining in formations. I'm already a 1st tier weapon refiner, and I'll soon be a beginner formation master." However, his spiritual root aptitude was truly mediocre, a mixed spiritual root of metal, wood, fire, and earth attributes, making cultivation incredibly difficult. No wonder the family was unwilling to invest resources in nurturing him. No wonder he devoted so much time to weapon crafting and array formations. It was to demonstrate his worth. Lin Yongmao, however, had high hopes for Lin Yangyi. He patted his storage bag, and bottles and jars appeared in his hand, about 20 in total. "These are all gifts from your cousin." Lin Yongmao thought for a moment, then took out 2 jade slips from his storage bag, one titled 3rd Order Weapon Crafting Master Inheritance, and the other 3rd Order Array Formation Master Inheritance. The pills were all high-grade qi condensation pills, including 5 high-grade foundation establishment pills, which should be enough for him to establish his foundation. "I can't accept this, cousin, it's too precious." Lin Yangyi's eyes were clearly shining, but he dared not accept it. He thought of his own brother, Lin Yongrong. They were brothers, but his brother didn't care about him at all, and even stole his resources. According to Lin Yongrong, since he already had a mixed spiritual root of 4 attributes, he might as well not use any pills. "Just take it." Lin Yongmao shoved the pills and jade slip into his hands, insisting that he accept them. Lin Yongmao placed the pills and jade slip into Lin Yangyi's hand, as if he had done something insignificant. However, Lin Yangyi was deeply moved. Ding!
System notification: your intimacy level with family member, Lin Yangyi, has reached 78.
The original, family cultivation, function didn't have any information about Lin Yangyi, indicating that the intimacy level was below 60.
Now, it had suddenly jumped to 78 points, which greatly surprised Lin Yongmao.
Brother Yongmao, did you come here to examine the remnants of the array?
Lin Yangyi rubbed his eyes and asked.
Okay. He knew Lin Yongmao was a second-tier alchemist in the family. Could he now also be a second-tier array master? Lin Yangyi wanted to ask, but couldn't bear to disturb the focused Lin Yongmao. Who?
Lin Yongmao tried embedding a mid-grade spirit stone into the array base, and the entire array began to operate.
It's fixed already? Yongmao, you're amazing.
Lin Yongmao nodded slowly. Yongmao, I should have entered the ranks of first-tier array masters.
Rank, low-grade tier 1.
3. Using Millennium Qi gathering stones can enhance the array's power. He devoted himself entirely to deducing the array patterns, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. After spending most of the day, Lin Yongmao finally deduced the original array patterns and inscribed them onto the hide of a second-tier demonic beast.
Lin Yongmao nodded.
It's a pity that it's impossible to completely restore it. Only a fourth-tier array master can do that.
Yangyi, protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me.
The Nanming fire flew from Lin Yongmao's palm, its orange-red flames enveloping the entire array base, causing parts of the base to begin melting. But this was Lin Yongmao doing it, and subconsciously, he trusted him.
Ding!
With the addition of a Millennium Gathering Qi stone, this array can be upgraded to another level.
Rank, Tier 3, low grade.
Some of the existing vegetation began to grow wildly, a result of absorbing sufficient spiritual energy.
Lin Yangyi was somewhat frightened, the commotion was far too great.
Lin Yongmao continuously probed with his divine sense.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding world was extremely high, though its effect differed slightly from the Azure Wood Gathering Array.
The Azure Wood Gathering Array gathered pure wood attribute spiritual energy, accelerating the cultivation speed of cultivators specializing in wood attribute techniques, and was also suitable for spiritual plants to absorb. However, it was more suitable for cultivators from large families, satisfying the cultivation needs of the vast majority of cultivators.
Unfortunately, the spirit stones were being consumed too quickly.
In just a few dozen breaths, a mid-grade spirit stone had been consumed. Lin Yangyi revealed a look of surprise. Even with his poor spiritual root aptitude, he had sensed the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy.
That's excellent. The family's cultivators will have a more stable cultivation environment.
It's just a pity that this is somewhat unfriendly to cultivators in other areas.
However, who cares about that now? Lin Yongmao wouldn't stay here forever, he had many things to do.
Lin Yangyi was deeply moved. He hadn't expected to be so lucky, receiving guidance from his cousin. His life trajectory had been completely changed.
Ding!
System notification: your intimacy level with family member, Lin Yangyi, has reached 86.
Lin Yongmao entered the council hall.
Lin Xuanzhong was already seated high on the family patriarch's throne. 2 months ago, he had already broken through to the golden core stage by taking the concentration pill given to him by Lin Yongmao.
He was the third golden core cultivator in the Lin family. Yongmao's here. Lin Yongmao bowed respectfully, second uncle.
Don't worry, our Lin family doesn't pay any taxes now, and our businesses in Qingyang City yield a lot of spirit stones, so you don't need to worry about that. As for the Millennium Gathering Qi stone you need, we haven't found it anywhere in Xinjiang.
Ultimately, it's because our area is too small. While Lin Yongmao himself can teleport, other family members cannot. Xinjiang is a remote place, separated by geographical barriers,
making this directional teleportation method the most suitable.
Second uncle, who do you think is suitable? Lin Yongmao asked.
Lin Yuan is indeed a suitable candidate. His cultivation has already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongmao cautioned, Uncle, the distance we're being teleported to is extremely far. The process might be uncomfortable, so please hang in there.
Lin Yuan replied, No problem.
Lin Yongmao hadn't wanted to go out, but for the sake of the family's development, he had no choice but to take the risk once more. A wave of dizziness washed over them. The terrifying fluctuations of spatial elements prevented them from leaving the area around the array's base.
Lin Yongmao focused intently on sensing. Is this spatial element?
I can't absorb it at all, let alone comprehend and use it. Very few cultivators can comprehend spatial elements, and those skilled in using them are extremely powerful. It felt like an eternity, yet also like only a few breaths, when Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuan found themselves in a forest.
Dragon Abyss Sea, an island.
Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuan were in the island's forest, at a preset teleportation point set up by Lin Yongmao.
Lin Yuan felt dizzy and nearly collapsed.
Lin Yongmao quickly helped him up.
Lin Yongmao replied, "That's right.
The worst thing would be being squeezed into spatial turbulence. That would be utterly fatal." Lin Yongmao first came to the Dragon Abyss Sea because of the Doubt Race's fishing rod. Fortunately, this immortal artifact protected him, otherwise, he too would have died in the spatial storm.
Lin Yuan looked around. The forest was very quiet, and he didn't see any demonic beasts. Where is this?
Originally, the island was teeming with demonic beasts, but now they were nowhere to be seen.
Lin Yongmao spread his divine sense.
It wasn't that there were no demonic beasts, but rather that they had all gathered in one place.
There's only one early-stage third-tier demonic beast.
We can still investigate further, Lin Yongmao thought to himself. The two concealed their auras, their concealing breath technique already at its peak, and headed towards the location of the demonic beast horde. There were 3 types of demonic beasts in the horde: corrosive poison flower spider, earth armor lizard, and mandala flower.
The datura flower among them was indeed the third-tier demonic beast.
While the other 2 types of demonic beasts were numerous, the datura flower demonic beast was singular, and a rare plant type one at that. They surrounded a clump of bushes, from which 3 fruits had already formed. These 3 fruits were silvery white and exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy, making them a rare spiritual fruit. Lin Yongmao had seen an introduction to this fruit in the Complete Guide to Mid-Tier Spiritual Plants. It was indeed the silver-white vermilion fruit. This clump of bushes was the plant of the silver-white vermilion fruit. Judging from the area covered by the bushes, these silver-white vermilion fruits were at least 700 years old.
700-year-old spiritual fruits were indeed worth the attention of a third-tier demonic beast.
The reason all the demonic beasts had gathered here was for these few ripe silver-white vermilion fruits. However, the 3 sides were in a standoff, none of them making a direct attack. There were over 100 beasts on both sides combined, and all were at least at the mid-stage of the second tier, with most even at the late stage or peak of the second tier. Lin Yongmao didn't rush to attack, as the battle was imminent, and he planned to reap the benefits later. The silver-white vermilion fruit could transform tendons and marrow, so these demonic beasts were willing to fight for it even knowing the danger. The datura flower, about 4 zhang tall, taller than many ancient trees, emitted a cuckoo sound.
Perfect. Besides consuming these 3 spiritual fruits, you are all my blood food. The datura flower usually disregarded these demonic beasts, swallowing them whole in one gulp. But now that they were united, it had to be cautious. However, its dignity as a third-tier demonic beast could not be challenged. It exhaled a cloud of smoke, a dark green mist that enveloped most of the demonic beasts, even accidentally striking towards Lin Yongmao and his companion. Lin Yongmao's control of his true essence was excellent. He didn't reveal any extra aura, perhaps because the battle among the demonic beasts was too fierce. Many of the earth-armored lizards were instantly poisoned by the dark green smoke. Despite their strong defenses, they were not immune to the deadly toxins of the datura flower. The venomous flower spiders, on the other hand, were unaffected. They were masters of poison and possessed extremely high toxin resistance. Both the earth-armored lizards and venomous flower spiders attacked the datura flower itself. The earth-armored lizard's sharp teeth frantically gnawed at the flower's stem, while the venomous flower spiders spewed venomous webs. They believed in the principle that many ants can kill an elephant. The datura flower moved. Countless fine vines sprouted from its roots, all covered in barbs, strangling any approaching earth-armored lizards. Lin Yongmao sighed helplessly.
The situation was already one-sided. No matter how many second-tier demonic beasts there were, they were no match for the datura flower.
Lin Yongmao no longer hesitated, he decisively attacked. Leaf swords. Southern bright fire. The datura flower realized the deadly danger, but it was too late. Trying to ambush me? Are you a sore loser?
A bluish-green demon core flew out, and Lin Yongmao caught it with a wave of his hand.
Done. Lin Yuan was stunned by Lin Yongmao's actions. Had his nephew become this strong?
This was a third-tier demon beast. But Lin Yongmao had clearly only used 2 moves. Lin Yongmao had long since discovered the presence of a spiritual vein on this island, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to pinpoint its location. The sheer number of demonic beasts inhabiting this island speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. But even though it's remote, some cultivators might still discover this place.
What if? Lin Yuan voiced his concern. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Yongmao's method involved placing his tame spirit beasts, nightmare seahorses, around the island.
A higher-level formation was placed on Thousand Cliffs, eliminating the need for the all plants and trees as soldiers formation. The nightmare seahorse's innate ability was hallucination, and multiple nightmare seahorses working together could create illusions. Now, even nascent soul stage cultivators would find it difficult to locate the island. After concealing the island, Lin Yongmao took out a ship from his storage bag. This sea vessel was also a low-grade spiritual artifact, and it could be easily stored in a storage bag, making it a high-grade item, far superior to the sinking silver of the Fu Gui demon hunting team. It had been modified by Lin Yongmao, with several arrays set up on it, making its performance quite comprehensive. Lin Yongmao named this low-grade spiritual artifact sea vessel the Spirit Pine Boat. This was how they had lived for generations, hunting demons and cultivating at sea. The Void Realm is a major realm after surpassing the nascent soul stage, equivalent to a 6th-tier sea monster. Lin Yongmao put the Spirit Pine Boat into his storage bag, then took Lin Yuan to the sea capital Inn.
As for body refinement, he could continue cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's here? Who could it be at this hour? Brother Lin, it's me.
The voice that reached Lin Yongmao's ears was familiar, clear and melodious, with a touch of bright liveliness.
It was Li Niannian's voice. Lin Yongmao opened the door, and Li Niannian rushed in. Brother Lin, did I disturb you?
Lin Yongmao led Li Niannian in, and the two sat facing each other.
Li Niannian began to confide in Lin Yongmao.
In short, the last 1,000-year-old 5-colored lotus ended up in the hands of Shen Nan and Shen Hao.
Lin Yongmao inquired, where did the last 2 seniors go?
Lin Yongmao was quite grateful to the two, at least they hadn't used their cultivation levels to intimidate him, and they had even exchanged a relatively young 5-colored lotus with him.
Are the other members of Fu Gui's demon hunting team still around?
She really liked Lin Yongmao. He was handsome, powerful, and at such a young age, he was already at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage and as second-tier talisman maker. His potential was limitless. Lin Yongmao concealed his cultivation level using the concealing breath technique, which Li Niannian perceived as the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage.
Actually, she was quite good too.
She had an earth attribute heavenly spiritual root, but telling Lin Yongmao directly would have been too deliberate. Lin Yongmao seemed to understand something, but he didn't immediately respond.
Having lived 2 lives, how could Lin Yongmao not see Li Niannian's feelings for him? However, he still hesitated. Did he have enough strength to protect her? Would Li Niannian be a burden on his cultivation path?
All of this left him confused and unable to sort things out.
But Li Niannian was reckless. She became extremely proactive, throwing herself into Lin Yongmao's arms.
After post-review, 2,000 words have been deleted here.
That night,
the stars twinkled, the moonlight like water. All the tenderness and romance were scattered on the pillow. Lin Yongmao smiled awkwardly.
How could he take responsibility? Take her back to his family and serve her well? Li Niannian probably didn't want that either. Li Niannian's eyes dimmed slightly. I know.
He patted his storage pouch, took out 2 high-grade concentration pills, and handed them to Li Niannian. These concentration pills can help a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage break through to the Golden Core stage. Take them, and I'll protect you. Li Niannian didn't rush to take the pills, only saying, "So, you don't want to take care of me anymore?" She took the concentration pills and swallowed them directly without hesitation. Lin Yongmao quietly watched this bright and lively girl cultivate. Li Niannian was already a foundation establishment cultivator at the Great Perfection stage. 1 high-grade concentration pill was enough for her to advance. Countless Earth attribute spiritual energies gathered around her, forming bright yellow vortexes of spiritual energy. Lin Yongmao quickly set up several formations, protecting Li Niannian within them. He was already a 3rd-tier array master, and setting up such an array to isolate spiritual energy fluctuations was extremely simple for him. Even a 3rd-tier array could be set up in a dozen or so breaths. Lin Yongmao speculated. Easy to test. He only needed to use the attribute panel to check Li Niannian's information. Name, Li Niannian. Cultivation, Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. Just as he suspected. Unexpectedly, Li Niannian before him was also a cultivator with an Earth attribute Heavenly Spiritual Root. Cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots were favored by the heavens. While others found it extremely difficult to absorb spiritual energy, cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots only needed slight guidance to attract a large amount of spiritual energy of the corresponding attribute. Half an hour later, he broke through. Lin Yongmao murmured softly. Many cultivators were watching from a distance. Look, another cultivator is about to undergo tribulation. It's a Golden Core stage tribulation. Of course, no cultivator would dare to accidentally enter someone else's tribulation. That would be tantamount to suicide. Li Niannian stood in the center of the plaza, and the tribulation clouds quickly locked onto her. Li Niannian stood proudly like an immortal, her gaze fixed intently on the tribulation clouds above. Lin Yongmao watched from a short distance. Soon, Lin Yuan and the other members of Fugui's demon hunting team also arrived to observe the tribulation. Lu Yan and Kong San nodded to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao had already sensed the aura of the tribulation clouds. It was much weaker than his own Golden Core tribulation. He was somewhat puzzled as to why his tribulation lightning was so powerful. Boom! The lightning continued to strike, and her expression began to show fear, but she still managed to withstand it. At the same time, her inner demons began to rage, her mind consumed by a towering figure. After a short while, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and Li Niannian, pale as a ghost, knelt on one knee in the center of the plaza. However, this also ushered in her rebirth. The tribulation lightning at the Golden Core stage wasn't fatal, especially for ordinary cultivators. Unless one was a heretical or demonic cultivator practicing special techniques, they generally wouldn't perish in this tribulation. If a cultivator wanted to intervene, now was the perfect moment. Lin Yongmao no longer concealed his cultivation, stepping forward at the early Golden Core stage. He was accompanied by Kong San and Lu Yan. After all, Li Niannian was a member of their Fugui demon hunting team, and he could use her breakthrough to create momentum. Furthermore, all members of our Fugui demon hunting team are Golden Core cultivators. Those who wish to join can contact me. Lin Yuan followed behind, thinking to himself, Yongmao's got something going on. Lin Yuan smiled gently, it's alright, I understand. Looking at Lin Yuan's meaningful smile, Lin Yongmao didn't know what to say. Back in their room, Li Niannian began to survey the surrounding array formations. A few traces of color returned to her deathly pale face. Did you set up all of these arrays? Lin Yongmao slowly nodded. Lin Yongmao didn't say much, just gave an awkward smile. After I've consolidated my current cultivation level, let's set off for the Dragon Abyss Sea to hunt demons. Lin Yongmao wanted to say, I don't need it, I have cheat codes, I walk the path of survival, but he didn't argue with her. This was a difference in their philosophies, arguing would be pointless. However, after saying this, she hesitated. When Li Niannian was undergoing her heavenly tribulation, experiencing the inner demon, the tall figure in the illusion was clearly Lin Yongmao. She longed for someone to step forward to help her when facing danger. Lin Yongmao always stuck to his principles, he had no reason to put himself in danger. Developing his skills cautiously was the best option for him at his current situation.
What deal?
A 5-year deal. We're both at the early golden core stage.
If your cultivation is higher than mine after 5 years, then I'll go demon hunting overseas with you. Otherwise, if my cultivation is higher than yours, you'll come back to my clan with me.
Okay.
3 days later. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yanyan, his satisfaction growing with each glance. A blush crept onto the lively Lin Yanyan's face. Wasn't this a meeting with the parents?
Lin Yongmao reminded her, you should call him uncle.
Hello, uncle. Lin Yanyan's voice was barely a whisper, of course. She wanted to say, we're all family now, but she held back, it wasn't appropriate to say that now. The three chatted for a while longer before Lin Yanyan rejoined the Fugue demon hunting team.
In truth, Lin Yongmao was also somewhat worried. Lu Yan and Kong San were both cunning individuals, and he feared Lin Yanyan might suffer. Before Lin Yanyan left, Lin Yongmao gave her many talismans and several sets of formations, which could help her in crucial moments.
Lin Yongmao
added several arrays to the room before activating the portable teleportation function and returning to his mother, Han Yueying's, side. After playing with his younger sister for a while, Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. Now, he needed to consider his future cultivation. Lin Yongmao had already reached the early golden core stage, but due to the lack of a cultivation technique for that stage, his cultivation had stagnated. His family did possess a third-tier wood attribute cultivation technique, the Yi-wood spiritual connection technique, practiced by Lin Xuanbo.
However, Lin Yongmao had no intention of cultivating this technique.
Its upper limit wasn't high, it primarily enhanced his lifespan and vitality, and wasn't particularly effective in combat. He had discussed this problem with Lin Xuanbo, but they still couldn't find a solution. His family couldn't provide him with a more suitable cultivation method.
Lin Yongmao was helpless.
It wasn't just a matter of cultivation methods, he also lacked the inheritance of a third-tier spirit plant master, preventing him from further improving his spirit plant master proficiency. Since acquiring the Radiant Sun Pearl, the sky at Thousand Cliffs had become incredibly blue, and the spirit plants, blessed by various factors, continued to grow. There were over 10 types of 1,000-year-old spirit plants, and 100-year-old spirit plants were everywhere. While others needed at least several decades to cultivate 100-year-old spirit plants, Lin Yongmao could do it in less than a year. Seeing the frost moonflowers blooming everywhere, and frustrated by the lack of cultivation methods, Lin Yongmao simply began to slack off, spending his days refining his body and crafting pills and spirit weapons.
Lin Yongmao swam to the island in the middle of the lake.
He didn't choose to fly, but instead used the most clumsy method, swimming. As soon as Lin Yongmao reached the island, the moon-toad rabbit popped out of his arms.
I was suffocating. Master, didn't you know I can't swim? Lin Yongmao immediately slapped the moon-toad rabbit, saying, can't you learn?
Little gold and little silver can swim, but you can't.
Is it because you haven't been cultivating diligently?
The moon-toad rabbit felt wronged. Swimming wasn't its natural talent, and it had indeed been diligently cultivating recently. After stealing and eating a large amount of 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits, its cultivation had already reached the early stage of the second tier. Consequently, the aura of fortune bestowed upon Lin Yongmao reached 100 points, covering an area with a diameter of 10 meters. However, its cultivation level still couldn't compare to the 2 golden and silver dragon carp, because they were already late-stage second-tier fortune spirit beasts, and with Lin Yongmao's unlimited supply of millennium spirit fruits, they even had the potential to break through to become third-tier spirit beasts. Lin Yongmao gathered the 3 fortune spirit beasts together, while tightly gripping the twin fish jade pendant in his left hand, all for the sign-in.
System, I need to sign in.
Lin Yongmao muttered to himself.
Ding. Lin Yongmao was puzzled. What was a life flower?
There was no record of it in the complete encyclopedia of intermediate spirit plants. Lin Yongmao looked at the pale yellow flower in his hand. This was the life flower.
Life flower. Rank, 5th tier high grade. Description: a legendary spiritual plant capable of generating spiritual roots randomly.
The older the life flower, the better the quality of the generated spiritual root. Although this plant only had one life flower blooming, it wasn't very old. Lin Yongmao planted it directly on the island in the middle of the lake and even specially set up a small, separate spirit-gathering array for it. Lin Yongmao then watered it with 2 bottles of 500-year-old spiritual plant cultivation agent, and the life flower easily grew to the 1,000-year level. At this moment, 7 life flowers had bloomed on the plant, all pale yellow.
A spiritual plant that can randomly generate spiritual roots can only be used by cultivators without spiritual roots. This is practically the most important spiritual plant for cultivating offspring in cultivation families. Cultivation couples often struggle to conceive, and even when they do, there's a high chance their offspring will lack spiritual roots or talent.
Lin Yongmao immediately thought of his elder brother in the mortal world.
It seemed it was time to go find him.
Qinglin Town was a mortal town, and also the Lin family's business in the mortal realm. The dozens of villages under Qinglin Town's jurisdiction cultivated various herbs. While not spiritual plants, these herbs were still used to refine low-grade pills. From his father, Lin Yongzhuo learned that to become a cultivator, one needed spiritual roots, even the lowest quality of the 5 elements attributes. However, when he was 6 years old, tests revealed he had no spiritual roots whatsoever. One day, a figure in a green robe descended from the sky, landing in the largest courtyard in Qinglin Town.
Lin Yongmao's sudden appearance startled a young child and a woman, who were the only 2 people in the courtyard.
The woman, her expression cautious, held the child tightly in her arms. The child's eyes lit up with hope as he cried out, "Wow!
There's an immortal! An immortal who can fly and teleport!"
The woman didn't recognize Lin Yongmao, but Lin Yongmao recognized her. It was his sister-in-law, Yuan Huangyang.
Cultivators possess extraordinary memories, almost always remembering everything they see.
However, a mortal like Lin Yongmao, whom they hadn't seen for years, couldn't recognize him. Yuan Huangyang excitedly ran into the house, leaving only the 3 or 4-year-old child in the courtyard, who was staring at Lin Yongmao with curious eyes.
"Come here." Lin Yongmao beckoned. "What's your name? Are you an immortal?"
Lin Zhengda asked. Lin Yongmao's lips curved into a slight smile.
"I suppose so. Do you want to become an immortal?" Lin Zhengda's small eyes shone with hopeful light. "Yes, I dream about it."
Lin Yongmao used the attribute panel to check Lin Zhengda's information.
Name: Lin Zhengda. Age: 3 years old. Cultivation realm: none.
Spiritual root talent: wood, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Lin Yongmao smiled knowingly. Although his older brother lacked spiritual roots, his nephew possessed 3 attributes, making him capable of embarking on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, his cultivation aptitude was poor. With 3 spiritual roots, cultivation would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Seeing this unfamiliar immortal staring at him, he asked curiously, "How is it, immortal?
Can I cultivate immortality?"
Lin Yongmao nodded firmly.
The little boy jumped up with joy, shouting, "Yay! I can become an immortal too." Just then, Yuan Huangyang led out a young man, Lin Yongmao's elder brother, Lin Yongzhua.
Looking closely at Lin Yongzhua's features, they bore a 5 or 6-point resemblance to Lin Yongmao, though Lin Yongmao's facial features were softer. "Elder brother, eat this flower." Lin Yongzhua trusted Lin Yongmao unconditionally without hesitation and swallowed the pale yellow flower. Lin Yongmao's divine sense was powerful, and his perception of spiritual energy was even more acute. He naturally noticed this change.
It seems the process of spiritual growth requires ample spiritual energy from heaven and earth.
Having figured this out, Lin Yongmao quickly set up a spirit-gathering array. He set up a second-tier array and placed a large number of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones within it. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth within the spirit stones was released.
Lin Yongmao's dantian, transformed by the life-gathering flower, had actually been developed, and he felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. Lin Yongmao couldn't internally observe his dantian, so he naturally couldn't see the changes within it.
Several clusters of spiritual energy grew within his dantian. After several dozen breaths, all the abundant spiritual energy from the spirit stones was absorbed, and Lin Yangmao's spiritual root grew and became completely stable. This life-gathering flower was truly difficult to use. It consumed so many spirit stones, and many of them were high-grade spirit stones. However, it was all worthwhile. Helping a mortal without spiritual roots develop them was an act defying the heavens. Lin Yongmao scanned Lin Yangzhu's information using the attribute panel and indeed sought his spiritual root talent.
Name, Lin Yangzhu. Age, 26. Cultivation realm, none.
Spiritual root talent, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 spiritual roots.
It was somewhat awkward, though. His spiritual root was a mixed spiritual root possessing all 5 elements.
Every step of cultivation was like climbing a treacherous peak, every bottleneck like an insurmountable chasm. His older brother was in trouble. Qinglin Town, Lin family compound.
Seeing Lin Yangmao's ever-changing expression, Lin Yangzhu vaguely guessed what was wrong.
He asked directly, "Little brother, what's wrong?
Does this mean I have absolutely no chance of becoming a cultivator?"
Upon hearing Lin Yangmao's words, Lin Yangzhu's face showed no worry. Instead, he looked spirited. This meant he could now cultivate. He had originally thought Lin Yangmao's worried expression was because he couldn't cultivate, but it turned out he was only saying that cultivation was extremely difficult. Even if it's difficult, it's better than his current situation.
He doesn't even have the qualifications to cultivate now.
Lin Yangmao was indeed very worried. Although he could provide his elder brother with many cultivation resources, it wasn't enough for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots to simply have abundant resources. They would encounter various bottlenecks, and these bottlenecks could only be overcome through life or death trials. He also needed to consider his son, Lin Jingde, who needed a powerful backer. Of course. Lin Yongmao spent some more spirit stones and a 1,000-year-old life-giving flower, and Yuan Huangyang, who originally had no spiritual roots, was given spiritual roots.
Name, Yuan Huangyang.
Age, 24.
Cultivation level, none.
Spiritual root talent, gold, heavenly spiritual root. Lin Yongmao hadn't expected the difference between them to be so great.
Although the older the life flower, the better the randomly generated spiritual root aptitude, it still has a random element.
Elder brother Lin Yongzhu was genuinely happy for his wife.
Even his nephew Lin Jingde could be brought back. When Lin Yongmao brought his elder brother and his family of 3 to meet the clan leader, Lin Xuanzhong was overjoyed, especially after learning that Yuan Huangyang possessed a heavenly spiritual root.
Within a century, the Lin family will produce several more golden core cultivators, and even nascent soul cultivators. After settling his elder brother's family of 3, Lin Yangmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. He is now living a very comfortable life, spending most of his time cultivating his body. He has already cultivated the mysterious spirit body forging technique to the 4th level, the skin tempering and membrane refining, which strengthens his skin, fascia, and muscle membranes. Originally, this level of self-refinement would take a long time, but Lin Yongmao has also cultivated the lightning body refining technique during this period, accelerating the cultivation speed of this level. What would normally take 2.5 years to reach perfection in this level, Lin Yongmao completed in just a few months. At that time, when Lin Yongmao was undergoing the Golden Core Tribulation, he absorbed the power of the Tribulation Lightning and converted it into the mysterious spirit
she needed for body refinement, strengthening his skin and fascia.
After several months of consolidation, his mysterious spirit body forging technique had reached the 5th level. In terms of physical cultivation alone, Lin Yongmao was already comparable to a golden core cultivator at the great perfection stage, his physical strength in no way inferior to a low-grade spiritual weapon. The 5th level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique focuses on tempering the 5 internal organs. This makes the internal organs tough, powerful, and able to withstand immense pressure. Generally speaking, high-level cultivators exert pressure on low-level cultivators, causing them to feel intimidated before even engaging in battle. However, by cultivating to the great perfection stage of the 5th level, one can reduce the pressure from high-level cultivators and unleash their full combat power. However, this ability is irrelevant to Lin Yongmao, as he has no intention of risking challenging high-level cultivators. Lin Yongmao chose to refine his body by consuming the Millennium Dragon Scale Fruit, which evolved from the snake scale fruit and is highly effective for body tempering. By simply refining the energy of the dragon scale fruit seed, Lin Yongmao's Shen Ling Qi would temper his internal organs through the circulation of the cultivation technique. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. He kept silently chanting in his mind, "It must be a third-tier cultivation technique, it must be a third-tier cultivation technique." Without a third-tier cultivation technique, his cultivation would stagnate, even making him consider simply cultivating the Yi with spiritual communication technique.
"System, I want to check in." Lin Yongmao silently chanted.
His wish came true. Lin Yongmao's most desired check-in reward, the third-tier cultivation technique, had actually arrived.
Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica.
Description: a third tier wood attribute cultivation technique. During its practice, it continuously enhances the cultivator's perception of spiritual objects in heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica records the inheritance of a third-tier spirit plant master, increasing the cultivator's affinity with spiritual plants. Lin Yongmao's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. The two major problems that had been troubling him were instantly resolved. A third-tier cultivation technique and a third-tier spirit plant master's inheritance. Moreover, this Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica seems to possess the ability to find rare and precious objects, meaning that cultivating this technique could essentially turn one into a human-shaped treasure-hunting rat. This technique is not lacking in offensive capabilities and also includes 3 secret arts, all of which Lin Yongmao needs. He quickly materialized the Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica, and the inherited memories of this technique immediately appeared in his mind. Just as Lin Yongmao was about to digest the information in the Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica, the Blood River Immortal suddenly burst out from the Blood Fiend Demon Core. On the island in the middle of the lake at Thousand Cliffs. After signing in, Lin Yongmao began cultivating the Shennong Benchao Jing, Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica, but a peculiar fluctuation of energy caught the attention of the Blood River Immortal. The Blood River Immortal emerged from his original dwelling place, the Blood Fiend Demon Core.
This energy is... Lin Yongmao was puzzled.
Normally, the Blood River Immortal was completely unwilling to come out, because Lin Yongmao always tried to trick him into revealing his secret techniques, and later he simply refused to talk to Lin Yongmao at all.
Lin Yongmao frowned slightly and asked, "Is something wrong? You actually cultivated this kind of technique?"
The remnant soul of the Blood River Immortal floated in front of Lin
Yongmao, looking thoughtful.
However, Master Shueya had inadvertently saved Lin Yongmao's life. When Lin Yongmao was undergoing his Golden Core tribulation, if Master Shueya hadn't temporarily taught him the lightning transformation body refining technique, Lin Yongmao probably wouldn't have passed the tribulation so easily.
"Shennong?" Lin Yongmao uttered these 2 words with a questioning tone. Master Shueya's eyes lit up. "That's right, it's this ancient powerful being."
This ancient powerful being ascended to the immortal realm from this world, and even there, he made a name for himself. The Blood River Immortal insisted, "There's no mistake.
I also know some secrets about this senior.
He is the only 9th-tier spirit plant master in the 3,000 provinces, and he possesses the miraculous ability to sense the spiritual objects of heaven and earth."
Lin Yongmao thought to himself, could it really be such a coincidence?
As long as he continued to cultivate the Shennong Benchao Jing, Shennone's Classic of Materia Medica, he could indeed enhance his sensitivity to the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, essentially becoming a human-shaped treasure-hunting rat. Of course, this ability was far superior. In fact, some people with extraordinary fortune also possess this ability. Those chosen by fate could sense the exact location of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. However, this ability also varied in strength, but according to the Blood River Immortal, that Shennong Senior's ability in this regard was simply maxed out. However, Lin Yongmao felt that this ability was impractical. The places where spiritual objects of heaven and earth existed were inevitably fraught with danger.
Wouldn't it be a losing proposition to risk one's life in search of rare and precious treasures?
Lin Yongmao looked at the Blood River Immortal with a wicked grin, making the Blood River Immortal's remnant soul feel uneasy. Lin Yongmao was looking at the Blood River Immortal like that because the Blood River Immortal knew too much, and he was trying to find a way to get the Blood River Immortal to reveal more.
Cultivation knows no time, especially for cultivators and spirit beasts.
Little Gold and Little Silver, two dragon carp, swam freely in the lake at Thousand Cliffs. They reported to Lin Yongmao every morning, requiring no attention from him whatsoever.
"Sister, I've noticed Li's gotten fatter lately."
He.
"Little sister, you too, you're even fatter than me." "No, sister, Li's the fattest. Last time Li stole some spirit fruit and almost burst her belly.
The two dragon carp ate a lot of them today, directly causing dark clouds to gather and thunder to roar over Thousand Cliffs."
A celestial aura locked onto the two dragon carp.
Lin Yongmao also noticed the strange phenomenon at Thousand Cliffs. He was very familiar with this change, it was the aura of a heavenly tribulation. He immediately realized that Little Jean and Little Ian were about to undergo their tribulation. Feeling the aura of the heavenly tribulation more directly, the two little ones were terrified. The Moon-Toed Rabbit looked at Little Jean and Little Ian with worried eyes. After spending so much time together, the three little ones had developed a very good relationship.
The Moon-Toed Rabbit ran to Lin Yongmao and asked loudly, "Master, will Little Jean and Little Ian be alright?" Lin Yongmao shook his head.
As expected of a spirit beast of destiny, the power of the heavenly tribulation it experienced was only slightly weaker than his own. Lin Yongmao was deeply worried about the two little ones' current physical condition. Generally speaking, a third-tier heavenly tribulation wasn't difficult for demonic beasts, but the golden and silver dragon carp were spirit beasts of extraordinary fortune, inherently defying the heavens.
The heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such spirit beasts of extraordinary fortune to proliferate. The tribulation clouds shrouded the entire Thousand Cliffs, plunging the sky into darkness. The dark clouds pressed down, threatening to crush the city.
Lin Yongmao quickly transmitted the lightning transformation body refining technique through divine sense to the golden and silver dragon carp's foreheads, his last act of assistance.
The rest was up to them. The tribulation lightning lasted for a full half-hour before dissipating.
Their armor gleamed in the sun, their golden scales opening. It was dusk, and the sunset on the horizon was dazzling, like a celestial palace. Little Gold and Little Silver lay floating in the lake, their bellies turning white. The tribulation had nearly killed them.
But they finally made it through.
Lin Yongmao quickly used the attribute panel to check Xiao Yin and Xiao Yin's information.
Golden and Silver Dragon Carp. Rank, Early Stage 3. Attributes, Water, Space. Talents, Luck Aura, Space Travel, Yin-Yang Harmony, Thunder Transformation Body Refinement Technique, Koi Space.
Introduction. The golden and silver dragon carp are the embodiment and highly compatible form of luck in the world. They can gather and generate luck.
Possessing them is a sign of destiny and abundant blessings.
The two dragon carp have completely identical attributes, and their innate ability, Luck Aura, will increase with their cultivation level.
Luck Aura.
Within the aura's range, it increases the luck value of nearby creatures. Current aura range, diameter 100 meters.
Current increase in luck value, 1000.
If Little Golden and Little Silver weren't both female, Lin Yongmao would definitely have tried every means to get them to produce offspring. The golden and silver dragon carp, originally a single water attribute beast, has now become a dual attribute spirit beast of both water and space.
Spatial attributes are always mysterious, and virtually no cultivator possesses this attribute.
It's unexpected that the golden and silver dragon carp would also possess this unique attribute.
Koi Space.
Description: the golden and silver dragon carp can cultivate in a special dream space, increasing its cultivation speed. Time flows differently within this space compared to the outside world. A secret technique that can enhance the golden and silver dragon carp's cultivation speed. This technique is amazing. The faster the golden and silver dragon carp cultivates, the higher its cultivation level will be, and the greater the increase in its luck value will be. However, the tribulation lightning at each major cultivation stage is difficult to overcome.
This is only a third-tier tribulation lightning. What will happen when it reaches the fourth-tier nascent soul heavenly tribulation? A sudden increase of 2,000 luck points, wouldn't that mean it can now sign in and get even better items?
Although Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin's aura had transformed into that of third-tier spirit beasts, they were still very weak after just experiencing a tribulation. The two little dragon carp were belly up, their large bellies bulging, completely unconcerned about their appearance.
Lin Yongmao silently chanted, "System, I want to check in." Outrageous!
Lin Yongmao hadn't expected the check-in reward to be of such a high level. Lin Yongmao quickly stored it in a sealable jade box, fearing the fire attribute spiritual energy within might dissipate. In time, he could support the entire clan's cultivation resources on his own. After signing in, Lin Yongmao began taking care of Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin, these two little ones being his lucky stars, and he couldn't allow any mishaps on their behalf. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yongmao formed a spirit binding contract with Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin, officially making them his spirit pets. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin agreed almost without hesitation. Deep down, they knew that if it weren't for the secret technique Lin Yongmao had hastily taught them, they would have perished in the heavenly tribulation. Lin Yongmao fed them the 1,000-year blood vine and the 1,000-year purple jade fruit, and Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin's injuries from the heavenly tribulation slowly healed.
Master Yin, Xiao Yin replied confidently.
Lin Yongmao stroked their gleaming scales, growing increasingly pleased with them.
Xiao Jin was extremely grateful to Lin Yongmao. "Thank you, Master.
If it weren't for the secret technique you taught us, my sister and I would have been struck dead by lightning."
Lin Yongmao chimed in, "That's right.
If you don't work hard to level up, Master will stew you into carp soup." Xiao Yin cried, "But being struck by lightning is really scary."
"What way?" "2.
Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin asked in unison. Not only do the two children need to use the 10,000-year-old Thunder Prison magnetic light tree to cultivate the Thunder Transformation Body refining technique, but he himself also needs to cultivate it, otherwise he might not be able to successfully overcome the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. The same goes for Black Slave. The heavenly tribulations experienced by luck spirit beasts are extremely powerful.
"No problem. Oh Omega Oh, Little Gold thought this was a good idea. Why are her fists starting to harden?" Lin Yongmao shook his head, not wanting to interfere in their superficial sisterly friendship. "We agree."
Little Silver blurted out. As long as she was obedient, she could eat more spirit fruits than her sister, and she loved spirit fruits. Especially after learning that Master had recently planted a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit tree that could enhance physical strength, she understood the true value of obedience.
Oh.
Little Silver quickly prepared to escape, but Lin Yongmao pulled her out of the water. Little Gold hurriedly shook her head, saying, "It was my sister who agreed, I didn't."
Lin Yongmao took out a broken jade pendant. Pisces Jade Pendant.
Rank, low-grade spiritual artifact, damaged. Description: the Pisces Jade Pendant has the effect of increasing luck. The complete Pisces Jade Pendant was originally an ancient treasure, this is half of it, and after countless years of weathering, most of its internal energy has long since dissipated.
Attribute, luck value +10.
They possess the ability of spatial travel. If they escaped, Lin Yongmao would have nowhere to turn. Although Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin were reluctant, Lin Yongmao still made a small incision in their stomachs. A few drops of bright red blood flowed out, which Lin Yongmao quickly collected in a small jade bottle. Lin Yongmao held the blood of the golden and silver dragon carp in his hand. Information about it had already appeared on his attribute panel, like subtitles.
Blood of the golden and silver dragon carp. Rank, high grade tier 3.
Description: blood of the auspicious spirit beast, the golden and silver dragon carp.
Cultivators who consume it have a chance to awaken a special bloodline. Demonic beasts who consume it have a chance to transform into dragons.
Applying it to magical artifacts increases their luck attribute. Hiss. Moreover, a special bloodline wasn't necessarily beneficial to a cultivator, and it wouldn't be good if it affected his relationship with Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin. Lin Yongmao smeared the blood of the golden and silver dragon carp onto the severely damaged Pisces Jade Pendant, and the pendant immediately shimmered with a dazzling luster. The information about the Pisces Jade Pendant on the attribute panel also changed.
Pisces Jade Pendant. Description: the Pisces Jade Pendant has the effect of increasing luck. The complete Pisces Jade Pendant was originally an ancient treasure. Finding the other half and piecing it together will make it a complete ancient treasure. Attribute: luck value plus 500. Not bad, another 500 points of luck. You can never have too much luck, Lin Yongmao thought to himself with satisfaction. He began to look forward to tomorrow's sign-in. Ancient treasures had no grade classification, they were artifacts. Passed down from ancient times, mostly the natal magic weapons of ancient cultivators. Of course, some high-level artifact refiners could now forge pseudo-ancient treasures that were no weaker than original ancient treasures. As for the magic weapons used by cultivators today, they didn't belong to this category. Each cultivator only had one natal magic weapon, which could be continuously upgraded according to the cultivator's cultivation level. Lin Yongmao wore the Pisces Jade Pendant around his neck and returned to the island in the middle of the lake to continue his cultivation. Lin Yongmao got up early to sign in. His luck value had now accumulated to a terrifying level. His own cultivation level's luck value, 295. The luck value from the golden and silver dragon carps, luck aura, 2000. The luck value from the moon toad rabbits, luck aura, 100. Total, 2895. This check-in reward is somewhat special. It's a Spirit Plant Seed Blind Box. Spirit Plant Seed Blind Box. This is simply too much. This is way too overpowered. Lin Yongmao immediately opened the blind box. Spirit Dew Grass. Rank, Tier 1, High Grade. Unexpectedly, this check-in yielded 100,000 seeds of Spirit Dew Grass, a boon for Xiaojin and Xiaoyin, who happen to be water attribute spirit beasts. Lin Yongmao was too lazy to sow them and simply handed it to Xiaojin. Xiaoyin grinned at her sister who was about to start working, preparing to run far away, but Lin Yongmao grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. "What are you doing, you bad masterine?" Lin Yongmao grinned mischievously. "Didn't we agree to go and summon lightning to temper our bodies?" Oh no way. It was a pale purple ancient tree, about 20 zhang tall, with wisps of purple electricity crackling around it. Even its leaves were perfectly round, spheres of lightning. 10,000-year Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree. Rank, 5th tier high grade. Innate abilities, Thunder Prison Evil Repelling Divine Thunder Magnetic Light Thunderstorm. Description: originally growing deep within the magnetic light thunder abyss, where underground magnetic veins and heavenly lightning frequently converged, it was the nemesis of evil spirits and demons. Lin Yongmao could conveniently use the thunderstorm to temper his body, making his tribulation much easier. Without strong lightning resistance, he probably wouldn't be able to easily overcome the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, nor would his 3 little luck-bringing spirit beasts. Lin Yongmao used the secret technique, the language of plants from the Shannon's classic of Materia Medica, to communicate with the 10,000-year-old Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree, guiding the thunderstorm to strike him and Little Silver. Crack! 2 bolts of lightning, one thick and one thin, struck Lin Yongmao and Xiaoyin respectively. Xiaoyin let out a strange cry, trying to escape. Lin Yongmao quickly used the Vine Binding Talisman to bind her, simply hanging her from the Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree. His physical body was powerful, even though the lightning was much stronger than Xiaoyin's, it was nothing to him. He activated both the Lightning Transformation Body Refining Technique and the Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique, dissolving the lightning power and transforming it into mysterious spirit chi to forge his body. Little Silver, activate the Lightning Body Refining Technique, you'll adapt quickly. Before Little Silver could beg for mercy, Lin Yongmao manipulated the Thunder Prison Magnetic Tree, increasing the power of the thunderstorm. The man and the fish were undergoing the baptism of the thunderstorm. "Master Silver, I think sister also needs to use lightning to refine her body, what do you think?" "And Black Slave needs it too." Little Silver, hanging from the tree, rubbed her fins. Lin Yongmao thought it made sense, and all 3 little ones hung from the tree. "Sister, I hate you." On the precipice of a 1,000 peaks, beneath the ancient Thunder Prison Magnetic Light Tree. Lin Yongmao has been using the ancient Thunder Tree to temper his body for over 10 days. As time goes by, the power of the thunderstorms grows stronger.
The fifth level of the mysterious spirit body tempering technique is also slowly improving. He believes he can reach the sixth level in less than a year. Once this body tempering technique reaches the sixth level, combined with the thunder transformation body tempering technique, secret technique that Lin Yongmao cultivates, successfully passing the nascent soul heavenly tribulation should not be a problem. Besides body tempering, Lin Yongmao has also been continuously improving his cultivation level. He now possesses the third-tier cultivation technique, Shinnom's Herbal Classic, and his cultivation is slowly improving, but the speed of improvement is not fast, far less smooth than the cultivation of a heavenly spirit root cultivator. Fortunately, Lin Yongmao possessed considerable cultivation resources. Although he lacked suitable recipes for third-tier pills to boost his cultivation, he did have several third-tier demon cores. Using the demon refining technique, to refine the energy within these demon cores would allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation. Lin Yongmao refined the energy from each of the third-tier demon cores, significantly increasing his cultivation. He only needed to refine 2 more demon cores to advance from the early to mid-stage of the golden core realm. However, he currently had no more third-tier demon cores. He only needed to control the Zhenmu Tongtian formation to be completely invincible. Beside him were 3 others, Lin Xuanbo, Lin Xuanzhong, and Lin Yucheng. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Xuanzhong were both at the early golden core stage. With a sufficient supply of demon cores, their cultivation levels could continuously improve, but unfortunately, they currently lacked enough demon cores and had to prioritize using them for Lin Yongmao. Lin Yucheng had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Once he reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, he could attempt to form his core, thus giving the Lin family their 4th golden core cultivator. Lin Yucheng asked, "Yongmao, what are you doing?" Lin Xuanbo interrupted Lin Yucheng. "Yongmao knows what he's doing, he's much more prudent than you." Lin Yongmao took out a seed of the demon attracting grass and planted it in a flower pot. He had over 100 such seeds, that was more than enough. Spirit Wood Technique. Blessing of Life. With the casting of 2 spells and 1 secret technique, the originally plump seed quickly sprouted tender shoots, releasing vibrant life force, a truly delightful sight. This was a seemingly ordinary weed, possessing only a lush green color and lacking any other special aura. Actually, it wasn't that the demon-attracting grass lacked any special aura, rather, human cultivators simply couldn't detect it. The demon-attracting grass was similar to the demon saliva grass Lin Yucheng had used before, except that the demon saliva grass simulated the aura of high-level demonic beasts, while the demon-attracting grass released an aura that interested demonic beasts, thus luring them over. Lin Yongmao took out 2 bottles of 500-year spirit plant cultivation agent and directly poured it onto this verdant weed. After several dozen breaths, the demon-attracting grass grew rapidly, filling the entire flower pot. Among them, the ironclad thunder ape and the wild forest wolf king were old friends. Lin Yongmao didn't attack. To Lin Yucheng and the others, Lin Yongmao's eyes were vacant, and his spirit was scattered, they didn't know what was wrong. The 3 of them didn't rashly activate the offensive capabilities of the formations. In reality, Lin Yongmao had already entered the simulated arena, and his opponents were the 3 demonic beasts. Lin Yongmao fought 3 third-tier demonic beasts simultaneously, taking more than 20 moves to completely kill them, which, from the outside perspective, took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. He was completely familiar with all the methods the 3 demonic beasts used. It shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yongmao thought to himself. Even without using any formations, he could kill all 3 demonic beasts, there was nothing to fear. The armored thunder ape had long since caught the scent of a special spiritual herb, and eagerly led its pack of demonic beasts to this place. It wasn't greed, rather, it sensed that the aura of this herb was exactly what it needed to break through its cultivation. Cultivation for demonic beasts is far more difficult than for human cultivators, often requiring many more years. Such opportunities are rare and precious. However, upon arriving here, the armored thunder ape was astonished to find itself in this very place. But within just a few breaths, they found themselves trapped within the array. Having fought the 3 demons in the simulated arena, Lin Yongmao knew he was fully capable of defeating and killing them, and his courage had grown. He had already tried, even if the 3 demons simultaneously detonated their demon cores, it wouldn't harm him in the slightest. So what was there to fear? As for preventing them from self-destructing their demon cores, he had a way to do that too. Lin Yongmao stepped out, facing the 3 third-tier demonic beasts alone. Sword Shadow Splitting Light Technique. His attack was a killing blow from the very beginning, giving them no time to react. His earlier words were merely a distraction. The purple flame python hadn't expected this human cultivator to be so despicable, launching a killing attack right off the bat, and a sneak attack at that. The wild forest wolf king fared the same way, but the armored thunder ape, clumsy as ever, was caught off guard and struck in the face by the flying blade. The gunmetal chi surged wildly within its body, nearly tearing it apart. The other 2 demons retreated rapidly, but couldn't escape the array's coverage. Lin Yongmao didn't activate any other functions of the array, he merely wanted to trap the 3 demons. Sure enough, it temporarily forced back the flying blade. The wild forest wolf king, on the other hand, adopted an avoidance strategy, concealing itself among the vegetation, instantly making Lin Yongmao lose his target. Humph! Lin Yongmao snorted coldly, his divine sense leaving his body, instantly locking onto the wild forest wolf king's location. It must have briefly merged with the vegetation. Soul-shocking thrust. He launched a fierce attack with his divine sense, a sharp spike formed from his divine sense instantly penetrating the wild forest wolf king's sea of consciousness. A mist of blood spurted from the wild forest wolf king's mouth, and it collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Its soul had been annihilated. Lin Yongmao's divine sense strength had reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. This single attack had directly ended the wild forest wolf king's life. The purple flame python was terrified, desperate to escape, but it already knew its predicament. Unable to break free from the formation in a short time, its only option was to fight to the death. Purple flames swept across Lin Yongmao's position, intending to force him to retreat, or even better, kill him outright. Lin Yongmao smiled. Playing with fire? He could play with fire too. Southern Bright Fire. Southern Bright Fire pulsed in his palm, transforming into the form of the divine beast vermilion bird under his control of the fire control technique. The vermilion bird circled in the sky, absorbing all the purple beast fire, making the Southern Bright Fire even more intense. Under the control of the fire control technique, the Southern Bright Fire enveloped the purple flame python, and terrifying flames began to burn its body. The purple flame python howled in agony, its long tongue flicking out, looking utterly wretched. Lin Yongmao gave it no chance to beg for mercy. 9 Heavens Tribulation Lightning. This was a Dantian phenomenon that Lin Yongmao comprehended during his heavenly tribulation. Upon reaching the golden core stage, there is a chance to comprehend Dantian phenomena under special circumstances. The process of unleashing the Dantian phenomenon can briefly alter the surrounding environment, essentially creating another form of celestial phenomenon. Without extremely strong comprehension, it's impossible to unleash the Dantian phenomenon. Dark clouds filled the sky, and streaks of tribulation lightning were brewing within them, recreating the scene of Lin Yongmao undergoing his golden core tribulation. Thus, all 3 demons were killed. As for the first and second tier demonic beasts brought by the 3 demons, they were all trapped within the formation. Lin Yongmao didn't kill them outright. The family has a spirit beast workshop. The beast tamers in the workshop can tame demonic beasts into spirit beasts, and after forming a contract, they can enhance the strength of family members. Moreover, many demonic beasts can continuously produce cultivation resources, which is also a considerable source of income. Father, grandfather, second uncle, these demonic beasts are yours to deal with. As for the corpses and demon cores of the 3 demons, Lin Yongmao would definitely keep them for himself first. Lin Yuqing watched this scene in astonishment, never expecting his son to have reached such a level. Many of his methods and secret techniques were things he had never seen before. He tremblingly accepted the array plate and instructed the family cultivators to imprison the demonic beasts one by one, to be tamed later. Lin Yongmao had already put away the demon-attracting grass. He dared not accelerate its growth any further. Who knew what kind of demonic beasts it might attract? It would be disastrous if it attracted the terrifying beings from the dark abyss. On the island in the middle of the lake at Thousand Cliffs Cliff, he narrowed the range of the azure wood-gathering spirit array, prioritizing the use of all wood-attribute spiritual energy for his own cultivation. Lin Yongmao began circulating the Shinnong's classic of materia medica, his true essence surging like a tidal wave, several times stronger than before. Lin Yongmao finally understood why it became increasingly difficult to fight beyond one's level the higher one's cultivation. Even a single minor realm difference could result in a difference of several times in true essence. Lin Yongmao took out a demon core, a purple one, from the ironclad thunder ape, a third-tier early-stage demon beast. The ironclad thunder ape swallowed the demon core directly. If a cultivator simply did this, it would be extremely dangerous, as it wasn't their own energy, and their body would reject it. Moreover, the energy was extremely volatile. However, the cultivators of East Sea City had mastered a secret technique through repeated research, the demon refining technique. The demon refining technique could refine the volatile energy within a demon core, making it their own. Lin Yongmao activated his demon refining technique, gradually refining and absorbing the energy from the demon core within his body. 3 hours later, all the energy in the ironclad thunder ape demon core was absorbed, and the feeling of his true essence increasing materialized, like a progress bar showing its continuous growth. Lin Yongmao took out a second pill, the demon core of the early-stage third-tier demon beast, the Wild Forest Wolf King. This demon core was bluish-green, a wood attribute demon core, perfectly matching the attribute of Lin Yongmao's cultivation technique. Absorbing a wood attribute demon core was much easier. In about an hour, all the energy within was refined, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the early golden core stage. He was only one step away from advancing to the mid-golden core stage, but he encountered a bottleneck. He wasn't a heavenly spirit root cultivator, and his cultivation talent wasn't particularly exceptional. His disadvantages in cultivation were now becoming apparent. Although I've already refined a batch of breakthrough pills, each one can only be taken once. The most suitable time to take it is when facing a bottleneck between the mid and late stages of the golden core realm. Lin Yongmao secretly calculated that now wasn't the most opportune time to take the pill. The breakthrough pill could even assist cultivators in breaking through the bottleneck of the golden core stage, but it could only be taken once. Although he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it was clearly not the most suitable time. Then I can only forcefully break through the bottleneck using a massive amount of spiritual energy. Lin Yongmao had an idea. He prepared a large quantity of 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits, intending to refine their spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck. Cultivation knows no time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After this month, Lin Yongmao finally broke through the bottleneck and officially became a mid-stage golden core cultivator. In addition to the increase in cultivation level and internal true essence, the luck value also increased by 20 points. The reward for signing in for 30 days is no longer a random spirit plant seed blind box, but a secret technique. Phantom Step. Rank, 4th tier high grade. Description: a strange movement technique that increases the user's speed and creates a phantom behind them, allowing them to return to the phantom's location at any time. Lin Yongmao immediately learned this secret technique, which was exactly the kind of movement technique he needed. This movement technique wasn't for traveling, it played a crucial role in combat, especially in close combat, where it could achieve a surprise attack. Lin Yongmao also possessed another secret technique, the blood escape technique. The blood escape technique was slightly different. It involved burning one's life essence to achieve rapid escape, making it a survival-type technique. A cultivator can never have too many secret techniques. Lin Yongmao quickly mastered this technique. Diligent practice was all that was needed. Lin Yongmao also refined the bodies of the 3 demon beasts into several spiritual weapons. His weapon refiner rank had reached the 3rd tier. As long as he had good materials, refining spiritual weapons was no problem. Lin Yongmao swallowed the fiery red demon core, and a surge of intense fire attribute energy erupted within his body. Thankfully, he had cultivated the body refining technique, the mysterious spirit body forging technique, otherwise he would never have dared to attempt this so lightly. Otherwise, he might very well have incinerated his own body. After body refinement, not only were his meridians and skin incredibly resilient, but even his internal organs had become exceptionally powerful, the result of cultivating the 5th level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique. Feeling the heat in his abdomen, Lin Yongmao quickly used the demon refining technique, gradually refining the fire attribute demonic energy. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead, and he looked like a shrimp dumpling being steamed in a steamer. He had been reckless, he had underestimated the energy within the demon core. If it were a wood attribute or water attribute demon core, it wouldn't matter, but this was a fire attribute demon core. Helpless, Lin Yongmao could only summon the Nanmingli fire. The Nanmingli fire absorbed a portion of the demon core's energy, while the rest was slowly converted and absorbed by him. Lin Yongmao was highly motivated in his cultivation, spending half his time each day cultivating. He thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of constantly increasing his power. Even during the process of body refinement and absorbing the demon core, when his body endured unbearable suffering, he persevered silently. Time flows like water. Cultivators both disregard and value time the most in their cultivation journey. They can endure the long, lonely nights, spending every moment in cultivation, forgetting about time in their practice. The Lin family cultivators have been cultivating with great enthusiasm lately, quickly becoming the largest cultivation family in Xinjiang, with cultivation resources several times greater than before. Especially those family members with good aptitude have gradually begun to stand out. Take Lin Yongxian, for example. This little girl is the daughter of her second uncle, Lin Yumo. She's only 13 years old, yet she's already a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Her talent is quite remarkable. Her spiritual roots possess both water and fire attributes, and with the abundant cultivation resources, she has successfully achieved foundation establishment. Take Lin Yongmiao, for example. This little girl initially only knew how to play while living at Thousand Cliffs, but now, seeing her brother Lin Yongmao and the three children diligently cultivating and refining their bodies, she's also been spurred on to cultivate diligently. Although this little girl was not yet a year old, she could already call Lin Yongmao brother. Lin Yongmao loved holding her in his arms and feeding her egg custard. Today, Lin Yongmao brought Lin Yongxian to Thousand Cliffs. He had already informed his mother, Han Yueying, beforehand. Yongmiao snorted, looking down on Lin Yongmao. Brother, you think too little of me. Yongxian is my little sister too, I love her dearly. Having brought Lin Yongxian to Thousand Cliffs, the World Tree was actually the most emotionally affected. The World Tree was extremely excited, and the system notification sounded in its mind several times. Ding! System notification, found a possessor of Supreme with spiritual root. Perform spirit root extraction? Lin Yongmao simply carried Yongxian to the World Tree, with Yangmiao and the three little ones following behind. Lin Yongmao communicated with the World Tree using the mind contract. Although the World Tree couldn't speak yet, through the signed mind contract, Lin Yongmao could understand its intentions. Lin Yongmao asked in his mind, extracting an infant's spirit root won't damage her foundation, will it? I won't allow you to do it if there's even the slightest possibility of harming my sister. At worst, he could just find another cultivator with a wood attribute heavenly spirit root. There was still a chance of finding one. Extracting the spiritual root didn't mean destroying it, only a trace of its energy needed to be extracted. Alright. Begin. Lin Yongmao held Yongxian, gently stroking her back, while the World Tree extended a branch, lightly touching Yongxian's brow. It withdrew in less than a breath. Although Yongxian cried a few times, Lin Yongmao immediately summoned mysterious Yin True Water to surround her. Sensing the joyful water elements around her, she even chuckled softly. Ding! System notification, the World Tree has awakened a new talent attribute, transplantation. Transplantation. Description, a high-level substitute defense technique. It allows you to pre-plant a mark on a spirit plant, transferring the damage to that plant when suffering fatal injury. This is practically a life-saving divine technique. It's like having a second life. Lin Yongmao quickly entrusted Yongxian to Yangmiao and the three little ones' care, eagerly beginning to test his innate ability. Lin Yongmao arrived before an ironheart willow tree, a naturally grown tree that was 300 to 400 years old. The ironheart willow tree was a defensive spiritual plant, with the enhancement of an array, its defensive capabilities were maximized, forming an indestructible tree wall. Lin Yongmao cast a spell, simultaneously biting his finger, forcing out a drop of his life essence blood, which he then imprinted onto the ironheart willow tree, forming specific patterns. It's done! If he suffered a fatal injury, it would be transferred to this ironheart willow tree. He wouldn't easily venture out anyway, and now his life had an extra layer of protection.
Lin Yongmao's expression changed. Could something be wrong? The world tree had just extracted part of Yongxian's spiritual root. Would it cause any damage to her body? Lin Yongmao quickly led Yang Miao to a stone house.
This was Yang Miao's room, decorated in a pink, girly style.
The room wasn't big.
Yongxian was lying on the bed crying, the kind of crying that the three little ones couldn't soothe.
What's wrong? Lin Yongmao asked anxiously.
Xiao Jin rubbed its fins, somewhat confused.
I sensed a special aura flowing within Yongxian's body, but I can't quite pinpoint what it is.
Lin Yongmao quickly examined Yongxian's body, his divine sense spreading like ripples on water, scanning her entire body. Aside from her sea of consciousness, Lin Yongmao had a complete understanding of her basic situation.
Phew! This should be a good thing.
Lin Yongmao slowly channeled his true essence into Lin Yongxian's dantian, helping her regulate her qi and assisting her in refining it according to the path described in the Shenong Benqiao Jing, Shenong's classic of Materia Medica. The medicinal spirit body is a special physique from ancient times.
Cultivators possessing this physique can use their bodies as furnaces to refine the power of herbs.
Moreover, they can directly absorb the primordial power within herbs, without needing a refining furnace.
Yang Miao greedily absorbed the aroma, and surprisingly, she could feel her cultivation level improve slightly.
Lin Yongmao also felt refreshed.
Alright, then brother will protect you.
Lin Yongmiao was transferred to the island in the middle of the lake, and Lin Yongmao even set up several arrays for her.
Lin Yongxian was temporarily left in the care of the three little ones. On the island in the middle of the lake, Lin Yongmiao cultivated within the arrays. Everything progressed smoothly.
Her cultivation reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, and in less than a quarter of an hour, she broke through the golden core barrier, successfully advancing to a golden core cultivator.
Breakthrough?
She broke through after absorbing just a few wisps of medicinal spiritual energy. Thunder rumbled, and tribulation clouds blanketed the sky above the island in the middle of the lake.
This tribulation was weaker than Lin Yongmao's golden core tribulation and the third-tier tribulation of the three-headed Qi Destiny spirit beast.
Lin Yongmao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lin Yongmia should be able to successfully overcome this tribulation on her own.
2/4 of an hour later, the tribulation clouds dissipated.
Lin Yongmao was very happy, looking at Yongmiao's changes. The little girl who used to only know how to cry had actually grown quite a bit taller.
A golden core cultivator this young was simply outrageous.
Lin Yongmao was worried that in a few years her cultivation would surpass his own.
He cursed the system inwardly, realizing the cheat code wasn't quite as powerful as he'd hoped.
Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yongmao was precisely relying on the resources he'd acquired through this cheat code to allow Lin Yongmia's cultivation speed to be so rapid.
Even a more powerful cultivation family couldn't provide Lin Yongmia with so many cultivation resources.
A mere 7-year-old girl already a golden core stage expert, this was unprecedented in Xinjiang, truly unparalleled. Even throughout the entire 3,000 provinces, any major sect or family would treat her like a treasure. Lin Yongmia landed in front of Lin Yongmao, playfully.
Blinking, brother, am I amazing?
Lin Yongmao chuckled and patted her head.
Amazing. Yang Miao will definitely be the most powerful cultivator in the world someday.
Lin Yongmao continued, embellishing the story, but Yang Miao, you should know one thing, there are always people stronger than you, and heavens beyond heavens.
6-year-old Yang Miao firmly shook her head, saying, no. I don't want to be collected into the myriad soul banner and tormented day and night.
Yes, I'll cultivate diligently, brother. His demon core was completely used up, even the purple flame python's demon core had been absorbed. Now he could only rely on eating some 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits each day to cultivate, and his cultivation speed was far from satisfactory. It was clearly just a difference between a heavenly spiritual root and an earthly spiritual root. Dual spiritual roots are also called earthly spiritual roots by cultivators.
He had a 5-year bet with Lin Yinyin.
If his cultivation level was lower than hers within 5 years, he would have to adventure in the cultivation world with her. Just as Lin Yongmao was worrying about cultivation resources, a lurking crisis was quietly brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. Generally speaking, demonic beasts can only transform into human form at the 5th tier, equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator in humans. Even if her descendant was incompetent, they still possessed a trace of her bloodline. Young city lord, what a coincidence! Chao Yuxing scrutinized Chen Sikhen. The two groups had met by sheer coincidence.
Chao Yuxing was taking Lin Yulian back to her parents' home for a visit, while Chen Sikhen was going to visit the Lin family head.
Then let's go in together. That's exactly what I was thinking. Fellow cultivators, may I join you? The male cultivators present were no match for her.
Chen Sichen's forehead was already dripping with sweat, and his breathing had become somewhat rapid. If he hadn't absorbed most of the remnant soul of the Blood River Immortal and simultaneously cultivated a divine sense-based secret technique, he would have truly fallen for her charm.
May I ask who you are, young lady?
Chen Sikhen finally managed to calm himself down before inquiring. She hadn't left her fox den for hundreds of years and was unaware that the cultivation world outside had developed to this extent. Lin Yulian stepped forward, shielding Chao Yuxing behind her, and asked warily, "Fellow Daoist, who exactly are you?"
"Oh. The strongest force in Xinjiang has become this family." "Then tell me, what cultivation level has the Lin family's strongest cultivator reached?" The last question was still directed at Chao Yuxing. She no longer hesitated and decided to directly attack and destroy the formation. Boom!
Lin Yongmao was diligently cultivating in the Thousand Cliffs, but he never expected to encounter such a turn of events. The Jianmu Tongtian formation can expand its range at any time. This range is related to the formation's base, and the World Tree is the formation's base. Originally, as a 7th-order formation, the Jianmu Tongtian formation was beyond Lin Yongmao's current capabilities to set up, even with the necessary equipment. However, it perfectly met the conditions for setting up the formation, using the World Tree as its foundation.
The stronger the World Tree, the larger the area covered by the Jianmu Tongtian formation. Covering a third of Qingyang was no longer a problem. Especially when he saw his aunt, Lin Yulian, in the enemy's hands, his expression turned extremely grim. It's actually a fox demon.
Lin Yongmao's divine sense saw through the fox demon's disguise, and information about this fox demon appeared on his attribute panel.
Rank, early 4th tier. Attribute, illusion. Talent abilities, divine sense thrust, charm, substitution technique. A 4th tier early stage demonic beast, equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator in humans. Lin Yongmao was shocked, wondering why he had angered this powerful demon. Ding!
The scene before Lin Yongmao changed. It was a primeval forest, with lush and tall trees, perfect for wood attribute cultivators to fight. Divine sense thrust. This divine sense technique was remarkably similar to the soul-shocking thrust that Lin Yongmao had learned. Lin Yongmao didn't defend, instead, he intended to withstand the attack head-on. After all, defeat and death in the simulated arena wouldn't result in true death. However, this level of divine sense attack wasn't enough to inflict fatal damage. The broken bronze blade in his sea of consciousness hummed, and Lin Yongmao's mind instantly cleared.
But that's enough.
The fox demon's physical body wasn't as strong as other special bloodline demon beasts, but she had no other choice now, and she lunged at Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao had already tested her cards, so he decided to hold back. Sword shadow splitting technique. Her eyes were filled with resentment and venom. Lin Yongmao immediately understood what was happening.
Substitution technique.
This substitution technique has a similar effect to the transplantation technique Lin Yongmao recently learned, essentially granting a second life.
However, the cost of transplantation is only the loss of a spiritual plant.
The conditions for the substitution technique are much stricter. Firstly, the damage to the soul cannot be transferred. Secondly, the resurrected original body's combat power was greatly diminished, and it would take a considerable amount of time to recover, potentially even affecting the foundation of its cultivation. However, this was also remarkable. Neither Lin Xuanbo nor Lin Xuanzhong chose to attack, because they couldn't discern the mysterious woman's cultivation level. It meant she was at least at the early nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, without cultivating secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation level,
it becomes impossible to sense an opponent's cultivation level beyond a major realm. Therefore, the two Lin family patriarchs felt they were no match for this person. Thus, neither of them rashly made a move. Lin Yongmao was more worried about Lin Yulian's safety. As for the others, they were all dead. He had no connection with Chao Yuxing and Chen Sikhen. Upon seeing Chen Sikhen, the blood fiend core in Lin Yongmao's storage bag seemed somewhat excited. This was his aura. Within this array, he could at least guarantee he wouldn't be easily injured. The stranger something is, the more suspicious it becomes. In addition, foxes are inherently suspicious, so she actually took Lin Yulian and the others hostage and retreated. What deal? How did this handsome cultivator know? Charm. Lin Yongmao also made his move, his attack leaving no trace. Soul-shocking thrust. Her fur was flawless, pure white, but the dark red blood gave her a somewhat ferocious appearance. Lin Yongmao quickly intervened, isolating all the cultivators present within the array, a protective energy shield protecting them. She hadn't chosen to flee yet. She figured this family, which didn't even have a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't possibly have killed her. Magnetic lightning storm. Substitute technique. Her last resort for survival activated. Before even encountering the lightning storm, her divine soul detached from her body, attempting to escape. She was filled with regret. Why had she come to such a dangerous place? At the same time, she secretly vowed that once she had mastered her cultivation, she would return and annihilate all the human cultivators here. I knew you had this trick up your sleeve. Lin Yongmao smiled, unleashing a strange phenomenon from his dantian. 9 heavens tribulation lightning. No. She transformed into various beautiful women, attempting to win over Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao could still hear her venomous curses, but they quickly ceased. It would be better to use the resources at hand to cultivate other spirit beasts. However, the formation was also part of his strength. The fox demon's body had been destroyed by the lightning storm, but the 4th-tier demon core still floated where it had been. It was a pure white demon core, surrounded by a swirling pink mist, giving it a dreamlike quality. Lin Yongmao placed it in a jade box, and, worried about the core's energy dissipating, even affixed a talisman to seal it. In the heat of battle, everything changes in an instant. Who could care about such things? However, Lin Yongmao thought of something. Lin Yongmao carefully sensed the locations of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. He had already begun cultivating the Shinong Benchao Jing, divine farmer's materia medica, granting him a unique ability to sense these objects. Spiritual eye. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yongmao's eyes. This was a secret technique from the Shinong Benchao Jing, which he had just learned in the past few days. He had already mastered the first 2, but the third was proving extremely difficult to learn. The secret technique of the spirit eye involves gathering one's spiritual energy into the eyes, enabling the perception of disguises and enhancing the ability to see spiritual objects in the world. Lin Yongmao didn't linger in the outer or mixed areas, but flew directly to the core area. Lin Yongmao had already encountered several wild spiritual herbs, collecting the rare ones to transplant to Thousand Cliffs. I've got it. Lin Yongmao's face lit up. Deep within his eyes, he saw a large cluster of spiritual light, hidden within the rock strata. The entrance was tightly closed, or rather, it was completely invisible. Since there was no entrance, Lin Yongmao had no choice but to create one. A leaf of the sword soul grass flew out, transforming into a sharp flying sword that sliced through the rock as easily as cutting tofu. A passage large enough for an adult to pass through was thus formed. Lin Yongmao followed the passage and, as expected, found a hidden world within. This was likely the cave's owner's peculiar hobby of collecting these skeletons. There are quite a few fine bones here, they can be refined into spiritual weapons. Lin Yongmao waved his hand, storing all the bones into his storage bag. After passing through this area of skeletons, there was another small cave. This small cave was also protected by special restrictions. Without the secret technique of the spirit eye, one would never have noticed the small cave within the large cave. It's the soul-snatching gray python. Lin Yongmao still remembered its aura. Although its aura was now extremely weak in this cave, Lin Yongmao still sensed it.
The cave's protective barrier was forcibly broken. The furnishings inside were very simple, with only a stone platform in the center and a ball of light shimmering with spiritual energy on it. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a ball of light at all, it was clearly a demonic beast egg. The egg was oval-shaped, with a grayish-white shell and sparse black spots. This should be the soul-snatching gray python's egg, right? Lin Yongmao used the attribute panel to observe, and sure enough. Soul-snatching gray python's egg. Rank, high-grade 3rd tier. Attributes, poison, illusion. Enhancement plan. 1. Soak in 10,000-year-old spiritual milk to absorb its spiritual energy. 2. Nurture with a demon core of the illusion attribute. There's a chance of ancestral regression, awakening a more powerful bloodline talent. Therefore, Lin Yongmao stored the demon beast egg in his spirit beast pouch. After searching the cave for a while longer but finding nothing of value, Lin Yongmao left. If this demon beast egg were to end up at an auction house, it would cost at least tens of thousands of spirit stones to acquire. Lin Yongmao was even more eager to see the other demon beast nests. Lin Yongmao didn't mind and stored them all in his storage bag. 3rd tier and 4th tier demonic beasts were on completely different levels, and Lin Yongmao was eager to find its cultivation location. However, he had searched the entire core area but still hadn't seen any other spiritual light. Could it not be in the core area? Lin Yongmao wondered. Unexpectedly, he actually found it. Such dense spiritual light. Deep within Lin Yongmao's eyes, the spiritual light was so dazzling that it almost blinded him. So, Lin Yongmao closed his spiritual eye. He cautiously walked towards the source of the shimmering light, his steps light and quick. There was indeed a cave there, a beast's den, with an extremely narrow entrance, barely wide enough for a small squirrel to pass through. This was the fox's den. Lin Yongmao entered and saw many gold and silver treasures. These were all gold, silver, and antiques from the mortal world. In this life, however, these things were no different from ordinary stones. Nevertheless, Lin Yongmao still put away these gold and silver antiques, just in case they came in handy later. They only took up a little space in his storage bag anyway. He ventured deeper into the palace, entering the other rooms and searching them carefully. Finally, Lin Yongmao arrived at an underground secret chamber. The chamber's furnishings were simple, but there were traces of arrays. Several arrays were set up here, forming a series of complex arrays. This should be that demonic fox's cultivation chamber. All the spiritual light is released from here. Lin Yongmao was already a 3rd tier array master, so he began to study where these arrays came from and what kind of arrays they were. The conditions for becoming an array master are extremely stringent, and given the intelligence and talent of demonic beasts, it was almost impossible for them to become array masters. Lin Yongmao had a vague suspicion, but he wasn't sure. This fox den was likely also converted from an ancient cultivator's dwelling. The rest of the complex array was fine, but the spirit sealing array was particularly perplexing to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao had also studied spirit sealing arrays. They could isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, preventing its leakage. Generally, cultivation families and sects wouldn't set up such arrays. But this place had one. Could something be hidden within? Lin Yongmao calmed himself and slowly dismantled the arrays one by one, storing the array setting tools in his storage bag. With his current abilities, reassembling these arrays shouldn't be difficult. What exactly is hidden beneath the spirit sealing array? Lin Yongmao used his attribute panel to investigate. If there was danger, he would leave immediately. Ancient Spirit Sealing Array. Rank, low grade, 3rd rank. Description: this array can isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can even imprison demonic beasts and cultivators within it. This ancient spirit sealing array seals a high-grade spiritual vein. Once the array is broken, the spiritual vein will become visible. Hiss. Once this high-grade spiritual vein manifests, the Lin family's position in Xinjiang will be jeopardized, and it might even trigger a crisis of extinction. The value of a high-grade spiritual vein is immense, enough to support a cultivation family with a nascent soul stage ancestor. The appearance of a high-grade spiritual vein in Xinjiang will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of forces from other regions, leading them to relocate there. This spirit sealing array absolutely cannot be opened.
Not only must it not be opened, but I must also find a way to reinforce it. Lin Yongmao almost caused a major disaster. Lin Yongmao took out his refining cauldron and crafted several array flags.
These flags could reinforce the spirit sealing array, preventing the spiritual vein's aura from leaking out.
However, curiosity drove him to explore the underground, for this was a high-grade spiritual vein.
Witnessing an ancient spiritual vein firsthand might greatly benefit his cultivation.
Therefore, Lin Yongmao carefully opened a gap in the array, using the leaves of the sword soulgrass to clear a path, digging deeper into the ground. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy became. The formation of a spiritual vein requires an immense amount of time, ranging from tens of thousands to millions of years.
Xingyang must be an extraordinary place.
The spiritual energy of this vein was still gaseous, it hadn't formed a spirit stone mine, which was a pity. If this were a high-grade spirit stone mine, Lin Yongmao could send members of his Lin family to secretly mine it, thus utilizing the resources directly.
The deeper he went underground, the more alarmed Lin Yongmao became. The area covered by this spiritual vein was simply too vast.
If news of this spiritual vein were to leak out, Xingyang would never find peace and would be plunged into years of war.
Deeper underground, the soil became much more moist.
This moist soil, mixed with spiritual liquid, was also spiritual soil perfectly suited for the growth of spiritual plants. Almost there, the core area of the spiritual vein.
Lin Yongmao was somewhat excited.
The core area of the spiritual vein was sure to nurture extraordinary spiritual creatures.
Lin Yongmao ventured deep into the underground spiritual veins, finally arriving at the core area.
This was a naturally formed underground cave.
Through the crevices of the cave, droplets of condensed spiritual energy dripped down, cascading down. The spiritual energy here is even stronger than at Thousand Cliffs.
If I cultivated here, my cultivation speed would definitely be much faster, Lin Yongmao mused.
However, he had no intention of relocating here. He possessed the World Tree.
As the World Tree continued to grow, his Thousand Cliffs would eventually surpass the richness of spiritual energy here. Inside the cave, in a low-lying area, a small pool of water had formed. The pool was filled with spiritual liquid, all of it 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid. The tree trunk possessed a warm, jade-like hue, its branches and leaves sculpted like emeralds, with spiritual sap seemingly flowing within its veins.
Centennial Spirit Eye Tree. Rank, 2nd tier, high grade. Innate abilities, Nourishment Accelerated Cultivation. Nourishment. Accelerated cultivation.
Upon seeing this spirit eye tree, Lin Yongmao had long harbored the intention to dig it up. Generally speaking, the spirit eye tree and the spiritual vein have a symbiotic relationship. The spirit eye tree cannot grow independently of the spiritual vein. Lin Yongmao completely excavated the small pool, cutting large sections of rock into bowl shapes with the leaves of the sword soulgrass. Inside the bowls were the 10,000-year spiritual liquid and the 100-year spirit eye tree. Lin Yongmao held the enormous bowls in both hands and used the portable teleportation function to return to Lin Yongmiao's side.
Brother, how did you suddenly appear?
Lin Yongmiao's eyes widened, as if she had discovered a new continent. Seeing the stone bowl Lin Yongmao was holding, she couldn't help but rub her hands together.
What delicious food was in such a large bowl? Lin Yongmao chuckled awkwardly. Yongmiao, this isn't delicious. Go play somewhere else.
Lin Yongmao carried the stone bowls to the island in the middle of the lake, intending to plant the spirit eye tree there. Lin Yongmao collected all the millennium-old spiritual liquid, which he could use for cultivation and to restore his true essence during battle. The spirit eye tree, rooted in the soil, was immediately watered with 2 bottles of 500-year spirit plant cultivation agent. Originally only 100 years old, it instantly reached 1,000 years old. The spirit eye tree began to release rings of spiritual energy, continuously improving the surrounding spiritual environment. The spiritual herbs and medicines planted around it also flourished, growing rapidly.
Excellent.
Lin Yongmao was very satisfied with the tree. It was far better than the spirit gathering array. The 1,000-year spirit eye tree had also upgraded from a 2nd-tier superior grade to a 3rd-tier superior grade. After settling everything, Lin Yongmao left Thousand Cliff and headed to the Lin family's council hall. The council hall was filled with people, especially two groups, the Chao family led by Chao Yusheng and the Qingyang city lord's lineage led by Qin Sikhen. Chao Yusheng was filled with lingering fear. He had actually been bewitched by the fox demon. Fortunately, Lin Yulian was magnanimous and didn't blame him. Chao Yusheng was only at the foundation establishment stage. It was perfectly normal for him to be unable to resist the allure of a fourth-tier fox demon. Seated at the head of the table was Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanbo was not present. Both the Chao family and the city lord's mansion were secretly surprised. They hadn't expected the Lin family patriarch to have changed, and that he was also a golden core early-stage cultivator. Through their conversation with Lin Xuanzhong, they learned of his identity. He was their senior, of higher generation than them. Chao Yusheng addressed him as uncle. Qin Sikhen took a deep breath, surprised that the Lin family had hidden so deeply. This golden core cultivator had never shown his face before. Especially Qin Sikhen, who sensed the blood fiend core on Lin Yongmao and knew he was likely connected to the blood river immortal. Lin Yongmao had driven away the demonic fox. Could he have gone to? Lin Yongmao entered the hall and chose a seat. He had come to discuss an important matter with the people of Qingyang. He had already sent people to invite the clan leaders of other forces in Qingyang. According to family seniority, Lin Yongmao was his nephew. However, in the cultivation world where seniority is determined by strength, Lin Yongmao's seniority was higher than Chao Yusheng's. Lin Yongmao released his powerful aura, revealing his mid-stage golden core cultivation, forcing Chao Yusheng to lower his head. Everyone present gasped. Just how many powerful cultivators did the Lin family hide? Any one of them could dominate Qingyang. Chao Yusheng possessed an unyielding spirit. Despite facing the pressure of a high-level cultivator, he did not beg for mercy. He spoke with difficulty, "Don't worry. I will definitely treat Yulian sincerely." Lin Yulian was somewhat displeased. She frowned. "Young Mao, you didn't need to do this. This uncle wasn't bad after all. He could consider helping him out when the time was right." He decided that his two younger sisters should never marry out. It would be good if they could bring two sons-in-law to the Lin family. Lin Yongmao had summoned them to discuss a major matter that might affect the current power structure of Qingyang. The Lin family's council hall, after renovations, had become even more magnificent. The serene gaze of the early-stage golden core cultivator at the head of the hall further enhanced the grandeur of the clan. Lin Xuanbo sat at the head of the table, his gaze gentle as he looked at the arriving guests. They were all important figures in Xinjiang, yet Lin Xuanbo did not rise. Lin Xuanbo's seniority was already quite high, and his cultivation had reached the early golden core stage. He had every right to be so confident. The Han family patriarch has arrived. Lin Yangyi, the Lin family member responsible for receiving guests, called out loudly. Lin Yongmao stood up to personally greet Hanmi. He didn't mind the others, but Hanmi was his maternal grandfather. Seeing Lin Yongmao personally greet him, Hanmi's face was filled with smiles. "Yongmao, thanks to your pills, my cultivation has advanced further, reaching the late foundation establishment stage." Lin Yongmao had secretly asked his mother, Han Yueying, to send a large number of pills to his maternal grandfather, Hanmi. Originally at the mid-foundation establishment stage, Hanmi, with the help of numerous yellow sprout pills, also reached the late foundation establishment stage. The Lin and Han families had a very close relationship. When the Qinglan sect held sway, the two families supported each other. Moreover, in Lin Yongmao's memory, his maternal grandfather had treated him very well. He had bestowed upon him many cultivation resources. Now was the time for Lin Yongmao to repay his kindness. After Hanmi took his seat, another important figure arrived. Lin Yongyi's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "The city lord of Qingyang City has arrived." Qin Sikhen quickly rose to greet his father, offering him his seat while standing obediently behind him. Besides the Lin family, the only golden core cultivator in Xinjiang was Chun He, the city lord of Qingyang City. This was a remarkable figure, admired even by Lin Yongmao. Chen He didn't choose to establish a cultivation family. Instead, he devoted resources to benefiting independent cultivators, thus creating Qingyang City as a paradise for them. Without Chun He, it's hard to imagine how poor the cultivation environment for independent cultivators in Xinjiang would be. If only I had 1,000 mansions, I could shelter all the poor and make them smile. Finally, the Xu family patriarch also arrived in haste. The Xu family patriarch, Xu Honglin, was an elderly man over 100 years old, whose cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. At this point, all the major powers of Qingyang, the four great families Lin, Han, Zhu, and Chao were present, along with the city lord and young city lord of Qingyang City. Chen He, observing the cultivators present, knew that there must be something important to discuss, and his expression became more serious. Lin Xuanzhong turned his gaze to Lin Yongmao, who walked to the center of the hall and lightly scanned everyone. As expected. Chen He frowned. Is there no way the Lin family can resolve this? The Lin family practically calls the shots in Xinjiang now. Chen He was telling the truth. The Lin family's position in Xinjiang was unshakable, but fortunately, they weren't as arrogant as the former Qinglan sect. Lin Yongmao continued, this matter isn't something the Lin family can decide on their own, it needs to be discussed with the clan leaders. Hanmi sighed, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If there truly is a superior grade spiritual vein, this remote place of Xinjiang will likely become a battlefield for powerful clans and sections. Even the Lin family couldn't. Chenny spoke with difficulty, young friend Lin, how long can the spirit sealing array last? Lin Yongmao pondered for a moment, then gave a figure, no more than 100 years. In truth, the spirit sealing array could last much longer, 200 or 300 years wouldn't be a problem, but Lin Yongmao gave a more conservative figure, as a precaution. They must all understand, right? Lin Yongmao chose to release this information for the sake of the Lin family and for his own sake. Since it's currently impossible to open the entire high-grade spiritual vein, and there's a risk of attracting other forces to Xinjiang, it's better to let all the forces in Xinjiang share this risk. Pressure can also be a driving force. If forces from other regions do invade in the future, they can fight alongside the Lin family, instead of the Lin family fighting alone. Hanmi sighed softly, this situation was truly not optimistic. As the world tree continues to grow, he is destined to become even more prominent and have a larger sphere of influence. If the other forces in Xinjiang cannot keep up with Lin Yongmao's pace of development, they will surely be wiped out. Seeing the rather low spirits of the clan leaders present, Lin Yongmao began to ease the atmosphere. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. I wonder if everyone is willing to accept this plan? There are 3 ways to enhance the soul. First, the higher the cultivation level, the more the soul will naturally improve with the cultivation level. Second, taking special spiritual plants, such as Yunwu tea, has this effect, and Millennium Yunwu tea can maximize this effect. Third, it is the secret technique of cultivating the soul to enhance the soul, and this soul exercise technique belongs to this kind of secret technique. Although Lin Yongmao does not plan to practice the 10,000 Soul Sutra, this soul forging technique will definitely take time to learn. Lin Yongmao's cultivation base has reached the late stage of the golden pill period, and he only needs to have enough demon pills to successfully reach the fullness of the golden pill period. However, the demon pill on his body has almost been consumed. Moreover, I am afraid that the ordinary third-order demon pill has no obvious effect. Only the fourth-order demon pill can be used to quickly improve the cultivation level of alchemy. Unfortunately, he now does not have a pill suitable for monks in the golden pill period to improve their cultivation base, nor can he refine the corresponding pill. System, I want to sign in. Lin Yongmao meditated silently. This is his first sign-in after he was promoted to the late stage of the golden pill. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Ethereal Flower Seed, *1. Ethereal Flower Seeds. Grade, Grade 4 lower grade. Attribute, Space. It contains a trace of space power, which is extremely rare. It is an auxiliary material for refining space magic weapons, storage bags, cave sky magic weapons. It can also be taken, and it has the ability to awaken space in probability. It turned out to be one of the materials for refining storage bags, space rings, etc. It's really a good kind of spiritual plant. In the past few days, I will definitely always get ethereal flower seeds when I sign in, and Lin Yongmao also plans to plant them extensively. Refining storage bags in space rings also requires an ore material called Ming stone. Lin Yongmao has no empty mingshire for the time being, so he has no plans to refine the storage in space ring. However, ethereal flowers can still be eaten directly, and they still have the ability to awaken space after eating. Lin Yongmao was very jealous of the secret talent of the golden and silver dragon carp space shuttle, which was simply a magical skill of escape. Lin Yongmao didn't relax his cultivation for a moment, and the Lin family was constantly developing. The power of the Lin family has spread, and both regions have Lin family industries, namely Yangcheng and Donghai City.
Let's talk about Donghai City first.
Lin Yuan is in charge of Donghai City, and with the help of Suyu, a shop has already been opened a long time ago.
Lin's shop in Donghai City.
Lin's shop did not choose to be in a densely populated downtown area, but chose a remote storefront to be quiet in the hustle and bustle. However, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depths of the alleys.
The various medicines, magic weapons and talismans sold in Lin's shop are of very good quality.
This is one of the businesses of the shop. Another business is the acquisition of materials for various sea monsters and beasts, the acquisition of various rare spiritual plants, and demon pills. Although there are only 2 people in the shop, Lin Yuan and Suyu, the business is very good.
Lin Yuan has acquired 3 third-order demon pills.
Although they are all demon pills for monsters in the early stage of the third order, they are very important for the golden pill period. Most of the monks in Donghai City have mastered the secret technique of alchemy, and the demon pill can almost be directly linked to their cultivation base. Lin Yuan sighed softly, and said to Suyu not far away, the acquisition of this demon pill is
really not easy. Most monks are unwilling to trade demon pill. Suyu smiled faintly and said, that's natural.
After all, it's the most important thing to improve one's hard power.
Everyone is not a fool.
Unless there are cultivation resources that are more suitable for them, no one is willing to trade out the demon pill.
Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, there is really a more suitable pill. I wonder if Su Daoyu thinks there is a chance.
Although the two have been together for several months, they are commensurate with each other as Taoist friends.
Suyu is a very business-minded female monk.
She feels that working with the Lin family, more precisely, with Lin Yongmao, will definitely not suffer.
What?
Lin Yuan patted the storage bag and took out a few bottles of pill from it. These pills were given to Lin Yuan by Lin Yongmao through item gift.
In addition to the pills, there is also a messenger talisman.
The general content of the communication talisman is that the Lin family needs a large number of third-order demon pills, and I hope that Uncle can exchange these meditation pills for third-order demon pills at his discretion.
This is...
Suyu is a businessman in Donghai City, and she can't see the efficacy of these pills.
Lin Yuan explained, this is Ningxian pill.
Taking this pill has a great probability of successfully advancing to the golden pill, which is more successful than refining the third-order demon pill. Suyu's eyes lit up, there is still this pill.
Lin Yuan smiled slightly, that's natural. The situation between Donghai City and Xingyang is completely different.
Xingyang lacks cultivation resources, so one cultivation resource can't wait to be broken up and divided into 2 halves for use, while Donghai City relies on the sea area and is rich in sea monsters and beasts. In this case, alchemists, talisman makers and other immortal cultivators are not developed enough.
Suyu said, if it really has the effect you said, then these meditation pills are very easy to sell.
All monks in the foundation building period are willing to exchange the third-order demon pills for the meditation pills in our shop. Those monks in the golden pill and even the Yuanying period are also willing to prepare for their offspring. The way to refine the demon pill and advance the golden pill is reliable, but there are also risks. However, Ningxian Dan has milder medicinal properties, and it is obviously more suitable for monks to advance.
Suyu asked, how many friends of pill medicine Lin Daoyu do you have like this?
Lin Yuan thought for a while and said a more conservative number, there are more than 10. I believe that all these pills will be sold out soon.
Yangcheng.
There are 3 major immortal families in Yangcheng, which basically control the entire Yangcheng area, and many casual cultivators rely on the 3 major families to exist.
There is still a Qingyang city in Xinjiang that is a paradise for casual cultivation, but the main city of Yangcheng is the residence of the Long family.
The three great immortal families in Yangcheng are the Long family in the main city of Yangcheng, the Yi family in Woyang town, and the Zhou family in Xiaomiu village. There is no third-order demon pill in the Qingyang mountains, and many monks in Xinjiang have poured into Yangcheng, wanting to exchange the cultivation resources they need again. Therefore, more and more new faces have appeared in Yangcheng.
Friar Lin's family also has close ties with the Yi family in Woyang town, in the Yangcheng area, thanks to Yi.
Yi originally competed with Yi Hong for the position of the young master of the family. Yi Hong originally had an absolute advantage, but because of Lin Yongmao's horizontal intervention, Yi Hong has long since become the fertilizer of the world tree. The Yi family in Woyang town had no choice but to devote most of their resources to Yi. This Yi is really good. Although he has no heavenly spiritual roots, and he was secretly sent by Yi Hong to extract the spiritual roots, he reshaped the spiritual roots with superb perseverance and talent, and now he has reached the middle stage of foundation building.
He is also regarded as a very good younger generation.
Yi was grateful for the help of Lin Yuqing and Lin Yongmao. He had close contact with the Lin family in private, and basically realized the exchange of resources. There is also a Lin shop in Woyang town, where Yi's family is located. Although the pavement is not large, it looks very dazzling. For no other reason, shouldn't Woyang town be all the property of the Yi family? Why is there a Lin shop? Yi also fought for Lin Yuqing under great pressure. It is impossible for Lin's shops to be opened in the main city of Yangcheng, and it is impossible for the Long family to allow Lin's shops to exist. The current Lin family cannot be compared with the Lingbao Pavilion, which has shops in all parts of Sanqianzu. Only this Woyang town can accommodate them. Yi has been very distressed recently. Although he is already the young master of the Yi family, there are many voices of opposition in the family and he is unwilling to tilt resources towards him. Their reason is also very simple, that is, Yi was once expelled from the Yi family, and it is inevitable that Yi will hold a grudge against the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Hong is nowhere to be seen, and I am afraid he has nothing to do with Yi. Yi quietly came to Lin's shop. The monk in charge of Lin's shop was Lin Yuma. Lin Yuma was sent here to be responsible for the operation of the shop here. There is another person by Yi's side to follow. Looking at Yi's respectful attitude towards him, it should be his elder. When Yi walked into Lin's shop, he saw that Lin Yuma was cleaning up various resources. The main business of Lin's shop here was acquisition. Especially the purchase of various secret arts, alchemy, spells, etc. Of course, all kinds of materials are also purchased. Uncle Lin. Yi greeted him enthusiastically. He knew the relationship between Lin Yuma and Lin Yuqing, and Lin Yuma seemed to have a deeper understanding of the city government than Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuma showed a gentle smile. It's Xiao Yi who is here. Why are you always frowning these days? Yi began to pour out bitter water, knowing that these news would be spread by Lin Yuma to Lin Yuqing and Lin Yongmao. Oh. So this is the case. Lin Yuma understood. In fact, Yi wanted to use the power of the Lin family to counterbalance the Yi family's opposition to him. Lin Yuma smiled and said, in fact, it's very simple, just kill the people who oppose you. Seeing the great contrast between Lin Yuma's facial expression and language, Yi swallowed. It seems that he still needs to learn a lot. No. Yi quickly objected. He was the only third-order alchemist in the family and one of the forces that supported Yi. In fact, Yi is Yi's grandfather. Yi is also a veteran of the family, so naturally he can't see this kind of thing hurting the foundation of the Yi family. In fact, he sighed secretly in his heart. Why did he not want to fight for power in the first place? Otherwise, with his cultivation base and talent for refining weapons, he would also deserve the position of the patriarch of the Yi family. Yi said, the old man knows the relationship between Xiaoyi and your Lin family, and he is willing to maintain a friendly and mutual relationship with your Lin family, but if you dare to do anything harmful to our Lin family, the old man will be the first not to agree. Lin Yuma narrowed his smile, I'm just kidding. Really at war with the Yi family, the Lin family can't get much benefit. After all, Woyang town is the venue of their Yi family.
The Lin families.
Overall strength should not be much different from that of the Yi family at this time. The strongest combat power of the Lin family is Lin Yongmao, and his cultivation base is already in the late stage of the golden pill. The strongest combat power of the Yi family is their ancestor. His cultivation base has reached the great perfection of the golden pill period, and he may step into the realm of yuaniying at any time.
Compared with the two, the gap is actually not big.
Lin Yongmao went all out to make a move, but he might not be able to take down the Yi family.
By the way, what is Yi most worried about?
That is, the ancestors of the Yi family did not support Yi as the young patriarch of the entire Yi family. Yi Hong, who disappeared, was his grandson. Lin Yuma said, since this method does not work, then our Lin family is willing to use some resources to support the development of the young patriarch. However, these resources are not given to you in vain, and there is a price to pay.
This is natural. Yi Ziyi can accept it. The cultivation resources that Lin Yuma took out were very attractive to Yi Hong.
They turned out to be the yellow bud pill that assisted the monks in the foundation building period and the meditation pill that allowed the monks to advance to the golden pill. The value of these resources is too high. Lin Yuma said, our Lin family needs demon pills.
The more third-order demon pills, the better.
And these resources are enough to support the young patriarch to cultivate to the early stage of the golden pill, and it is in a short period of time to reach the early stage of the golden pill.
It shouldn't be too much to need 3 third-order demon pills, right? Yi tugged at Yi Ziyi, his grandfather's sleeve, and it was self-evident what it meant.
Okay, we agreed.
Yi Ziyi also gave a wry smile. He is an alchemist and he is not good at fighting.
It is difficult for him to kill the third-order monsters, and he can only take out the precious spiritual weapons he has refined in exchange for the demon pill. A smile reappeared on Lin Yuma's face. As long as the young patriarch's cultivation base has reached the early stage of the golden pill, then how could there be opposition in the family at that time? Lin Yuma's words made sense, and the two sides began to trade. Before leaving, Yi told Lin Yuma a piece of news, Uncle Lin, there will be an auction in the main city of Yangcheng recently.
I wonder if you are interested? I have prepared all the invitations to the auction for you. Yi put down the invitation letter and left the Lin's shop. Along the way, Yi Ziyi did not talk to Yi until he returned to his Baiji firm. Grandpa, do you think it's wrong for me to do this? Yi Ziyi shook his head and said, no, you did the right thing. What's wrong with using various methods to fight for one's own interests? If you don't, you will have been eaten by Yi Hong so much that you won't even have bones left. Yi was relieved a lot. Although he and the Lin family rely on each other at the moment, it will definitely lead to the Yi family becoming a subsidiary family force of the Lin family in the future. The development of the Lin family is really fast. But it's all worth it. Yi will eventually take control of the Yi family and become the patriarch of the Yi family, and his cultivation base will continue to grow and become stronger. Lin Yongmao has a lot of third-order demon dan in his hands, and these demon dan will be refined by him with alchemy and become his own true element. However, the third-order demon pill in hand is basically from the early third-order monsters, and Lin Yongmao's cultivation level is very limited. However, this is also much better than penance. He only needs to ask the great uncle Lin Yuan and the second uncle Lin Yuma to continue to collect the demon pill, and sooner or later his cultivation base will reach the fullness of the golden pill period. As for these demon pills, he did not refine them for other members of the Lin family for the time being, so he waited for himself to break through to the yuaniying period. News of another auction in the main city of Yangcheng reached Lin Yongmao, and he was thinking about whether he wanted to participate or not. Lin Xuanbo approached Lin Yongmao, and after discussing with Lin Yongmao, he decided to go to Yangcheng to participate in the auction. Lin Yongmao remained in the family to practice. The Lin family will spare no effort to auction off the cultivation resources that Lin Yongmao needs. As for the dangers along the way, let him, the grandfather, bear it. The news of an auction in the main city of Yangcheng spread like wildfire. Not only the Yunwu Mountain Lin family knew about it, but the rest of Qingyang's forces also knew about it. In fact, it is also very well understood that after the high-level monsters in the Qingyang Mountains were removed, there was no communication between Qingyang and Yangcheng.
However, Yangcheng looked down on Qingyang, the land of projectiles, and coupled with the thin aura of Qingyang heaven and earth, basically no monks from Yangcheng were willing to set foot in Qingyang. When people go to a higher place, everyone is willing to go to a wider world. The major immortal families of Qingyang sent family members to Qingyang, but the lord of Qingyang city did nothing, because he knew that the young lord Chen Sikhan was in Yangcheng. Not only the two major regions of Yangcheng and Qingyang, but also some forces from the rest of the region have also come to the main city of Yangcheng. This auction in the main city of Yangcheng is more lively than the last one, and it is said that many treasures will be auctioned. Especially the finale product, according to legend, it is an item with a probability of breaking through to Yuaning. If the news came from the other auction houses, no one would believe it. But the organizer is the Long family. The Long family is the giant of the three great immortal families in Yangcheng, and their ancestor was a monk in the early Yuaning period. The ancestors of the Zhou family in Xiumyo village and the Yi family in Woyang town did not break through to the Yuaning period. The ancestors of the Long family were real monsters in the early Yuaning period. The Long family will definitely not lose their reputation. They can't afford to lose their face by using such rumors to cause a commotion. The main city of Yangcheng. Longyang Inn. Longyang Inn is 7 floors high, and the interior can accommodate a large number of monks to live in. Each room is arranged in a corresponding formation. Generally speaking, Longyang Inn will not be full, and the number of guest rooms they have has reached thousands. However, during this period of time, the rooms in the inn were very crowded, and even the hall on the first floor was full of people. Lin Xuanbo came here early. He was drinking tea at a table in the lobby on the first floor, looking uncomfortable. In fact, his divine consciousness has spread, and he has a panoramic view of what is happening around him. The inn is definitely the most suitable place to inquire about news. Lin Xuanbo came to the main city of Yangcheng to participate in the auction. He had almost no selfishness of his own. Everything was for the better development of the Lin family. And he had long known that if the Lin family wanted to develop rapidly, everything depended on Lin Yongmao, so the items he auctioned were all for Lin Yongmao's service. The personnel in the hall are complicated. There are local monks from Yangcheng, monks from Qingyang, and monks from the other two realms. These two boundaries are close to Yangcheng, and both belong to the Xianyun realm. They are Minghua and Frozong respectively. There is only one power in the realm of the Ming kingdom, and that is the Daiming dynasty. And Frozong has only one power, and that is the big sect of Frozong. Almost all the monks who came from the two realms were monks of the Golden Pill period, and their background was deeper than Yangcheng at first glance, let alone Xingyang. It was a prince who came from the Ming kingdom. Naturally, the prince would not be in the hall, but several of his attendants were drinking in the hall, acting like a knight of rivers and lakes. The Buddha Luo sect is the sect of cultivating Buddhism. The disciples under the sect are all monks, and they are all practicing Buddhism. It is said that this sect is not simple, and its birthplace is not Liezhou, but Lianzhou further away. Lianzhou is one of the 3,000 prefectures, which is more prosperous than Liezhou, and it is the only prefecture that only cultivates Buddhism. That is a holy place for people who cultivate Buddhism. And the Buddha Luozong is one of the inheritance of Buddhism and Taoism from Lianzhou, and its strength is immeasurable. The two major forces occupy one side of the boundary, and both are not weaker than the existence of Yangcheng. In the lobby of the inn, there are also Buddhists belonging to the Buddha Luo sect. Although they did not drink alcohol, they were drinking tea leisurely. A friar from Frozong spit out the tea in his mouth. Bah! The taste of this tea is really average, and it doesn't contain any heaven and earth aura. This is still the largest and best inn in Yangcheng. Another Buddhist monk was a little older, and he dissuaded, "We have come to the territory of other forces, so we still have to keep a low profile." Low key? Why keep a low profile? With the power of our Frozong sect, are you still afraid of offending the Long family? Be careful, Brother Han, how many times have I told you that your frizzy personality still doesn't know how to change? This is a taboo in Buddhism. Only then did the Buddhist monk surnamed Han pronounce the name of the Buddha, Amitabha, the poor monk knows. As for whether he heard it or not, it is not known, only that he said this very perfunctorily. The elderly Buddhist monk continued, "There is an old baby monster in the Long family. Even if we add up to 10 of us, we are not his opponents. We just need to participate in the auction with peace of mind." Older Buddhists are naturally sure that they can auction any item without worrying about being targeted by other robberies. The Buddhist monk surnamed Han said, "Brotherly, are you saying that the materials for advanced yuanying are true?" Buddha Shio surnamed Li is the slightly older one. Like Buddha Shio surnamed Han, both of them have reached the great perfection of the Golden Pill period. The other 3 Buddhists who walked with them, although they were also practicing in the Golden Pill period, did not reach the great perfection of the Golden Pill period. Even if the possibility is very small, we have to participate in this auction. What's more, the news should be true. The Long family can't bear the anger of so many monks, and they shouldn't do this kind of self-destruction of the Great Wall. The Buddhist monk surnamed Li speculated. According to what the two said, the finale product must be related to advanced yuanying, but it should not be a pill that directly advanced yuanying. If this pill really exists, then the Long family will definitely give priority to members of their own family. The Ming kingdom came with the 3 emperors and his 4 attendants. The 3 emperors were extremely noble, and naturally they would not be willing to sit in the hall on the first floor with other monks. He meditated and practiced alone in the best guest room. The 3 emperors have also reached the great fullness of the Golden Pill period, but they lacked the opportunity to advance yuanying. The Ming kingdom was not without methods to assist monks in advancing to yuanying, but the 3 emperors of the Daming dynasty were not alone. Many princes were vying for the position of Chu Jun, and if the 3 emperors advanced to yuanying smoothly, his chances of winning would be a bit greater. The 4 attendants of the 3 emperors have a very high tone. They are all in the late stage of Jindan's cultivation. The breath between the 4 of them is close, which makes people wonder if they have cultivated any combat skills. If you want me to say, let's go directly to Long's house and grab those lots. Why is it so troublesome? I think this method is good. The Lord has already ordered us not to cause trouble. We only need to pay attention to the movements of other forces, and then take action at a critical moment. If you want me to say, except for the bald asses of Frozone, there is nothing else for us to look at. The 4 attendants of the 3 emperors have all experienced many battles, and their actual combat experience is very rich, and they are not the type who was afraid of things at all. Lin Xuanbo, who was sitting in the corner, heard all these words, and he couldn't help shaking his head slightly. It seemed that this auction was destined to be peaceful. His divine consciousness is very strong, and now the realm of divine consciousness has reached the great perfection of the Golden Pill period. Lin Yangmao's large supply of 1,000-year-old cloud tea has made the realm of spiritual consciousness of several core figures in the Lin family far higher than their own cultivation base. If it weren't for a powerful soul, Lin Xuanbo would definitely not hear this useful information. There is a yuanying old monster sitting in the D2 Shilong family. The Friar Frozong and the 3 emperors of the Ming dynasty and their attendants who came here were not good friends. If they had a head-on conflict with them, Lin Xuanbo would not be an opponent at all. Just as Lin Xuanbo was about to leave here and return to the guest room, the conversation between the two attracted his attention. He sat down again. Both of these people are monks of the Long family, and they seem to be the staff of the Long family's auction. "Fifth uncle, why didn't the ancestor keep that thing? It can't be cheaper, right?" One of the Long family monks was puzzled. Fifth uncle replied, "You don't know that, do you? That thing won't survive for too long. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, it is the best choice to replace it with a more practical spirit stone." The younger generation of the Long family looked thoughtfully and continued, "In addition to Ningingji, are there any special lots in this auction?" He added again, "Fifth uncle, you are a treasure connoisseur, you must know it." Fifth uncle also looked speechless to this nephew. He satisfied the other party's curiosity and said, "There are still several special inheritances and medicines in this auction. I believe they can all be sold at a good price." He, then you can also get a lot of resources by then." After the two continued to communicate for a while, they left the Longyang Inn, talking about the details of the auction. In fact, Lin Xuanbo was not the only one who heard the conversation between the two. Several Buddhists of the Buddha Luo sect heard it. The 4 attendants of the 3 emperors also heard it. There are also some monks who have reached the middle stage of Jindan cultivation who have also heard it. Fifth uncle and the younger monk Long walked out of the Longyang Inn, and the two resumed their conversation in the deserted alley. The younger monk of the Long family immediately began to take credit. How about it? Fifth uncle, is my acting okay? Fifth uncle smiled and said, not bad. Hee hee, we just let out some wind about the real situation of the auction. It's nothing. The rest will be left to the lady and the ancestor. The auction of the main city of Yangcheng was held as scheduled, and the city was full of monks, all of whom came here. On several main roads, the monks have spontaneously formed 2 rows of stalls, taking advantage of this good opportunity to replace the resources they don't need for the time being. Most monks can't get invitations to auctions, so they can only take this approach. Lin Xuanbo and Lin Yuma met, and they plan to participate in the auction together. However, before that, they came to the main road of the main city of Yangcheng. There are a large number of monks' idle cultivation resources for sale. Although they set up stalls, there are many good things in it. Lin Yongmao's perspective has been transferred to Lin Xuanbo's body, and Lin Yongmao can also feel what Lin Xuanbo sees in his eyes. Lin Xuanbo came to be responsible for purchasing the cultivation resources that the Lin family needed. With his golden pill cultivation base, no one dared to embarrass him or thought he was a fat sheep. Lin Xuanbo spent a lot of spirit stones and purchased many spirit plants, ores, and materials produced from monsters. These are basically raw materials, and it is precisely these raw materials that the Lin family needs. First, because after Lin Yongmao's processing, they can be turned into more valuable resources. The second is because the Lin family urgently needs to train more spiritual planters, alchemists, etc., and needs a lot of materials to practice their hands. Lin Xuanbo's selection speed was very slow, because he had to go through Lin Yongmao's screening. If there are resources that Lin Yongmao needs, he will transfer the messenger symbol to Lin Xuanbo's storage bag in the form of item blessing, and Lin Xuanbo will be able to identify the items Lin Yongmao needs. When Lin Yongmao was bored by the lack of any cultivation resources that attracted him, he was suddenly attracted by a few rags. Lin Xuanbo also walked forward and asked the stall owner, "What is this?" The stall owner is an old man. His cultivation base is the great completion of the foundation building period. He can't see through Lin Xuanbo's cultivation base, so he has respect on his face. "Senior, this is a damaged robe found on the ancient battlefield. Although the spiritual rhyme on it has disappeared, look at it, these mysterious runes." The old man pointed to the lines on the rag, which look like that. But no one is interested, and there is no aura fluctuation at all. What's the use of this kind of thing? Is there too many spirit stones? Lin Xuanbo's face sank, and he said, "Don't deceive the old man. Where is there any ancient battlefield near Yangcheng?" Seeing Lin Xuanbo's displeasure, the old man couldn't help being a little nervous. He didn't want to offend this senior whose cultivation base he couldn't detect. Although Lin Xuanbo pretended to be unhappy, he had already received Lin Yongmao's message a long time ago, and he must take down these rags. Lin Yongmao had already been attracted by the rags. He was a third-order alchemist and a third-order formation mage. How could he not recognize that the lines on the rags were formations? Generally speaking, the formation pattern can only be engraved on the formation flag and formation plate. The formation pattern is too fine to be imprinted on the magic weapon. And this rag should have been originally a spiritual weapon, but it was only when it was old that it lost its aura fluctuations. But the pattern on it has not been erased by the years. With such ingenuity, the formation pattern was engraved on the spiritual weapon. Almost no formation master or alchemist could do it. If Lin Yongmao could learn this method, he could greatly enhance the power of spiritual weapons. Information about this rag has appeared on the Properties panel. Damaged robe. Grade, second order lower grade. Introduction. How can it be said that he has no clothes and is in the same robe as his son? The general's robe was buried in the loess for thousands of years, and finally there was a moment to see the sun again. However, all traces were erased by the years, leaving only the patterns on the rags. By interpreting the mystery of the formations, you can learn how to combine the formations with spiritual weapons. This was the information Lin Yongmao saw, so he summoned Lin Xuanbo to get this rag no matter what the price was. If he can really analyze the pattern on the rag, then the spiritual weapon he will refine in the future will become very powerful. A figure pushed away the crowd, staring at the rag in Lin Xuanbo's hand. He said loudly, "I want this thing." "You make an offer." "I want this thing, so you can make an offer." The monk who came here directly bypassed Lin Xuanbo and said to the stall owner, "This monk is the monk surnamed Han who appeared in the Longyang Inn, the great monk of the Golden Pill period of the Buddha sect." Lin Xuanbo calmed down and said, "This fellow Taoist, I saw this thing first, so I have to come first and then come first." The monk surnamed Han glanced at Lin Xuanbo with the remaining light from the corner of his eyes, and found that he was just an early Jindan monk. He didn't even bother to talk to him, and continued to use his power to oppress the stall owner who sold this rag. "How many spirit stones does this rag need?" The monk surnamed Han practiced a kind of secret technique, which is related to the formation pattern. Although he is not a formation master, he also knows that this rag was handed down from the ancient period, which is of great significance. The stall owner said tremblingly, 50 pieces of inferior spirit stones. He quoted a price that was not particularly high. The key is that he didn't dare to quote a price that was too high. If one's own strength is strong enough, it is entirely possible to increase the price depending on the situation of competition. He also felt a little incredible. The lies that came from the ancient battlefield were just woven to better sell his goods. Is it true? If it's not true, why are there people fighting for it again? Lin Xuanbo chose to bite the bullet. He threw out 50 pieces of inferior spirit stones and planned to leave. And this move directly angered the monk surnamed Han. "Stop." Lin Xuanbo turned around, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't mean to back down at all. Is it possible that Taoist friends are still planning to do something in the main city of Yangcheng? He is not from Yangcheng, nor is a monk surnamed Han. If the two fight, the Long family will not sit idly by. The monk surnamed Han also understood this, and his eyes were fierce. Fellow Taoist, don't you think you have the ability to hold it? The poor monk really won't do anything in this city. Won't you have time to go out? Lin Xuanbo didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, so he left the place without looking back, and returned to the Longyang Inn. Lin Yongmao followed him, also looking worried. He didn't expect that the auction had already offended the great master of Frozong before it started. It was really bad luck. The next day, the Yangcheng auction was held smoothly, and a large number of high-ranking monks poured into the Longjia auction house. Although Yi prepared 2 invitations for Lin Yongmao, they were just ordinary invitations, and there was no private room like last time. This time there were too many high-level monks, and the price of invitations to private rooms was also slashed to 3,000 yuan for a lower-grade spirit stone. It is actually not cost-effective to exchange 3,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones for an invitation letter. Although Yi's financial resources can be purchased, he is reluctant to do so. It is the best policy to use these spirit stones to auction more practical items. Lin Yongmao also added fire to the Long family's grand auction. He transmitted a few meditation pills to Lin Yongmao through item gift. Lin Yongmao had already given these meditation pills to the Long family for auction. Ningxian pill is an pill that assists monks in the foundation building period to advance to the golden pill. A large number of monks are stuck in the foundation building period. The demand for this pill is very large, and it will be even more popular at auctions. The auctioneer of this auction is still Long Xinyue. Long Yaya was wearing a white palace costume with a cold temperament, just like a fairy in the moon palace. She moved lightly, walked onto the rich auction table, and glanced softly at the many monks present. Some good-hearted monks also fell for her. Fellow Taoists, good morning. The Yangcheng auction will be held as scheduled. Thank you all for visiting Longjia Auction House. Long Xinyue continued to say a few opening remarks, and the auction began. With her mobilizing emotions, the atmosphere on the scene became a bit more lively, and some monks who were not strong in determination would be hot-headed and bid frantically because of her. Lin Yongmao also saw the appearance of the dragon crescent moon through Lin Xuanbo's perspective. It is worthy of being the most beautiful female cultivation in Yangcheng, and it can be called the national color. Lin Xuanbo was sitting in the second row of the conference hall at this time, surrounded by Lin Yuma, Yi Zi, and Li Qianyang, the shopkeeper of the Yangcheng branch of Lingbao Pavilion. Li Qianyang is relatively low-key today, and she also brought a cloak. This cloak is a lower-grade spiritual weapon that can cover up her posture and breath. Lin Xuanbo and others also wore masks, which had the effect of isolating the detection of divine consciousness. Of course, these masks are just magic weapons, and they are completely furnishings for the monks of the Yuanying period. Even some monks of the Golden Pill period who had practiced special secret techniques could see through the disguise of the mask. Long Xinyue saw that the atmosphere of the scene was almost accentuated, so he began to cough softly, lightly opened his lips and said, "The auction officially begins. The first lot, 3 meditation pills." All Taoist friends should know that Ningxindan is an auxiliary pill to the advanced golden pill, and these 3 Ningxindan have one feature, that is, they are all top-grade pills. The top product of Ningxindan, even if your spiritual root qualification is a relatively poor 3 spiritual roots, the probability of advancing to the golden Dan is at least 60%. These 3 meditation pills are equivalent to cultivating 3 golden pill monks. The starting price is 30,000 pieces of inferior lingshur, and each increase in price shall not be less than 1,000 pieces of inferior lingshur. In fact, there is no need for Longyue to activate the atmosphere on the field. This first lot is already very convincing. This kind of thing, which is the most important resource for a family, can be put in the first one for auction. 30,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. As soon as Long Xinyue's voice fell, a monk couldn't wait to speak. However, soon his voice was overwhelmed by more bidding. 31,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. 32,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. I will pay 35,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. The corners of Lin Xuanbo's mouth were curved, and the higher the bid, the better it was for the Lin family. These meditation pills came from Lin Yongmao's hands. However, Lin Yongmao originally planned to sell 6 Ningxindan, but there were only 3 at the auction. I don't know if the Long family plans to buy lingshur directly, or if it plans to auction it in batches. The former is more likely. After all, the Long family does not have a third-order alchemist, and their family must also need this kind of medicine. 49,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. 52,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. 53,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. The bidding hasn't stopped yet, and it has been climbing to a higher number. No wonder it is said that an alchemist is enough to feed a family, and Lin Yongmao can reach this level. The cost of refining Ningxindan is not high. A bottle of Xin marrow probably requires less than 2,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones, and several furnaces of Ningxindan can be refined. As for the rest of the materials for refining Ningxindan, the Lin family has already begun to grow it in large quantities, so they only need to go to the spirit field to pick it. The Lin family also began to train new alchemists. Lin Yongmao could not be relied on alone. Those monks who met the conditions to become alchemists also chose alchemists as their profession of cultivating immortals and all arts. The Lin family's investment is very large, and it is not difficult to create an alchemist with the accumulation of rich resources. The first lot in the Yangcheng auction was 3 top-grade Ningxin pill, which is an essential pill for monks to make pill. At this moment, the auction price has risen to 73,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. Most of the bidders were family forces, and there were also monks who happened to be stuck in the foundation building period. 80,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. A voice sounded in private room number 8, which suddenly raised the price to a new level. The bidders stopped talking, and they also had to touch their storage bags to see if they had the capital to compete with the owner of private room 8. Long Xinyue saw that no one was offering anymore, so he said slowly, 80,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones, for the first time. 80,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones, the second time. For the third time, 80,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones have been sold. The auction hammer struck a metallic vibrato, announcing the attribution of these 3 Ningxindan. Congratulations to the owner of Private Room 8 for successfully taking these 3 meditation pills. Long Xinyue smiled at the corner of her mouth. If the lot can be sold at such a high price, she, the auctioneer, will also benefit. As the eldest daughter of the Long family, she has a noble status, but she must always consider the interests of the family.
Long Xinyue is a very smart person. She doesn't want to be a victim of family marriage, so she has to show her worth. Lin Xuanbuo's smile couldn't stop anymore.
This was 80,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. For the Lin family, it was enough to maintain the normal development of the family for 100 years. The second lot, the demon pill of the monster water mirror beast in the late stage of the third order. This is a water attribute demon pill, which contains a large number of demon elements inside, and it is very gentle, suitable for the refining and absorption of monks in the golden pill period. The starting price is 40,000 pieces of inferior lingshur, and each increase in price shall not be less than 1,000 pieces of inferior lingshur. The maid was presented with a glass crystal box, which contained a round demon pill the size of a longdan, and the water spirit inside was almost overflowing.
This shows that this demon pill is very well preserved and there is no leakage of energy.
Lin Xuanbuo took a fancy to this demon pill, not for himself, but for Lin Yongmao. Before setting off, Lin Yongmao told Lin Xuanbuo to buy as many monster pills as possible, which was the key to his improvement in cultivation. At the same time, he also passed on the secret technique of alchemy to several core members of the Lin family. Only then did they understand the value of demon pill, which was far more fully utilized than the rest of the monks.
Lin Xuanbuo bid at the right time and won the demon pill at a price of 55,000 pieces of inferior spirit stone. A pair of eyes
were already staring at Lin Xuanbuo in the hall, and the cold gaze came from the second private room. There are several monks in private room number 2, headed by monks surnamed Han and monks surnamed Li.
The monk surnamed Han snorted coldly and said, "I didn't expect it to be him again. It seems that his financial resources are quite good."
A monk behind the monk surnamed Han said, "Brother Han, do we want to bid to interfere with his auction, raise the price, and make him pay a greater price?"
The monk surnamed Han said, "No need. We let him auction, anyway, everything will be ours by then, he is just making wedding dresses for us."
There was an insidious smile on his face, which was completely inconsistent with the monk's compassion, and the contrast was great. The monk surnamed Li did not stop him. At first glance, he agreed with the monk surnamed Han. The auction continued, and a third lot appeared. The third lot is different from the previous two, because this time it was carried up by 8 monks of the dragon family.
This is a huge skeleton, and it looks very heavy. Long Xinyue's pleasant voice sounded in time. Next is the third lot. This lot is not simple.
This is the corpse of a fourth order monster.
This belongs to the metallic monster Dark Golden Bear. Don't underestimate this corpse.
It has a very hard texture. It can not only be refined into a natal magic weapon of a monk who specializes in metallic exercises, but also in the hands of a third order alchemist.
Several defensive spiritual weapons can also be refined.
For the remains of the Dark Golden Bear, the starting price is 40,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones, and the price increase shall not be less than 1,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones each time. Yi Ziyi's eyes were burning, and his eyes could not be moved away from the corpse. Such a good material is a rare treasure for any alchemist. In their hands, the greatest value can be exerted. Yi Ziyi quoted a very high price, 53,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. He didn't wear a mask, so everyone could see his true face. Behind him, a monk in Yangchang was talking. "This is the third order alchemist from the Yi family, but I didn't expect him to come too."
The monk next to him also said, "No one dares to compete with Master Yi, right? This is the third order alchemist, and no one wants to fight the third order alchemist."
Although the voices of the two discussing were not large, they clearly reached the ears of most of the monks.
Sure enough, no one on the scene bid anymore.
Lin Xuanbuo only thought for a moment, and then quoted a higher price, 55,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones.
The discussion on the scene resumed. Who the hell is this?
He took the last lot just now, and now he has paid such a high price.
Is he not afraid to offend Master Yi?
Why is this kind of person not in the private room, but mixed with us instead? Lin Xuanbuo was a little ashamed when he heard these discussions.
Doesn't he want to auction in a private room? He doesn't have an internal invitation letter.
Lin Xuanbo still wants to take more pictures, but every time he takes one, he will be targeted by more people, and he will be a little more dangerous. Yi Ziyi sent a voiceover, Brother Lin, please also raise your hand high.
You need this corpse in the next place. You know, you are a third-order alchemist in the next place. Yi Ziyi emphasized his status as a third-order alchemist.
Lin Xuanbo said in a voice, sorry, Brother Yi. Our Lin family also has a third-order alchemist, and we also need this corpse, so let's compare who has stronger financial resources.
Yi Ziyi's expression was slightly stunned. Qing Yang also has a third-order alchemist. When did this happen?
He really wanted to compare financial resources with Lin Xuanbo, but he knew that he would definitely not be able to match him.
After all, the other party could represent the entire family.
But he only has the income of Baiji Commercial Bank.
Instead of cheapening the Long family, it is better to sell Lin Xuanbo a favor. Yi Ziyi continued to deliver the voice, in that case, then I will quit.
Lin Xuanbo expressed his gratitude, thank you, Brother Yi, for your willingness to cut your love. Lin Xuanbo successfully photographed the remains of this fourth-order monster with 55,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones.
This is in Lin Yongmao's hands.
After refining it into a spiritual weapon, the price will increase several times. Moreover, there are several monks in the family who specialize in metallic exercises. When they successfully advance to the golden pill, the bones of the dark golden bear can also be refined into a life-saving magic weapon. Especially Lin Yuqing, he should be able to get the pill soon. The corpse of the fourth-order monster dark golden bear was photographed by Lin Xuanbo. However, it also made Lin Xuanbo the focus of the audience, and many of the monks in the venue showed greedy eyes. This is the enemy that can be seen, as well as those that can't be seen in the private rooms.
The monk surnamed Han sneered, ha! Bid a lot.
Anyway, these things will eventually end up in the hands of the poor monk. The monk surnamed Li raised his mouth and said, don't worry. Junior brother, the secret technique has been used, as long as it does not exceed 50 miles, we can sense his breath at any time. In the opinion of several monks of Frozong, Lin Xuanbo had no escape.
The auction is still going on, and the fourth lot has been invited out. This is a medium-grade spiritual artifact.
There are also several finished middle-grade spiritual artifacts in the Lin family, all of which were refined by Lin Yongmao from materials from high-level monsters. However, this fourth lot, that is, this middle-grade spirit weapon, also has its own characteristics, that is, it is a rare defensive spirit weapon. This is a tortoise shell shield, which seems to be refined from the tortoise shell of the fourth-order tortoise monster. Lin Xuanbo did not bid, and was finally photographed by a casual practitioner in the hall. The next lot is also very rich, with spiritual plants, medicinal medicines, spiritual artifacts, talisman treasures, etc., and so on. During the period, Lin Xuanbo did not bid again. One was that he was worried about attracting the attention of more interested people, and the other was that these lots were not completely necessary to be auctioned.
Long Xinyue's soft voice sounded, next is the 22nd lot.
This is a third-order pill, Zifu pill, which enhances the cultivation base of monks in the golden pill period. Zifuden is the first-choice spiritual pill for the daily practice of monks in the golden pill period. This was commissioned by a senior to be auctioned by our Longjia auction house.
Hearing Long Xinyue's voice and the introduction to Zifu Dandenfang, Lin Xuanbo's pupils contracted abruptly.
Among those who have the same behavior as him is Lin Yuma next to him. The Lin family has Lin Yongmao, a third-order alchemist, and it is not difficult for Lin Yongmao to refine the third-order pill. If you can take this pill, it means that Zifu pill can be refined in batches. There are already several golden pill monks in the Lin family, and with the help of Zifuden, their cultivation base will continue to increase. This is simply a strategic resource for the development of the Lin family, and it must be photographed. There are many families who have the same idea as them, but there are not many third-order alchemists. Long Xinyue raised a piece of exquisite emerald jade in her hand. This piece of jade is easy to store. She took it out of her storage bag.
Zifu Dandenfang, the starting price is 10,000 pieces of lower-grade lingshur, and each increase in price shall not be less than 500 pieces of lower-grade lingshur. The starting Price of this danfang is not high. This is also the price determined by the treasure connoisseur of the Long family after serious consideration. The scene was a bit deserted, and no one seemed to make an offer. There are too few third-order alchemists, and it doesn't make much sense to spend 10,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones in exchange for a pill that can't do anything. The owner of private room number 7 shook his head slightly. He was a third-order alchemist, and this alchemy recipe also came from him. Seeing that no one was willing to bid, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of turbid air. It seems that the finished pill is still more attractive. If it weren't for the waste of a lot of materials, the old man wouldn't even have to think about selling the pill. Although the old man is a third-order alchemist, he is a casual practitioner, and he is unwilling to be bound by any constraints and join any forces. Others think that the alchemist is glamorous and does not worry about the spirit stone at all. But only he knew that the alchemist's consumption was too great, and all kinds of elixirs, alchemists, and other resources were not so easy to obtain. There was a slight embarrassment on Long Yea's face, but he quickly concealed it with a smile. Could it be that this lot will be streamed? A peaceful voice came from private room number 1, 10,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. Lin Xuanbo only hesitated for a moment, and then said, I will pay 10,500 pieces of inferior spirit stones. All the monks present looked at Lin Xuanbo with surprised eyes. This man really didn't have any eyesight. Isn't this an offer that makes it clear that the owner of private room number 1 is to be convicted? There was no sound from private room number 1 anymore. Long Xinyue cleared his throat and said slowly, just now, this Taoist friend bid 10,500 yuan for the next great spirit stone. Is there anyone else to increase the price? After a few breaths, Long Xinyue struck the auction hammer. In private room number 1. The furnishings in the private rooms are very elegant, and they are all rearranged, full of royal luxury and elegance. On a Taisher chair, there was a jade-faced man wearing a crown on his head, and his body exuded a faint coercion of the superior. Behind him, the 4 attendants stood with their hands in their hands. One of the attendants was puzzled and asked, Lord, why did you give up the auction? This spirit stone is nothing to you? The third emperor Mingdao pondered and said, there is no need. The emperor does not lack this pill, and there will be a ready supply of pill. He is now the fullness of the golden pill period, and this is just a prescription to enhance the cultivation of monks in the golden pill period, not even a pill. Mingdao's goal has always been the final finale, that is, the material that hopefully can assist the advanced yuanying. The 52nd lot, a bag of condensing golden grass seeds. The starting price is 5,000 pieces of inferior lingshur, and each increase in price shall not be less than 300 pieces of inferior lingshur. Ninjinko has a weak effect on promoting the cultivation of monks in the golden pill period, but this kind of spiritual plant is more difficult to grow. The growth environment of Ningjin grass requires a large number of metal minerals, and the metal minerals are buried underground to ensure its growth. If it is Ningjin grass of the previous year, the price must be more than that, but it is just a seed. There are rare quotes from several monks. Finally, Lin Xuanbo seized the opportunity to take a picture of this bag of seeds at a price of 7,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. As a family that made its fortune in planting elixirs, the Lin family needs special spiritual seeds most. Moreover, Lin Xuanbo had already known that Lin Yangmao's talent should be related to planting spiritual plants. Ninjinko is a third-order spiritual plant, and he can also take it after it is planted. Some auctions may be cold, and some monks even leave early. However, in this Yangqing auction, no monk left the table in advance, because every lot is very precious, even if it can't be auctioned. It's good to have a good sense of taste. 52 lots have been sold, and none of them have been auctioned. Everyone was whispering, and the Long family was definitely going to make a lot of money this time, and the achievements were a very impressive figure. The auction was still going on, but the next lot made everyone's breathing stagnate, and the monks in several private rooms couldn't sit still. On the auction table, a scroll of pictures unfolded slowly, stunning everyone. The venue of the Longjia auction house. The appearance of the 53rd lot caused the monks present to breathe stagnantly, infected by the majestic aura of the scroll. This lot is a scroll of pictures. The scroll depicts a river that flows through the sky.
The water of the river flows down from the sky and pours into the lake and sea. After a short silence, a heated discussion broke out in the venue. This scroll doesn't look like a spiritual weapon. Is it a rare ancient treasure? Above the spiritual weapon is the ancient treasure. It's impossible, there will be no ancient treasures in auctions of this level. But this picture scroll is really rare, it is a good thing at first glance. There seems to be a rhyme flowing on the scroll, could it be? This thing, it's not something that can be photographed at first glance. Let's all give up. Except for monks with many spiritual stones. Is this a question of how many spirit stones are there? I'm afraid you have your life to take it, but you don't have your life to have it. Long Xinyue made a gesture of pressing down with his left hand, motioning everyone to calm down. Long Xinyue said, "Fellow Taoists, this scroll is not a spiritual weapon, nor is it an ancient treasure as you said, but..." She sold at Guanzi for a while, and her tone became more soothing. "It's a kind of inheritance, and the content of the inheritance is a kind of Dantian vision, called Tianhe rewinding." Hiss. The scene is full of the sound of air conditioning. Can this Dantian vision be passed on? The biggest combat feature of the Golden Pill period monk, in addition to possessing the natal magic weapon, is the Dantian vision. Moreover, not every monk in the Golden Pill period has a vision of Dantian, and he needs to have a super comprehension ability. Lin Yongmao also comprehended a kind of Dantian vision, which was mastered in the Thunder Tribulation, Jiuxiao Tribulation Thunder. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he would have attracted Lei into his body again, and he really couldn't grasp the Dantian vision. And this scroll is different. As long as you understand the contents of the scroll, you can master a Dantian vision. Who can resist this temptation? Besides, the Dantian vision is not only available in the Golden Pill period, but can also be used in higher realms to fight. Long Xinyue quoted the starting price of this scroll, 100,000 yuan of inferior spirit stones. For general retreats, even for retreats that have reached the Golden Pill stage, it is impossible for all net worth to have 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. However, spirit stone resources are also mostly concentrated in the head. 100,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. 110,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. 111,000 pieces of inferior spirit stones. I will pay 1,300 pieces of medium-grade spirit stone. Someone actually made a middle-grade spirit stone, which is more precious than the lower-grade spirit stone. Willing to trade with high-grade spirit stones, the owner of this private room number 1 is not easy. The one who just bid 1,300 mid-grade lingshur was the owner of private room number 1, the third Emperor Mingdao. 1,300 pieces of middle-grade lingshur are equivalent to 113,000 pieces of lower-grade lingshur, and the actual value is even higher. Not to be outdone, the monk surnamed Han in private room number 2 also bid 1,400 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones. The three emperors Mingdao continued to increase the price, 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones. Long Xinyue's beautiful eyes had already flashed with dazzling luster, and she was so happy that